Hello everyone, I am Shu Ruwachu. Welcome everyone to watch our latest issue of Random Career Challenge. Similar to previous programs, in this program we are still looking for random passersby and conducting interviews with passersby. With the passerby's permission, follow him on a one-day professional experience. Of course, all the money we make on this day goes to passersby. And passersby who participate in the program can also receive high bonuses provided by the program team. I wonder what kind of occupation the passersby we met today will have. Let's wait and see. In front of the camera. With a sweet smile on her face, Shu Ruwachu finished her opening remarks in a leisurely manner. The camera carried by the photographer next to him broadcast the whole thing live. At this time, in this live broadcast room called Sudden Career Challenge, the real-time online audience has reached 200,000. Black barrages filled the live broadcast room. You can imagine how popular this new variety show is in the form of live broadcast. In the live broadcast room, after waiting for 3 days, the new issue finally starts. It's not easy. We haven't seen each other for a few days. Ruwachu is beautiful again. I hope Ruwachu can find a more relaxed career in this episode of the show. Bad smile. When the brother upstairs said this, I had to think of the last episode, where Ruwachu successfully found a job as a porter. Laughing and crying. Ha, you guys are really good at exposing people's shortcomings. However, in the last episode of the show, Ruwachu, even though she was exhausted and cried, she didn't say a word to back off from the beginning to the end. Just by gritting one's teeth and insisting on this, it surpasses 90% of the little fresh meat. The barrage was rolling. The audience's discussion was extremely enthusiastic. Everyone is looking forward to what kind of career the passerby Shu Ruwachu will choose in this episode of the program will be. At the same time, at the end of the street where Shu Ruwachu broadcast live, Zhao Ming was slowly parking his car in the parking space. Through the car window, Zhao Ming glanced at the bank not far away with a frown, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. Several days ago, he traveled to this parallel time and space that was almost the same as the previous world. Become a member of the guard who has just transitioned out of the special forces. When he just arrived at the city bureau to report, he happened to encounter the city bureau planning a bank robbery exercise. As a new face, Zhao Ming was directly arranged by the director to play the role of robber in this exercise. Zhao Ming was quite helpless about this matter. But as a member of the escort team, he naturally has no right to refuse orders from above. Therefore, after several days of preparation, Zhao Ming could only embark on his own path of being a violent bandit. Call. He exhaled slightly. Zhao Ming casually grabbed the black backpack on the passenger seat, got out of the car and walked towards the bank. It was noon at this time. The dazzling and scorching sunlight covered the earth. Shu Ruwachu blocked the sun with one hand and held the microphone in the other hand. Looking for today's random passersby with a smile on his face. But perhaps because the weather is too hot, there are not many passersby on the streets at this time. Therefore, Shu Ruwachu walked for a while but didn't see a suitable target. That's when she saw Zhao Ming carrying a black backpack in the distance and walking towards her slowly. For a while, an expression of joy appeared on Shu Ruwachu's face. Viewers, there is a young man in front of us. He doesn't seem to be in a hurry. He might have time to join our show. Let's go up and try it. Shu Ruwachu spoke to the camera with high spirits. While interacting energetically with the live broadcast room, he quickly walked towards Zhao Ming with the photographer. Zhao Ming naturally noticed Shu Ruwachu walking towards him with the photographer. At that moment, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The other party brought a photographer with him, so he must be filming some kind of program. And the way he ran towards him excitedly was obviously targeting him. Normally, Zhao Ming wouldn't mind showing his face on the mirror. But at this time, he participated in the exercise to play the role of a robber, and it was naturally a troublesome situation. Therefore, Zhao Ming was wondering whether he should avoid it directly. But if the other party is coming for you, even if you avoid it, they might catch up with you. And that's when a cold reminder suddenly sounded in Zhao Ming's mind. Ding! The most powerful robber system has been successfully bound. Tip: when the host completes the violent bandit action, the system will rate the action based on the degree of sensation. The higher the sensation level, the more generous rewards the host will receive from the system. The degree of sensation depends on the number of people aware of the incident, and the degree of shock to the public. Current events: play as a bank robber. Bandit actions, 0 times. Listening to the voice in his mind, Zhao Ming was stunned for a moment. Do you actually have a system? In the few days after traveling through time, Zhao Ming had been looking forward to having a plug-in system like the protagonists in those novels. But after a few days, there was no movement at all. Just when he didn't have much hope anymore, the system appeared unexpectedly. Only. My system doesn't seem very serious. He, Zhao Ming, is a good and law-abiding citizen, and he became a policeman after traveling through time. But he is bound to the gangster system? Fortunately, he could still rely on the following exercises to legally act as a gangster. Earn rewards based on sensation level? In other words, the bigger the fuss about robbing a bank and the more people know about it, the more beneficial it will be to you? Thinking of this, Zhao Ming looked up again and looked at Shu Ruochu, who was walking towards him from the opposite side. At this time, Shu Ruochu, who was walking towards him with the photographer, was obviously not a trouble in Zhao Ming's eyes, but a hard-earned opportunity. Hello, we are from the Random Career Challenge column. Can I take you a moment? We'd like to do a little interview with you. While Zhao Ming was stunned on the spot, Shu Ruochu had already walked quickly to him with the photographer. With a gentle and sweet smile on his face, Shu Ruochu looked at Zhao Ming rather politely. And heard this. A faint smile also appeared on Zhao Ming's face. Can. Zhao Ming smiled and nodded while speaking calmly. The first passerby he met agreed to an interview request, and the expression of joy on Shu Ruochu's face became even more intense. After all, not everyone is willing to participate in such a casual interview. In this society where most people live a busy life, there are not many people who are willing to go on camera and find time to participate in the show. In every episode of Shu Ruochu's program, Shu Ruochu was rejected a lot of times. Can I ask your name? Zhao Ming. How old are you this year? 27. Have you ever watched our Instant Career Challenge program? Have seen a little bit. After a series of quick questions and answers, Zhao Ming always answered truthfully. This live variety show can be said to be popular all over the internet at the moment. As long as you are exposed to the internet, you will definitely see traces of it. Therefore, even if Zhao Ming is not keen on online live broadcasts, he still has some understanding of this program. I still have a general understanding of the content of the program. You saw our show, it was great. After hearing Zhao Ming's answer, Shu Ruochu was naturally a little overjoyed. Having watched the show means that I don't need to explain the content of the show too much. Can save a lot of things. Can I take the liberty to ask about your monthly salary? Shu Ruochu continued to ask questions. But, when faced with this question, Zhao Ming hesitated for a moment before speaking. It depends on the situation. If you are lucky, millions is not a problem. It's just that in my line of work, the profits are huge, but the risks are also huge. Zhao Ming responded seriously. It's not like it's a joke. Hearing this answer, Shu Ruochu couldn't help but swallow slightly. How could I, a random passerby, meet a big boss with a monthly salary of 1 million? At this time, the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room immediately exploded after hearing Zhao Ming's answer. A monthly salary of 1 million? That means an annual salary of tens of millions? What does this brother do? I guess I'm either just dreaming and talking nonsense, or I'm just a professional braggart. Anyway, bragging doesn't pay taxes. Ha, I agree with what the brother above said. Indeed, judging from the way this brother is dressed, he doesn't look like a rich man. His monthly salary of 1 million is really bragging. Do you think there is a possibility that this brother is actually a laborer? In order to trick Ruochu into working with him, he falsely boasted about his monthly salary of 1 million? It made me laugh so hard. If that were true, this episode would be a masterpiece. Ruochu, run quickly, this brother is definitely a strong worker. Laughing and crying. The barrage scrolled wildly. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was extremely cheerful. Naturally, no one would believe Zhao Ming's monthly salary of 1 million. Almost everyone thought he was just bragging. Can I ask you about your occupation? Shu Ruochu continued to ask questions. Obviously. She didn't quite believe what Zhao Ming said. As for my profession, it's really hard to say it out loud, but I can take you to experience my profession. Zhao Ming still had a smile on his face. That's great. It seems that we are really lucky today to experience Mr. Zhao's mysterious profession. Shu Ruochu was quite happy. While responding to Zhao Ming, he also quickly looked at the camera and interacted with the audience in the live broadcast room. At this time, Zhao Ming was already walking towards the bank not far away. When Shu Ruochu saw this, he hurriedly asked the photographer to follow him. The three of them walked towards the bank in a hurry. Not long after, under the leadership of Zhao Ming, several people entered the bank. Although Shu Ruochu was a little confused, he didn't ask any more questions and just followed Zhao Ming quietly. I watched several people walk in with cameras and microphones. Some security guards who were doing nothing in the bank rushed over to greet him. "Hello, may I ask what this is?" the security guard asked with a wary look on his face. After all, these days, when someone comes to your door with reporters and photographers, they most likely want to cause trouble. When the security guard saw this situation, his first reaction was naturally that Zhao Ming and the others were evil. But, although he was quite vigilant, because he didn't know the situation yet, his attitude was still polite. "Get a number and do business." Zhao Ming responded casually and ignored the security guard. I went to the self-service number machine next to me and took my number, then sat down in the waiting area. Facing this situation, Shu Ruochu felt a little embarrassed. Looking back at the security guard, he smiled sheepishly and hurriedly sat down next to Zhao Ming. The security guard frowned and glanced at Zhao Ming, but didn't say anything more. Just standing at the door of the bank, looking in the direction of Zhao Ming and others from time to time. Bank waiting area. Zhao Ming sat quietly in his seat, looking at the watch on his wrist from time to time. There wasn't much expression on his face, he just looked like he was waiting to do business. Shu Ruochu took the microphone and sat next to Zhao Ming. He stopped talking a few times, then looked at Zhao Ming and spoke. "Mr. Zhao, does your profession have anything to do with banks?" Shu Ruochu asked curiously. In fact, these words can be regarded as a bit of a search for something to say. After all, it's still live at this time. With so many viewers watching in the live broadcast room, it would not be appropriate for them to just sit quietly like this. There are relationships. You can say that the bank is my customer. Zhao Ming responded with a smile. And just as he finished speaking, a call sounded in the bank hall. Zhao Ming lowered his head and glanced at the number in his hand, then stood up with an apologetic expression. "Wait for me a moment." He looked at Shu Ruochu and the camera and spoke politely. The words fell. He just picked up the black backpack he put aside, turned around and walked towards the security guard at the bank entrance. Seeing this situation, Shu Ruochu was a little confused. How is this going? Don't you want to handle business? Why did he go to the bank entrance instead of going to the counter when the number arrived? And at this time, Zhao Ming walked towards the door of the bank and opened the backpack he was holding. He lowered his head and rummaged around inside for something. The bank security guard squinted his eyes and looked at Zhao Ming, who was walking over, with a look of suspicion on his face. It wasn't until he saw what Zhao Ming took out of his bag that a look of shock appeared on his face. "I saw." Zhao Ming took out a black hood from his bag with a calm expression. Put on the hood in full view of the public. Then he calmly took out a dark pistol from his bag. Immediately, under the hood, a pair of eyes looked at the security guard at the door indifferently. "Goo. You, what are you going to do?" The bank security guard's eyes widened, he swallowed hard, and then he spoke in shock. Now, the primary emotion in the security guard's mind is not fear. More of a confusion. After all, in this country with extremely strict gun bans, someone pulls out a gun in front of you. Most people's first reaction is not fear. Because they don't feel that this is a real gun from the bottom of their hearts. At this time, the security guard had subconsciously grabbed the rubber roller on his waist. After hearing what the security guard said, Zhao Ming did not speak. Still walking towards the security guard unhurriedly. After taking a few steps closer to the security guard, he raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger toward the ceiling. Bang! With the hot bullet flying out of the barrel. A deafening sound echoed inside the bank. It was like thunder on the ground, frightening everyone in the bank to tremble. Robbery! Those who don't want to die all stand there with their heads in their hands. Zhao Ming spoke coldly. The cold voice is enough to reach everyone's ears. The bank, which was a little disturbed by the sound of gunshots, quickly fell silent after Zhao Ming's words. Being able to control the situation so easily. The main reason is that there are not many people in the bank. At this time, facing the unexpected robbers, everyone in the bank was more confused than afraid. Especially Shu Ruochu and the photographer. Didn't they follow Zhao Ming into the bank to experience Zhao Ming's career? Why did Mr. Zhao become a bank robber inexplicably? What on earth is it? In the live broadcast room. Fuck, brothers, what's going on? Is this some new show? Isn't that right? The passerby Ruwachu met this time took her directly to rob a bank? Isn't this a bit too much? Is this a real bank robber? Or is it just a plot arranged by the show crew? It shouldn't be true. After all, in this society, there are really not many people who dare to rob banks. The main reason is that the success rate is too low. But judging from the shot he just fired, it doesn't look like a fake gun. Indeed, judging from the sound and the muzzle flash, this gun is indeed not a fake. It is most likely not arranged by the program team. In other words, the profession Ruwachu is experiencing this time is a bank robber? Nyobi, no wonder he said he has a monthly salary of 1 million. I thought he was bragging at first, but I didn't expect him to be serious. In this situation, is Ruwachu in danger? Brothers, call the police quickly. This is really a bank robber. It's no joke. The number of barrages in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. Faced with such an unexpected situation, the audience was also extremely shocked. Certainly. In addition to being shocked, this incident, which can be called breaking news, was quickly spread by the audience in the live broadcast room. The topic of reality show variety show encountering bank robbers began to spread quickly on the internet. Inside the bank. Zhao Ming raised his gun and glanced around the bank with cold eyes. Seeing that no one in the bank dared to act rashly, he nodded with satisfaction. A smile appeared on the originally indifferent face. Very good. What I robbed was the bank's money, and it has nothing to do with everyone here. As long as everyone cooperates well, I guarantee that everyone present will be able to see the sun tomorrow. Zhao Ming smiled and spoke seriously. When he said this, his tone was quite kind, which made people feel quite convincing. The situation seems to be under control quite well. Zhao Ming then turned around, looked at the security guard, and raised the gun in his hand to point it at his head. If he had seen Zhao Ming pull out a gun before, the security guard would have been more confused. At this moment, looking at the black hole of the gun pointed at him, there was only fear in his heart. After all, when Zhao Ming fired just now, he was the closest. He could clearly see the sound, the fire, and the bullet casings falling on the ground. Therefore, he is the person in the bank who least doubts that Zhao Ming has a real guy. Don't, brother, if you have something to say, please say it. As long as you don't kill me, I will definitely cooperate with you. The security guard spoke tremblingly, and the muscles on his entire face were trembling as he spoke. At this time, he was sincerely afraid. He was afraid that Zhao Ming in front of him would accidentally pull the trigger and kill himself. Close the door. Zhao Ming raised his lips slightly towards the security guard and showed a cold smile. Then he spoke coldly. And after hearing this, the security guard did not dare to hesitate at all. The glass doors and electric doors of the bank were all closed in a hurry. After doing all this, he quickly turned back to look at Zhao Ming, showing a somewhat stiff and flattering smile. Very good. Zhao Ming nodded with a smile. He praised the security guard approvingly, then took out a handful of plastic ties from his backpack and threw them in front of the security guard. Use this thing to tie the hands of everyone in the bank from behind. Then take them all to the waiting area. If one person is missing, then you should be able to think of the consequences. Is it clear? Zhao Ming spoke again, this time he put away the smile on his face. He just looked at the security guard in front of him coldly. Those cold eyes made the security guard shudder for a moment. Clear, clear. The security guard nodded wildly while responding to Zhao Ming. Without daring to waste a moment, he picked up the zip ties on the ground and followed Zhao Ming's request to control everyone in the bank. As for Zhao Ming, he stood aside and watched everything quietly with a gun. After a few minutes, except for the bank security guards, all the hostages in the bank had their hands tied and were taken to the bank waiting area. Including Shu Ruwachu and the photographer, there were 9 hostages in total. After Zhao Ming tied the security guards' hands with zip ties, he ordered the hostages to sit down on the chairs. He raised his wrist and looked at the time. At this time, almost 5 minutes had passed since he shot in the bank. According to Zhao Ming's survey before the exercise started, it takes about 10 minutes to drive from the city bureau to this bank under ideal road conditions. If there is a traffic jam, traffic lights, or manpower gathering, this time will have to be at least doubled. That is to say, at this time, Zhao Ming still had time to take the money from the bank and leave. But he had no intention of doing so at this time. At the beginning of planning, Zhao Ming indeed planned to enter the bank, shoot and control the situation, and then get the money and escape in the shortest possible time. This is the simplest and least risky plan. But because of the emergence of the system, he could only give up this simple plan. Instead, they closed the bank door, took control of all the hostages, and retreated to the bank. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the ruthless act, taking hostages. Sensational rating, Class B. Get reward, 100 points. Points can be exchanged for rewards in the system mall. At this moment, a cold reminder sounded in Zhao Ming's mind. Hearing this prompt, Zhao Ming felt happy. I was finally rewarded for triggering the system. But is this sensational rating a bit low? After all, he fired a gun and took hostages while Shu Ruochu's live broadcast room was open. Such a bad behavior, and under the attention of hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. There is only B level? And this reward is only 100 system points? This really did not meet Zhao Ming's psychological expectations. These points can be exchanged for items in the system mall. As for what is in the system mall, Zhao Ming still doesn't know yet. Certainly. He doesn't have time to pay attention to this now. There wasn't much time left for him at this time. He had to make sufficient preparations before the police arrived. If not, this exercise is probably going to end on its own. At this time, Shu Ruochu was still a little confused. The main reason is that this matter is really strange to her. Didn't she just find a random passerby, and then interview her and prepare to experience her career with the passerby? How could he be held hostage by this passerby in such a blink of an eye? This random passerby turned out to be a robber. The chance should be lower than the chance of winning the lottery. Just when Shu Ruochu looked distracted, Zhao Ming walked up to her with a gun. Don't you want to experience my profession? Now's your chance. After you finish this job, I guarantee you will have no problem making millions a day. Zhao Ming looked at her and spoke with a kind smile. And listening to his words, an ugly smile appeared on Shu Ruochu's face. Then what? Brother, I'm just recording a show. Can I not experience it? When Shu Ruochu said this, his beautiful face almost burst into tears. At this time, she was really suffering and couldn't tell. After all, let her experience the job of robbing a bank. Even if she can survive, won't she have to go to jail in the end? No more experience? It's not impossible. I'm a very talkative person, so let me give you one more choice. After listening to Shu Ruochu's words, Zhao Ming raised his eyebrows and nodded. While speaking, he played with the pistol in his hand. Hear the words. A smile immediately appeared on Shu Ruochu's face. There was even a hint of gratitude in the eyes that looked at Zhao Ming. And just when she was about to speak, Zhao Ming suddenly raised the gun in his hand, and pointed the black muzzle at Shu Ruochu's head. For a while, Shu Ruochu was stunned on the spot. Now I am taking hostages and retreating to the bank. When the escort comes later, I will definitely try my best to take action. And if I want them to be at peace, the best way is to let them know that I am an extremely violent and unstable desperado. That is to say, before the escort takes action, I will pull one of you hostages out and kill them in front of them. They'll probably settle down for a while. And this candidate. Zhao Ming spoke calmly. While speaking, his cold eyes stared at Shu Ruochu calmly. At the end of the day, the muzzle of the gun was also pressed against Shu Ruochu's forehead. The unique cold touch of metal, coupled with the oppressive feeling brought by Zhao Ming's momentum, made Shu Ruochu couldn't help but shiver. I experience it. Brother, I will agree to whatever you want me to do, as long as you don't kill me. Shu Ruochu spoke eagerly with a cry in her voice. That look. It was as if he was afraid that if he was delayed for 1 second, Zhao Ming would pull the trigger. After experiencing the work of a robber robbing a bank, you may face the end of being jailed. But if I don't experience this situation now, my life may be lost on the spot. Such a choice between the two is naturally not difficult to choose. After all, if you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. Very good. After hearing Shu Ruochu's answer, Zhao Ming reached out and patted her shoulder before standing up. Under the hood, Zhao Ming showed some apology on his face. It was a helpless move to involve Shu Ruochu, who was outside the exercise, and everyone in the bank. After all, the system you bind yourself must be rated based on the degree of awareness of the incident and the degree of shock of the people. That is to say, in addition to using Shu Ruochu's live broadcast room, I have to live broadcast. It is also necessary to prevent the audience in the live broadcast room from doubting the authenticity of the incident, so as to achieve a higher level of shock. Under this premise, naturally, Zhao Ming couldn't tell anyone about the exercise. Everyone, thank you very much for your cooperation. I know that everyone involved in such an unreasonable disaster will definitely have some thoughts and opinions in their hearts. But in order for you to survive and continue to enjoy your wonderful life, I hope you can all be calm. Understand? Zhao Ming stood up straight and glanced at the hostages. Then he spoke coldly. His voice was not loud, but the bank was quite quiet at this time. Therefore, the words are still enough to reach everyone's ears. Hear this. All the hostages responded to Zhao Ming by nodding their heads like chickens pecking at rice. See this. Zhao Ming nodded with satisfaction. He raised his wrist and glanced at the time on his watch. At this time, more than 10 minutes had passed since he fired the gun. If after shooting himself, someone in the bank had already pressed the alarm connected to the escort alarm system. The escort should be arriving outside the bank soon. At this time, Zhao Ming still looked extremely calm. He lifted the black backpack he had brought before on the ground. He took out another hood from inside and threw it to Shu Ruochu, who was still sitting on the ground. Put it on. Hearing Zhao Ming's calm voice, Shu Ruochu swallowed in horror. Without much hesitation, she followed Zhao Ming's request and put on the hood. At the same time, Zhao Ming took out a stack of newspapers and 2 pieces of double-sided tape from his bag again. Then he put the things directly on the ground in front of Shu Ruochu. Use these newspapers to seal all the windows in the bank. I want to make sure that the situation inside cannot be seen from the outside. Faster. And you, come along and help. Zhao Ming looked at Shu Ruochu and gave instructions in a cold tone. The words fell. He also pointed the gun in his hand at the photographer next to him. Shu Ruochu and the photographer did not dare to neglect. They quickly got up, picked up the newspaper, and followed Zhao Ming's request. At the same time, a rapid siren sounded on the road outside the bank. More than a dozen police cars quickly stopped at the edge of the small square outside the bank. Dozens of well-trained escort members got out of the car and began to perform their duties. A cordon was quickly put up on the square outside the bank. Several members of the escort team were standing by the cordon, looking ready. After a while, a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face and thick eyebrows stepped out of a police car that had just arrived. He frowned slightly and walked to the cordon with a serious expression. Looking towards the bank 20 meters away. General team. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's arrival, a member of the escort team at the cordon saluted as he spoke to him. The middle-aged man nodded and said nothing more. And at this time, naturally, he also saw 2 figures pasting newspapers behind the bank window. Seeing this situation, his thick eyebrows knitted a little deeper. A look of confusion appeared on his face. At the same time, a squad leader of the escort team also walked quickly towards the main team. General team. Judging from the situation at the scene, the robbers should have chosen to retreat to the bank and took many hostages. The situation in the bank is not yet clear. The brothers in the technical department are already trying to connect to the surveillance cameras in the bank. The team leader saluted the team and quickly reported the current situation. It only took 2 or 3 minutes to arrive at the scene. The escort team has begun various operational deployments in an orderly manner, and the efficiency is not low. Can you confirm the number of robbers and the identities of those 2 people? After listening to the team leader's report, the captain raised his eyebrows, pointed in the direction of the bank, and asked. Hear the words. The squad leader looked up. After the escort team arrived at the scene, the 2 figures continued to paste the newspapers without any evasion. Of course, it was impossible for the squad leader not to notice them. We can't be sure yet. The director only gave us instructions for the exercise and did not mention the information about the robbers. After arriving at the scene, we did not dare to get too close to the bank, and we were unable to understand the bank's situation for the time being. As for the 2 people, one of them was wearing a hood. It is possible that he was a robber, but because we are not sure, we dare not act rashly. The squad leader spoke quickly again and answered the captain's question. Hear the words. The captain also nodded. The robbers have hostages in their hands, even if it is certain that the person behind the window with the hood is the robber. Until we are sure that he has no accomplices, we naturally cannot act rashly. The top priority is to determine the number of robbers and hostages in the bank. Let the brothers in the technology department speed up the transfer of bank monitoring. The burly captain crossed his arms in front of him and spoke with a serious face. His deep eyes were always staring at the bank not far away. It seems that he is trying to use his naked eyes to observe as much as possible in the bank. But at this time, most of the bank's glass had been covered with newspapers. Therefore, looking from the outside, it is basically impossible to see what is going on in the bank. Commander, our city bureau has not conducted exercises for more than 10 years, right? I heard that the actor who plays the robber in this exercise is still a new face. Now that he controls the hostages, if he chooses to hide in the bank and want to crack this hard nut, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The squad leader took the walkie-talkie and issued the commander's order to the technical department. Then he stood aside, looked in the direction of the bank, and chatted with the captain. If the robbers robbed the bank and then ran away, it wouldn't be bad news for the escorts. After all, in this day and age, the streets are full of cameras. As long as you show your face and want to disappear under the surveillance cameras, it is not that easy. At that time, the escort team only needs to block the main road according to the escape route of the robbers, and that is chasing turtles in a jar. The choice of taking hostages and retreating to the bank gave the escort quite a headache. To know. As a closed space, the bank's protection level is not low. For the safety of the hostages, the escort team cannot easily attack by force. Therefore, faced with such a situation, the escort naturally became a passive party. Even if we are tough, we have to win this exercise quickly and beautifully. The director attaches great importance to this exercise. Brothers, cheer up and don't let your guard down just because it's a drill. The captain still maintained a serious expression and was extremely serious when he spoke. Obviously, he attached great importance to this exercise. Yes. After listening to the captain's words, the squad leader also responded quickly and seriously. Don't dare to show any sign of neglect. Inside the bank, Shu Ruochu and the photographer had covered all the windows with newspapers in accordance with Zhao Ming's request. The two looked at each other and walked tremblingly toward the area where Zhao Ming and the hostages were. To be honest, while working, Shu Ruochu didn't think about escaping. But the bank's electric door was closed, and Zhao Ming stayed on the only way to the back door. There is really no chance of escaping. As for resistance, both she and the photographer were unarmed. Facing a tough gangster with a gun in his hand, they naturally did not dare to think of resistance. At this time, Zhao Ming, wearing a headband, was sitting on the floor opposite the hostage seat. He was holding a floor plan of a bank in his hand and was studying something. When Shu Ruochu and the photographer came over, Zhao Ming looked up at them. Then he reached out and patted the floor beside him, signaling Shu Ruochu to sit down next to him. Shu Ruochu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly sat cross-legged next to Zhao Ming. Aren't you a photographer? Just continue your work. I like to be famous, so the more people know about robbing banks, the better. After Shu Ruochu sat down, Zhao Ming's eyes returned to the map in his hand. Without raising his head, he spoke to the photographer standing nearby. His tone was calm, like chatting. When he heard Zhao Ming's words, the photographer was confused for a moment. Actually, there is such a request? Like to be famous? Brother, you are robbing a bank. Certainly. Although the photographer was quite shocked when faced with Zhao Ming's request, he naturally did not dare to say anything more. I just quickly picked up the camera and continued the live broadcast. At this time, except for the somewhat rapid breathing of the hostages, there was no other sound in the bank. The robber Zhao Ming had been sitting on the ground, studying the map in his hand, and made no next move. In fact, during the preparation time of the first few days of the exercise, Zhao Ming made several highly feasible plans for his actions. If he strictly follows the plan and wants to simply play the role of a robber and win the exercise, Zhao Ming will still have a lot of confidence. But because of the emergence of the system, Zhao Ming's goal is no longer simply to win the exercise. Instead, try your best to make astonishing robbery moves to get rewards from the system. This also means that all the plans that Zhao Ming made in the previous few days of preparation are invalid. Therefore, at this time, he needs to make a series of plans again. And this naturally takes a lot of time. At the same time, in the live broadcast room, compared to the depressing and quiet atmosphere in the bank, the live broadcast room seemed lively. After all, a professional reality show variety show unexpectedly encountered a gangster who robbed a bank. Such a conflict would naturally become breaking news. Such an eye-catching title attracted extremely terrifying traffic to the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast rooms that have not been closed, the number of online viewers has been increasing at a terrifying trend. At this time, The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has reached 1 million. This seems to be an extremely terrifying number. In the live broadcast room, Dark Barrage scrolled crazily. Damn it, Ruwachu is so miserable. He was filming a reality show and somehow became a robber's accomplice. Even if the robbers are eventually subdued, wouldn't Ruwachu still have to go in and step on the sewing machine to make it smoke? With so many people watching in the live broadcast room, the anchor was forced to do so. This is probably an emergency evacuation, and there is a high probability that he will not be held responsible. Meeting a gangster robbing a bank is so fantastical. Do you think this is a script written by the show crew? Judging from the reactions of these people in the bank, it doesn't look like it. Indeed, when the robbers took control of the bank, they fired a gun. Judging from the sound, light and flames, it was undoubtedly a real gun. There are still people trying to rob banks these days. I guess this big brother has something wrong with his brain. After all, even if he succeeds, can he escape? Brothers, how long do you think this robber can last in the bank without being caught? I bet you $100 that I won't last 2 hours. The brother upstairs is too conservative. I bet for 1 month's salary, this big robber brother can't even survive for an hour. Now that the security team has sealed off the outside of the bank, it is only a matter of time before we are caught. This big brother is really stupid when he goes to rob the bank. The audience in the live broadcast room discussed enthusiastically using barrages. Many fans feel sorry for Shu Ruwachu's experience and pray that nothing will happen to Shu Ruwachu. After all, it is truly an unforeseen disaster that something like this could happen to someone while recording a show. As for Zhao Ming, the robber, most viewers are questioning his IQ. The main reason is that these days, people who are not mentally ill will really not do things like robbing banks. At this time, almost all viewers were not optimistic about Zhao Ming. I feel that it won't take long for the escort team to end this farce. At the same time, outside the bank, after a lot of hard work, the staff of the technical department finally connected to the bank's internal monitoring signal. In a convoy's RV. On several computer screens, footage of the bank's internal surveillance was played. The captain and squad leader stared at the scene intently. Team, judging from the bank's internal surveillance footage, there are a total of 10 people in the bank. The 2 are wearing hoods, they should be robbers. The remaining 7 people are controlled in this area. It is basically certain that they are all hostages. And the remaining person seems to be filming something with this camera. A member of the technical department stood next to the captain and reported the initial situation. Listen to this report. The eyes of the captain and squad leader naturally fell on the photographer in the surveillance screen. Looking at the figure holding the camera and filming, the captain couldn't help but frown. What does this mean, robber? Rob a bank and bring a photographer? How about putting aside the documentary? Corporate team, could this photographer be arranged by the director? After all, the director still attaches great importance to this exercise. Maybe he wants to record it and use it as a lesson plan later? The captain standing next to the captain also had a puzzled expression on his face. At that moment he raised his eyebrows. He opened his mouth and expressed his inner speculation. Hearing this, the captain also raised his eyebrows calmly. Obviously. The captain also felt that this statement was more reasonable. Whether it is the director's arrangement or not, everyone must pay attention to this exercise. As the same saying goes, not only must you win, but you must also win beautifully. Prepare a loudspeaker. I'll try to communicate with the robber first to see if he has any demands. The chief captain stood up straight, and then looked back at the young captain's opening. When speaking, the tone is serious and serious. In fact, most people don't take drills seriously. Everyone tacitly chatted and went through the motions, so not much time was wasted. But this time the exercise was very attentive. In order to prevent the situation from going through the motions, the robber candidate also specially found a new person who had just been transferred to the city bureau and had not reported yet. Even a photographer appeared next to the robbers at this time. Therefore, although the captain didn't think the robbers could make much noise, but I still took it seriously from the bottom of my heart. Faced with the situation where the robbers control the hostages, the top priority is naturally to try to communicate with the robbers, satisfy the robbers' conditions, and appease the robbers' emotions. This way. Only in this way can the life safety of the hostages be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Yes. After hearing what the chief captain said, the squad leader quickly responded sternly. Then I got out of the RV and went to make preparations. The captain, on the other hand, had his hands folded in front of him, and his deep eyes looked at the robber in the surveillance screen again. In the bank, Zhao Ming was still sitting on the ground looking at the map in his hand. Naturally, the hostages did not dare to make any movement. The depressing and quiet atmosphere persisted. Finally, at some point, Zhao Ming moved his neck, raised his head and glanced at the hostage seat calmly. Then stood up. Seeing Zhao Ming make a move, all the hostages subconsciously held their breath and concentrated. He watched Zhao Ming's next move with trepidation. They were afraid that Zhao Ming would do something that would endanger their lives next. After Zhao Ming stood up, he first put away the map. Then he picked up his black backpack and found 2 black bags inside. Then his eyes fell on the bank manager at the hostage seat. I want 5 million in cash. There are 2.5 million in each bag, hurry up. Don't think about any tricks. You only earn a few thousand yuan a month, so you don't have to work hard, do you understand? Zhao Ming's tone was indifferent, and there was no trace of emotion. Coupled with that cold gaze, it really gave people a sense of oppression. The bank manager couldn't help but shudder. Goo. I understand. The bank manager swallowed and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Zhao Ming responded with a trembling voice. Facing a gun-wielding gangster, he naturally couldn't think of any tricks. Although if he can muster up the courage to resist and subdue the robbers with luck, he will not only be a hero for once, but his promotion and salary increase will definitely be a certainty. But given his size, he was still defenseless. The chance of becoming a hero is estimated to be less than 1 in 1,000. I have an elder and a younger child at home, so I don't dare to take such a risk. Very good. Facing the manager's answer, Zhao Ming was obviously very satisfied. Now he reached out and patted the manager on the shoulder, giving him an approving look. Then, Zhao Ming looked back at Xu Ruochu, who was still sitting on the ground. Look, let me just say that although our business is risky, the profits are also huge. Even if you only work 1 job a month, you can still earn 1 million a month. Of course, if the situation is ideal, it won't be a problem. A new banknote weighs almost 1.15 grams, and 5 million is 57.5 kilograms, which is 115 pounds. We don't have much tools today, so we can't carry too much weight, so 5 million is about the same. Zhao Ming spoke calmly. It looked like a chat between friends. Facing Zhao Ming's sudden conversation, Xu Ruochu felt so miserable that she couldn't express it. Originally forced to put on a hood and experience Zhao Ming's profession, she was afraid that she would not be able to take it off afterwards. Not bad now. After Zhao Ming said these words, didn't these hostages become witnesses to prove that he was with him? Why don't we have any tools? This is really a rhythm that even if you jump into the Yellow River, you won't be able to wash yourself out. Xu Ruochu really wanted to clear up the relationship, but he was afraid that he would accidentally make the gangster Zhao Ming in front of him unhappy, so he would shoot himself on the spot. Therefore, he could only look at Zhao Ming in silence and nodded. It was a response to what he just said. At this time, under the hood, Xu Ruochu's face was wearing a stiff smile that was uglier than crying. Seeing that Xu Ruochu didn't speak, Zhao Ming didn't say much. He carried his black backpack and walked towards Xu Ruochu's location. With Xu Ruochu's eyes widened and a look of fear on her face, Zhao Ming squatted in front of her and unhurriedly took out a palm-sized remote-controlled bomb from his backpack. Don't be nervous, as long as this thing doesn't explode remotely, it's still very stable. Zhao Ming spoke in a kind tone. That look. Like a gentle older brother handing a lollipop to his sister. While speaking, he took out the tape and wrapped the remote-controlled bomb tightly around Xu Ruochu's waist. After wrapping it up, I also tried the reliability. After confirming that the time bomb could not be easily removed, he clapped his hands with satisfaction. That look. It's like a big project has been completed. After doing all this, Zhao Ming looked up at Xu Ruochu again. Don't mind it too much. I'm just doing this to stop you from having too many useless thoughts. The effective distance of this remote-controlled bomb is 500 meters, and its power is enough to blow a person into pieces. As long as you have the slightest intention of acting rashly, I will press the remote control button without hesitation. Is it clear? Zhao Ming raised the remote control in his hand and showed it to Xu Ruochu in front of him before speaking coldly. Although his words were more casual, his cold tone still made people shudder. After taking control of the bank, Zhao Ming has not done anything frightening. But judging from his words and deeds, Xu Ruochu felt that he was definitely a madman who could do anything. Therefore, Xu Ruochu naturally had no doubts about the authenticity of his words. Goo. Present. Shu Ruochu looked at Zhao Ming's cold eyes and swallowed in fear, nodding wildly subconsciously. Am I asking you clearly? Zhao Ming still stared at Shu Ruochu and asked coldly again. This time his tone was a bit colder, and there was also a hint of anger in his eyes. Being stared at, Shu Ruochu's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Clear, clear. Shu Ruochu didn't dare to show any slightness. While nodding wildly, he responded to Zhao Ming with a trembling voice. Very good. Here's Shu Ruochu's answer. Zhao Ming nodded and responded to her calmly. The words fell. Zhao Ming stood up and glanced at the bank manager standing tremblingly next to the hostage seat. Now you can take my companion to get the money. Zhao Ming spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, all the hostages and bank managers were slightly startled. Companion? This robber is so ruthless, he doesn't trust his accomplices, and even chooses to use remote-controlled bombs to control his accomplices. If this is true for his accomplices, wouldn't he be even more ruthless towards the hostages? For a while, the hostages looked at Zhao Ming with a little more fear. The bank manager did not dare to show any slightness. Immediately, he quickly picked up the 2 black bags on the ground and led Shu Ruochu to the bank counter. And it was at this time that the system's cold prompt sounded in Zhao Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the ruthless act, robbing cash. Sensational rating, Class B. Points earned, 100 points. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to use it immediately? You can get random skills by drawing a lottery. Listening to the systematic report in his mind, Zhao Ming felt happy. It took a while after he took control of the hostage, and finally he was rewarded by triggering the system again. Only. This time the rating is still B grade? Shu Ruochu's live broadcast room has never been interrupted. This is a quite popular live broadcast program. After the commotion after he hijacked her, the popularity of the live broadcast room should have increased a lot. That is to say, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room at this time should be far greater than when he controlled the hostages. But the scores for the gangster actions triggered twice were the same. The rating of gangster actions is based on the number of people aware of the incident and the degree of shock of the people. It seems that this time the audience in the live broadcast room was far less shocked than when he controlled the hostages before. It seems that if you want to get a high-level rating, you really have to work hard. Present. Zhao Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, with a look of disappointment on his face. Obviously he is not very satisfied with this B-level rating. But fortunately, the reward triggered this time includes one more lottery opportunity than the last time. This is also something unexpected. Use immediately. Zhao Ming did not hesitate at all, and quickly responded to the system silently in his heart. And as Zhao Ming's response fell, a somewhat mechanical lottery-like sound sounded in his mind. After a while, the sound stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Makeup Technique, Advanced Skill. The host can change his facial features through makeup techniques, thus achieving the effect of being disguised. The cold reminder sounded in Zhao Ming's mind again. When Zhao Ming heard the information about the skill he had obtained, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This thing doesn't sound like, it seems like a powerful skill. But considering it was something unexpected, it can be considered an unexpected surprise. After all, it is a good thing to be able to possess the top skills in an industry without spending too much effort in learning. And that's when Zhao Ming calmly accepted the random skills drawn by the system. Suddenly, a loudspeaker amplified the sound coming from outside the bank. The robbers inside listen. I am the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade and the commander-in-chief of this operation of the escort team. My name is Zhou Wei. We know that you have a lot of hostages in your hands. As long as you can ensure the safety of the hostages, we can discuss whatever requirements you have. Above the bank square, the captain walked into the cordon wearing a body armor and spoke directly to the bank with a loudspeaker. His voice was extremely loud and upright. At this time, after being amplified by the loudspeaker, it slowly echoed in the square. The voice fell. There was no movement at the bank door. The captain was not in a hurry, he stood there and waited quietly. At the same time, in the bank, after Zhao Ming heard the shouting outside, a faint smile appeared on his face. The police officers outside finally made some noise. Calling for negotiation was naturally what Zhao Ming expected. After all, this is also the most routine operation. When facing gangsters who are holding hostages, the first thing the escort team has to do is naturally to appease the robbers and ensure the safety of the hostages. The surest way to appease the robbers is to negotiate. No matter what kind of demands the robbers make, they promise to meet them and buy time for preparation. And the time gained in this process is naturally the time for the escort team to take action. Therefore, negotiation can be said to be a matter of killing two birds with one stone. While appeasing the robbers, it can also buy the escort a certain amount of time to act. Only, Zhao Ming had no intention of letting the situation go according to the guard's wishes. He stood up straight and glanced at the hostage table. It ended up falling on an older customer. "Old man, please come with me." Zhao Ming walked up to the old man who was over 70 years old and spoke in a calm tone. Because he was worried that he would scare the old man into something wrong, Zhao Ming deliberately restrained his anger. "Make yourself as gentle as possible." According to Zhao Ming's expectation, the old man would not be willing to cooperate with him. After all, at this time, everyone in the bank should also understand what kind of consequences they would face if they were taken out by him. There is no one who doesn't want to live. Moreover, as many people get older, their fear of death will intensify. But, to Zhao Ming's expectation, after he finished speaking, the gray-haired old man stood up decisively without much hesitation. "Okay, I'll go with you. They are all still young. It's a good deal to trade my old man's life for them." As the old man stood up, he spoke calmly. There was not much emotion visible in a pair of old eyes. The slightly rickety back fell into the eyes of the hostages against the light, giving people a sense of heroic death. For a while, the expressions of several hostages were somewhat moved. Some of the female bank employees even had tears in their eyes. Obviously, the old man's actions and these words still moved them very much. Only, no one among the hostages came forward and was willing to replace the old man with themselves. It's not that people are indifferent. The main reason is that most of the people present have families, including seniors and juniors. The cost of sacrificing one's life to be a hero is really too high. Old man, Gaoi. As a person, I admire you as a loyal person. Looking at your extraordinary aura, I'm a little curious about what you did before. Zhao Ming gave a thumbs up to the old man standing in front of him and spoke with admiration. The actions and words of the old man in front of him really made Zhao Ming admire him. Look down on life and death. This is really not easy for ordinary people to do. At the same time, although this old man's figure is slightly stooped, his aura gives people an extremely decent feeling. Therefore, Zhao Ming also became interested in the old man's previous identity. Before retiring, I was in the escort team. I have been a veteran criminal investigator for more than 30 years. The guy who shouted outside was with me before. Facing Zhao Ming's question, the old man had no intention of avoiding it. He chuckled lightly and spoke quite proudly. After hearing these words, everyone present looked shocked. Zhao Ming was also slightly surprised, and in spite of his surprise, a smile appeared on his face. This matter is actually interesting. Unexpectedly, among the hostages he took, there was actually the master who was the commander-in-chief of the escort team for this exercise. If he takes him out, he will be shot to death in front of the commander-in-chief outside. This effect must be surprisingly good. Old man, please. Zhao Ming looked at the old man in front of him and made a gesture of invitation. The old man didn't hesitate and walked towards the bank gate with a calm expression. At the same time, on the square outside the bank, the captain was still waiting with a loudspeaker. It has been some time since I shouted, but there has been no movement from the bank. He raised his wrist and looked at the time. The captain couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that the robbers wanted to refuse negotiations? It is not unusual for the robbers to be unwilling to negotiate. It's just that this step of negotiation doesn't work, so the escort team will have to think of other ways to appease the robbers. And just when the captain picked up the loudspeaker and was about to try to shout again, there was a noise at the bank gate. Kakaka. Accompanied by a dull scratching sound. The bank's electric rolling shutter door was raised. Two figures also appeared in the captain's sight. Looking at the slightly stooped figure in front of him, the captain's eyes widened instantly with a shocked expression on his face. Master? Obviously. The robber appeared with his master who was once in the Criminal Investigation Brigade. This is really beyond the captain's expectation. Although he had previously determined the number of hostages through the bank's internal surveillance footage connected to the technical department. But the quality of the surveillance screen was really unclear. Without magnification, the face couldn't be seen clearly, so naturally he didn't recognize it. Now that I saw it clearly, I was naturally quite shocked.
Commander-in-Chief, right? I don't know what you are doing with this broken speaker and shouting to call me out?
Just when the captain looked shocked, the cold voice of Zhao Ming, who was standing behind the old man, sounded. Zhao Ming's voice was not quiet, and his tone was cold, giving people a very angry feeling. After hearing Zhao Ming's words, the captain quickly came to his senses. He took a deep breath and returned to a serious expression on his face.
I'm here to negotiate, and I don't have any weapons on me.
Don't worry, there are no snipers around, you are safe now.
I know you have hostages in your hands.
As long as you don't harm the hostages, you can ask me for any requests you have, and we will do our best to satisfy you.
The captain spoke in a serious voice.
Although he did not use a loudspeaker, the powerful voice was enough to reach Zhao Ming's ears.
After the words fell,
he half raised his hands and stood on the spot and turned around in a circle, so that Zhao Ming could confirm that he did not come with a weapon. When he heard the captain's words, Zhao Ming did not respond. He just stood behind the old man, raised the gun in his hand with a calm expression, and pointed it at the back of the old man's head.
Old man, you have to be mentally prepared.
Don't scare you if I shoot later. Zhao Ming spoke in a low voice that only he and the old man in front of him could hear. After all, this is just an exercise, and he is not a real gangster. Therefore, Zhao Ming still needed to say hello to the 70-year-old man in front of him, otherwise he would have to bear the responsibility if something happened when the gunshots were fired.
Ha ha.
Young man, when my old man was young, it was commonplace to use live ammunition. Although I'm older now, you're not scared of a gun loaded with blank bullets.
Are you doing an exercise? You can shoot later, my old man will cooperate with you.
After hearing Zhao Ming's reminder, the old man laughed twice and then spoke in a very kind manner. His tone was extremely firm, and it was obviously not a guess.
But to be able to be sure that what you are experiencing is an exercise.
Hear the words. Zhao Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. After taking control of the bank, he only fired one shot in total. But with just this one shot, the old man in front of him could realize that the gun in his hand was filled with blank bullets.
This observation ability is really admirable.
It's true that he is an old criminal detective who has worked all his life, and he still has such skills after retirement.
Old man, even if the gun in my hand only contains blank bullets, this is not necessarily a drill, right? Maybe I'm really a robber?
Zhao Ming spoke with great interest, and his tone became much kinder without realizing it. Zhao Ming didn't mind chatting with this interesting old man in front of him. Mainly because Zhao Ming was quite interested in how he determined that this was an exercise. He was so sure, probably not only because he saw the blank ammunition. Young man, old man, I have been working as a criminal investigator all my life.
I have an unerring eye when it comes to identifying people.
You did a good job playing the robber, which deserves recognition.
But you can't hide your righteousness.
And judging from the way you sit, walk, and stand, you should have been in the military and haven't been retired for long.
We haven't spent all the retirement money yet. Why are we robbing a bank?
The most important thing is that what you are using is a Type 54 police pistol.
Except for members of the escort, this thing is not something that others can easily obtain.
The old man spoke cheerfully, with a little pride in his tone.
Obviously, he is extremely confident in his ability to recognize people.
Coupled with the police pistol, it is not difficult to confirm the drill.
Old man, I admire you.
Zhao Ming looked at the old man's back in front of him and spoke with admiration. He really didn't expect that he would meet such a divine person. Even he ignored the fact that he was using a Type 54 pistol. If I had known before the exercise started, when I asked the director for equipment, I should have asked the director to find a way to get an AK.
After all, AK does seem to be more worthy of his identity as a robber.
And just when Zhao Ming was chatting with the old man in front of him, the voice of the captain on the other side rang out again.
Isn't it just for money that you rob banks? As long as you can ensure the safety of the hostages, you name them and we can prepare them for you.
We can also prepare a car for you and put all the money in the car. As long as you don't harm the hostages, we can even let you go. The captain still had a serious expression on his face, and his powerful voice gave people an urge to be convinced. Have money and farewell ready, and be able to leave safely. This is indeed quite tempting to the robbers who are trapped in the bank.
Certainly. All this is just a delaying measure to appease the robbers.
I want 100 million in cash and a helicopter with a full tank of gas. Zhao Ming turned his head and looked at the captain in the distance with cold eyes. Then a cold voice sounded.
Upon hearing this request, the captain couldn't help but frown. The robbers made such a request because they obviously did not want to negotiate at all.
100 million in cash and helicopters, that's not realistic. In this way, we can prepare 10 million in cash for you, as well as a car with a full tank of gas, and you can make requests on the vehicle.
But the premise is that you can release some of the hostages.
The captain took a breath, then frowned and responded to Zhao Ming.
This is the highest request he can agree to.
But after he finished speaking, Zhao Ming over there smiled coldly.
Do you think you are qualified to negotiate terms with me? Zhao Ming's calm voice sounded.
A pair of eyes were still staring at the commander in the distance.
The hand holding the gun had already pulled the trigger. Bang!
There was a deafening sound.
The black muzzle spit out flames, and as the gunshot sounded, the old man fell to the ground without hesitation.
Although it uses blank ammunition, it still has a certain lethality at such a close range.
Therefore,
when Zhao Ming fired, he moved away quietly. The blank bullet's warhead did not hit the old man. But because the old man moved quickly and everything seemed very coherent, the people in the bank watching this scene from a distance did not notice anything was wrong. In their eyes, it was Zhao Ming, a tough gangster, who had already shot and killed a hostage.
And above the square,
the captain looked at this scene and was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Ming to be so decisive and choose to shoot.
Even if the negotiation breaks down, you won't just shoot and kill the hostages, right? Not to mention,
they haven't even said a few words in this negotiation. The robber opposite him didn't play by the rules at all. 100 million in cash, a helicopter, 3 hours of time.
Don't play tricks on me. Don't bargain with me, you don't have the capital. Understand?
After the old man fell, Zhao Ming's eyes were still staring at the captain from a distance. After the words fell, he did not give the captain a chance to speak. He turned around and walked straight into the bank door.
Kakaka.
With the sound of the bank's rolling shutter door closing, the captain finally came to his senses. He looked at Zhao Ming's figure preparing to be covered by the rolling shutter door. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly.
Damn it, what is this? I just made the move of negotiation, and the robber just overturned the chessboard? Shoot the hostages if they disagree? Is this a demonstration?
Originally facing this exercise, the captain had already prepared to take it seriously.
But there's no sense of urgency either.
Fortunately, less than an hour after the exercise started, the robbers attacked the hostages directly. The captain was completely caught off guard.
In the bank.
After Zhao Ming came back, he walked straight back to the hostage table and sat down opposite. Although the eyes under the hood still looked cold, there were no other changes.
It's like nothing happened.
But the gunshot just now and the old man lying on the ground were seen by everyone in the bank.
You can kill someone and still be so calm. For a while.
In the eyes of all the hostages, Zhao Ming was clearly a murderous master. All the hostages suppressed their breathing, for fear of attracting Zhao Ming's attention and risking their lives if they were not careful.
The atmosphere in the bank instantly became more depressing. At the same time, in the live broadcast room,
looking at the progress of the situation, the live broadcast room completely exploded.
Damn it, this robber is really cruel. How long have you been holding the bank hostage before he shot and killed a hostage? Damn it, I can't breathe while watching this live broadcast. It's really terrifying.
This robber is completely a lunatic who kills without blinking an eye. It's just that after just a few words in the negotiation, he immediately took action.
He probably has bipolar disorder. In this situation, I'm really worried about Ruochu.
I don't know if she can successfully hold on until the escort team captures the robbers.
It's hard to tell. This robber is moody. He might not be happy, so he just attacks Ruochu. The old man just now is really admirable.
The way he died generously made my eyes sore. He is indeed an old hero. Although he was chosen by the robbers, he did not back down.
This is admirable enough. What are so many people doing at the scene? No one comes forward in this situation? What a man!
The keyboard warrior upstairs is really standing and talking without pain.
The robber has a gun in his hand.
It would be a good thing if you didn't kneel down and beg for mercy at the scene, and you came forward.
Don't say that.
Maybe if someone were there, they would just use their own keyboard to fight? Looking at the age of these hostages, they should all have families.
Who dares to come forward for such a life-threatening matter?
I just hope that the escort team can catch this robber as soon as possible and solve this matter.
Now that the robbers have injured the hostages, the situation has escalated. It is estimated that the escort team will also speed up the pace. No wonder this robber chose to rob a bank.
It turns out that there is something wrong with his brain. If he didn't hurt the hostages, I guess the escort team would calm them down first, and the robber would be able to jump around a little longer. Indeed, firing a pistol to kill a hostage is completely forcing yourself to die.
I guess the robber will be dead in less than half an hour.
I must hold on for another 20 minutes at most. The online audience and popularity of the live broadcast room have been rising. The number of barrages at this time was also extremely terrifying, and the lively discussions among the audience also made the live broadcast room's activity level rise to the top of the entire platform.
As this incident unfolds,
the entire network is already filled with news from this live broadcast room.
For a while, this incident has become the biggest hot topic at the moment, and its influence is quite exaggerated. Certainly,
Zhao Ming was not clear about all this at this time. He just sat on the floor, quietly waiting for a response from his system.
Based on your own guess, your previous action should be able to trigger rewards from the system.
And the score this time should be far higher than the previous 2 times.
As expected.
Less than a minute after Zhao Ming sat down, the system's cold reminder sounded in his mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the gangster action, shooting the hostage.
Sensational rating, S level.
Points earned, 1000 points. Obtained skills, Precision Sniper. Intermediate skill, the host possesses top-notch sniper technology at the national level, and can easily lock heads at 1000 meters.
Attribute points gained, 5 points.
The host can choose to add points to various attributes of himself.
A cold reminder sounded.
And listening to the ratings and various rewards given by the system this time, Zhao Ming's face also showed a hint of joy.
S-level rating, this is really a bit of an unexpected surprise.
And as the score increased by 2 levels, the reward was also quite generous. The points alone have increased tenfold.
And in addition to points, there are also skill and attribute points.
What Zhao Ming is most interested in is naturally this attribute point. After binding to the system, he had his own attribute panel. At first, Zhao Ming thought it was of little use.
I didn't expect that the system even had attribute points.
Being able to directly improve one's own attributes is simply incredible. After the system rewards arrived, Zhao Ming was not in a hurry to use them. Although Zhao Ming is also quite curious about what kind of changes using these attribute points can bring to him. But now is obviously not the time to use it.
After all,
he is now under the gaze of millions of eyes in the live broadcast room. If you use attribute points, you will have some side effect of mutation on the spot.
Then he might be arrested and sectioned for study.
Just when Zhao Ming was sitting quietly on the floor of the bank, Xu Ruochu walked out of the counter with the bank manager.
Each of them held a black handbag. Judging from Xu Ruochu's laborious dragging of the bag, the weight in the bag was not low. This is the money you asked for. 2.5 million in each bag, 5 million in total. After placing both bags next to Zhao Ming, Xu Ruochu lowered his head and spoke to Zhao Ming.
At this time, she didn't even dare to look directly into Zhao Ming's eyes. It's not because of guilt, but mainly because he is quite afraid of Zhao Ming.
After all,
when Zhao Ming had just solved a hostage, although they were at the bank counter, they still heard gunshots. Therefore, the character of Zhao Ming, a ruthless gangster who kills without blinking an eye, became even more deeply ingrained in Xu Ruochu's heart. Facing Zhao Ming again, she was naturally more frightened. Zhao Ming did not respond to her, but just opened the zipper of the handbag.
For a while, the stacks of cash were exposed to everyone's sight. Certainly,
most of the hostages were employees in the bank, and they saw a lot of cash of this magnitude.
Naturally, there will be no reaction.
Zhao Ming picked up a stack of cash, shook it in the air, and then threw it back into the bag. At this time, the bank where Zhao Ming worked was just a branch.
Sub-branches subordinate to branches do not actually have their own treasury.
The cash in the branch is escorted from the vaults and other places by cash transport trucks every morning, and is collected again by cash transport trucks in the evening. When large amounts of money are withdrawn without advance reservation, the amount of cash delivered by the cash transport truck is generally not too much. Branches with less business may have less than 1 million in cash.
Certainly,
the business Zhao Ming chose was not too bad, so the cash delivered every day was not too little, but not too much. Zhao Ming estimated that after taking away the 5 million, there wouldn't be much cash left in the bank.
Money is really a good thing. Since you are experiencing work with me today, the money here is half yours.
Zhao Ming reached out and patted the bulging bag before he spoke happily. When talking about the latter part, he raised his head and looked at Xu Ruochu.
Hear this.
Xu Ruochu was stunned for a moment, then immediately wanted to refuse. He has now been forced to become Zhao Ming's accomplice. If he takes the stolen money again, he will not be able to clean himself up even if he jumps into the Yellow River. But before Shu Ruochu could say her words of rejection, his eyes met Zhao Ming's cold gaze. Goo! Shu Ruochu swallowed subconsciously. The unspoken words of rejection were swallowed back. Zhao Ming seemed to have an attitude of asking for things even if he wanted them, and if he refused, he might be annoyed. He has already killed one hostage, and he is definitely not afraid of taking another life. Therefore, Shu Ruochu could only take a deep breath, put on a stiff smile on his face, and neither agreed nor dared to refuse. Sit down. Zhao Ming patted the floor next to him, warned Shu Ruochu, then turned around and ignored her. Shu Ruochu and the bank manager both returned to their original positions quietly. For a while, the bank once again fell into a depressing and quiet atmosphere. Follow the rules of this exercise. Zhao Ming only needs to get a large amount of money in the bank, and then leave the bank with the money, while successfully evading the police pursuit for 48 hours. Then he can win the exercise. That is to say, now that he has the money, what Zhao Ming should do next is to find a way to leave the bank. However, Zhao Ming was not in a hurry at this moment, he was just sitting quietly on the floor, as if waiting for something. Outside the police cordon of Bank Plaza. After Zhao Ming returned to the bank and closed the electric rolling shutter door, the captain then hurried up, lifted up the old man who was still pretending to be dead, and took him out of the cordon. After a brief reminiscing with his former master, the captain returned to the RV where the technical department was located. At this time, the previous team leader was also in the RV. General Team. Seeing the commander-in-chief coming in with a dark face, the squad leader hurriedly stepped forward and said hello. Everything that happened in the square just now could be seen clearly by the captain in the RV through the 2 surveillance cameras at the bank gate. Therefore, it is natural to know that the commander-in-chief is holding back his anger at this time. Arrogant. It's simply too arrogant. Damn it, even in actual combat, can there be such a robber? Without a word of speculation, he just shot the hostage. Are you pretending to be a robber? He is clearly a psychopath. While surrounded by the escort, in front of me, the commander-in-chief, he directly killed the hostages. This is clearly a provocation to the escort. The commander-in-chief punched the table in the RV before speaking sharply. At this time, he was really angry. After venting his anger, he still couldn't help but grit his teeth. He seemed really angry. When a robber is surrounded by people, the few hostages in his hand are the last bargaining chip in his hand. Anyone with any brains would cling to these chips and try their best to deal with the escorts. How could anyone come up and attack the hostages directly? Even if it's just a drill, there's no need to act like this, right? Core, the director just called and said that our exercise is being broadcast live at this time. And there are a lot of people watching the live broadcast, so it has a big impact. The squad leader calmed down a bit after watching the commander vent. Then he frowned and spoke seriously. The words fell. He just handed the tablet that was watching Shu Ruochu's live broadcast to the captain. The captain took the tablet and looked at the live broadcast in front of him with a confused expression. Live streaming? Is it the photographer in the bank? After watching the live broadcast for a few seconds, the captain spoke in shock. Seeing the popularity of the live broadcast room and the number of online viewers, the captain's eyebrows instantly twisted into the character Sichuan. With more than 2 million people online and a barrage of dark barrage, there are so many eyes staring at this exercise? Isn't this just a big impact? This is obviously a huge impact. It is unprecedented for an exercise to attract such a large amount of attention. This live broadcast room is the first live variety show in society. As for why our exercise was broadcast live, it is not clear at the moment. But the director has said that we don't need to worry about the live broadcast room. The exercise will continue. For the sake of the fairness of the exercise, we cannot use the live broadcast room to observe the movements of the robbers. The director also said that we should all have some snacks so as not to embarrass the city bureau with so many pairs of eyes watching. The squad leader stood next to the chief captain and relayed with a serious face what the director had just said on the phone. And listening to this retelling, the captain couldn't help but close his eyes and rub his temples. Faced with the robbers' attack on the hostages in front of him just now, the captain was still angry. But now that he knows that millions of pairs of eyes are watching this matter, the captain is left with a headache. A banking exercise. The robbers took a large number of hostages and chose to hide in the bank. After the escort team arrived, one hostage died before any effective action was taken. For the escort team, this situation can be said to be ugly. according to the captain's initial expectations. This exercise should end with the robbers being quickly controlled without any casualties, and the escort team achieving a beautiful victory.
The result is now. Call.
Taking a long breath, the captain quickly adjusted his mood. Now that we know that this exercise has such exaggerated attention, as the commander-in-chief of the escort team, he should cheer up quickly and take this exercise seriously.
Have you found the robbers' information?
The captain still frowned slightly. He looked sideways at the squad leader beside him and asked seriously.
Found it. Hearing the captain's question, the squad leader quickly picked up a folder on the table.
After opening the folder, he handed it to the captain. In the folder, there was a newly printed photo of Zhao Ming, as well as several forms. Although the robber was wearing a hood at this time, the brothers from the technical department retrieved previous surveillance records from several cameras.
We found surveillance video of the robbers not wearing balaclavas before they took control of the bank.
We intercepted the face on the surveillance video, compared the face in the database, and found the robbers' information. According to the previous judgment, there were 2 robbers, but after we obtained the information, we judged that there was only 1 robber.
As for the other woman wearing a hood, she should be a hostage. Her information is here.
The squad leader quickly reported the current situation to the captain. At the same time, he took out another folder containing Xu Ruochu's information and handed it over.
Hear the words. The captain nodded.
After scanning Xu Ruochu's documents, his eyes fell on Zhao Ming's information again.
Zhao Ming,
retired Special Forces soldier, won the title of company leader for 2 consecutive terms, and won the company competition championship.
This resume is really luxurious.
I didn't expect the director to choose such a great person to play the robber.
This opponent is not easy.
The captain kept his eyes fixed on the photo in the folder, and his tone was quite solemn when he spoke in a low voice.
If his previous attitude towards this exercise was serious, then be cautious at this time. After all,
after seeing Zhao Ming's information, I found out that the person who played the role of the robber was actually such a person. The captain naturally did not dare to take it lightly.
Headquarters, the robbers got 2 bags of cash from the bank.
At this moment, a member of the technical department who was watching the surveillance looked back at the captain and made a report.
Hear the words.
The captain quickly put down the folder in his hand and walked quickly over to check the surveillance screen. From the surveillance screen, Zhao Ming zipped up the bag again. Then he continued to sit there quietly.
Others in the bank didn't make much movement.
Headquarters, the robbers have got the money, and they should find a way to evacuate from the bank next. The robber must have known that the request for 100 million in cash and a helicopter was unrealistic, so he probably had no intention of obtaining transportation from us. Now we can monitor the situation in the bank through surveillance cameras. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to launch a direct attack, kill the robbers, and rescue the hostages? The squad leader also stood aside, looking at the robber sitting quietly on the ground in the surveillance video. He raised his eyebrows immediately and expressed his thoughts with a serious look on his face. Because the location of the robber can be determined at this time, and the robber has no signs of activity,
the feasibility of launching a strong attack is indeed extremely high.
Organize a few special operations teams to find a way to enter the bank through the ventilation duct or the back door, and kill the robber directly before he can react. This is also the simplest and most effective method.
If it can succeed. Although 1 hostage was killed in this exercise, the escort team ended the exercise quickly. The result isn't too ugly either. As soon as we arrived at the scene, the robbers were using newspapers to cover the windows.
This also shows that he had the intention to cut off our access to the situation in the bank from the beginning. But all the windows of the bank were blocked, but the cameras were not blocked.
Why do you think this is? 100 secrets and a sparseness?
The captain stood up straight, with his hands behind his back, his deep eyes still staring at the bank's situation on the surveillance screen. He seemed to be talking to himself or talking to the squad leader. After hearing the captain's words, the squad leader didn't know how to answer for a moment.
After all, what the captain said. Thinking about the head and not the tail.
The behavior of the robber is indeed a bit, giving people a feeling that he is not very smart.
If he was a fool, or acted on the spur of the moment, such an oversight would make sense.
But looking at his resume, he is calm and wise. And he had several days of preparation time before the exercise started.
How could such a loophole appear after the exercise started?
The window was covered, but the surveillance camera was left, and he was sitting under the surveillance camera with great arrogance.
You want to hide it? Does it look like a trap he set for us?
The captain spoke seriously, squinting his eyes as he spoke, staring closely at Zhao Ming's back in the surveillance screen. That look. It's like trying to see through Zhao Ming's tricks through the surveillance screen. The exercise had just begun, and he started attacking the hostages without any explanation. Such an irrational and crazy move. Do you think his purpose is not just to rob a bank, but also to do something else? Deliberately releasing surveillance cameras, digging a hole, setting a trap, and waiting for us to jump in? The captain continued to speak before the squad leader could speak. When he heard this, the team leader suddenly had a look of realization on his face. When he looked at the surveillance camera again, his face was full of shock. The captain's analysis deeply impressed the squad leader on the side. Indeed. Judging from the information they have now, Zhao Ming, who plays the robber, is not a simple role. And such a person, under the premise that he had a lot of time to plan in advance, made such a big mistake, it is really worthy of suspicion. Knowing that more than 2 million pairs of eyes on the entire internet are watching this exercise, and that one hostage has been killed. The Guardians couldn't make the situation worse. Therefore, as the commander-in-chief who is the highest decision-maker of the guards, every subsequent decision must be made with great caution. Faced with such an opportunity that looked more like a trap, the captain naturally had to be skeptical. Team, what should we do next? The team leader stared at Zhao Ming's back in the surveillance screen for a moment. Then he took a slight breath, frowned and asked the captain. The escort team cannot act rashly at the moment, but they also cannot make no moves at all. After all, at this time, the robbers still had so many hostages in their hands, which made the escort quite passive. But if the escort team cannot take the initiative to break this situation, they will have to passively be led by the robbers. Next, set the technical department's RV as a temporary command headquarters. Inform the leadership of the escort team to come here. We must quickly formulate a feasible raid plan. This exercise is a tough battle. The commander-in-chief also took a deep breath, pulled out Zhao Ming's photo from the folder, and placed it on the table. While staring at Zhao Ming in the photo, he responded to the team leader in a deep voice. Yes. Hear the words. The squad leader quickly responded seriously. Then he turned around and walked quickly to the RV to summon the leadership of the escort team who participated in the exercise this time. At the same time, in the bank. In the depressing and quiet atmosphere, Zhao Ming raised his wrist and looked at the time on his watch. About there. I heard him murmur to himself, moved his shoulders, and then stood up. Seeing Zhao Ming make some movement, all the hostages became nervous, and they all stared at Zhao Ming anxiously. He was afraid that this murderous lunatic was going to select hostages and shoot them, thereby demonstrating to the escort. Fortunately, Zhao Ming just stretched his waist and made no next move. Seeing this situation, the hostages also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Ming was seen moving on the spot for a while, then slowly pacing in the bank hall, looking around. It's like observing the situation in a bank. His eyes glanced around and finally landed on the surveillance camera in the corner. For a while, he was slightly stunned, as if he was a little shocked. He hurriedly walked to his backpack and picked up the remaining newspapers that had just blocked the window. You two, move to that table and cover the camera with newspapers. Move quickly. Remember, newspapers must be double-layered, otherwise they won't be sealed tightly. Zhao Ming handed the newspaper to Xu Ruochu and the cameraman, and then spoke eagerly. That somewhat panicked look really seemed like he had suddenly discovered his own loopholes and was preparing to work hard to make up for it. After listening to Zhao Ming's instructions, Xu Ruochu and the photographer naturally did not dare to show any signs of neglect. After the photographer put down the camera, the two people quickly carried out the order. And this scene was naturally broadcast live into the live broadcast room as it was. It sparked quite a discussion for a while. In the live broadcast room, the hostages have been held in the bank for almost an hour, and the robbers only discovered the problem with the camera? I guess I was nervous, so I didn't have time to pay attention to this before. It seems that this robber is not a smart person, and he can still make such a mistake. Speaking of which, the camera was not blocked just now. The escort should be able to understand the situation inside the bank by connecting to the camera signal. Why didn't you take such a good opportunity and take action? It's really a pity that this opportunity is available. The robber is only one person and can determine the location through surveillance. Can't we just attack by force? The people upstairs are all keyboard warriors. Do you think you have the highest IQ when you use this keyboard? You can all think of it, but have you thought of it? Someone must have considered it. Sigh. I'm worried about Ruochu. If the escort team doesn't deal with this robber soon, my wife Ruwachu will always be in danger.
Didn't some brother say that the robber could survive 30 minutes, so he would eat shit? It's almost an hour now, isn't it time to fulfill his promise? Ha, the robbers were so awesome. They succeeded in making those big brothers who cheated us out of food and drinks get what they wanted. I counted before and found that there were 38 people eating shit, 16 people washing their hair upside down, and 9 people drinking foot wash. You guys are so boring. Others are at stake there, but you are here laughing and joking. The audience in the live broadcast room was very enthusiastic about the discussion. Seeing Zhao Ming's panic and eager look, many viewers began to mock him as just a stupid thief. At the same time, I feel a little regretful that the police force missed such a good opportunity. Such heated discussions have also made the live broadcast room more popular, and the number of online viewers has begun to move towards the 3 million mark. For a single live broadcast room, such a number of people online at the same time is already quite scary. In the bank. Under the supervision of Zhao Ming, Xu Ruwachu and the photographer also completed the task quickly. All 6 cameras in the bank were covered with double-sided tape and newspapers. This also completely cuts off all ways for outsiders to obtain information about the situation inside the bank. At the moment when the last camera was blocked, Zhao Ming, who looked panicked and anxious just a second ago, instantly returned to his previous calmness and indifference. The extremely fast transformation speed was as if the previous panic was all fake. Faced with such a situation, even the hostages were a little confused. After Xu Ruwachu and the photographer returned to their original positions and sat down, Zhao Ming also returned to his previous position and sat quietly on the floor. He raised his wrist again and looked at the time. He continued to wait quietly. No one in the bank knew what he was waiting for at this time. Time passes slowly. Zhao Ming, who was trapped in the bank, remained extremely calm. It was as if everything was under his control. And just a few minutes ago. Outside Bank Square. In the RV that serves as a temporary headquarters. As soon as the surveillance cameras in the bank were blocked, the technical staff who were staring at the surveillance footage naturally quickly reported the situation to the captain. And after hearing the news, the commander-in-chief and the commanders who had just been summoned quickly gathered in front of the computer. Zoom in on the robber. Looking at a surveillance screen that had not been blocked, the commander-in-chief hurriedly issued orders to the technical department personnel. Hear the words. The technician's fingers were tapping the keyboard quickly. He quickly zoomed in on the robber's figure in the surveillance screen. The quality of the surveillance picture is not very good, and there are naturally very few details that can be seen clearly after zooming in. What's more, the robber was wearing a hood, so even if the surveillance picture was clear, it was impossible to see his face. But from the robber's body movements, one can still see his panic and eagerness. Seeing this situation, the commander-in-chief couldn't help but frown. Headquarters, it seems that the robbers just realized that the surveillance camera was not blocked? A team leader looked at the enlarged surveillance screen and also spoke tentatively. Hear the words. The captain didn't speak. He just stretched out his right hand and rubbed his stubble-covered chin hard. He had a deep frown and a puzzled expression on his face. It shouldn't be. Judging from the information I have obtained, people like Zhao Ming should not make such low-level mistakes. The confrontation has been going on for almost an hour. Did he really just discover the problem with the camera now? Could it be that I ignored these details because I was nervous? But judging from his resume, it is impossible for him to have such a psychological quality. But the panic in the surveillance footage didn't seem like an act. And there's no need for him to pretend like this. And if the surveillance camera thing was his plan and he hadn't taken the bait yet, there was no need for him to cover the surveillance camera, right? Is it possible that I am really overthinking it? Is this surveillance camera really Zhao Ming's secret? Hiss. Thinking of this, the commander-in-chief couldn't help but take a breath. He reached out and rubbed his aching temples, with an unconscious look of annoyance on his face. If the surveillance camera was indeed Zhao Ming's mistake, then this would be a perfect opportunity for the escort team to attack and launch a surprise attack. And because of his misjudgment, he let such an opportunity slip away. Now the robbers are aware of the problem with the surveillance cameras. He will definitely choose to change his location after blocking the surveillance camera. It is obviously impossible to conduct a raid using the bank situation that was previously learned through the surveillance footage. The commander-in-chief gritted his teeth and secretly clenched his fists, feeling extremely annoyed. He actually missed the perfect opportunity to end the exercise. This can be said to be a major mistake on his part as the top decision-maker of the escort team.
Headquarters, now the robbers have blocked the surveillance cameras and directly cut off our only way to understand the internal situation of the bank. Under such circumstances, it may not be easy to make a surprise attack. While the captain remains silent. The captain of the special operations team of the escort team on the side frowned and said a reminder. After hearing this, the captain nodded solemnly. It is impossible to determine the location of the robbers. If a raid is launched rashly, there is no guarantee that the robbers will be killed as soon as possible. Naturally, this cannot guarantee the safety of the hostages. Is it possible we could start with the ventilation ducts? Don't the technology department have drones and electronic robots? Use them to carry cameras, enter through the ventilation ducts, go to the bank lobby, and try to find out the location of the robbers. As long as the location of the robbers can be determined, the possibility of a raid is still very high. The other squad leader raised his eyebrows and gave his opinion. After hearing this, everyone hurriedly looked at the technical team leader. Apparently they thought the proposal would work. No. Ventilation ducts are generally made of single-layer alloy plates. The sound of drones and electronic robots is inherently loud when they move, and the sound will be amplified when they move in ventilation ducts. Such a situation is difficult not to attract attention. Once the robbers find out, they are likely to anger them and endanger the safety of the hostages. Amidst the expectant gazes of all the team captains, the technical team leader shook his head. He explained with a solemn expression. Hearing this, everyone frowned. If we start from the ventilation duct, I have an idea. We can prepare some sevoflurane, put it in through the ventilation duct, and knock down everyone in the bank directly. At that time, there is no need to even risk a surprise attack. We can just open the door, go in, control the robbers, and end the exercise. After all the squad captains were slightly silent, the Criminal Investigation Detachment squad leader who had been following the captain spoke up. Hearing this, everyone looked over. The captain of the Special Operations team raised his eyebrows and asked with some curiosity. Sevoflurane, what is it? After these words came out, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment turned back to look at him. There was a look of surprise on his face. The leader of the Special Operations team, who looked at each other and asked questions, felt awkward for a moment. Sevoflurane. The most common inhaled anesthetic, colorless, transparent, and non-irritating. In the homicide cases we encounter, if the victim is anesthetized, most of them use this inhaled anesthetic. Not educated. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment raised his eyebrows and started to talk about some science. At the end of the sentence, I couldn't help but laugh. Hearing such teasing, the captain of the Special Operations team scratched his eyebrows in embarrassment. I'm not involved in homicide cases, how could I know this? He smiled and defended, but he seemed a little unsure when he spoke. After hearing his words, everyone except the captain smiled. For a while. The oppressive atmosphere in the temporary headquarters has somewhat eased. In fact, there is nothing wrong with what he said. He has no contact with homicide cases, nor is he a medical student. He has basically no contact with anesthetics, so he naturally has no understanding of them. The team captains obviously agreed with the proposal of using sevoflurane. After all, this proposal has minimal risk and is highly feasible. It still sounds quite perfect. But only 2 seconds later, the captain, who had been silent all this time, spoke up and rejected the proposal. Sevoflurane doesn't work. Sevoflurane requires a concentration of 4% to anesthetize people. Excessive use and excessive anesthesia may cause spasms throughout the body. The bank covers an area of more than 200 square meters. There are no less than 7 or 8 ventilation ducts, and the ducts are quite complicated. In such a large space, it is impossible to accurately control the concentration of sevoflurane through ventilation ducts. Once overdose occurs, the lives of hostages and robbers will be in danger at any time, but if the dosage is insufficient, the effective anesthesia will not be achieved. Don't say this is a drill. Even in actual combat, it is impossible to use sevoflurane. After hearing the captain's explanation, everyone frowned and became quiet. It seems that your culture is only half a bucket of water. The captain of the Special Operations team nudged the captain of the Criminal Investigation team next to him with his elbow, raised his eyebrows and teased in a low voice. Hear this. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment scratched the back of his head, with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. He only came into contact with sevoflurane when handling cases, and knew that it was a relatively common and widely used anesthetic. But I'm really not sure about his dosage. Okay, don't waste your energy bickering. It's better to save more energy and think about the next action plan. It looked like because the camera was blocked, only a few computer screens were left in darkness. The captain took a breath, turned around and walked towards the central table of the RV, and at the same time responded to the two squad captains who were teasing each other. The atmosphere had calmed down a bit because of a feasible sounding plan. Now knowing that this plan will not work at all, the two team captains are naturally no longer in the mood to tease each other. Everyone followed the captain back to the front of the table. At this time, a small whiteboard was erected behind the table, and the captain was fixing a bank floor plan on the whiteboard with magnetic clasps. After fixing the floor plan, the captain picked up a marker from the table and then looked up at the team captains. At this time, the door of the bank was closed, and the glass doors, windows, and internal cameras of the bank had been blocked by the robbers with newspapers. The robbers have cut off all access to what's going on inside the bank. But the good news is that we are now able to confirm that, except for the hostage who has died, the other hostages are not life-threatening for the time being. The door is blocked, and there are only two ways to enter the bank. One of them is the ventilation duct mentioned just now. But as the technical department just said, the alloy plate of the ventilation duct is thin and can easily cause noise and attract the attention of robbers. So the ventilation ducts are out of our consideration for now. The only way left is the back door of the bank. The back door of the bank is a safe door for staff to enter and exit. To open it, you need to use an identity card. Although most of the bank's staff had been controlled by the robbers at this time, the branch president was not in the bank at this time, so we were able to get the ID card and enter the bank through the back door. The captain pointed at the bank floor plan with the marker. Talk about the current situation in a leisurely manner. Although most of the squad leaders present were aware of these situations, they still listened quietly. The commander-in-chief finished explaining the basic situation and put the marker back on the table. Rubbing the stubble on his chin with one hand, he stared at the bank floor plan for a while before continuing. There is only one robber, and this is our biggest breaking point. We might be able to negotiate with the robber again by agreeing to the outrageous demands he made before and lure him to the front door. Before that, a raid team was organized by the special operations team and was on standby at the back door of the bank. On the other side of the bank, prepare two snipers. While I was negotiating to attract the robber's attention, the raid team entered the bank from the back door, passed through the office area and entered the lobby, killing the robber. At the same time, I will also try my best to create opportunities for snipers to target the robbers, so as to ensure that if there is an accident in the raid team's operation, the robbers can be killed directly. The commander-in-chief frowned slightly, and with a serious look on his face, he explained the action plan he had in mind. After listening to the captain's deployment, all the team captains nodded in agreement. After all, the feasibility of the commander-in-chief's action deployment is indeed very high. Special operations teams and snipers are working together. As long as the robbers can be attracted to the bank gate, everything is basically safe. After the captain finished speaking, his eyes stayed on the photo of Zhao Ming on the whiteboard. Looking at the expressionless Zhao Ming in the photo, the captain looked solemn. The captain is still quite confident about the feasibility of the action plan he has formulated. The only thing he was worried about was whether Zhao Ming, a robber who didn't play by the rules, would turn a deaf ear to the escort's request for negotiation. After all, if there is no way to attract his attention through negotiation, then subsequent actions will naturally not proceed. But now I don't have a better idea, so I can only try it first. Do you have any opinions on the deployment I just mentioned? The chief captain turned around, glanced at the team captains, and asked in a serious tone. Hear the words. All the team captains shook their heads. Since you have no objections, let's all go down and get ready. In 15 minutes, start taking action. The captain raised his wrist and glanced at the time on his watch before giving the order. Yes. There was a neat response. All the team captains turned around and got out of the RV that served as the temporary headquarters, and each went to prepare what they needed to do in the next operation. After the commander-in-chief exhaled slightly, he leaned back on the table and stared at the floor plan and Zhao Ming's photo on the whiteboard. The expression on the Chinese character's face was still solemn, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In the bank, Zhao Ming, who was sitting on the ground, looked at the time, then reached out and took out his black backpack. After rummaging through his backpack, he found a white plastic bag. Holding the bag, Zhao Ming stood up and focused on the hostages. Next, I will take away electronic products such as mobile phones and tablets from everyone. I hope you can all cooperate a little bit, is that okay? Zhao Ming spoke calmly. While speaking, his cold eyes swept around the hostage. Naturally, the hostages did not dare to have any opinions, and they all nodded hurriedly. Seeing this situation, Zhao Ming didn't say much. Taking the white plastic bag,
they took away their electronic products from the hostages one by one. Although the hostages' hands and feet were tied up with zip ties by Zhao Ming. But considering that it would be very uncomfortable to tie them backward for a long time, Zhao Ming always tied their hands forward. Under such circumstances, there is still no problem in taking out a mobile phone or something. The process of collecting the mobile phone was very smooth, and Zhao Ming was quite satisfied with the hostages' cooperation. After all, in their eyes, he was now a ruthless gangster with a gun in his hand and a life on his back. The majority of the hostages are women. Under such circumstances, they naturally did not dare to resist. Choosing one of the mobile phones from a bag, Zhao Ming tied the bag into a knot and placed it casually on the table not far away. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Ming took the cell phone of the selected hostage, asked for the password from the sixth hostage, opened the call page, and dialed the police number directly. It took a few seconds for the call to be dialed before it was connected. "Hello, this is the alarm center." A young female voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhao Ming did not respond. He just held his phone with a calm face and waited quietly. "Hello, can you hear me?" After waiting for a few seconds, the young operator's voice continued to ring on the other end of the phone. Zhao Ming still didn't respond. This time there was silence on the other end of the phone. However, the call was not hung up, and the sound of typing on the keyboard could be faintly heard from the other end. Zhao Ming raised his wrist and stared at the time on his watch. After almost another minute, he hung up the call to the police. After doing all this, he put the mobile phone into his pocket. When Zhao Ming made the call just now, he deliberately turned on the loudspeaker, so everyone in the bank could hear the voice on the other end of the phone clearly. For a while, all the hostages had shocked expressions on their faces. What is the robber trying to do? Why did you take the initiative to call the police? Could it be that he was trying to trick the guards on purpose? But this is completely unnecessary, right? And he didn't say anything after the beating. This behavior. It's completely like those naughty kids deliberately playing tricks on people. Now that the entire bank is surrounded by the security team, it seems that his actions like this can't fool the security team at all, right? Certainly. The people in the bank were not the only ones who were shocked and confused. Including everyone in the live broadcast room, they were also a little confused about Zhao Ming's behavior. In the live broadcast room. What is this robber doing? Why did he take the initiative to call the police? Do you want to call and surrender? But after the call was made, you didn't have the courage to speak? It is really possible. After all, he is surrounded by the escort team. He is completely unable to fly. There is no hope at all. The psychological pressure must be great. It is not impossible that he has the idea of surrendering. Surrender? Are you kidding me? He is robbing a bank now and has already killed a hostage. After surrendering, isn't he going to end up with peanuts? Indeed, for what he committed, unless the photolithography machine was built on the spot, the only way out would be to eat peanuts. Besides, there are people from the escort team outside the bank now. If he wants to surrender, can't he just open the bank door and raise his hands to surrender? I feel like the robber may have had a mental problem. After all, he was under so much pressure and was scared to death. If he is really frightened and has mental problems, then the situation will be terrible. Who knows whether he will do something crazy? Sigh. I hope all the hostages in the bank can be rescued safely. The audience was talking a lot. There was a heated discussion about why Zhao Ming suddenly made the call to the police. For such actions that they did not understand, many viewers even thought that the robbers had mental problems because of the tremendous pressure they faced. After all, apart from this explanation, the rest of the explanations seem unreliable. At this time, the number of simultaneous online viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 3 million. And there is a faint upward trend. This is undoubtedly a good thing for Zhao Ming. After all, with such a large number of viewers, as long as they trigger the system's gangster behavior rating, the number of people who know about the incident must be at the highest level. As long as the level of shock among the masses reaches the standard, the sensational rating will naturally not be low. Certainly. At this time, Zhao Ming actually had no idea about the situation in the live broadcast room. After hanging up the phone, he waited quietly again. At this time, he was like an old man fishing, having thrown out his bait. All you need to do is wait quietly for the fish to bite the hook on its own. At the same time, in the temporary headquarters of the escort team, the commander-in-chief was sitting on a stool and waiting quietly.
15 minutes have almost passed, and the captain of the special operations team is ready. He personally led the team and selected 5 people from the team to form a raid team. Waiting outside the temporary command room. On the roof of the residential building opposite the bank, 2 snipers have also chosen their positions. He set up a high-precision sniper and quietly stared at the bank door. The large net prepared by the commander-in-chief has also been rolled out. Once the robbers show up, the escort will be able to end this exercise. Although one hostage has been killed, the results of this exercise can no longer be called perfect. But if the exercise can be ended through this operation, the results will still be within an acceptable range. Call. Let out a long breath. The captain looked at the minute hand on his watch beating, stood up resolutely, and walked out of the temporary command room. He glanced at the heavily armed assault team standing at the door. Then he looked up at the rooftop of the residential building opposite, in the direction where the 2 snipers were. The captain had a solemn expression on his face. Action. He raised his right hand and waved it down while speaking. Yes. As the captain issued the order, the 6 people in the raid team responded in unison. Then they quickly started taking action, approaching the back door of the bank in an orderly manner from the outside of the square. The captain also took the headset from the technical team leader next to him. After putting on the headset, continue waiting where you are. Almost 3 minutes later, a report sounded in the headset. Report, the Vipers are in place, over. Report, the Falcon is in position, over. For this operation, the raid team was codenamed Viper and the sniper was codenamed Falcon. Listening to the report, the captain also took the loudspeaker and walked towards the bank gate within the cordon again. The success of this operation mainly depends on whether you can attract the attention of the robbers. As long as the robber takes the bait, the success rate of the operation is at least 90%. Therefore, at this time, the captain was still quite nervous. When he was about 10 meters away from the bank gate, the captain stopped, picked up the loudspeaker and started shouting. I am Joe Wei, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. After discussing the request you made just now, our escort team agreed that it can be agreed to. We can talk more about the details of your request. I come here with sincerity and I don't have any weapons on me. The captain's powerful voice was amplified through the loudspeaker and slowly echoed in the square. After the shouting, the captain was not in a hurry and stood quietly waiting. But, as time passed slowly, there was no movement in the bank. For a while, the captain couldn't help but frown. This robber doesn't seem to bite the hook. The captain stood there and waited for a few more minutes. Seeing that there was still no movement from the bank, he frowned and picked up the loudspeaker to speak again. After all, whether the robbers can be attracted to negotiate is a crucial point in this operation. Therefore, even if the robber ignores it, the captain will have to try a few more times. I am the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. The powerful voice sounded again, echoing in the square. Outside the square cordon, a group of small captains were watching the situation on the captain's side from a distance. After shouting twice, there was no movement at the bank door. I couldn't help but frown for a while. At the same time, in the bank lobby, Zhao Ming sat quietly on the floor, as if he didn't hear the shouting outside at all. Faced with this situation, all the hostages couldn't help but look at Zhao Ming furtively. At this time, the hostages naturally expected Zhao Ming to go out and negotiate with the escort. After all, if the robber accepts negotiations, maybe the escort can get him to release some hostages. It's just that the robbers didn't seem to have any intention of going out to negotiate. And that was when all the hostages were secretly disappointed. Xu Ruochu, who was sitting next to Zhao Ming and wearing a hood, bit his lower lip and mustered up the courage to reach out and gently pull the corner of Zhao Ming's clothes. He spoke tremblingly. What, brother, outside, it seems to be calling you outside. Although I have worked hard to muster the courage. However, he said this sentence intermittently, obviously very nervous and scared. Hearing Xu Ruochu's words, Zhao Ming turned around and stared at her with a pair of cold eyes. When their eyes met, Xu Ruochu's heart trembled suddenly and he swallowed subconsciously. Trying to force out a smile that is uglier than crying, try to express your kindness. Only. She was wearing a hood at this time. Therefore, Zhao Ming could not see the smile at all. Have you always been so brave? Zhao Ming spoke indifferently, and that cold voice made Xu Ruochu's heart suddenly rise to his throat. At this time, she really regretted her actions just now. He was afraid that Zhao Ming, a tough gangster, would attack him if he disagreed. But, fortunately, just a moment after Zhao Ming finished speaking, a third shouting sounded outside the bank. This time, Zhao Ming also frowned and looked at the bank door.
It's really endless.
Zhao Ming murmured to himself and ignored Shu Ruochu at the moment. He directly took the backpack next to him, took out a grenade from it, and walked towards the bank entrance with the backpack. During the last negotiation, he shot a hostage without any explanation to demonstrate to the escort. Not long after this, the escort shouted for the second time that they wanted to negotiate. Zhao Ming could naturally guess their purpose. Originally, Zhao Ming planned to ignore it. Who knew that the commander-in-chief of this escort was really patient, shouting over and over again. It's like having a fly that's always buzzing around you and making strange noises, although it won't cause any real harm. But it still makes people feel irritable. Therefore, Zhao Ming is going to give this fly a small gift. Outside the bank. After the third shouting, the captain stared at the bank door, frowning and waiting. At this time, he was a little anxious. If the robber had really been hiding in the bank, he would have ignored the request for negotiation. Then the action plan he had just made went to waste before he even started taking action. Although the captain also had expectations for such a result. But when this result really appeared before my eyes, it was still hard to accept it for a while. And that's when the captain glanced at the time on his watch and was about to make his last attempt at shouting. There was finally movement from the closed bank door. Ka-ka-ka. Accompanied by a dull mechanical sound. The bank's heavy electric rolling shutter door began to slowly open. For a while, a look of excitement appeared on the captain's face. His pair of deep eyes were staring at the slowly rising door, looking forward to the appearance of the robbers. But the electric rolling shutter door only rose to a height of 40 or 50 centimeters, and then suddenly stopped. Faced with this situation, the captain was a little confused for a while. What are the robbers doing? The captain frowned and was about to bend down to look at the situation in the bank from the open place. A grenade was thrown out from under the open rolling shutter door. Because it was thrown so fast, the captain did not react immediately. When the grenade rolled to a distance of 4 or 5 meters, the captain's eyes widened when he took a closer look. His heart tightened, and he quickly turned around and rushed towards the ground behind him, trying to put as much distance as possible from the grenade. Bang! Just when he threw himself on the ground, a muffled sound came out. The grenade on the ground exploded suddenly, and red paint sprayed out from the grenade and splashed on the surrounding ground. After the explosion ended, the captain looked back. Seeing that his surroundings were not affected by the paint, he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! The captain gritted his teeth and cursed almost immediately. And at this time, the bank door that had just been opened over there slowly closed again. Seeing this situation, the team captains quickly rushed in from outside the cordon. He helped up the captain who was still lying on the ground. Look, is there any paint on me? As soon as the captain stood up straight, he hurriedly asked the team captains beside him. While speaking, he also turned around in a circle. Because this is just an exercise, the grenade does not have real lethality. The main reason is that after the grenade explodes, the range of the paint is determined to be the lethality range. If the captain is affected by paint, then you have to judge whether you were injured or killed based on the area where the paint spreads. Commander, the grenade's paint did not affect you. After looking around, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment hurriedly called back to the captain. Hear the words. The captain was slightly relieved. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and looked at the bank door that was closed again. At this time, he was really holding back his anger. After all, he never expected that the robber would throw a grenade directly. If it weren't for my own flexibility, I could avoid the grenade's killing range. Then within an hour of starting this exercise, a hostage and him, the commander-in-chief of the escort, were killed. As the highest decision-maker of the escort team during this exercise, the captain must have been killed in action. That would really be a big joke. The robbers not only had guns and remote-controlled bombs, but now they also threw grenades. Isn't this configuration too damn exaggerated? The captain stared at the bank door for 2 seconds, and then complained somewhat unhappily. Indeed. Guns, grenades, bombs, things like that. In today's society, very few people can get it. As far as the cases handled by the City Bureau are concerned, it must have been at least more than 10 years since there was a shooting case. Now that the robber is equipped with all these equipment at the same time, it can indeed be described as an exaggeration. Only. The captain could only complain. After all, the exercise was arranged by the director, and he personally selected the robbers. The equipment given to them all depended on the director's mood. As a participant in the exercise, I have no right to interfere.
Even if the robber takes out an RPG, he can only suffer. Commander, what should we do now?
This robber didn't fall for the trap at all. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment also glanced at the bank door, then took a breath, looked back and asked the captain. The robbers completely refused to negotiate, so the previous operational arrangements became empty talk.
Call. The captain sighed slightly.
There was obvious reluctance in his eyes as he looked at the bank door. And it was at this time that the voice of a member of the technical department reporting the situation suddenly sounded in his headset.
Headquarters, our technical department here is. We just received a call from the City Bureau's alarm center.
According to the description of the alarm center, they received an alarm call from the bank where we conducted this exercise. Because they knew we were conducting an exercise, they reported it to our temporary headquarters as soon as they found out the address. Listening to the content of the report, a look of joy instantly appeared on the captain's face. He quickly pressed the intercom button above the headset and responded to the call from the technical department.
Receive.
While speaking, the captain was already rushing towards the temporary command room. And saw this situation.
The team captains also quickly followed suit. Temporary headquarters.
The team leader of the technical department and several team members were sitting in front of the computer. Seeing the captain rushing in hastily, the team leader of the technical department quickly stood up and came forward with the record he had just received from the call. According to the description from my colleagues in the City Bureau, after they received the alarm call, there was no sound on the phone.
Colleagues at the alarm center noticed the anomaly and quickly tried to locate the address of the alarm phone.
After knowing that the location of the call was from the bank where we conducted the exercise, the alarm center reported the situation to us. The team leader of the technical department quickly reported the specific situation while handing over the record in his hand.
Upon hearing this, the commander-in-chief nodded quickly. Then he asked again. Can you confirm the owner's information of the phone that called the police?
While speaking, the captain had already sat down on the chair next to the table. He picked up the cold tea on the table and took a sip. His eyes were staring at the record book in his hand.
The owner's name is Ma Hongmei, and he is one of the bank's employees.
According to our investigation, she is among the hostages controlled by the robbers this time. The team leader of the technical department quickly responded to the captain's question. Hearing this answer, the captain nodded seriously again. Putting the notebook he had read in his hand on the table, he leaned back on the chair, frowning slightly, and the expression on his face returned to solemnity. There was no sound in the alarm call, which means that although the hostages had the opportunity to make the call, they were most likely still under the surveillance of the robbers. Even though we were able to get in touch with her through a callback number. But she can't speak, so she still can't provide us with useful information. The captain opened his mouth to analyze the situation. As he spoke, his eyebrows knitted deeper, and the joyful expression on his face had disappeared.
Corporate team, if the hostage is able to control the mobile phone.
Perhaps we can try to add the hostage's social media using her mobile phone number, and if successful, we can try to video call her. Does this allow her to help us understand the situation inside the bank when the hostage cannot speak? Just when the captain frowned and fell into silence. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment standing aside suddenly spoke his mind. And after saying these words, everyone's eyes fell on him. Including the captain, all eyes were fixed on him.
Forehead. Wouldn't it work?
I'm just talking casually, don't worry. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes in an instant, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment felt a little uncomfortable for a while. He scratched his head in embarrassment and responded in a low voice. Try it. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain took out his cell phone from his pocket.
Follow the squad leader's instructions. See this situation.
The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment blinked, and after reacting, he hurriedly moved over to watch the operations of the commander-in-chief.
In the bank.
After Zhao Ming closed the bank door, he returned to his original position and sat down. And looking at his calm look, Shu Ruochu and all the hostages became even more afraid of him. Facing the convoys shouting and negotiating, the robber was like a grenade when he came up. This can no longer be described by the word gangster. If you don't care about life and death, do it if you don't accept it. Facing such a terrifying and perverted bandit, all the hostages began to feel a little desperate. Especially Shu Ruochu. Forced to become an accomplice of this gangster, do I still have a chance to survive? I am still so young and there are still so many things I have not done yet. For a while, Shu Ruochu wanted to cry. But because he was afraid of causing Zhao Ming's dissatisfaction, he could only suppress the thought of crying. After sitting on the floor for a moment, the hostage's cell phone in Zhao Ming's pocket rang. Hear the words. Zhao Ming took out his phone and took a look. When he saw that it was a friend application on WeChat and saw the badge on the applicant's avatar picture, a smile appeared on his face. The fish bit the hook. Zhao Ming murmured to himself. He didn't rush to agree to the friend request, but instead put his phone back in his pocket. At the same time, he stood up and looked around among the hostages. His eyes fell on a male customer. You, take off your clothes. Zhao Ming pointed at the male customer and a cold voice sounded. When they heard this, everyone's eyes widened for a moment. This robber actually has such a hobby? Under the gaze of all the hostages, Zhao Ming walked up to the hostages who stood up. He took out a knife and untied the tie on the hostage's hand. Then he started to take off his clothes in front of all the hostages. Seeing this scene, the expressions on all the hostages' faces became a little strange. Several female hostages avoided their gazes in embarrassment. As for the hostage who was the protagonist, looking at Zhao Ming who was already taking off his clothes, he looked like he was about to cry. At the same time, seeing the situation developing in this direction, the live broadcast room exploded in an instant. Damn it, what are the robbers planning to do? Are they not even going to let a young man go? As expected, people who can do things like robbing banks are more or less perverts. You ignored a beautiful woman like Xu Ruochu and actually fell in love with a man? Ha ha. That's good. As long as he doesn't have Ruochu's ideas, I admire him as a man. You can watch this without paying? Is this a benefit given by the robbers to the fans in order to thank the more than 3 million people online? Brother upstairs, you are also a bit of a pervert. Can this be called welfare? I'll wipe it. I feel sick just thinking about it. Brothers, I'll leave first. Let me see how many people say they are disgusting but still stay in the live broadcast room. The black barrage scrolled crazily, almost filling the entire screen. Regarding the current development of the situation, the audience was crazy about the barrage, which also raised the popularity of the live broadcast room to a new level. At the same time, bank lobby. Goo. Brother, are you right here? Why don't we change places? The male hostage looked at Zhao Ming, swallowed with some difficulty, and then spoke tremblingly. He really didn't expect that one day his beauty would be noticed by a person of the same sex. Although he was extremely resistant to this matter. But when he was facing a vicious and murderous gangster, he had no choice but to accept it. It's just, there are so many people watching. Isn't it something bad to do to yourself right here? Take it off quickly. Why is there so much nonsense? If you don't want to take it off, do you still want me to do it for you? Zhao Ming raised his eyebrows and responded coldly to the hostage. There was a hint of impatience in that cold tone. At this time, Zhao Ming had no idea that the hostages had distorted his intentions. Therefore, I was quite unhappy with the grown man in front of me taking off his clothes. I didn't let him take off all his clothes, so what was there to be ashamed of? And it was at this time. Suddenly, the system's cold prompt sounded in Zhao Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the gangster action, a strong man locking up a man. Sensational rating, Class A. Reward obtained, 300 points. Obtained skill, end of the road. Intermediate skill, when the host's physical and mental strength reaches the limit, the current skill is automatically activated. Skill activation can temporarily restore the host's physical strength and mental state to the peak state. Zhao Ming was confused for a moment when he heard the prompt sound that triggered the system reward. How is this going? Didn't you do nothing? Why did you trigger the bandit action? And this rating actually reached a level. This shows that the level of shock among the people is not low. Could it be that the system is stuck with a bug? But this time the skills rewarded by the system seem to be pretty good. Looking at this skill introduction, it is completely to give yourself the ability to reflect back on yourself. And at this time, listening to Zhao Ming's somewhat impatient words, the hostage took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and finally took action himself. After quickly taking off his shirt and pants, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes before taking off his pants. Seeing this situation, Zhao Ming's eyes widened instantly. What does this mean? Hey, you don't need to take off this thing. Zhao Ming hurriedly stopped him, fearing that if he was slow for even a second, the live broadcast room he used to brush up his ratings would be blocked. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, the hostage was obviously stunned. When he opened his eyes and turned towards Zhao Ming had already thrown his clothes towards him. At the same time, Zhao Ming also took the clothes the hostages had taken off and began to put them on. Seeing this situation, the hostage finally understood what Lu Ming meant. For a while, he couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. He also began to put the robber's clothes on himself. Since the robber had no intention of being innocent, changing his clothes or something wasn't a big problem. After exchanging clothes with the hostage, Zhao Ming took off the hood on his head and put it on the hostage's head. Do it all. Zhao Ming looked around at the hostage who was wearing his own clothes. Seeing that the clothes barely fit him, he nodded with satisfaction. Next, sit down where I was. Don't talk or make any moves. Whenever I find that you are dishonest in the slightest, I will kill you immediately. Understand? Zhao Ming, who had already taken off his hood, had an expressionless face and stared at the hostage in front of him with a pair of cold eyes. The words fell. He reached out and patted the hostage's cheek, which was full of threats. Coupled with the momentum around him, he felt very oppressive. Goo! Clear, clear! The hostage swallowed subconsciously, nodded frantically, and hurriedly responded to Zhao Ming. Faced with the hostage's cowardice and obedience, Zhao Ming nodded with satisfaction. He reached out and patted the hostage on the shoulder, a smile of approval appeared on his face. Watching the hostage sit down where he was before, Zhao Ming then took his mobile phone and came to the chair behind the hostage seat and sat down. He took out his phone, unlocked it, and agreed to the friend request on the social software. In the temporary command room of the escort team. After sending the friend request on the mobile phone, a group of team captains and chief captains gathered around the table and waited. Everyone gathered in a circle, staring at the mobile phones on the table. As time goes by, the expressions on everyone's faces gradually turned from expectation to disappointment. And just when the captain frowned and was about to give up, a cold notification sound suddenly came from his phone. Ding dong! As the cold reminder sounded, the friend application was approved. The captain who was sitting on the chair stood up excitedly for a moment, with an unconcealable smile on his face. Very good. Since he can agree to the friend request, it means that he does have room to control the phone. In this way, there is an opportunity to use the video to provide us with the location of the robbers. The commander-in-chief stood up straight and spoke excitedly. Hear this. The faces of all the team captains also showed expressions of excitement that could not be concealed. For a while, they seemed to have seen another opportunity to end this exercise. In the temporary command room, everyone was excited. Just when the captain was about to calm down and try to initiate a video call invitation to the hostage opposite, a video invitation message from the other party has already popped up on the phone. Seeing this situation, the captain became excited again. I didn't expect that the hostage I contacted could be so cooperative with me. The captain quickly answered the video call without any hesitation. The mute button was pressed at the same time. Make sure no sound is transmitted from your side, thereby exposing the hostages. The video picture is definitely a bit messy, and it seems to have been shot through the gap between the chairs. Although there are some things around that block most of the screen, you can still see the figure of the robber sitting on the ground not far away. At this time, the robber lowered his head and sat motionless on the ground, making no movement. Commander, judging from the position of the chair and this pillar, it seems that the robber has not changed positions. After the video was connected, all the team captains observed the scenes in the video. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment took the lead in pointing to a pillar in the video and spoke out his findings. Hear the words. The captain also nodded. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The robber is a smart man. He can naturally guess that after blocking the camera, we will think that he has changed his position. So it's not surprising that he simply stayed where he was. His position is opposite the hostage seat, and he can indeed monitor the hostages better. However, judging from the video footage, the hostage who assisted us should be sitting in the back and blocked by the hostage in front. In addition, because the robber was sitting, he did not have a good view of the hostage in the back. This is why give her a chance to operate the phone. The captain had a serious expression on his face and made his remarks. After listening to this analysis, all the team captains nodded. Obviously they all agree with the captain's statement. Since we can determine the location of the robber, let's follow the previous plan. Let the raid team enter the bank through the back door and kill the robbers directly? One of the squad captains raised his eyebrows, looked at the captain and asked. Hear this. The other team captains also looked at the chief captain, waiting for his reply. But at this time, the captain frowned slightly and fell into a brief silence. His deep eyes were fixed on the phone screen.
There was a look of hesitation on his face. This all seems to be going too smoothly. But judging from the video footage, the clothes and hood were indeed the robber's previous attire. This location is indeed consistent with the previous surveillance picture. There is no problem. But the captain always felt that something was wrong. According to Zhao Ming's information, he should be a smart and thoughtful person. But so far in the exercise, he cannot say that it is full of flaws, but there have been many loopholes. This seems unreasonable. Commander, it's not too late. Just when the captain frowned and hesitated, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment standing nearby suddenly spoke up to remind him. Hear the words. The captain then gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Indecisiveness never accomplishes anything. Because of his hesitation, he missed the opportunity to use surveillance cameras to end this exercise. You really shouldn't think too much at this point. Maybe Zhao Ming didn't take the drill too seriously, or was a little careless and underestimated the enemy. That's why there were so many mistakes. Assault team, prepare for action. The robber's position at this time is directly in front of the hostage seat, which is the position before the surveillance camera was cut off. I will ask the technical department to send you the real-time video inside the bank. The robbers are relatively close to the hostages and may control them at any time. After you enter the bank hall, you must kill him with one strike and don't give the robbers any chance to breathe. A decisive expression appeared on the captain's face and he pressed the dialogue button on the headset. He gave serious orders to the raid team who was still dormant at the back door of the bank. And just in the first 2 minutes, Zhao Ming placed the hostage's mobile phone that was connected to the video call steady on the chair and pointed it at the hostage who was exchanging clothes with him not far away. Then he stood up quietly. The hostage's body shape was similar to his own, but his height was still half a head shorter than his own. The clothes don't fit perfectly. However, since we were sitting on the ground and looking at it through a video call, we really couldn't see much of a problem. Zhao Ming took out a remote-controlled bomb and 2 grenades from his backpack. He then signaled Xu Ruochu, who was sitting outside the camera, to stand up, and at the same time made a shushing gesture to her. Although Xu Ruochu didn't know what Zhao Ming, a ruthless gangster, wanted to do, he didn't dare to disobey him, so he hurriedly followed his instructions and quietly got up. Zhao Ming took Xu Ruochu to the door leading to the bank's office area. Zhao Ming looked around and chose a location where he could not only clearly see every move of the hostages in the hostage area, but also the movement of the door leading to the office area. He signaled Xu Ruochu to stand where he was. He walked to the door and placed the time bomb on the right side of the door. After doing all this, he returned to Xu Ruochu's back. He hid his entire body behind Xu Ruochu and waited quietly. At the same time, outside the back door of the bank, the raid team dormant here finally heard the commander's order of action through the headset. Receive. The squad leader pressed the dialogue button and responded to the commander succinctly. Then he turned to look at a few teammates, waved his right hand, and issued action instructions. And at this time, in the temporary command room, the commander-in-chief and the rest of the squad leaders were also watching the actions of the raid team through the footage coming back from the camera on the team's helmet. After the team leader waved, a team member took out his ID card and quickly opened the bank security door. Another team member who had already pulled the door handle quickly opened the door, and the remaining team members entered the bank in an orderly manner. Entering from the back door of the bank is the office area for the bank's internal staff. To reach the bank lobby where the robbers and hostages are, you still need to pass through this office area. According to the information available at this time, there should be no danger in this area. However, the members of several raid groups still maintained their formation, covering each other and marching slowly. Almost 2 minutes. The raid team finally arrived at the door leading to the bank lobby from the office area. The squad leader looked at each other and stopped behind the door. At this time, they are only one door away from the robbers and hostages. As long as this door is pushed open, they must quickly kill the robbers with thunderous means. Otherwise, the situation will be completely out of control. Stop in front of the door leading to the bank lobby. The 6 members of the raid team still maintained a vigilant formation. The squad leader located in the center of the formation took out a tablet from the pocket of his combat uniform. After turning on the tablet, he again confirmed the location of the robber through the real-time video sent by the technical department. Then he took out the floor plan of the bank and pointed out the location of the robbers to several team members. Seeing that all 5 team members nodded in confirmation, the team leader put away the tablet and terrain map, and made a series of gestures to several team members to determine the next steps of action. After doing all this, the squad leader took a deep breath, picked up the gun hanging around his neck, and prepared to give the order to start the operation. At the same time, in the temporary command room, the commander-in-chief and the other team leaders have been watching the progress of the raid team from the video screen. Seeing that the raid team had completed preparations and was ready to open the door in front of them and rush into the bank at any time, everyone in the temporary command room stared at the video screen with bated breath. The atmosphere in the RV was extremely tense for a moment. Especially the captain, who was the commander-in-chief of the escort team. Although he still maintained a serious expression at this time, he looked no different from usual. But judging from the tight masseter muscles, the captain was obviously clenching his teeth at this time. I felt extremely nervous. After all, this raid determined the next direction of the exercise. If the raid goes smoothly, the escort team will be able to end the exercise in an acceptable situation. After the incident was over, although the members of the escort team who participated in the exercise were not praised, they were not criticized. But once the raid went wrong, that would be an unacceptable result for the guards. The captain, who is the highest decision-maker of the escort team, will be the sinner of all this. In the bank, the hostages remained quiet and did not dare to make any noise. Zhao Ming and Shu Ruochu, who were standing on the side of the door leading to the office area, were also waiting quietly. Shu Ruochu, who was used as a shield by Zhao Ming, was extremely nervous. But because there was a remote-controlled bomb strapped to her arm, and the gunman was hiding behind her, she could only close her eyes tightly, grit her teeth, and try to suppress the fear in her heart. Time passes minute by minute. Shu Ruochu didn't know how long it had been before he suddenly heard some subtle noises. The sound was obviously someone gently turning the doorknob lock. However, the movement was extremely small, so if it weren't for the fact that I was close enough, I probably wouldn't have noticed it. Chang. And that's when the sound of turning the doorknob and lock sounded. Shu Ruochu heard a slight sound of metal friction coming from behind him. Although he didn't look back, Shu Ruochu could guess that it was most likely Zhao Ming behind him who had unhooked the grenade safety. Goo! Listening to these movements, Shu Ruochu, who had kept his eyes closed, couldn't help but swallow. In front is a group of heavily armed guards who will break in at any time. Behind him is a gangster holding a safety grenade. Caught in the middle, is there any way to survive? At this time, Shu Ruochu really wanted to run away regardless, but he really didn't have the courage. And at this time, because of the fear in her heart, her legs were already a little weak. Even if she had the courage to escape, she no longer had the ability. Bata! And it was at this time. There was a crisp sound, and the door lock leading to the office area was instantly opened. Then the door was pushed open a crack. A flash bomb larger than a fist was thrown in. Bang! There was a muffled sound. There was a burst of bright light and deafening noise. After the flash bomb exploded, the door was completely pushed open. Several heavily armed escort members wearing combat helmets quickly came in through the door. Zhao Ming, who was hiding behind Shu Ruochu, did not expect that the escort would use flash bombs. After all, although this thing is not lethal, but if you are too close, people without professional training may even be stunned. This is just an exercise after all. It would not be an easy matter to hold these hostages accountable afterwards. Although Zhao Ming had already chosen to close his eyes tightly at the first opportunity. But he was still greatly affected. Not only could he not open his eyes, but he also temporarily lost hearing in both ears. Fortunately, after he heard that he could be pushed away, he quickly pressed the remote control button of the remote control bomb in his hand. At the same time, he threw out the 2 grenades in his hand according to his feeling. Bang! The time bomb was triggered immediately. A muffled sound suddenly sounded, and along with the muffled sound, bright red paint also sprayed out. The safety of the 2 grenades had been pulled out in advance. Zhao Ming's countdown has almost ended. Therefore, after being thrown out, it exploded only a second or two later. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds were heard, and bright red paint sprayed out again. The area around the door leading to the office area has been stained with paint. The moment the raiding team entered the door, just about to follow the original plan, he quickly targeted the robber in front of the hostage seat and then killed him. But they had just come out when the first explosion of a remote-controlled bomb sounded. The sprayed paint instantly stained their bodies. The team leader seemed to feel something and quickly turned his head, just in time to see Shu Ruochu wearing a hood. He turned the gun and was about to pull the trigger. He also realized that Shu Ruochu's figure and clothes were different from those of the robbers. So after seeing clearly that Shu Ruochu was a woman, he frowned and put away the gun. He lowered his head and looked at the paint on his body, as well as his teammates who were also stained by paint and were in a state of embarrassment. I couldn't help but look stunned for a moment.
All this happened so fast that the captain was a little confused.
You are already dead.
It was at this time that Zhao Ming's voice rang out. His figure was still hidden behind Shu Ruochu, and he stretched out a hand, stretched out his thumb and index finger, and made a shooting gesture. In fact, Zhao Ming still couldn't open his eyes at this time, and his hearing had not recovered. Therefore, he didn't know what effect the time bomb he detonated and the 2 grenades he threw had.
But according to your expectations,
he detonated the remote-controlled bomb immediately, and several members of the escort team should not be able to react.
The effect shouldn't be too bad.
In order not to be noticed by the hostages later, Zhao Ming hurriedly reminded him.
After all,
if the hostages and the audience in the live broadcast room notice that this is just an exercise, if you trigger the gangster action yourself, the level of shock will definitely be greatly reduced, and the rating will most likely be reduced a lot. A dead person should have the consciousness of a dead person. After Zhao Ming finished speaking for a moment, he spoke coldly again. Hearing this reminder, the team leader, who was already covered in paint, frowned and glanced in Zhao Ming's direction rather unwillingly. He still chose to lie on the ground, tilt his head, and pretend to be a dead body. Seeing this, the other team members also followed suit.
Follow the rules of the drill.
As long as they are contaminated by paint, it means that they have been affected by explosives.
If it is only sporadically contaminated with paint,
the severity of the injury can also be determined based on the site of infection, which may not necessarily mean you are eliminated. At this time, several members of the raid team were covered in large areas of paint.
Then there is no need to quibble at all.
Several people are too dead to die. Therefore, after Zhao Ming reminded him twice, although the team leader was quite unwilling, he could only lie on the ground and pretend to be dead.
After all, the impact of this exercise at this time is not small. I don't dare to disobey the drill rules. At the same time, in the temporary command room, because the raid team entered the bank lobby only after the flash bomb exploded.
Therefore, the camera on the tactical helmet is not affected by the flash bomb. What happened at the scene was broadcast live to the computer screen of the temporary headquarters as it was. Seeing the time bomb that exploded instantly as soon as the raid team entered the door, the captain was stunned and his whole body was in a state of confusion.
How is this going? Aren't the robbers still in front of the hostage seat? How come there was an explosion as soon as the raid team entered? Could it be that the robbers had set a trap in front of this door from the beginning?
As the team leader turned around, the camera captured Shu Ruochu.
The captain was even more confused for a moment.
Looking at Zhao Ming's hand stretched out from behind Shu Ruochu in those 2 words, the captain clenched his teeth and frowned deeply. However, there was still a slightly puzzled expression on his face. It was obvious that he still hadn't figured out why the robber, who was still sitting opposite the hostage seat during the video call, suddenly appeared in this place again. When the other team leaders looked at the situation in the video, they all had their eyebrows furrowed and their expressions solemn, and they were all silent.
Everyone knew that something big had happened.
The raid team failed and all 6 people, including the squad leader, were killed. For the escort team, this was a huge mistake.
The leaders of these escort teams all have to take responsibility. In the bank.
5 or 6 seconds after the flash bomb exploded, Zhao Ming finally reluctantly opened his eyes. Although his vision is still a little blurry, he can barely see the outlines of things clearly. However, his hearing has not recovered yet, and there is still a buzzing sound in his ears. Zhao Ming is a retired Special Forces soldier who has received professional training. And he had already closed his eyes as soon as the flash bomb exploded.
The impact is still so great. One can imagine the impact on the other hostages in the bank.
At this time, everyone was wailing. If it weren't for the fact that their hands and feet were controlled by zip ties, it would have been a mess. Zhao Ming squinted his eyes, walked out from behind Shu Ruochu, and walked slowly towards the several raid members lying on the ground. He walked up to the squad leader lying on the ground and squatted down with a pistol in hand. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but after he squatted down, the muzzle of the gun was right on the squad leader's temple. Faced with this situation, the team leader took a deep breath, frowned, closed his eyes, and tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. After all, at this time, he was nothing more than a corpse. Even if Zhao Ming chooses to whip the corpse, he will have to endure it.
Zhao Ming's free hand unbuttoned the squad leader's tactical helmet and took off the helmet in a leisurely manner.
Then he ignored the several members of the assault team lying on the ground. He walked over, took Shu Ruochu's hand, and took the helmet to the opposite side of the hostage seat. He patted Shu Ruochu on the shoulder and motioned for her to sit aside. Then he turned the camera in Shu Ruochu's live broadcast room that was pointed at the hostage seat and pointed it at himself. Then he sat down on the ground. Then put the helmet in front of you and move the helmet so that the camera on the helmet is pointed at you. After doing all this, a mocking smile appeared on Zhao Ming's face. Captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Commander-in-Chief of the escort team, Zhou Wei, right? I know you're watching. What I want to tell you is that the actions of your escort team made me very angry. Of course, the consequences will be serious. 6 members of the escort were killed. I wonder if you are satisfied with this result. Zhao Ming spoke in a rather calm tone. Paired with that sarcastic smile, it was extremely insulting. And at this time, the captain and the team captains in the temporary command room were indeed watching all this through the computer screen. Looking at Zhao Ming's condescending face in the video, and listening to these mocking words. The captain didn't speak. But his eyebrows were deeply knitted, and the muscles on his face were visibly tense from clenching his teeth. The raid failed. The captain and 5 members of the special operations team were all killed. Now I have received such ridicule from the robbers. The captain naturally felt extremely uncomfortable. At this time, he could only watch quietly. By the way, are you curious as to why I appear next to the door leading to the bank hall? According to your expectation, should I be at the hostage seat? Come and say hello to my good brother. Zhao Ming continued to speak to the camera unhurriedly. The tone was as if he was chatting with an old friend, extremely calm. While talking, he twisted his combat helmet and pointed the camera at the hostage who was lying on the ground and had exchanged clothes with him. After he finished speaking, he also took off the hood on the hostage's head. And at this time, the captain in the temporary command room still remained silent. In fact, when Zhao Ming picked up the combat helmet and the camera captured him, the commander-in-chief had already discovered that Zhao Ming had changed his clothes. Therefore, I also guessed that Zhao Ming used a trick to change the situation. He induced himself by having a hostage appear in the video call wearing his clothes. Let yourself fall into his trap. It's just that the captain didn't understand what Zhao Ming's intention was. He plays the role of a bank robber. Now that he has obtained the money from the bank, what he should do is find a way to leave the bank. Then evade the pursuit of the escort to win the exercise. But Zhao Ming tried his best to set up such a trap, allowing himself to launch a surprise attack, and then killed several members of the escort team. Even so, isn't Zhao Ming still in the bank? The escort team has surrounded the bank, and his situation has not changed at all. So what is he doing all this for? Demonstrate to yourself? Or to show off his abilities? It seems that there is no need for this at all. In addition, Zhao Ming shot a hostage directly as soon as the negotiations started. At this time, Zhao Ming looked like a madman in the eyes of the captain. And a madman is more difficult to deal with than a smart person. After all, crazy people never play their cards right. Normal people can't guess what he wants to do next. For a while, the captain stared at Zhao Ming in the video, his expression becoming more solemn. In the screen, Zhao Ming was still smiling and had a calm expression on his face. It was just like eliminating 6 members of the guard's special team, it was just an extremely casual thing. And looking at his appearance, all the team captains in the temporary headquarters were filled with hatred. This robber is really rampant. Judging from the current situation, he does have rampant capital. The actions of the escort team were frustrated one after another, which undoubtedly put the situation completely in the hands of the robber Zhao Ming. But speaking of which, I really spent a lot of effort to get you to take the bait. After all, you are a smart and cautious person. If I want you to willingly fall into the trap I have prepared for you, I must first let you experience the feeling of missing out on a good opportunity. So when I covered up the bank windows, I intentionally left out the security cameras, so that you can see my every move through the surveillance camera. And because during the negotiation, I shot a hostage without any reason. It makes you dare not act rashly for a short period of time, and at the same time, you are cautious, so even if you face an unobstructed surveillance camera, you will think it is a trap. And when I pretended to be panicked and hurriedly blocked the camera, you start to doubt that this isn't a trap. When this thought occurs to you, you will begin to feel regretful about missing such a good opportunity. And when you get upset, you really step into my trap. Zhao Ming looked at the camera with a smile and spoke unhurriedly about each step of his plan. His expression and tone were like a storyteller telling a story. In the temporary command room, the captain looked at Zhao Ming on the screen, and his expression became increasingly ugly as he listened to his story.
Falling into Zhao Ming's trap already made him extremely uncomfortable. At this time, Zhao Ming was undoubtedly whipping his corpse, which made the captain even more angry. He gritted his teeth to suppress the anger in his heart. So much so that the veins on his temples bulged out. Now he has no way to deal with Zhao Ming. No matter what Zhao Ming says, he can only listen quietly. In the video, Zhao Ming's voice sounded again. When you regret losing the first great opportunity, then the second opportunity will appear again. Even if it seems unreasonable, you will ignore the unreasonableness. So I used the hostage's mobile phone to call the police, giving you the illusion that the hostage could control the phone. In addition, I showed that I was not strict about hostage control under the surveillance cameras before, so you won't have too much doubts about this matter. The last step is to wait for you to take the initiative to contact this hostage's mobile phone and cooperate with you to see what I want you to see. When the robber figure I carefully prepared appeared in the video, with the precedent of missing the opportunity last time, I knew that no matter how cautious you were, you would not be able to help but bite the bait I carefully prepared for you. Am I right? Commander-in-Chief. Zhao Ming still had a smile on his face and a calm tone. That look. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. As he analyzed his series of plans, all the team captains in the temporary command room had shocked expressions on their faces. Especially the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, his eyes widened with a look of shock on his face. Obviously. Did he really not expect that? On the surface it seemed to be just a mistake by the escort team, but there were so many twists and turns inside? No wonder this raid failed so completely. It turned out that this was Zhao Ming's setup from the beginning. Such people are really terrifying. At this time, the captain looked gloomy and said nothing. From the moment he knew that Zhao Ming used a trick to change the situation, he let a hostage appear in the video wearing his clothes, inducing him to act. He could already guess Zhao Ming's series of plans. Therefore, at this time, he was not shocked when he heard the analysis of these plans from Zhao Ming. Call. After a while, the commander-in-chief took out a long breath, rubbed his stubble-covered chin, and the gloominess on his face faded a lot. He has been curious about how Zhao Ming set up such a game and eliminated 6 members of the escort team. Here he analyzes his plan to the live broadcast room and himself. For what exactly? At this time, he seemed to have figured out Zhao Ming's intention. He just wants to make us angry. The captain was still staring at the smiling Zhao Ming on the screen and murmured to himself. His voice is not loud. But the team captain standing next to him still heard it. For a while, everyone turned back to look at the captain, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Obviously, none of them knew why the captain suddenly said such a sentence. Provoking anger? Then why did Zhao Ming do this? Even if it arouses the anger of the leaders of the escort team, it will not do him any good, right? Everything Zhao Ming did was to make us angry. Because once we are carried away by anger, there will be holes in the decisions we make. And only under such circumstances will he have more opportunities to escape from the bank from our encirclement. Anger will reduce a person's wisdom. The commander-in-chief took a deep breath and then spoke out his thoughts in a leisurely manner. After hearing the captain's analysis, all the team captains nodded in agreement. Indeed. The commander-in-chief's analysis sounds quite reliable. Mainly besides that, I really can't think of the reason why Zhao Ming did all this. After all, even if it means breaking your head, the captain couldn't have imagined that Zhao Ming did this just to get a higher rating for the gangster's behavior given by the system. The rating of the gangster's actions is mainly based on the degree of awareness of the incident and the degree of shock of the people. At this point, the level of awareness of the event has been determined and cannot be changed. But we can still work hard on the level of shock among the masses. So, what Zhao Ming has to do at this time is to make his behavior worse. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more shocked. Therefore, Zhao Ming's analysis directed at the camera was not actually intended for the commander-in-chief and the team captains in the temporary command room. It was told to the more than 3 million viewers in the live broadcast room. At this time, following Zhao Ming's analysis, the words fell. The audience in the live broadcast room went completely crazy as Zhao Ming expected. Countless viewers frantically expressed their shock with barrages. The number of barrages increased several times in a short period of time. In the live broadcast room. Damn it, I'm shocked. This robber is too scary. He has planned so many things during this period of time. If I hadn't heard what he said, I really wouldn't have noticed at all that all of this was actually a trap set up by him deliberately.
The incident with the camera before, I guess no one could tell that he did it on purpose. After all, the panicked body movements looked so real. I have to say that this robber really made a big move. Not to mention that the captain fell into his trap. Of the 3.5 million people in the live broadcast room, no one can tell it, right? This plan is linked to each other. The robber can execute it so perfectly. He is indeed a capable person. Is this the legendary highly intelligent robber? It's too damn scary. Looking at the robber's performance, I started to worry about Ruwachu again. The escort has been unable to take down the robber. Ruwachu's life is hanging on his belt at any time. I remember when this first started, most of the brothers in the live broadcast room said that the robbers could not last for half an hour. However, the 2 hours almost passed, and the robbers were still alive and kicking. There is nothing we can do about it. The robbers have taken so many hostages, which makes the escort team very passive. Naturally, they are hampered in everything they do. Up to now, the robbers have killed 1 hostage and 6 members of the escort team. They are carrying 7 lives on their backs. These are real desperados. To be able to do this, this robber is really awesome. If he has such ability, wouldn't he do something serious? That's right, you can only get 5 million by robbing a bank, and there is a high probability that you will earn a life or death. With the ability of a robber, wouldn't you earn more by doing other things? Perhaps they just want to pursue the excitement of putting themselves to death? The 3.5 million viewers in the live broadcast room were talking a lot. Judging from the content of the barrage, the audience was indeed quite shocked after knowing Zhao Ming's overall plan. For a moment, he was a little afraid of Zhao Ming, a highly intelligent and ruthless gangster. Thinking about it at the beginning, many viewers thought that Zhao Ming was just a stupid thief. Even if he took a large number of hostages, he still could not survive in the bank for 30 minutes. This kind of thinking is in huge contrast with the various comments in the live broadcast room at this time. When the audience in the live broadcast room heatedly discussed the terror of the robbers. In the live broadcast room at this time, there was a person with a special status who was watching all this quietly. Municipal Bureau. In the director's office. The director, who is nearly 60 years old and has gray hair on his temples, is frowning and staring at the computer screen on his desk. At this time, what was playing on the computer screen was the content of Shu Ruwachu's live broadcast room. After receiving the news that a live broadcast room was broadcasting the exercise of the Municipal Bureau, the director has been watching the exercise through live broadcast. Seeing that the exercise developed into such a situation, the director couldn't help but frown, with a worried look on his weathered face. Looking at the dark barrage, the director couldn't help but sigh. He picked up the teacup on the table and wanted to take a sip of tea. But as soon as the tea was in my mouth, I realized that the tea was already cold. He frowned and put down the teacup, picked up the cigarette case from the table, took out a cigarette and lit it. This exercise was originally planned. The director really wanted to conduct an exercise that everyone would take seriously and be close to actual combat. Therefore, a lot of effort was put into choosing the person to play the robber. I specially found a new face who had just arrived at the city bureau. Even before the exercise started, Zhao Ming was specifically told to be serious and try his best to act like a gangster. Who would have known that Zhao Ming was really serious about what he said? This fucking guy is even tougher than a gangster. Originally, the director should be pleased that Zhao Ming could perform like this. But the live broadcast was beyond the director's expectation. The most important is, there are more than 3.5 million viewers in this live broadcast room, which can be said to be a hit on the entire internet. Under the watchful eyes of so many spectators, the escorts raid made such a big mistake. All 6 members of the raiding party were killed. This result naturally made the director a little angry for a while. But at this time, he was just an outsider to this exercise. Therefore, naturally they cannot participate in the exercise. Even if he gets angry, he can only watch in the city bureau. He could only hope that Zhou Wei, the commander-in-chief of the escort team for this exercise, would not have any problems with his next decision. If not, this exercise, which attracted a lot of attention from the entire internet, made the Municipal Bureau lose face in front of the whole country. In the bank. After analyzing a series of his previous plans, Zhao Ming stretched himself. He picked up the combat helmet on the ground and brought the camera on it closer to him. Then he put away the smile on his face and stared at the camera with cold eyes. Then he spoke again. Okay, the chat is over. Now that I have given your escort team the gift I carefully prepared, I should prepare to leave. Since you really can't come up with 100 million in cash and a helicopter, then I will change my request.
I want 50 kilograms of gold and a minibus filled with gas. I want to take away all the hostages in the bank. You have 2 hours to prepare.
If I don't see these things after 2 hours, I will kill a hostage every 10 minutes.
I believe that at this time, you will not doubt the authenticity of my words, right?
In these 2 hours, I advise you not to have any other ideas, otherwise I can't guarantee that I will do something more outrageous. Zhao Ming spoke with a cold tone, and his words were full of threats. After he finished speaking, he slowly stood up, raised his foot and stepped on the camera on the helmet.
As the camera was trampled, snowflakes flashed on the computer screen in the temporary command room, and the signal was lost. The captain stared at the computer screen that had no image and took a deep breath.
Although the expression on his face is still ugly, he still looks quite calm.
After all.
After thinking about it, everything Zhao Ming did was just to make himself angry. In order to prevent himself from falling into Zhao Ming's trap, the commander-in-chief deliberately restrained his emotions.
Team, what should we do next? Are you going to satisfy his request?
The video was cut off, and the temporary command room fell into brief silence. While the captain was still staring at the computer screen with no signal, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment next to him frowned and asked. First, prepare according to the robbers' requirements. What we need to do now is to calm down the robbers as much as possible.
The robbers gave us 2 hours to prepare, we still have a chance.
The commander-in-chief turned around and responded with a serious expression. The robbers previously made outrageous demands for 100 million in cash and a helicopter. Although it is very difficult, the city bureau can barely satisfy it. There are no helicopters in the city bureau, but they can still be transferred from the fire brigade. As for the 100 million in cash, the city bureau really can't come up with it.
However, you can also borrow money from other banks in the name of the municipal bureau.
It just takes a long time to prepare. It may not be ready in 2 or 3 days. The captain knew clearly that the robbers also understood this, and he could not wait so long. Therefore, the captain did not prepare. At this time, the robbers again demanded a minibus and 50 kilograms of gold. Although such a request is still not simple. But I was still able to get it ready within the 2 hours stipulated by the robbers. General team, gold is 438 per gram today. The robbers demanded 50 kilograms of gold, which is 21.9 million. We're afraid we can't exchange so much money for gold within 2 hours. Just after the captain responded to the squad leader of the Criminal Investigation Detachment. The team leader of the technical department next to him suddenly reminded him with a serious look on his face. Hear this. The captain raised his eyebrows with a slightly startled expression.
Is gold so expensive? He asked in surprise. The captain didn't know much about the price of gold.
He knew it was expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive.
In his impression, isn't gold 200 yuan per gram? The 50 kilograms demanded by the robbers is 10 million.
Who would have thought that? Now that I heard what the team leader of the technical department said, I realized that the price of gold demanded by the robbers was already more than 20 million. This has doubled, and it is really not something that can be accomplished in a short time if the city bureau is required to transfer it. It's up to your technical department to prepare this matter. I don't care if the gold is genuine or not, but the weight must be 50 kilograms. And even if it is fake gold, it cannot be so fake that it can be distinguished by the naked eye.
I have something to see in an hour.
The captain frowned and thought for 2 seconds, then looked back at the technical team leader and spoke seriously. Under such circumstances, even if the robbers get the gold, it is impossible to verify the authenticity of the gold on the spot.
Therefore, it's not a big problem to prepare some fake ones to replace them. Not to mention,
although the captain started preparing what the robbers asked for, he had no intention of sitting still for the next 2 hours.
Letting the robber get what he asked for is just the worst possible outcome.
What the commander-in-chief is planning to do is to find an opportunity to end the exercise within these 2 hours.
At the same time, in the bank,
Zhao Ming was still sitting in front of Shu Ruochu's camera. At this time, he is waiting for the system to settle this reward. I have put in so much effort, so I guess the reward this time shouldn't be too bad. At this time, some time has passed since the flash bomb exploded.
Zhao Ming's vision and hearing have basically recovered.
Although the hearing of the hostages is still somewhat affected, their vision has basically recovered.
Including Shu Ruochu, who was brought back by Zhao Ming before.
Seeing the robber Zhao Ming still sitting on the floor unharmed, the hostages were disappointed and did not dare to make any move to anger Zhao Ming. So he still stayed quietly at the hostage table. From the hostage seat, the scene around the door leading to the office area was mostly blocked by the load-bearing wall. But from the side of the hostages, the unobstructed half-figures of several members of the escort team could still be seen. I saw the heavily armed escort members lying motionless on the ground. The body, the ground, and the surrounding walls were covered in sticky paint that looked like blood. Moreover, the blood-like paint on the ground and walls was spraying out. Seeing this horrific scene, all the hostages couldn't help but swallow, and the fear in their hearts became even worse. Although due to the impact of the flash bomb, they didn't know what just happened. However, judging from the scene left behind, it is obvious that what happened was extremely tragic. Because there is a distance, the load-bearing wall blocks most of the scene, and the bright red and sticky dye looks too similar to blood. No one among the hostages, including Shu Ruochu, doubted the authenticity of this matter. In fact, Zhao Ming initially planned to use Shu Ruochu as a shield, thinking that if Shu Ruochu saw the scene up close, the drill might not be hidden. He also had plans to tell Shu Ruochu the truth. Telling him the truth about the exercise and asking her to cooperate as a bodyguard to continue the exercise shouldn't be a big problem. As for the hostage seat, since there is a load-bearing wall blocking most of the door, the secret should not be exposed. Who knew that when the raid team was in action, a flash bomb was thrown directly in? Everyone in the bank was temporarily blinded. This actually saved me a lot of trouble. As for the audience in Shu Ruochu's live broadcast room, Zhao Ming specifically pointed the camera at the hostage seat before taking action. The audience cannot see what is happening there, so naturally they cannot detect the reality of the exercise. At this time, while Zhao Ming was waiting quietly, the system's cold prompt finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the gangster operation, annihilating the raid team. Sensational rating, S+. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the highest sensation level and receiving the title, Nemesis of Justice. The host's gangster momentum is increased by 50%. The overwhelming gangster momentum is daunting. Points earned, 2,000 points. Obtained skills, restrained momentum. Intermediate skill, the host can restrain his own momentum. After using this skill, he can hide in the crowd and the host will become an ordinary passerby. Obtain the skill, Lockpicking Master. Advanced skill, the host is proficient in various lockpicking skills. With a piece of iron wire in hand, he can look down on all kinds of door locks in the world. Attribute points gained, 10 points. Cold reminders sounded one after another. The system gives various rewards for the current rating. The highest sensation rating S+. Upon hearing the rating given by the system, Zhao Ming couldn't help but feel a hint of joy on his face. It's not arrogant that I have spent so much time planning to create such a big show. Finally, I got the highest rating in the system. The reward for the highest level S+ rating is not only doubled on the basis of the S-level reward, it even has an additional title. Although the role of this title does not seem to be too great. But Zhao Ming was quite satisfied with such a reward. After all, 10 attribute points. This is something that cannot be exchanged for many things. After checking the system's rewards, Zhao Ming was not in a hurry to use them. For him, there are more important things at the moment. At this time, several members of the escort team were still lying there pretending to be dead. He had to deal with them quickly. Otherwise, it would be a bit troublesome if something was revealed later. Zhao Ming stood up and first glanced around the hostage seats. He saw that all the hostages were avoiding his gaze in fear. Then he looked at Shu Ruochu and the photographer. At this time, Shu Ruochu was obviously frightened and confused. He sat on the ground blankly, looking at the wall next to the hostage seat, not knowing what he was thinking. The photographer was sitting next to the camera, as if he was not in the mood to take pictures, and just sat quietly. Seeing that everyone can't think of running away for the time being. Moreover, the situation over there that I had dealt with in the past was not too far away, so naturally I could immediately detect the movements on the hostage seat. Therefore, Zhao Ming ignored the hostages. He walked to the 6 assault team members lying on the ground. It's such a shame to die at such a young age. Zhao Ming squatted in front of the team leader, reached out and patted his cheek, and then spoke with a smile. His voice was not loud, as if he was talking to himself. But it was actually a reminder to several members of the raid team that it would be best to cooperate with them later. Zhao Ming slapped the squad leader on the cheek. The force was not very strong, but it was extremely insulting. For a while, the team leader couldn't help but grit his teeth and tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Seeing the team leader who was already quite unhappy, Zhao Ming decided to stop. He stood up, grabbed the squad leader's feet, and dragged him directly towards the office area. The squad leader was quite muscular and weighed an estimated 1,560 pounds, but Zhao Ming dragged him along with one hand, and the expression on his face looked quite relaxed. At this time, the bright red dye on the squad leader's body had not dried yet. Zhao Ming dragged him to the office area, leaving a long red drag mark on passers-by. When all the hostages saw the scene from the unblocked area of the load-bearing wall, they couldn't help but swallow in fear. This scene is really a bit too bloody. Zhao Ming dragged the 6 members of the raid team into the office area one by one, then opened an office at random and threw them in. After doing all this, closed the door leading to the office area. After patting the dust on his hands, he returned to the opposite side of the hostage seat with 2 Type 95 automatic rifles seized from the raid team. When they saw Zhao Ming coming back, all the hostages hurriedly lowered their heads, fearing that their eyes would meet Zhao Ming's. Obviously. Zhao Ming's simple and crude methods of cleaning the battlefield just now made the hostages obviously more afraid of him. Moreover, the fierce and violent robber aura around him also brought an even more obvious sense of oppression to the hostages. Zhao Ming sat back to his original place and ignored the hostages. After just playing around with the 2 newly seized Type 95 automatic rifles, he took out the bank floor plan from his pocket and started studying it again. At this time, I have been struggling in the bank for a while. The score that should be obtained has been obtained, and it is almost time to think about the next retreat. After all, Zhao Ming's goal is still to win the exercise as much as possible. If you want to win the exercise, you must successfully escape from the bank with the stolen money. At this time, the bank was still surrounded by escorts. It is not an easy task to successfully escape from such a situation. Although Zhao Ming already had a rough plan in mind. But if you want to increase your chances of winning, you naturally have to perfect the details of your plan. He is a perfectionist. Therefore, for every step of the plan, we will try to be as perfect as possible and reduce our mistakes as much as possible. At the same time, outside Bank Square, in the temporary command room, the captain was standing in front of the whiteboard, holding a red marker and writing on the whiteboard with Zhao Ming's photo. A group of team captains sat across from the whiteboard, waiting quietly. There were a total of 17 leaders from the leadership of the escort team who participated in this exercise. At this time, excluding the dead captain of the special operations team and the captain of the technical department who went to prepare the robbers' requirements, there were only 5 people left. The absence of 2 people made the RV seem a lot more spacious. Robber Zhao Ming. It's not difficult to see his character from several encounters. Smart, cautious, scheming, violent and extremely cruel. So far in the exercise, he has shot and killed 1 hostage, and used time bombs and grenades to eliminate 6 brothers in our raid team. That's 7 lives on your back. After the captain finished writing what he prepared on the whiteboard. Then he turned around, took the marker in his hand, pointed at what he had written on the whiteboard, and spoke unhurriedly. Several team captains sat on stools and listened quietly with solemn expressions. It was previously known that the robber had a Type 54 pistol, several remote-controlled bombs and grenades. After the brothers in the raid team were killed, the robber should have added a number of weapons such as Type 95 automatic rifles, tear gas, and flash bombs. The gangsters with so many heavy weapons are unprecedented in our city's history. There are currently 8 hostages in the hands of the robbers. Based on what we know about the robbers, the lives of these 8 hostages may be in danger at any time. The commander-in-chief looked serious and spoke again to summarize the current situation. The raid failed. The current situation has worsened for the guards. The situation seems very ugly. It's just that the commander-in-chief is not a person who just sits still and waits for death. Therefore, even in the face of the current situation, while he sent the team leader of the technical department to prepare things according to the robbers' requirements, he was still planning the next move. Failure is terrible. But in the eyes of the captain, inaction is a more fatal thing. According to the request made by the robbers, there are still 2 hours left for the escort team. In the temporary command room, after the captain summarized the current situation, several team captains also started a discussion. For a while, in the not-so-spacious RV, the discussion became heated. Outside the RV, more than a dozen police cars were parked here. Countless members of the escort team were busy running around, performing the tasks assigned to them. Farther away, outside the cordon, many onlookers gathered, stretching their necks to look in the direction of the bank. The sky, which a few hours before had been clear and extremely hot, was now overcast. It looked like a storm was going to fall at any moment. At this time, the area where the exercise was taking place, shrouded in dark clouds, gave people an extremely chilling and depressing atmosphere. Under such an atmosphere, the faces of hundreds of escort members were all covered with a layer of gloom. The exercise is ongoing. It's not just the captain and other senior officials who feel the pressure. As long as the members of the escort team participated in this exercise, they were all under increased pressure. After all, this exercise concerns all of their faces. In the bank, Zhao Ming was still staring at the bank floor plan lying on the ground, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. Xu Ruochu sat next to him, glanced at him quietly, and quickly looked away. I went through the experience of being used as a shield just now. It gave Xu Ruochu the feeling of a narrow escape from death. For a while, she began to have the idea of trying to struggle. But after taking a sneak peek at Zhao Ming and feeling the suffocating, ferocious and violent aura around him, she gave up the thought she had just had. After all, if you choose to obey, there is a high probability that you can continue to live. If you really had any ideas to put them into action, you might be disappointed on the spot. What? Want to run? Just when Xu Ruochu had just retracted his gaze and gave up the idea of struggling, Zhao Ming suddenly spoke abruptly. And listening to the sudden cold voice, Xu Ruochu was immediately startled. After she reacted, she swallowed and then looked back at Zhao Ming tremblingly. With a stiff smile on his face, he shook his head eagerly. No. No. With a smile that was uglier than crying, she responded to Zhao Ming tremblingly. From beginning to end, Zhao Ming never looked back at her. A pair of eyes were still staring at the bank floor plan spread on the ground. Seeing this, Xu Ruochu breathed a sigh of relief. Just when she thought she had been fooled, Zhao Ming's voice rang again. Just now when the escort team rushed in to launch a surprise attack, you stood in front of me and protected me. Although you didn't do it voluntarily, no one would choose to believe it. You see that you have been wearing a hood from the beginning and have been sitting next to me. You can tell that you are my accomplice. If I am caught by the escort, I will directly identify you as my accomplice. The hostages in the bank can also prove this. There's no way you can clear yourself. The two of us can be said to be grasshoppers on a rope. Zhao Ming looked at the bank floor plan, took out a pen from his pocket, and marked a mark on the floor plan. And while doing all this, he spoke to Xu Ruochu in a leisurely manner. Hear these words. Xu Ruochu's eyes widened instantly. No. Brother, you don't play like this, right? What kind of hatred is this? Zhao Ming made it clear that he must drag her into the water. Xu Ruochu's eyes widened and he looked at Zhao Ming's profile in astonishment. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Obviously, she was completely frightened by Zhao Ming, and her mind was completely confused. It was at this time. Zhao Ming, who had been staring at the bank floor plan spread on the ground, suddenly raised his head and looked sideways at her. Zhao Ming's expression was calm, and his eyes were still cold. There is an awe-inspiring, ferocious and violent aura all over his body. Just a glance. Xu Ruochu's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but want to avoid looking at her. But before she could look away, Zhao Ming had already spoken calmly again. You have only one way out now, and that is to escape from the bank with me. Let's divide the stolen money equally and then go our separate ways. You also heard that I just made a request for 50 kilograms of gold to the escort team. This is gold worth more than 20 million. Add the 5 million here, even if we split it equally, each of us can get more than 12.5 million. Zhao Ming stared at Xu Ruochu with his eyes, and his tone was quite serious when he spoke. After saying it, it gave me a very tempting feeling. To be honest, more than 10 million is indeed a lot for ordinary people. But as Xu Ruochu is a popular internet celebrity, more than 10 million is not an untouchable number for her. Therefore, such a sum of money is not very attractive to her. Only. Zhao Ming's coercion and inducement made her gradually accept the concept that she had completely become Zhao Ming's accomplice. This made her feel a little disappointed. In fact, it was not difficult for her to prove that she had nothing to do with the robbers. After all, there were millions of viewers in her live broadcast room who saw the whole thing happen. These audiences are her best witnesses. It's just that Xu Ruochu was already frightened at this time, so naturally he couldn't think of these things. Therefore, Zhao Ming could only frighten her with just a few words. Seeing Xu Ruochu's appearance at this time, Zhao Ming couldn't help but have a smile on his face. He just had nothing to do, teasing the little girl. After all, as the host of the live broadcast room, most of the viewers in the live broadcast room should be her fans. If you tease her, you might even get a wave of shock from the audience. At that time, the system's reward determination is triggered. This can also be regarded as an unexpected surprise. Only. Zhao Ming did not have high hopes for this matter.
I'm just a little bored and looking for fun, so I just gave it a try. At this time, Shu Ruochu didn't speak, he just frowned and stared at the floor with a desperate look on his face, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhao Ming glanced at her, and then took off the Type 95 automatic rifle slung around his neck. Place the gun on the ground and turn it around. He pointed the side of the gun but at Shu Ruochu and the muzzle of the gun at himself. If you don't want to join in the trouble with me, you still have another way to go. Get your gun now and blow my brains out. You killed me and immediately walked out of the bank and raised your hands to surrender. Maybe there will be a plot to surrender and make a major meritorious service. Even if I can't prove my innocence by then, I should be able to change my life without being shot. Zhao Ming put the gun on the ground, causing Shu Ruochu to look back at him with a horrified expression. See it. Zhao Ming stared into Shu Ruochu's eyes and spoke in a serious tone. While speaking, he held the barrel of the gun and handed the butt of the gun into Shu Ruochu's hand. Goo! Shu Ruochu couldn't help but swallowed. Faced with the current situation, she didn't know what she should do. But he still unconsciously took over the Type 95 automatic rifle through some strange combination of circumstances. Because she took it with one hand, the heavy rifle fell into her hand and pressed her hand down suddenly. Holding the butt of the gun and his finger on the trigger, Shu Ruochu looked at Zhao Ming in horror. Zhao Ming still maintained a calm expression. He moved the muzzle of the gun upward and pointed it directly at his head. A pair of eyes looked at Shu Ruochu calmly. For a while. Seeing this scene, the hostages in the bank widened their eyes with shocked expressions on their faces. Obviously no one expected that something like this would happen between the two robbers. From the perspective of all the hostages, Shu Ruochu and Zhao Ming were obviously in the same group. After all, before hijacking the bank, they entered the bank talking and laughing together, and they obviously knew each other. And after hijacking the bank, both men wore balaclavas and sat opposite each other at the hostage table. Although the female robber always seemed reluctant, the fact that the male robber did not use zip ties to restrict her movements proved that they were obviously a team. Not to mention, the female robber also collaborated with the male robber to steal 5 million in cash from the bank. Later, he also helped the male robbers annihilate the escort team's raid team. Judging from these circumstances, they are definitely accomplices, but they don't look very harmonious internally. At this time, there was obviously a dog-eat-dog situation. For a while. While the hostages were shocked, they were also looking forward to it. Expecting the female robber to quickly pull the trigger and headshot the male robber on the spot. After all, the female robber did not look as fierce or violent as the male robber. If the male robber died, maybe they would have a better chance of survival. At the same time, after seeing Shu Ruochu holding a gun and staring at Zhao Ming's head, the live broadcast room exploded. The barrage was rolling like crazy. Damn it, the robber is playing with fire. He dares to do such a thing. He is really not afraid of death. Ruochu, don't hesitate, just pull the trigger and shoot the robber in the head. If Shu Ruochu pulls the trigger, not only can he save his own life, but he can also save so many hostages. He will be the next city hero. Even if you are facing a vicious gangster, this is murder after all. I guess Ruochuzhen doesn't have the courage to pull the trigger. If I were Shu Ruochu, even 10 lives would not be enough for this robber to die. This act of giving away his life is really stupid. Brothers upstairs, stop bragging here. I think people like you would have trouble killing a chicken, right? This robber dared to make fun of his own life like this. He is really a complete madman. There is a thin line between genius and madman. Judging from his various actions, it is indeed not an exaggeration to say that this robber is a madman with a high IQ. Alas! Ruochu, this opportunity is useless to you. I have to say that the robbers really played with people's hearts to the extreme. Such actions directly destroyed Shu Ruochu's inner defense. Seeing the robber staring at his head with a gun, Shu Ruochu hesitated to pull the trigger. The audience in the live broadcast room were shocked by the crazy behavior of the robbers. It was also a pity that Shu Ruochu couldn't make up his mind when faced with such an opportunity. Indeed. Killing is something that requires overcoming tremendous psychological pressure. Even a trained soldier will face considerable psychological pressure when he kills someone for the first time. Not to mention, Shu Ruochu is a person who has never even killed a chicken. She was not a holy mother, and she felt that the vicious gangster in front of her deserved to die. Only, as soon as he thought about pulling the trigger, he saw a horrific sight of flesh and blood flying everywhere in front of him. She really didn't have the courage to pull the trigger.
Zhao Ming waited for nearly a minute and saw that Shu Ruochu made no next move. He also raised his eyebrows and put down the hand holding the barrel of the gun. He was not a lunatic, nor did he want to be eliminated by Shu Ruochu in this exercise. Therefore, although he knew that Shu Ruochu did not have the courage to pull the trigger.
But I didn't gamble on this.
When the two Type 95 automatic rifles were seized, Zhao Ming emptied one of the bullets.
That is to say, the gun he gave Shu Ruochu actually had no bullets in it.
Therefore, even if Shu Ruochu had the courage to shoot, Zhao Ming would not be eliminated in the exercise.
I gave you a chance, but it's a pity, you couldn't seize it. Now you only have one way left, think about it.
Zhao Ming looked at Shu Ruochu and smiled jokingly, then shook his head and said a few words. At the moment, he no longer paid attention to Shu Ruochu. He turned back and continued to look down at the bank plan on the floor. After Shu Ruochu swallowed, he looked down at the gun still in his hand, frowning deeply.
In fact, Zhao Ming had no real intention to make Shu Ruochu his accomplice. After all,
women will only affect the speed at which they draw their swords. If she really becomes his accomplice, it is no exaggeration to say that she will not be of any help to him, but will only become his drag bottle. Zhao Ming doesn't need such a drag bottle. What he was interested in was Shu Ruochu's influence in the live broadcast room.
At this time, the hostages looked at the development of the situation and were a little disappointed at the moment. It's a pity that such a good opportunity was missed like this.
However, because they were afraid of Zhao Ming, the hostages naturally did not dare to show any signs and still stayed in their positions quietly. It was at this moment that a cold reminder finally sounded in Zhao Ming's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the gangster action, life and death gamble.
Sensational rating, Class A. Get points reward, 500 points.
Acquire skills, better. Intermediate skill, the host's luck value increases by 30%. Play a game of Russian compass, the host's life will always be harder than the opponent's. Listening to the cold system prompts ringing in my mind. Zhao Ming raised his eyebrows, and an imperceptible joy appeared on his face. He originally just wanted to have fun and try to see if there was a chance to trigger system rewards.
Unexpectedly, it actually triggered. And the rating actually reached a level.
Think about the time when I held hostages at gunpoint and robbed a bank. It was also broadcast live, and the sensational rating was only B level. This move at this time actually received an A level rating.
If two things were shocking, the bank robbery would be even more shocking.
But the number of people in the live broadcast room at that time was definitely far less than the number of people in the live broadcast room at this time.
It is not difficult to see from this.
Among the two factors used to determine the sensational rating, the proportion of people aware of the incident should be more important. Facing the skills rewarded by the system this time, Zhao Ming was slightly speechless.
After all, luck is really a bit elusive.
The ability of this system is to increase one's luck by 30%, but it doesn't seem to be very useful. The main reason is that Zhao Ming doesn't really believe in luck. What he has always believed in is that in the face of absolute strength, luck is just empty talk.
Only, it's better than nothing. This is equivalent to picking up a skill for free. Naturally, you don't want it for free. Temporary command room.
While this farce was unfolding in the bank, the atmosphere in the temporary command room was equally heated. Several team captains and the chief captain have been discussing the next possible action deployment.
Only,
after more than 10 minutes of discussion, there was still no feasible plan. The main reason is that Zhao Ming, the robber in the bank, is indeed a very difficult opponent. Smart, cautious, and good at planning. While holding a large number of hostages in their hands, it is very possible that they will attack the hostages if they disagree with them. Facing such an opponent, if one cannot guarantee a one-hit kill, it will only lead to an unforeseen and terrifying end. Therefore, the escort team must have a foolproof plan before they take action again. But it is not easy to formulate such a plan.
If you ask me, it's more reliable to use sevoflurane.
The space inside the bank is too large, and it is difficult to control the DOS using ventilation ducts.
The plan to use sevoflurane is indeed not feasible. But it'll work on the minibus, right? How much space can there be in the minibus?
Go to the city center hospital to find 2 experienced anesthesiologists, control the dosage, and prepare sevoflurane on the minibus. Wait until the robbers take the hostages and get into the car and release them directly.
Otherwise, the robbers will lose their ability to resist in less than half a minute. Aren't you just a lamb to be slaughtered by then?
The captain of the criminal investigation detachment sat on a stool, frowning and speaking seriously. He stated his serious and feasible plan.
Only.
As soon as he finished speaking, another squad leader's voice sounded next to him. Stop thinking about your sevoflurane all day. The minibus is not a completely sealed space. If the anesthetic gas is aroused and released, the gaps, windows, and ventilation vents on the minibus will dilute the dose. This plan simply won't work. The squad leader looked at the squad leader of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, frowned and rejected his plan. After hearing this, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment took a breath.
The expression on his face clearly showed some dissatisfaction. After all,
in his opinion, the fact that it has been discussed for so long means that his plan is relatively feasible.
The main reason is that this plan has low risk and is not easily detected by robbers.
It can also ensure the safety of the hostages to the greatest extent. Since you said my sevoflurane plan doesn't work, tell me what good plan you can come up with. The squad leader of the Criminal Investigation Detachment looked at the squad leader who just spoke. He replied somewhat dissatisfiedly. When he heard this, the team leader over there also raised his eyebrows, stood up and spoke.
If you ask me, you can't let the robbers get into the car. Don't we still have snipers?
Park the minibus farther away, and then attack directly from the distance from the bank where the robbers took the hostages to the minibus. As soon as the robber shows up, let the snipers carry out beheading operations and kill the robber on the spot. Upon hearing the plan for the beheading operation, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment raised his eyebrows, with a look of disdain on his face.
If my plan doesn't work, is it possible that your plan will work?
The robber is an extremely smart man, not a stupid thief.
He was able to set a trap like the one before. Could he not have thought that we would arrange snipers? Do you think that even if he takes hostages and leaves the bank, he can appear in the sniper's sight with such arrogance?
I parked the minibus far away on purpose, fearing that it would only anger the robbers and the lives of the hostages would not be guaranteed. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment sat on a stool and directly rejected the plan. And just as he finished speaking, the squad leader who just proposed the plan was ready to argue.
This is the time to brainstorm ideas.
Several squad leaders also put forward their plans and ideas.
All have certain feasibility, but they also all carry considerable risks and cannot be adopted unanimously. For a while,
the words of everyone's argument were a little fierce, but it seemed like a quarrel. This made the atmosphere in the small space of the temporary command room even more depressing and suffocating.
Call.
It was at this time that the captain exhaled a thick breath,
pushed away the chair and stood up.
Faced with such a movement, several team captains quickly stopped arguing and looked back.
Apparently he thought the captain had something to say. For a while,
the temporary command room, which had been quite noisy just now, suddenly became quiet. Faced with this situation, the captain who had just stood up couldn't help but smile awkwardly. You continue the discussion, I'll go out and have a cigarette.
He waved his hands at the team captains, said something, and walked directly out of the RV.
The team captains were slightly startled. But after seeing the captain walk out, the discussion started heatedly again.
The temporary command room became noisy again.
The captain walked to a trash can opposite the temporary commander, took out the cigarette case from his pocket, took out a cigarette and lit it. His gaze was directed towards the locked bank door in the distance.
Call.
Exhaling a long puff of smoke, the captain frowned deeply, his expression still solemn. The discussion in the command room has passed for some time.
Everyone also expressed their opinions. But there is really no idea that can be finalized. The captain himself didn't think of any good action plan for a while.
For the Guardians, the situation seemed to be an impasse. Before the captain finished his cigarette, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment also walked out of the temporary command room. After seeing the figure of the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment walked straight over. When he came to the trash can, he also took out a cigarette and lit it. Seeing that the cigarette in the captain's hand was almost smoked, he took out another cigarette from his cigarette case and handed it to him.
See it.
The captain raised his eyebrows, took the cigarette and lit it again.
How was your discussion going?
The captain took a sip, then looked sideways at the squad leader, and asked calmly. Upon hearing this, the squad leader quickly shook his head. Although their plans are all feasible, others can also find faults with them. Therefore, naturally no results can be derived from the discussion.
Commander, we are completely at a deadlock now, how about delaying it?
The squad leader took a deep breath of cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and then looked at the captain and spoke. As he spoke, he looked at the captain with serious eyes.
Seems extremely serious. It is clear.
When he ran out to find the captain, he mainly wanted to talk about this matter.
Is this the final result of your discussion?
The captain raised his eyebrows, smoked a cigarette, squinted his eyes and looked at the squad leader and asked. After the words fell, he withdrew his gaze again. He flicked the ash from the cigarette end into the ashtray above the trash can, and then took a slight breath of cool air.
Why don't I know that stalling for time is the safest way? It's just that the current situation.
The captain looked towards the bank in the distance again, and then spoke seriously. He only spoke halfway, and after sighing slightly, he did not continue.
Actually. If it is in actual combat.
Faced with the current situation, surprise attacks and strong attacks are not the best options.
The best choice is just one word, drag.
Use negotiations to appease the robbers, and then find ways to buy time.
After all.
Although the robbers held a large number of hostages at this time.
But he was always surrounded by the escort team, completely unable to fly.
Therefore, in actual combat, the psychological pressure faced by the robbers is very huge. Under such circumstances, as time went by, the psychological pressure of the robbers almost doubled. The escort only has to choose to spend time with the robbers. Before long, most robbers will be unable to withstand such psychological pressure.
After the collapse, there are not many people who directly choose to surrender. Certainly. Even the robbers did not choose to surrender.
But in the face of such great psychological pressure, his heart was always tense.
Over time, this string will eventually break. By then, the robbers will be full of loopholes.
Waiting until this time for the escort team to launch another operation will naturally achieve twice the result with half the effort.
Only. In this exercise, the situation was somewhat different from ordinary actual combat.
The robbers had an online live broadcast room with more than 3 million viewers, and so many people were watching the actions of the escorts.
This puts a lot of pressure on the captain's shoulders.
In addition, hostages and members of the escort team have been killed. The captain had to urgently want to end this exercise.
After all.
Under such circumstances, if the guards choose to delay, they will probably be labeled as incompetent by the more than 3 million netizens. After hearing what the captain didn't say, the squad leader nodded.
He is not a fool either.
Therefore, the current situation can naturally be seen clearly.
It comes down to it. This is just an exercise after all.
As a robber, Zhao Ming has no real-life threat. Therefore, compared to actual combat, he does not have as much pressure as a real robber. As for their escort team, because of the existence of the live broadcast room, the pressure they face is even greater than in actual combat.
Under such circumstances,
the robber Zhao Ming can afford to waste more time than the escort team.
Look at the weather, a storm is coming soon.
Just when the squad leader was still frowning and smoking, the captain suddenly made a random digression. The squad leader looked up at the captain in confusion. Seeing the captain looking up at the sky, he also turned his attention to the sky. I saw that the sky at this time was filled with dark clouds and was filled with darkness. It seemed like heavy rain was going to fall at any time. If it really rains heavily.
If the exercise cannot be ended before the robbers successfully escape from the bank.
In such weather, it is not easy to catch him within the prescribed time of the exercise. When the squad leader looked at the sky, the captain spoke again with a worried look on his face.
Hear this.
The squad leader also frowned, with a worried look on his face.
Indeed.
It is not easy to find someone through surveillance cameras on a rainy day. On the one hand, rain will affect the clarity of surveillance video. On the other hand, when it rains, people will hold umbrellas or wear raincoats when traveling. In such a situation, most features will be blocked, making it extremely difficult to target a person through a surveillance camera.
Bata, bata. Right now.
Suddenly there was a slight noise around the two of them.
Big raindrops fell from the sky and hit the hard concrete ground.
After being scorched by the sun all day, the concrete floor was a little hot.
The first batch of raindrops hit the ground and were instantly evaporated into hot water vapor. But
these raindrops still stirred up dust on the ground.
For a while,
the air was filled with the smell of hot water vapor mixed with dust.
The rain came very quickly.
In just the blink of an eye, the large raindrops had already formed a line from a few scattered drops. After the heavy rain fell, the members of the escort team within the cordon also began to get busy.
Wear a raincoat and hold an awning. All kinds of work began to proceed quickly.
After the rain began to intensify, the captain and squad leader quickly came to take shelter under the newly erected rain shelter outside the temporary command room.
We don't have much time left.
The captain looked at the menacing rain and the rather dark sky, and couldn't help but speak in a deep voice. The rain was coming in force and seemed to last for a long time. If the exercise cannot be ended in a short time, this rain will be a big obstacle to the escort team. The squad leader next to him sighed slightly and nodded solemnly. The two stood there for a while, then turned around and entered the temporary headquarters. At the same time, Zhao Ming, who was in the bank, also put away the bank floor plan spread on the floor. Then he stood up and moved his somewhat stiff body. Listening to the sound of rain, he raised his eyebrows, came to the window of the bank, opened a small corner of the newspaper, and took a look outside. Seeing how heavy the rain was, he frowned slightly. Naturally, he would not have expected this rain. After all, he had several days to prepare before the exercise began. During this period of time, Zhao Ming had read the city's weather forecast and knew that there would be rain for 3 or 4 days. But he didn't expect the rain to come so quickly. According to the rules of the exercise, after escaping from the bank, he had to evade the pursuit of the escort for 48 hours. With the cover of this heavy rain, it is extremely beneficial for Zhao Ming. But while he was still in the bank, heavy rain began to fall. This was not good news. After all, the rain was heavy. At this time, the only sound of pattering rain could be heard in the bank. The sound of rain can cover up too many sounds. If the escort team chooses to launch another operation at this time, with the sound of rain covering it up, I may not be able to detect it at the first time. Looks like we have to hurry up and leave. Zhao Ming re-glued the newspaper to the glass and murmured to himself. After this period of preparation, he has once again refined his plan to withdraw from the bank. Originally, he was planning to take action after a while, but the sudden heavy rain forced him to advance his plan. Present. Zhao Ming stretched and walked to where he was before. He opened his backpack and took out the only remaining remote-controlled bomb. He took the bomb to the hostage seat and tied the bomb firmly to the chair with tape. Then he walked to Shu Ruochu, who was sitting on the ground blankly. He picked up the Type 95 automatic rifle that had been placed on the floor in front of Shu Ruochu without bullets, and stuffed it into Shu Ruochu's hands without any explanation. Now I have something to take care of. Just control these hostages for me. If anyone dares to act rashly, don't hesitate and just shoot. Of course, you can also choose to betray me. But once I notice it, I will press the remote control without hesitation. Zhao Ming spoke with a smile. While speaking, he reached out and patted the remote-controlled bomb wrapped around Shu Ruochu's arm. The words were full of threats. Hearing this, Shu Ruochu looked up at him. When she met his cold eyes, Shu Ruochu couldn't help but shrink her neck. After Zhao Ming received the title of System Reward, the aura around him was even more heart-stopping, and the violent aura revealed in his eyes completely made those who looked at him shudder. Shu Ruochu naturally did not dare to refuse. After Zhao Ming finished speaking, he quickly nodded in response. See it. Zhao Ming stood up. He turned around and looked at the hostages. Now I have 2 remote controls in my hand. One controls the remote-controlled bomb on her arm, and the other controls the remote-controlled bomb on the chair next to you. The remote-control bomb on the chair next to you is very powerful. How big is it? Let's put it this way, as long as I press the remote control, the entire bank on this floor will be moved to the ground. I'm afraid not even a fly will be spared. So if you don't want to die, you'd better be honest. No matter who of you makes any changes, including my companion, I will let everyone bury him with him. My life is worthless. After all, I already have 7 lives on my back. And you all still have a bright future. So hopefully you can keep each other in check. Zhao Ming spoke while holding the remote control in his hand to show it to everyone. Even though he was smiling when he spoke. But when that cold look swept over the hostages, everyone felt a shudder. Everyone knew clearly that the robber in front of them was a murderous master. Therefore, no one doubted the authenticity of his words. Zhao Ming then needs to make preparations for his escape plan. Therefore, one cannot keep an eye on the hostages. It was unrealistic for Shu Ruochu to look at the hostages. Even if a remote control bomb is used to control Shu Ruochu, it is inevitable that this little girl will suddenly have the idea of sacrificing herself. Therefore, Zhao Ming tied the last remaining remote-controlled bomb to the hostage seat. Used the method of bragging about the power of this remote-controlled bomb to frighten a group of hostages. Certainly. The remote-control bomb Zhao Ming took out was actually not very powerful. Even if it is genuine, it is far from reaching the level of affecting the entire bank. Not to mention, this is just a fake used for exercises and has no actual lethality at all. But it doesn't matter whether it has that much lethality. The important thing is that the hostages in the bank do not dare to risk their lives. After Zhao Ming showed the two remote controls in his hand, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket. After some operations, the live broadcast room was opened on the live broadcast platform. Immediately afterwards, he moved the camera in Xu Ruochu's live broadcast room back a little to ensure that he could capture the photographer, Xu Ruochu, and all the hostages. Then he flipped the phone screen again and let the hostages take a look. To ensure that no rat droppings appear and threaten everyone's life safety. Next, I will watch the camera live broadcast in real time on my mobile phone to check your situation at any time. As long as I find someone acting rashly, I will press the remote control without hesitation. Zhao Ming spoke again. This time when he spoke, he put away the smile on his face. The indifferent expression on his face, coupled with the cold eyes, gave people a cold-blooded and fierce feeling. After saying these words, all the hostages had only a look of despair on their faces. Zhao Ming's previous threats. Although most of the hostages chose to accept their fate. But there were also one or two hostages who had the idea of struggling. After all, even if Xu Ruochu holds a gun, he is not as intimidating to the hostages as Zhao Ming. As long as Zhao Ming leaves, only Xu Ruochu will be left to guard the hostages. There are still one or two hostages who are ready to risk their lives and try to save themselves. After this period of development, it was not difficult for the hostages to see that Xu Ruochu did not seem to want to become a robber voluntarily. And under such circumstances, it is not impossible to try to persuade her to release all the hostages. Only when this idea first emerged, Zhao Ming actually took another insurance and used the camera to watch the hostage situation live. This naturally makes all thoughts of self-rescue empty talk. The few hostages who had just had hope in their hearts suddenly fell into despair again. Zhao Ming glanced at the hostages again. Without saying anything more at the moment, he turned around and walked towards the bank's office area with his cell phone in hand. With the threat of bombs, there is also the surveillance of the live broadcast room. He doesn't take any hostage and will take action. Therefore, now you can prepare your plan to withdraw from the bank with peace of mind. After he entered the bank's office area, he went directly to the place where he had piled the 6 bodies of the raid team. Bata! When Zhao Ming opened the door and walked in, several members of the raid team were sitting on the floor, watching movies on the same tablet that had been receiving the video feed from the makeshift command room. Seeing Zhao Ming suddenly open the door and walk in, several people were slightly stunned. The squad leader reacted first and hurriedly lay on the ground pretending to be dead. When several team members saw this, they quickly lay down and continued to act as their dead bodies. After all, they were already dead in this exercise. Now that the corpse is watching a movie here, Zhao Ming will report this matter. I guess writing a self-criticism is a trivial matter. If it is more serious, it is not impossible to receive a punishment. Okay, stop pretending. As long as you don't expose your secrets in front of the hostages, I don't care what you do. Zhao Ming looked at the members of the raid team and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After walking to the chair in front of the desk and sitting down, he calmly spoke to a few people. Hear this. The squad leader breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly sat up straight and looked back at Zhao Ming with a frown. To be honest, although the team leader admires Zhao Ming's series of plans, but at this time, he was still quite unconvinced about his death in battle. Therefore, he was not prepared to give Zhao Ming any good looks. Only, Zhao Ming had no intention of having any conversation with him. You guys, take off all your clothes. Zhao Ming looked at the gloomy squad leader and spoke almost in a commanding tone. Hear the words. The squad leader raised his eyebrows. Zhao Ming was obviously a little confused about such a request. If you don't do it yourself, I'm going to pick it up with my hands. When Zhao Ming saw the team leader, he had no intention of cooperating. His face turned cold and he spoke slightly unhappily. We have to know what you want to do, right? The squad leader took a slight breath, suppressed some of the anger in his heart, and asked with a frown. When I asked, I didn't want to tip off the guards outside. It's just pure curiosity. A dead person should have the consciousness of a dead person. I pulled a piece of clothing from a corpse, do I need to tell the corpse its purpose? Is it possible that I still need to kowtow to your corpses and put incense sticks on them? Zhao Ming frowned slightly and spoke coldly to the squad leader. After hearing these words, the team leader was instantly furious, but he thought that he had been eliminated in the exercise. He could only grit his teeth and hold back the anger in his heart. After all,
The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Who let himself fall into Zhao Ming's trap and become inferior in skills? Brothers, take off your clothes. The squad leader gritted his teeth and stood up, looked back at his team members and gave instructions. Then he quickly took off all the equipment and combat uniforms on his body. Zhao Ming took out the equipment and put it on the table. The remaining clothes were randomly rolled into a ball, and he hugged this ball of clothes and left the office directly. For a while. In the office, several members of the raid team, who were only wearing their pants, looked at each other. Fortunately, the tablet computer they used to watch movies on was not taken away by Zhao Ming. Bank lobby. After Zhao Ming came back holding the clothes of the raid team members. First, he threw the clothes casually in the corner some distance from the hostage seat. Then he walked to the place where he had been before. Under the gaze of all the hostages, he picked up the 2 black bags containing the money and walked towards the toilet next to the hall. The 2 handbags weighing more than 50 kilograms did not seem to weigh much in Zhao Ming's hands. Saw this scene. Xu Ruochu couldn't help but take a breath. After all, she had brought one of the bags before, so she knew the weight of the bag best. But Zhao Ming could lift such a bag so easily. After Zhao Ming entered the toilet carrying 2 bags, it took almost 10 minutes before he came out. When he came out, he still held the 2 bags in his hands. It's just, his movements were obviously more relaxed than before. Although the bag is still bulging. But judging from the shaking of the bag, the contents inside don't have the same weight as before. For a while, all the hostages understood it. It seems that the robbers hid all the cash somewhere in the toilet. Then I added some stuff to hide it. But, although they understood this, the hostages did not dare to have any ideas. After all, their lives were almost at risk at this time. Naturally, I don't have any thoughts about money. Not to mention, most of the hostages are bank employees, and they know very well that these are new banknotes. There are numbered records in the bank. Therefore, even if there is a chance to take it away, there is no chance to spend it. Zhao Ming carried 2 bags and came to the corner where the clothes were piled before. He tossed the 2 handbags aside. Then he rummaged through a pile of combat uniforms, picked them up one by one, and touched them on himself. After a while, he found one that barely fit. Wear it on your body in front of all the hostages. After changing into combat uniforms, Zhao Ming put on a combat helmet and combat boots. For a while, he was covered tightly from top to bottom, with only a pair of eyes exposed. In such a state, even those who are familiar with him may have a hard time recognizing him when they stand in front of him. Do it all. Zhao Mingkai returned to the opposite side of the hostage seat. From the bag with mobile phones next to it, I found the mobile phone that had been added as a friend of the Commander-in-Chief of the Guard's communication software. After unlocking it, he made a voice call through the software. In the temporary command room, the captain and several squad leaders were gathered in front of the table, discussing the next action plan. Because of the coming heavy rain, the sound of rain can cover up a lot of movement, which is an opportunity for the escort team. After everyone discussed it, they decided to start with the ventilation duct that had been rejected before. After all, just be careful and don't make too much noise. The sound of rain should be able to cover up the slightest movement, and the robbers would most likely not be able to detect the movements of the escort. Entering through the ventilation duct from the outside leads directly to the bank lobby. By the time, just give the robber a magic weapon from heaven. Catch him off guard. This plan is not perfect, but given the right circumstances, it is quite feasible. And just when the captain and several team captains were discussing the details of the operation, the captain's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone on the table and took a look. Seeing that it was the previously added hostage who had opened the phone, his expression became solemn. Seeing the change in the captain's expression, all the team captains quickly stopped their discussion. For a while, the temporary command room, which was noisy before, suddenly became quiet. The captain answered the voice call and pressed the speakerphone at the same time before putting the phone back on the table. Hello? He raised his eyebrows. The captain spoke first. Then everyone quietly waited for the answer from the other side. I changed my mind. The car and the gold, I want to see them within 10 minutes. Soon. The cold voice of the robber came to mind during the phone call. When he heard the robber's words, the commander-in-chief frowned instantly. The robber's move really caught him off guard for a moment. Now less than 40 minutes have passed since the robber made his request. The robber suddenly demanded to see the car and the gold within 10 minutes.
Then it would be too late to implement the action plan they just made.
Call. He exhaled a little breath.
The captain quickly adjusted his mentality. Frowning, he responded to Zhao Ming on the other end of the phone. The gold you asked for is too much, and we can barely prepare it in 2 hours. Now you ask to shorten the time, it is obviously too late.
In this case, you can give me half an hour more.
The captain tried his best to show his embarrassment in his tone, trying to buy a little more time.
After all, as long as I can buy a little more time at this time,
they have a better chance of ending the exercise before the robbers escape the bank.
Do you think you are qualified to bargain with me? You have 9 minutes and 52 seconds left.
If I don't see the car within 10 minutes, I will just kill the 2 hostages. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Ming's cold voice rang again. The tone was extremely firm.
It gives people the feeling that there is no room for maneuver.
Upon hearing this, the captain's eyebrows instantly twisted into the character Chuan. He knew that he really did not have the capital to negotiate with the robbers. After all, the robbers had so many hostages in their hands. At this time, the escort team could no longer watch the hostages suffer casualties.
The captain took a deep breath and did not respond immediately.
At this time, the team leader of the technical department has not returned yet. Therefore, he was also not sure whether what the robber wanted could be delivered within 10 minutes.
Okay, I only need 10 kilograms of gold. There are too many hostages in my hands now. Taking them all away will not be conducive to control.
As long as you can ensure that I see Che and gold within 10 minutes, I can release the 2 hostages now.
This is my sincerity. The captain was silent for a few seconds before Zhao Ming's voice rang again on the phone. This time,
his tone softened a bit.
Hearing these words, an expression of joy instantly appeared on the captain's face.
The release of the 2 hostages is the only good news the escort has heard so far in the exercise.
I don't have the capital to negotiate.
Therefore,
you must agree to the robber's request.
But because of his brief silence at this time, the robbers were willing to take the initiative to release the 2 hostages.
This is an unexpected surprise.
Good. Within 10 minutes, we will have 10 kilograms of gold and a minibus with a full tank of gas ready. This time the captain didn't hesitate much and quickly responded to the robber.
Because he knows it very well.
If he were slower, Zhao Ming might change his mind. It is very likely that he will not release the hostages by then, and he will have to agree to his request.
Very good. Send someone to pick you up at the bank door.
Zhao Ming's cold voice sounded again on the other end of the phone. The words fell. The voice call was also hung up instantly. The commander-in-chief looked at the mobile phone on the table, but his eyebrows were still deeply furrowed. Regarding the fact that Zhao Ming actually offered to release the 2 hostages, he was a little confused about Zhao Ming's intentions for a while. After all, according to Zhao Ming's IQ, he should be very clear that even if he does not release the hostages, the escort will agree to his request. The commander-in-chief turned around and glanced at the words "violent and ruthless" written next to Zhao Ming's photo on the whiteboard. Now Zhao Ming took the initiative to release the hostages and his reasons. Just like a wolf, he sent 2 lambs to the farmer for the reason that he really couldn't eat them.
Does this dissatisfaction smell of conspiracy?
Why did he do this? Why? The commander-in-chief frowned and murmured to himself. He knew that there must be some conspiracy behind Zhao Ming's actions, but he couldn't see clearly for a while. But it was a good thing after all that the hostages were released. Xiao Wu, hurry up and pick me up at the bank door. Be careful when picking people up to prevent robbers from committing fraud. The captain looked back at the squad leader of the Criminal Investigation Detachment and gave the order. At the same time, he frowned and said a reminder. According to Zhao Ming's character, when releasing the hostages, he might go crazy and shoot the members of the escort team to death. After all, he is completely a lunatic who doesn't play by the rules. Therefore it is still necessary to be cautious. Yes. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment responded to the captain and quickly left the temporary command room. Putting on a raincoat, he quickly rushed towards the bank. In the bank, Zhao Ming hung up the voice call and put his cell phone in a bag of his combat uniform. Then he turned around and looked at the hostage seat. Zhao Ming's voice on the phone just now was not too loud. But because it was relatively quiet in the bank, everyone heard him clearly when he wanted to release the hostages. At this time, Zhao Ming looked over, and the faces of all the hostages showed expressions of anticipation. Looking forward to being selected and becoming a released hostage. You. And you. You two stand up. Zhao Ming glanced around the hostage seat and then selected 2 hostages from among the hostages. The faces of the 2 people being pointed out were filled with smiles that could not be concealed. The remaining hostages, including Xu Ruochu, all looked disappointed. Although Zhao Ming didn't even look at him from his side after hanging up the phone.
Moreover, Xu Ruochu knew very well that if the robbers wanted to release the hostages, they would most likely not choose to release him. Only.
Xu Ruochu still held a trace of expectation in his heart.
Maybe the robbers suddenly had a conscience? If there is no hope, there will be no disappointment. But once there is hope, even a little bit of hope. When the results were announced, Xu Ruochu couldn't help but feel disappointed.
You.
Just when Xu Ruochu looked disappointed,
Zhao Ming suddenly looked back at him and spoke calmly.
See it.
Xu Ruochu immediately became energetic, and the delicate face under the hood also showed uncontrollable joy. Before Zhao Ming finished speaking, she quickly stood up. Send them both to the door, open the door and let them leave. Make sure they are safely handed over to the escort members outside, and you can come back. Zhao Ming spoke calmly and gave orders to Xu Ruochu. After hearing this, Xu Ruochu was stunned.
Return? What does this mean, robber? Isn't he ready to let himself go? Any questions?
Looking at Xu Ruochu, he was stunned on the spot and didn't make any movement. At that moment, Zhao Ming raised his eyebrows and asked slightly doubtfully.
No. No.
Xu Ruochu frowned slightly and replied timidly. Then he took a deep breath. According to Zhao Ming's request, he and the 2 selected hostages walked towards the bank gate.
At the same time, outside the bank gate,
the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment was standing in the heavy rain, waiting quietly.
Dense raindrops hit the raincoat, making a noisy crackling sound. Ka-ka-ka. After a while,
the dull sound of the motor was heard. The bank's electric rolling shutter door slowly opened. The squad leader looked solemn, frowning and staring at the slowly rising door.
To be honest,
at this time, the team leader was still a little nervous.
After all,
Zhao Ming is a cruel, ruthless, and extremely ungrateful person. The captain came to the bank gate twice before to negotiate. The first time, Zhao Ming shot a hostage directly in front of the captain before even saying a few words. The second time, without even saying anything, Zhao Ming opened the door and threw out a grenade. Therefore, now come and receive the hostages yourself. The team leader was worried about whether Zhao Ming would use some unethical means.
It was at this time, accompanied by the rise of the rolling shutter door, 2 figures of hostages standing behind the door also appeared in the squad leader's sight.
On the wall behind the 2 hostages, Xu Ruochu, who was wearing a hood, was reaching out to press the switch to open the rolling shutter door. Seeing this situation, the team leader couldn't help but frown.
After all, judging from the information previously obtained by the escort, this hooded woman should be a hostage. Why was it she was the one sending the hostages out at this time? The team, we saw the hostages.
But it was not the robbers who sent the hostages out. It's the hostage we saw on the surveillance video who was suspected to be an accomplice of the robbers. The squad leader frowned deeply.
Although he was quite confused, he still maintained a calm expression on his face.
He spoke calmly and reported the situation to the commander in the temporary command room through the headset on his ear.
In the temporary command room,
the captain sat in front of the table with a solemn expression. Hearing the report coming from the headset, he took a slight breath.
Receive.
He responded to the squad leader through the headset in a calm tone. Then he grabbed the intercom on the table.
Falcon, Falcon.
The robber did not show up, the sniper operation is cancelled. The captain pressed the talk button on the intercom and spoke in a calm tone. After the Criminal Investigation Detachment team leader left the temporary command room, the captain immediately contacted the sniper who was still waiting on the roof opposite the bank. Let them observe the situation at the bank gate at all times and wait for instructions from their side.
This can only be regarded as a casual move. After all,
the robbers are very smart and are unlikely to reveal themselves in such a big way. But after all, there is still a certain chance. Therefore, the captain still holds some hope.
Who knows? The robber didn't even show his face.
Receive. As soon as the captain finished speaking, the sniper's response quickly sounded on the intercom. After hearing the response, the captain put the walkie-talkie back on the table. Then he leaned back on the chair, closed his eyes and rubbed his temples.
The robbers are really cautious.
In the slightly disappointed eyes of several team captains, the captain muttered to himself. Have to say, even in actual combat, the captain has not encountered such a troublesome opponent as Zhao Ming for a long time. This guy is truly a highly intelligent criminal. In front of the bank, the door opened to a person's height and then stopped. The two hostages did not dare to neglect it all. Ignoring the pouring rain, he quickly ran towards the team leader here. Shu Ruochu stood at the door. Looking at the backs of the two hostages, he swallowed secretly. Now the door of the bank is open, and he is standing at the door. Freedom is only one step away. At this time, Shu Ruochu had the urge to rush out quickly. But this thought was quickly overcome by reason. There was a remote-controlled bomb wrapped around his arm, and the remote control was still in Zhao Ming's hand. Zhao Ming said that the signal range of the remote control is 200 meters in a straight line. If he ran out now, no matter how fast he was, he would not be able to cover a distance of 200 meters before Zhao Ming could react. Therefore, he had no hope of escaping. Call. Let out a long breath. Shu Ruochu gritted his teeth and pressed the button to close the door. With a clicking sound, the bank's rolling shutter door slowly fell again. And at this time, the team leader also glanced at Shu Ruochu. Naturally, she also noticed the remote-controlled bomb wrapped around her arm. Temporary command room. After the captain rubbed his temples, he opened his eyes. He raised the watch on his wrist and looked at the time. The expression on his face was still solemn. At this moment, a team leader walked in quickly from outside the RV. He was holding the newly locked mobile phone in his hand, and it was obvious that he had just made a call. The team has contacted Mr. Zhao from the technical department. He has everything ready, and he can be back in about 3 minutes. Putting his cell phone in his pocket, the squad leader looked at the captain and reported. Just now, the captain arranged for the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment to pick up the person and put the sniper on standby. He was sent out to contact the team leader of the technical department. At this time, things were finally done. Good. After hearing this report, the captain nodded and responded casually. There are now more than 7 minutes left before the 10 minutes required by the robbers. As long as the team leader of the technical department can come back within 7 minutes with what the robbers require. Commander, the sniper didn't succeed? The squad leader looked at the expressions of the chief captain and the other squad captains. Then he tentatively asked. Actually, judging from the atmosphere in the temporary command room, he could already guess the answer to this question. The robbers did not show up. This is to be expected. After all, he is a cautious and smart man. It would be really surprising if he didn't even guess that we would deploy snipers. The captain picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of tea, then responded calmly. These words are somewhat self-comforting. When he heard this, the team leader also frowned and nodded. He didn't speak again, just quietly returned to his stool and sat down. The quiet atmosphere returned to the temporary command room again. The exercise is ongoing. Everyone in the escort team was feeling a lot of pressure. Therefore, almost all the leaders in the temporary command room frowned and looked solemn. The psychological pressure is really quite big. And that was after the atmosphere in the temporary command room became quiet for a moment. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment wearing a raincoat walked in quickly. Corporate team, the hostages have been brought back. Once inside, he watched the captain eagerly report the situation. After hearing the news, the chief captain and several other squad captains hurriedly stood up. The hostages are now placed in a nearby awning. They are female employees in 2 banks. Because the hostages are not emotionally stable, I arranged for 2 lesbians to calm them down and inquire about the situation in the bank. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment continued to speak. Let's go over and have a look. The captain nodded, and when he spoke, he quickly walked towards the temporary command room. The robber will most likely be leaving the bank in 7 minutes. So time is of the essence. Naturally, I can't wait for the inquiry records from over there. If you want to understand the situation in the bank through the mouths of the hostages, the most time-saving way is to go to the scene of the inquiry. In the bank. After Shu Ruochu closed the bank door, he quietly returned to his previous seat and sat down. At this point she seemed to have resigned herself to her fate. Knowing that there was no way to escape the robbers' control, he completely gave up the idea of escape. When Zhao Ming saw this situation, an unconscious smile appeared on his face. Being forced to become his accomplice was an unforeseen disaster for Shu Ruochu. After the exercise was over, it seemed that he really needed to apologize to her. But
For Shu Ruochu, this matter is almost over. Zhao Ming looked up at the clock on the wall. Then he stood up. His eyes swept over the hostage seat again. At this time, there were 7 hostages left in the bank. Apart from Shu Ruochu and the photographer, there were 5 other people sitting on the hostage table. You. And you. Zhao Ming paced in front of the hostage table, and while speaking, he pointed at several hostages. Choose 3 of the 5 hostages. Then he looked back at the photographer sitting next to the camera. Come here. Put these clothes on. After Zhao Ming selected 4 people, he walked to the place where the raid team's combat uniforms were piled. Then he gave instructions to several hostages. The 4 hostages he selected were all about the same size and height. After putting on the combat uniform, you can hardly see much difference from a distance. A total of 6 combat uniforms were seized from the raid team. Zhao Ming wore 1 suit himself, and each of the 4 hostages wore 1 suit. After all the hostages had changed into combat uniforms, Zhao Ming came to Shu Ruochu with the remaining suit. Put on your clothes too. After placing the clothes on the floor, Zhao Ming calmly gave instructions. After saying that, he no longer cared about Shu Ruochu. He picked up the mobile phone in the bag next to him again and contacted the captain through the voice call of the chat software. Outside Bank Square. In the area where the escort team is located. The commander-in-chief and several team captains were under the awning, quietly listening to the 2 female guard members' questioning of the hostages. When he heard his cell phone ringing, the captain quickly took it out and took a look. Seeing that the call was from a robber, he frowned slightly. After giving a slight signal to the team leader next to him, he prepared to find a quiet place to answer the phone, leaving several team leaders to stare at the situation here. Hello? Return to the temporary command room. The captain answered the phone immediately and spoke in a deep voice. There are only 3 minutes left. You should have everything ready, right? Put the gold on the minibus and park it in front of the bank in 3 minutes. I will leave in a minibus with the 4 hostages later. I don't want to see any convoy vehicles following me, otherwise none of the hostages will survive. I'm warning you not to play any tricks. Zhao Ming's voice sounded on the other end of the phone, and his cold words were full of threats. This time, Zhao Ming didn't wait for him to speak. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Faced with such a situation. For a moment, the captain's eyebrows furrowed deeper. The team leader from the technical department has returned, and everything the robbers asked for is indeed ready. It starts with the robber making a demand. The captain always felt that the robbers probably wanted to take the hostages and escape in a minibus. Only. From the questioning of the hostages just now, the captain received several key pieces of information. This made him unable to help but waver in this idea. That is, the robbers seemed to have hid the 5 million stolen money they had stolen from the bank in the bank toilet. He asked to prepare 10 kilograms of gold on the minibus. If he wanted to give up the 5 million stolen money, then why did he hide the stolen money? Can't it just be placed directly in the bank lobby? After all. After he leaves, the escort team will definitely enter the bank as soon as possible to clean up the battlefield. Doesn't this step of hiding stolen money seem superfluous? The commander-in-chief frowned deeply. He did not immediately notify the team leader of the technical department to drive the car to the entrance of the bank. Instead, he put down his phone and sat down on the chair. He rubbed the stubble on his chin with his right hand, with a very solemn expression on his face. It was at this time that the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment walked in from outside the door. Headquarters, the inquiry over there is almost over. According to the 2 hostages, in addition to the robbers suspected of hiding the stolen money in the bank bathroom. What's more surprising is that the robber confiscated the clothes of several members of the raid team, and even put on a new set himself. What do you think he wants to do? As soon as the squad leader entered the RV, he hurriedly reported the situation to the captain. While talking, he opened a bottle of mineral water on the table and poured a few sips into his mouth. And after listening to the words of the squad leader, the captain's eyebrows instantly knitted deeper. He stretched out his hand to rub his temples and squinted at the rain curtain outside the door. Apparently he was also thinking about the robber's intentions. Is he trying to fish in troubled waters? A few seconds later, the captain leaned back on his chair and murmured to himself. His voice was not loud, but because the squad leader was relatively close, he could still hear it clearly. Present. The squad leader raised his eyebrows, put down the mineral water bottle in his hand, and looked at the captain in confusion. Fish in troubled waters? Commander, what do you mean? The squad leader asked with a puzzled look on his face.
As soon as he said these words, the captain's eyes fell on him. Look, the robbers asked for a minibus and 10 kilograms of gold. And he kept it down to 10 minutes, giving it a sense of extreme urgency. Does this make everyone think that he is going to use the minibus to escape? The captain looked at the captain with a serious look on his face and spoke. That look. It seems that he wants to sort out the information he has through discussing with the team leader. Ah, that's true. When asked by the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment was obviously confused. Didn't the robbers just want to escape through the minibus? Otherwise, why would he go to such trouble to ask the escort to prepare these things? The robber was an extremely intelligent man. He should know very well that if he really uses a minibus to escape, our escort team will definitely deploy a large number of manpower to pursue and intercept him. Even if he escapes from the bank by then, the situation of being heavily surrounded remains unchanged. Would someone like him really spend so much useless effort and put himself in danger again? The captain put his right hand on the table and tapped his index finger slowly on the table. Frowning, he spoke seriously. Although these words were spoken to the squad leader, looking at the captain's look, it seemed more like he was asking himself. When the team leader heard this, he raised his eyebrows and didn't know how to answer. What the captain said does make sense. But, is this thing really that complicated? Maybe the robbers had no other options, so they really just wanted to take risks? According to the hostages, the robbers hid the stolen money in the bank. At the same time, I also changed into the clothes of the raiding team. Do you think there is a possibility that the minibus is just a smoke bomb set off by the robbers? He wanted us all to think he was going to escape in a minibus. In fact, you never thought about escaping from the beginning, but hid in the bank? When we thought he ran away, he wore the clothes of the raid team, mixed with the members of the special operations team who entered the bank to clean the battlefield, and left the bank in a swagger. Give us a chance to fish in troubled waters. And then wait for a while, then go back to the bank and get the stolen money he had hidden in advance? The commander-in-chief did not wait for the squad leader to respond to him. Instead, he spoke again and continued to talk about the possibilities that came to mind after sorting out the information. After hearing this conjecture, the team leader's eyes widened. Can the robbers still play like this? The captain's analysis shocked me, and at the same time, it sounded very possible. After all, the robber is a smart man. Such an approach is what a smart person would do. But just when the captain was about to express his admiration for the captain spoke again. But what puzzles me the most is that we learned from the hostages that the robbers hid the stolen money and changed into the clothes of the raid team members. And these two hostages were released by the robbers on their own initiative. This gives people a sense of conspiracy, as if the robbers deliberately wanted us to know these two pieces of information from the hostages. The captain frowned, took a breath, and then spoke with a solemn expression. From the information he learned, many of the robbers' actions were inconsistent. For a while. It also made him wonder what the robbers' real intention was. The main reason why he studied the robbers' intentions in this way was because the manpower at hand was really limited. There were only about 100 members of the escort team participating in the exercise this time. The most elite combat force is naturally the special operations team. However, due to the failure of the raid, the captain and 5 members of the special operations team were killed. This left the special operations team down to 7 people. Excluding several special departments such as the technical department and the logistics team, there are only about 50 members of the escort team who can participate in the operation. And some of these people have to stay to maintain order at the scene. Therefore, what the captain has to do at this time is naturally to determine the next move of the robber as much as possible. Only in this way can the limited manpower be used on the cutting edge. Commander, are we thinking too complicated? It's impossible for the robbers to transform us into living beings and just disappear into thin air, right? In my opinion, the robbers will most likely escape in a minibus. After a moment of silence, the team leader reached out to scratch his brow and spoke his thoughts. In the previous raid, the robbers took advantage of the captain's smart and cautious character and set up a series of traps. As a result, the escort team suffered a big loss. At this time, the robbers deliberately released so much information. The captain felt that the reason why the robbers did this was most likely because they wanted to induce the captain, thus dispersing the manpower of the escort team. Give him a greater chance of success in escaping. Therefore, he thought the robbers just wanted to escape in a minibus. Call. After listening to the words of the squad leader, the captain took a long breath and nodded. He also felt that he was thinking too much. After all, Sometimes, the more complex things are, the more they need to be viewed simply. He raised his wrist and looked at the time. The 3 minutes required by the robber were almost up. The captain picked up the walkie-talkie on the table. Pressed the talk button. Old Zhao, quickly deliver the minibus and 10 kilograms of gold requested by the robbers to the door of the bank. After you stop the car, you should quickly withdraw without any delay. After calmly issuing the order, the captain quietly waited for the response from the technical team leader. The team leader of the technical department was in the car at this time. After receiving the message, there should be no problem in delivering the car within the time requested by the robber. Receive. The voice of the technical team leader soon came over the intercom. Hear the words. The captain put the intercom back on the table. Then he looked up at the captain of the criminal investigation detachment standing nearby. You go and lead the 4th team to guard the back door of the bank. After the minibus starts, I will let the first group enter the bank quickly. While cleaning up the battlefield, check whether there is a possibility that the robbers are hiding in the bank. The captain spoke seriously. Yes. The captain of the criminal investigation detachment heard this and responded quickly. Then he turned around and left the temporary command room to carry out the commander's order. At this time, after taking a deep breath, the captain picked up the raincoat next to him and put it on before walking out of the temporary command room. Since the golden car requested by the robbers have been delivered, then he would naturally go and see how the robbers would get into the car and leave later. At the same time, in the bank, Zhao Ming looked up at the time on the clock on the wall. Also heading towards the bank window. He opened a corner of the newspaper stuck to the glass and looked outside through the glass. In front of the bank, I saw a minibus that had stalled and stopped. Then a member of the escort wearing a raincoat opened the cab door and quickly trotted away. Quite on time. Zhao Ming murmured with a smile. Obviously, he was quite satisfied with the punctuality of the escort team. Ignoring the small corner that was opened on the glass window, Zhao Ming turned around and walked towards the location of the hostages. Seeing the robber approaching with a smile on his face, all the hostages couldn't help but feel tense and their bodies became a little stiff. He walked around the bank and first brought the 2 hostages who were still sitting in the hostage seats to the office area. He found an office at random and locked the 2 of them in the office. Then he returned to the hall again. And at this time, in the bank hall, there were only a few people wearing the combat uniforms of the raiding team. Next, it's time to take everyone away. I know you must be all scared at this time. But actually, you don't have to be afraid of me at all, because I am a very principled person. As long as you cooperate with me obediently, I promise that I won't hurt your lives. Zhao Ming walked to the side of several hostages and spoke with a smile. After all the words were said, it gave people a rather kind feeling. Only the hostages at this time naturally would not believe the superficial kindness of Zhao Ming, a ruthless gangster. Zhao Ming finished speaking. Several hostages still stood nervously, not daring to say a word. You can drive, right? Zhao Ming now walked to a hostage. He raised his eyebrows. He asked with a calm expression. Goo. Meeting. I have an A license and I have driven a truck before. The hostage swallowed, not daring to hide anything, and nodded quickly. Responded to Zhao Ming's question truthfully. Very good. You stand here. Zhao Ming nodded and patted the hostage on the shoulder with satisfaction. Then he pointed to the open space next to him and gave an order. Hear the words. The hostage did not dare to neglect and quickly stood at the position designated by Zhao Ming. You 3 come behind him and stand in a line. Zhao Ming spoke calmly and gave the order again. Except for Shu Ruochu, the other 3 hostages did not dare to neglect. He quickly followed the robber's request and stood in a row. Then, Zhao Ming picked up the remote-controlled bomb that he had just removed from the hostage seat and tied it firmly to the back of the middle hostage with tape. While doing this, the hostage was trembling with fear. But he didn't dare to make any moves. He could only close his eyes, grit his teeth, and wait quietly for Zhao Ming to complete all these operations. After strapping the remote control bomb, Zhao Ming returned to several hostages again. Turn right. The person behind puts his hand on the shoulder of the person in front. Zhao Ming spoke again and gave his orders. The 4 hostages did not dare to resist at all after hearing this, and hurriedly followed the robber's request. Very good. Thank you everyone for your cooperation. Next, I will make arrangements for the subsequent plans. I hope everyone can listen clearly and take note of them carefully. After all, this is about whether you can survive. Zhao Ming walked slowly next to the hostages and spoke in a calm tone. At this time, he still had a faint smile on his face. Apparently quite leisurely. After hearing his words, all the hostages listened quietly. I'm afraid I've missed something. In 3 minutes, Shuruwachu, go to the bank door and open the bank door. And the three of you, just follow the leader and go forward. And you took them out of the bank and got on the minibus at the door. After getting in the car, quickly start the vehicle and drive directly to the suburbs. Understand? Zhao Ming spoke calmly. When speaking, the volume was specially increased to ensure that everyone could hear clearly. Clear. Everyone nodded wildly and responded to Zhao Ming with a trembling voice. Although it is not clear what the robbers' purpose was. But they knew that the only way to survive was to obey the robbers. So no matter what the robbers' demands are, they can only obey. Very good. The remote control bomb you are carrying, the effective straight-line distance of the remote control in my hand is 200 meters. Of course, this is just a conservative estimate. I estimate that even if it is 500 meters away in a straight line, the possibility of detonating it if I press the remote control is not small. I'll give you plenty of time after you get in the car. Drive as far as you want. If you can open up signal coverage before I press the remote control, then congratulations on how you can survive. Zhao Ming took out a remote control from his pocket, his face returned to an indifferent expression, and he spoke in a cold tone. The fierce and violent aura emanating from his body was intimidating. The words fell. Zhao Ming did not wait for the answers from several people. Instead, he picked up the camera on the ground and handed it to the photographer at the end of the queue, asking him to hold the camera with one hand and put one hand on the shoulder of the hostage in front. Bring the machine. Remember to find a good angle after getting in the car. I need to be able to see you in the live broadcast room the whole time. Otherwise, I will press the button on the remote control immediately, do you understand? Zhao Ming patted the photographer's face, his tone full of threats. Hearing Zhao Ming's threatening words, the photographer nodded quickly. After arranging this series of things, Zhao Ming looked at the time on the wall again. At this time, 5 minutes have passed since the end of the 3 minutes requested. He raised his eyebrows. I guess all the members of the escort team outside should be anxious, right? Outside Bank Square. The captain was wearing a raincoat and standing next to the cordon in the heavy rain. He looked solemn and stared at the bank door with his deep eyes. As time passed, the captain couldn't help but frown. He raised his wrist and looked at the time. 5 minutes had passed since the time requested by the robber, but there was no movement at the bank. What is Zhao Ming doing? The captain took a deep breath and murmured to himself. There was no movement from the bank, which made him suspicious for a moment. Could it be that the robbers were playing tricks on the escorts by asking for these things? His eyebrows were furrowed. An anxious look began to appear on the captain's face. Several squad captains were also standing next to the chief captain in raincoats. Faced with this situation, they also frowned. Commander, do you think the robbers didn't intend to come out of the bank at all? He made these requests just to make our guards work in vain, so as to consume our energy? He uses this method to keep us busy and create more opportunities for himself? Waited for a while again. The team leader of the technical department on the side suddenly raised his eyebrows, looked sideways at the captain and expressed his thoughts. Hear this. The captain's eyebrows instantly knitted deeper. It's really not impossible. But if Zhao Ming really did this, he would have no good way to deal with it. After all, Zhao Ming holds the hostage's life in his hands. As long as he threatens the life and safety of the hostages, no matter what request he makes, he can only agree. Just wait and see. The captain exhaled slightly. When responding to the team leader of the technical department, his eyes were still fixed on the situation at the bank. Hear this. The team captains did not speak again, but continued to stand quietly beside the captain, waiting. At this time, on the side of the escort camp in the rain, the first group, composed of the remaining members of the special operations team, was fully armed and wearing raincoats and stood quietly behind the chief and several squad leaders. The rest of the convoy members involved in the operation were divided into 3 groups. The fourth team, led by the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, had already arrived at the back door of the bank and blocked the area. The remaining second and third groups all stayed in the vehicles at the rear of the position, quietly waiting for the captain to give the order to chase the robbers. In this gap where everyone is performing their duties and quietly waiting for their own action orders to be issued, everyone's heart is tense. Although he knew in his heart that what he experienced was just an exercise.
But as the exercise progressed, events unfolded.
In the minds of the members of the escort team who participated in this exercise, this was no longer a simple exercise.
This is more like a war.
A war related to the collective honor of the Municipal Bureau. If they want to earn back their own face in front of the entire network, they must be very energetic. Therefore, at this time, the pressure on the hearts of the members of the escort team was not small. The entire escort camp was shrouded in heavy rain, and a depressing and chilling atmosphere filled every corner.
In the bank,
Zhao Ming took the curtains that had just been pulled off the bank window and returned to the hostages.
In the doubtful eyes of Shu Ruochu, who was standing aside,
Zhao Ming covered the 4 hostages who had lined up according to his request. At the same time, he adjusted the curtains to ensure that they would not block the view of the leading hostage. Then they circled around the hostage team that was covered by the curtain. Make sure the curtains cover them completely but still allow the outline of the human figure to be barely visible. Then he clapped his hands, quite satisfied.
Very good. The countdown is 3 minutes from now. In 3 minutes, you will follow my request and leave the bank.
Remember, after getting in the car, except for the driver, no one else can come out of the curtains. You must at least stay away from this place before you can touch this curtain.
Do you understand?
Also, don't hesitate after getting in the car. You must drive forward as hard as you can. After all, this is a matter of your survival. At this time, Zhao Ming put away his previous indifference. He had a warm smile on his face and his tone was extremely gentle. For a while, it gave people a feeling of being harmless and extremely friendly.
I understand.
After hearing what Zhao Ming said, several hostages hurriedly responded. Although the trembling voice was still more filled with fear.
However, there is still a little bit of joy as if seeing hope. After all, if Zhao Ming can keep his promise, they do have hope of surviving.
Although judging from Zhao Ming's previous actions,
this ruthless gangster may not be who he says he is, a principled person.
But the hostages now have no other choice. They can only hope that Zhao Ming will indeed keep his promise. After watching all the hostages respond to him, Zhao Ming picked up the backpack he had brought in before, turned around and walked directly towards the bathroom in the hall. Under Shu Ruochu's confused gaze, Zhao Ming's figure turned directly into the bathroom. Shu Ruochu blinked his eyes, a puzzled expression on his delicate face.
What are the robbers planning to do? He was about to leave the bank. Did he still need to go to the toilet? But she didn't dare to say anything at the moment. Just stood there, waiting quietly.
As time passed by, the 3-minute countdown requested by Zhao Ming was almost over. But his figure never came out of the bathroom.
For a while, Shu Ruochu couldn't help but frown. Suddenly,
Shu Ruochu seemed to have thought of something, and the expression on his face changed from confusion to shock. The series of arrangements the robber made just now didn't seem to include him. He just asked himself to open the bank door after the 3-minute countdown and let a few hostages who were covered by curtains leave.
There are no arrangements for him. That is to say, the robbers had no intention of leaving the bank in the first place? What on earth does he want to do? Is it possible that he is planning to hide in the bank to avoid being pursued by the escort? Isn't this idea a bit fanciful?
After all, the bank is such a big place, and there are all members of the escort team outside.
Can he really hide?
And that was when Shu Ruochu was shocked. She quickly looked up at the time on the clock on the wall.
The 3-minute countdown required by the robbers has expired. Present. Shu Ruochu didn't dare to delay at all.
After all, there's no telling where the robber is hiding somewhere and watching him.
If you don't follow his request, your life will be threatened at any time.
She hurriedly walked towards the bank gate. He pressed the switch of the bank's electric rolling shutter door and slowly opened the bank's rolling shutter door. Upon seeing this, the rest of the hostage team hurriedly followed the robber's request and walked out of the bank. Although Zhao Ming was not among these hostages. But everything still went according to his plan.
At the same time, outside the police cordon of Bank Plaza,
the captain frowned deeply, gritted his teeth, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. He raised his wrist again and looked at the time. Almost 10 minutes have passed since the time requested by the robber. If the robber made these demands just to tire out the members of the escort team, then he had really achieved his goal.
After all, a series of actions are deployed and arranged.
Then so much time was wasted. This takes a certain amount of mental effort from the members of the escort team. And just when the captain was about to give up waiting, there was sudden movement from the bank gate.
See it.
The chief captain and several squad captains almost immediately held their breath and focused their attention. He stared in the direction of the bank door. I saw the bank door slowly opening. Then a group of figures, tightly covered by curtains, slowly walked out of the bank. Saw this situation. The captain's eyebrows that had just relaxed suddenly wrinkled again. What are the robbers doing? When the team captains nearby saw this situation, their eyes widened instantly. When the team leader of the technical department asked a question, the faces of the other team captains were also full of doubts. Does he not want us to know if he got in the car? The squad leader next to him frowned and was silent for 2 seconds before he tentatively spoke. Listening to the discussion of the squad leader next to him, the chief captain did not speak. He still frowned and looked at the situation at the bank from a distance. To be honest, if he simply didn't want the escort to know that he was in the car, there's no need to cover it with curtains, right? After all, the cordon where the captain and the others were located was almost 20 meters away from the bank gate. In addition, it was raining heavily at this time, so I could only barely see the figures on the other side. Not to mention, judging from the clues provided by the leader's figure, that was not completely obscured by the curtains and the 2 released hostages. Both the hostages and the robbers should be wearing assault team combat uniforms. For this situation, the whole body was wrapped tightly, with only 2 eyes exposed. Even with good visibility, you can't tell the difference at all from such a distance. Did Zhao Ming do this because he was overly cautious? Or, does it have a deeper meaning? Telescope. The captain took a deep breath and spoke quickly in a deep voice. A police officer standing nearby heard this and quickly handed over the binoculars in his hand. The captain held the binoculars and looked towards the bank entrance again. But because of the impact of heavy rain on the view, even with a telescope, the view is not very clear. Only the outlines of several figures could be seen behind the curtains. The captain roughly counted and found that there were 4 silhouettes in total that were obscured by the curtains. Further away, there is a figure hiding behind the electric rolling shutter door, operating the switch. She was also wearing the combat uniform of the assault team. It's just that the figure looks smaller and thinner, so it's obviously impossible for him to be a robber. It is most likely the female hostage who was suspected to be an accomplice of the robbers. In the rainstorm, under the gaze of a group of escort members in the distance, the hostages behind the curtain slowly got into the minibus with the door open. Less than a minute, the minibus was successfully started and quickly drove towards the bank square. And at the same time, the bank's doors remain open. Xu Ruochu stood next to the gate, watching the minibus going away and the escort team standing outside the cordon. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. When the robber explained what happened before, he only allowed himself to open the door. He didn't say what he was going to do after opening the door. The robber did not ask him to return to the bank after the hostages left. Does that mean that he is already free? He looked back at the empty bank hall. Seeing that Zhao Ming did not appear, Xu Ruochu took a deep breath. She gritted her teeth and prepared to run towards the escort camp. It was at this time the captain holding a telescope was giving action instructions to the first group. The first group takes action. Enter the bank, search the situation inside the bank, and find out if there is any possibility of the robber staying in the bank. The fourth team is guarding the back door of the bank. Don't let a fly out. The captain picked up the walkie-talkie, pressed the talk button, and quickly issued an action order. As the words fell, the members of the special operations team who had been waiting behind him also took action quickly. Maintaining a formation to cover each other, they walked into the cordon and advanced towards the bank. At this time, the captain glanced at the minibus that had gone away behind him. He did not let the second and third team members catch up immediately. After all, if the robbers are really on the minibus, the escort team immediately sent someone to follow them, which would definitely anger the robbers. At that time, the lives of the hostages in the car will be threatened. Anyway, I have arranged for personnel from the technical department to use surveillance along the road to monitor the route the minibus leaves. As long as the robber really gets on the minibus, he will definitely not be able to escape. Therefore, the most important thing now is to confirm whether the robbers may be hiding in the bank. Bank Plaza. The members of the first group just maintained their formation and marched less than 5 meters apart. Suddenly, a figure in combat uniform ran out of the bank's still open door. Faced with such a situation, all the team members quickly stopped. He pointed his gun at the figure, looking ready. In an instant, a dozen guns were aimed at him. When Shu Ruwachu saw such a posture, he was instantly stunned and subconsciously raised his hands.
Don't shoot, I'm a hostage.
After raising his hands, Shu Ruwachu quickly shouted loudly.
Hear this. Two members of the Special Operations team quickly stepped forward to bring Shu Ruwachu back. The rest of the people were still on guard. See it. Shu Ruwachu finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Have you finally been saved?
And that was when two members of the Special Operations team were about to run up to Shu Ruwachu. One of the Special Operations team members suddenly saw the remote-controlled bomb wrapped around Shu Ruwachu's arm. His eyes widened instantly. When he stopped and was about to warn his companions.
Bang!
A muffled sound suddenly sounded.
Bright red paint instantly sprayed out from the remote-controlled bomb on Shu Ruwachu's arm.
The two members of the Special Operations team were very close to Shu Ruwachu at this time.
The paint and the remote-controlled bomb suddenly sprayed out.
There was no time to dodge.
For a while,
both of them were covered in large amounts of paint.
When the remote-controlled bomb on his arm suddenly exploded, Shu Ruwachu was instantly frightened and trembled.
While his eyes were tightly closed, his whole body was trembling.
At this time,
her mind was completely blank. He didn't know whether he had been killed by the bomb or whether he was still alive. She was afraid that when she opened her eyes, she would see the legendary King of Hell.
And outside the cordon here.
Faced with this situation, the chief captain and several squad captains were slightly stunned at first. After reacting, his face turned pale instantly. The captain held the walkie-talkie in his hand under his raincoat. He was using so much force that his finger joints were slightly white. His teeth were clenched, and the muscles on his cheeks were visibly tense. It is enough to show that the anger in the captain's heart at this moment is really not small.
No one expected that Zhao Ming would play such a trick at this time. Actually using hostages as suicide bombs? The commander-in-chief quickly looked back.
At this time, the minibus prepared by the escort had not gone far and had just left the bank square. This distance is still within the signal coverage of the remote control.
Therefore, it is not yet certain whether the robbers got on the minibus. In the bank,
Zhao Ming was squatting at the door of an office. Use the lock-picking tool you just redeemed from the mall using system points to tinker with the lock on that door. Zhao Ming did not expect that the remote control bomb detonated outside and eliminated two members of the escort team.
After all, at this time, he couldn't see the situation outside.
Detonating the remote-controlled bomb on Shu Ruwachu was just a move he made to kill Shu Ruwachu after the hostage team got in the car and left.
After all, Shu Ruwachu knew that he was still hiding in the bank.
In order to prevent him from revealing this news to the escort team, the best way is to eliminate her from this exercise.
Detonate a remote-controlled bomb.
According to the rules of the exercise, Shu Ruwachu was a dead man in this exercise.
The escort team couldn't get any information from her.
Otherwise, it would be a violation of the drill regulations. But what Zhao Ming didn't expect was that this move of eliminating Shu Ruwachu was actually meaningful.
Certainly.
At this time, Zhao Ming had no idea about this matter.
He was still working on the door lock on his office.
The door lock in this office uses a C-level lock cylinder, although the security level is not very high. But compared to the common A and B grade lock cylinders, it is still much better. The key of this kind of lock core generally has a single blade with a mill groove inside, and there are certain curves and blades on the edge of the key. Even a skilled locksmith would take almost 2 hours to open it without a key. The most important is, if a Class C lock is unlocked with a strong twisting tool, the lock cylinder will self-destruct and lock itself, making it completely impossible to open. Therefore, it is not a simple matter to open such a lock.
Only
Zhao Ming possesses the master-level lockpicking skill rewarded by the system. Such a door lock is actually not too troublesome for him.
Snapped. Almost another minute passed.
There was a crisp sound from the door lock, and the door was pushed open by Zhao Ming.
See it. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Ming's face.
At that moment, he stopped delaying, packed his things, picked up the backpack placed at the door, and walked into the office. At the same time, he also closed the office door again.
Outside the bank, it's still raining heavily.
Dense raindrops fell from the sky, washing away the paint on Shu Ruwachu and the two escort members. The rain mixed with paint flowed on the ground, and a small patch of ground centered on the three people instantly turned into a bright red patch. At this time, the two hungry members of the Special Operations team were also stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do for a while.
After all,
according to the rules of the exercise, they were already dead. Therefore, naturally, you cannot move without permission. He could only stay where he was and wait for the commander's orders. Call. The captain looked at the situation over there, closed his eyes and let out a long breath. The ugly expression on his face finally softened a little. Regarding this sudden situation, the captain was so angry that his head hurt. But there's a lot to deal with right now. Therefore, I can only quickly adjust my mood and continue the series of actions I have prepared. After all, time waits for no one. 2 people will take away the eliminated brothers and the hostages. The hostages will be sent to the logistics department to calm down. The first group operation continues. It's still unclear whether there are other traps set by the robbers in the bank. You must be cautious after going to the bank. The captain picked up the walkie-talkie and gave the order quickly. And after he finished speaking, someone outside the cordon quickly stepped forward to take away the 3 people on Shu Ruochu's side. At the same time, the first group, made up of members of the Special Operations Team, and the rest continued toward the bank. After entering the bank, several team members quickly spread out in groups of 2 to search all parts of the bank. The captain still stood outside the cordon. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, nervously waiting for the news to come. Report. 2 hostages found in the office. Report. The bodies of the raiding team were found in the office. The voice of the report soon sounded on the intercom. Listening to this movement, the captain closed his eyes and lowered his head, but his eyebrows were slightly frowned. Report, a large amount of stolen money was found in the toilet. Just a few seconds later, the report sounded again on the intercom. And heard the situation reported this time. The captain finally opened his eyes, frowning deeply, and looked towards the bank. Is the stolen money still in the bank toilet? To know. If the robber wants to win this exercise, he must successfully evade the pursuit of the escort with the stolen money. That is to say, according to the requirements of the exercise, the robbers must obtain money in order to win the exercise. The stolen money in the bank is still in the toilet. The only way he can get money is the gold on the minibus. Therefore, if the robber wants to win the exercise, he must get into the car? Report. No robbers were found in the bank lobby or office area. On the intercom, the members of the first team were still reporting the situation. At this time, the captain had already taken the walkie-talkie, turned around and trotted towards the temporary command room. Upon seeing this, the team captains also hurriedly followed. At the same time, in the temporary command room, several members of the technical department were sitting in front of the computer, watching the minibus leave the route through the surveillance screen in full alert. Where is the vehicle? As soon as the captain stepped into the temporary command room, he quickly looked at several members of the technical department and asked. One of the team members looked back at the captain. Picking up the notebook on the table, he opened his mouth to report the movements of the minibus. After the vehicle left the Bank Square area, it entered the northern section of Huanqing West Road, and then turned onto Anmin Road. Because there are so many vehicles on the road now and the traffic is heavy, the vehicles haven't traveled very far. As the report fell, the captain has also walked to the computer. He frowned and looked at the surveillance screen on the screen. In the scene, dozens of cars were jammed on the road, waiting for the traffic light ahead. The minibuses were jammed among these vehicles. Seeing this situation, the captain's expression instantly became serious. The traffic was so congested that the vehicle the robbers were riding in was moving slowly. But it is equally difficult for the escort to keep up. The most important is, there were several hostages in the car. If Zhao Ming is really in the car, the convoy couldn't intercept his vehicle with much fanfare. Map. The captain stared at the surveillance screen on the screen, and at the same time gave instructions to the technical force members next to him. Hear the words. The technical force member quickly picked up the map on the table and handed it to the captain. Taking the map, the captain quickly pointed at the road above and took a few glances. The second team quickly dispatched and followed the robbers' minibus along Anmin Road. Keep your distance and don't let the robbers find out. After checking the map, the captain picked up the walkie-talkie and issued an order. At this time, the second and third team members were all using civilian vehicles. Therefore, as long as you keep a certain distance when following, it will not be easy for the robber to detect the situation. Receive. A response came quickly from the intercom. Then on the outside of the bank square, 4 cars started and drove towards the outside of the bank. The captain's eyes were still fixed on the map. After watching it for a few more seconds, he picked up the walkie-talkie again. The third group takes action, enter Ankang Road along Huanqing South Road, and drive towards the south of the city.
If I guessed correctly, the robbers' destination is most likely the southern suburbs of the city. The captain gave the order again.
Two groups, one followed the robber's vehicle from a distance. The remaining group tried to find a way to get around to the front of the robber's vehicle.
Since vehicles cannot be intercepted on the road, they can only be deployed in this way and then wait for opportunities to act. Receive. A response quickly came from the intercom.
The captain then put down the map in his hand and looked up at the surveillance screen on the computer screen again. In the picture, the green light at the end of the road turned on, and the vehicles on the road began to move slowly.
Only because the minibus is located in the middle of the traffic flow.
The traffic light did not turn green for long, and the minibus was forced to stop again by vehicles waiting for the red light in front of it before it even passed the green light. Seeing this situation, the captain's brows finally relaxed a little. The road conditions are congested, which is not good news for the convoy, but it is definitely not bad news. But for the robbers in the car, it was really bad news.
He was driving but couldn't run away. Zhao Ming, who was in the car, must have been anxious, right? Think of this. The commander-in-chief couldn't help feeling a little bit secretly happy for a moment. At the same time, inside the minibus on the road,
the hostage driving the car slammed on the brakes and the minibus stopped quickly. Looking at the row of red car taillights and the heavy rain ahead, the hostage looked like he was about to cry without tears.
Horse riding. Red light again. Why are there all red lights on this broken road? He gritted his teeth, slammed the steering wheel, and couldn't help but curse.
At this time, a sense of despair arose in his heart. After leaving the bank, they encountered extremely heavy traffic on the road before they had gone very far. The rain was so heavy that the vehicles in front basically drove very slowly. Plus the impact of various left-turning vehicles.
Once the traffic lights alternate, not many vehicles can pass.
You find a way to rush over. Or just hit the car in front of me. Just as the driver finished cursing, a hostage behind also spoke eagerly. After all, life is at stake. The several hostages in the car were as anxious as ants in trouble. The hostage with a bomb tied to his body was sitting on his seat, his face pale, and he looked forward from time to time. The photographer sat a little further back and used a camera to capture the situation inside the car.
Rush? How to charge? There are so many cars in front of me. If I bump one car away and there are a bunch of them, where can I go? And once there is a car accident, the road will be completely blocked and none of us can escape.
The driver was also very anxious and angry at this time. He turned to look at the hostage who had just spoken and spat a few words.
To be honest, it's not that the driver didn't think about just opening the door and running away.
After all, the bomb was not tied to his body. But when I thought about the robbers watching the situation in the car through the live broadcast of the camera. As soon as he opened the door, he pressed the bomb's remote control.
I can't run away at all. After all,
according to the robbers, the bomb was powerful enough to destroy an entire floor. If it explodes on the vehicle and then detonates other vehicles on the road, I won't be able to survive no matter how fast I run.
Certainly.
This is just a possibility. It is also possible that the robbers were not watching the live broadcast at this time.
You can successfully escape by throwing yourself off the minibus.
But this requires risking one's life.
No one in the car really has such courage. After all,
they all have wives, children, and parents at home. There is no one who is not afraid of death.
Not to mention,
it seems that you are more likely to survive by following the robber's request than by throwing the car away and running away. Therefore, they can only do what the robbers ask and try to win as many chances of survival as possible.
In the live broadcast room,
looking at the situation in the car, the audience in the live broadcast room also started a heated discussion.
With nearly 4 million online viewers, the number of barrages is naturally extremely terrifying.
At this time, if you open the barrage to watch the live broadcast, it is estimated that there is only a black barrage on the entire screen, and no picture can be seen at all.
The hostages in the car must be feeling desperate now, right? They encountered such a huge traffic jam.
Sigh. I can only hope that the robbers will not press the remote control of the bomb.
Can't the people in the car jump out of the window and escape?
Or just take down the bomb and just find a place where no one is and throw it out of the car? Brother upstairs, you are so stupid. The robbers are also watching the situation through the live broadcast. If you do this, aren't you looking for death? That's right, the robber asked several hostages to drive away in order to draw the attention of the escort team, so following his request is the safest way. I have to say that this robber is really brave. He didn't even get in the car, but chose to hide in the bank. Is he planning to play tricks under the light? The bank is such a big place. The escort team sent people in to search twice. No matter how well he hid it, he could be found. I think the robber would be stupid if he didn't get into the car. Indeed, if there are hostages in the driver, the robber can still have a glimmer of hope. What he is doing now is completely seeking his own death. Is this thing finally going to come to an end? But so many people have died. It is estimated that all the hot searches tomorrow will be news about this matter. Isn't it? Now there are still people questioning the robber's IQ? Why do I think he chose to hide in the bank and may not be discovered? Stop talking nonsense. I really don't believe that the bank is surrounded by people and the robbers can still grow wings and fly. Brothers, don't talk too much. The robbers asked the hostages to drive away. They clearly used the minibus the hostages were riding in to attract the attention of the escort. Once this move is successful, the bank will be the safest. In the live broadcast room, the audience was talking a lot. The audience was quite worried about the situation of several hostages on the minibus at this time. At the same time, Zhao Ming chose to give up taking the hostages and get into the car. Instead, he chose to continue hiding in the bank. Most viewers thought this was an extremely stupid move. Of course, there are also a small number of viewers who feel that Zhao Ming must have his own confidence in doing this. For a while, audiences with different views debated. This also made the live broadcast room more popular. In the city bureau, the director sat at his desk. At this moment, he was frowning deeply. While picking up the teacup and drinking water, his eyes were still staring at the live broadcast room screen on the computer screen. A wrinkled face, full of worry. The matter of the exercise has been fermented in the live broadcast room and has become a hubbub on the internet. At this time, you can basically see the hot searches for this matter on all major websites. At the beginning, the director considered that in order to comply with the original intention of the exercise to be based on actual combat, he did not choose to disclose the truth of the exercise after the robbers were broadcast live. Therefore, in the eyes of many netizens, this was not an exercise, but a real bank robbery. At this time, the exercise exploded on the internet. Not only were nearly 4 million viewers watching it in real time in the live broadcast room, but there were even more people discussing it on various other websites. At the same time, because of the outstanding performance of the robber Zhao Ming, things became increasingly out of control. The social panic caused is not small. The director had previously thought about telling the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade who was participating in the exercise about the live broadcast. Give him a little pressure to catch the robber as soon as possible and end the exercise. Then after the exercise is over, explain the exercise to the audience. But the development of things was far beyond his expectation. After such a long time, the escort team not only failed to end the exercise. Instead, due to the failure of the raid, the captain and 5 members of the special operations team were killed. Certainly. Fortunately, the scene where Xu Ruochu and the 2 team members were eliminated again was not captured by the live broadcast room. Otherwise, the director would probably be very angry. No matter what, the social panic caused by this exercise has completely reached the point of being uncontrollable. If Zhao Ming, who was hiding in the bank, was still not caught by the escort camp, the director was thinking about making the truth of the exercise public. After all, according to the rules of the exercise, Zhao Ming needs to escape for 48 hours if he wants to win. If social panic is allowed to spread within this time, the impact was really too great. And that was just 2 minutes ago. In the bank. Inside the president's office. Zhao Ming was quietly holding the backpack in his hand and standing behind the office door. He held his cell phone in his free hand. In silent mode, the live broadcast room is playing. The most important part of his escape plan was to let the hostages on the minibus delay him for enough time. Therefore, he had to make sure the minibus had not been intercepted by the convoy camp. To be honest, choosing to continue hiding in the bank is indeed a risky move. If the development of things does not go according to his plan at all, then his situation will become extremely dangerous. But the benefits of this risky move are also huge. Once successful, Zhao Ming would be sure to disappear from the sight of the escort within a certain period of time. And under such circumstances, he would have more time to deal with the pursuit for the next 48 hours. Bata, bata. as Zhao Ming waited quietly. Suddenly there was light footsteps outside the door.
At the same time, outside the bank office door, two members of the special operations team were holding guns, ready to search from the aisle. Before that, they had looked at all the offices. The president's office is the last room in the entire office area.
One team member stood at the door with a gun, while the other team member stood with his back to the wall on the side of the door, reaching out to turn the door handle.
Kaka. Two sounds came out.
The team member who reached out to twist the door handle frowned slightly. He glanced at his team members and signaled that the office door was locked.
The bank office in front of me uses a security door with a high safety factor.
Without borrowing tools, it is impossible to kick the door open with just 2 feet like in the movie. If you want to open the door for inspection, in addition to getting the key, you also need to use a door-breaking hammer.
Do you have a key to this room?
The police officer who opened the door just now turned around quickly and asked the hostage who had just been brought out of the office and had not yet been taken away. One of the two hostages was the fat bank manager. He is naturally very clear about things in the bank. That's our president's office, because some confidential information is piled up, and only our president has the key.
The bank manager, who was still trembling with fear, responded quickly. Hear this.
The member of the special operations team raised his eyebrows.
Then he looked back at his teammates.
The team member holding the gun over there squatted down and checked the office door lock.
Then he stood up and responded. There are no signs of damage to the door lock.
After hearing this, the team members here nodded. Since there is no key, and the door lock has no signs of damage, and according to the bank's floor plan, there is no ventilation duct outlet in this office.
So the robbers are unlikely to be hiding in them.
In addition, this is a place where confidential bank information is stored, so it is not appropriate to use a hammer to force it open.
At this time,
the team member pressed the talk button on his headset and reported the situation to the temporary command room.
Report: no robbers were found in the bank lobby or office area.
As the report fell, the two members of the special operations team quickly left the office area and went to other places to conduct investigations and searches. In the office, Zhao Ming, who heard the footsteps disappearing, still had an extremely calm expression on his face.
Obviously,
everything at this time was still within his expectations.
Temporary command room.
The captain was still standing behind several members of the technical force, staring at the surveillance screen on the screen with a solemn expression. When the first team reported that stolen money was found in the bank toilet, he immediately rejected the idea that the robbers were still hiding in the bank. Therefore, he naturally focused his work on the fleeing minibus.
Only,
he has not handed over to the first group and withdrawn from the fourth group yet.
Just in case. Report: no robbers were found in the bank's ventilation ducts.
The intercom continued to hear the voice of the first team reporting the situation. After even checking the ventilation ducts, the robber was still not found.
The captain finally took a slight breath.
He closed his eyes, frowned, and his brain began to work rapidly.
After the robber asked for a minibus, he made a very unusual move.
That was the initiative to release the two hostages. From the mouths of the two hostages he released on his own initiative, the escort team learned two pieces of information: hidden stolen money, and the robbers changed into the clothes of the escort. These two pieces of information immediately led me to think that the robbers might want to continue hiding in the bank. Before escaping from the bank, the robbers still had 9 hostages in their hands. Including the robbers themselves, the total number was 10. He took the initiative to release 2 hostages, eliminated one with a remote control bomb, and the first team rescued 2 from the office area.
That means there are 5 people left.
Among the group of people who got on the bus, although they were blocked by the curtains, the captain could still barely tell through the outlines of the figures' heads that they were 4 people.
That is to say, it seems like a person has disappeared out of thin air. From this point of view, it seems to be more confirmed that the robbers are hiding in the bank.
But precisely because all the information proves that the robbers are hiding in the bank, this made the captain even more suspicious. Because most of the information he had was deliberately thrown out by the robbers.
Was all he did to convince himself that he was hiding in the bank? The captain was not surprised that a person disappeared out of thin air. Because,
among the small group of people who got on the bus, there was a certain distance between them. And because of the curtains, all the captain could see was the outline of the figure's head, and he couldn't see the legs and shoes underneath at all. If the robber was hunched over, he would be hiding in the distance between the 4 people. With the curtains blocking it, it can indeed create the illusion that there are only 4 people.
In addition, the stolen money is still in the bank toilet. The captain is almost certain that the robber is not in the bank.
All the information was just deliberately released by Zhao Ming to confuse him.
Call. I sorted out all the information in my mind. The captain let out a breath. He picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand with firm eyes. Pressed the talk button. The first group evacuates from the bank.
The fourth group left some people to clean up the battlefield, and the remaining brothers retreated to the square.
The robber must have gotten on the minibus and is no longer in the bank.
The captain spoke calmly and issued the evacuation order.
The minibus is still running away on the road, now that it has been determined that the robber is on the minibus. What the commander-in-chief should do is to integrate the few manpower and carry out effective operations against the minibuses. Receive. Receive. After the order is issued.
The responses from the first team and the fourth team soon came over the intercom.
Over there at the bank. Most of the policemen quickly withdrew according to the captain's request. Within the cordon.
In the rain shelter next to the temporary command room. At this time, Shu Ruochu was wearing a blanket, took the hot tea handed over by the female member of the escort team, and took a sip. At this time, she had not recovered yet, and she looked completely lost. She didn't know why she was still alive when the time bomb in her hand had obviously exploded. Or say that he is actually dead. Is everything in front of me just a fantasy before my death? But the temperature of the cup of hot tea in my hand is so real. Little sister, it's okay. It's past. The older female team member next to her looked at Shu Ruochu's condition. With a gentle smile on his face, he squatted next to her and spoke softly to comfort her. Hear the words. Shu Ruochu just looked up at her. But a pair of watery eyes were still full of confusion and lacked brilliance.
Actually. The female team member wanted to speak out about the drill.
But the words came to his lips but were not spoken.
After all. To scare people like this, in the end tell them that this is just an exercise and even the robbers are fake. This is really not easy to talk about. Hostages generally become more emotional after knowing the truth.
Swearing and complaining on the spot are considered minor offenses, but beating someone with a more aggressive personality is not uncommon.
Well, actually, this is all a drill.
The robbers inside are played by our comrades.
The previous killings of hostages and the dead raiders were all fake.
So, you're perfectly safe now. After the female team member was silent for 2 seconds, she still looked up at Shu Ruochu and told the truth with a smile. After hearing this, Shu Ruochu's eyes widened.
It seemed like I couldn't react for a while.
She stared at the female team member with wide eyes for about 10 seconds before speaking in disbelief.
You said, it's all fake?
Her voice was not loud, and she blinked when she spoke.
He looked like he was in disbelief. Obviously everything is so real.
The fierce and violent aura of the robber made people almost afraid to look at him.
Now you're saying it's all fake? In the temporary command room.
Zhao Ming raised the watch on his wrist and looked at the time.
Almost 10 minutes had passed since the hostage team boarded the minibus.
No matter how congested the traffic on the road is, the vehicle has already driven out of the signal coverage of the remote control. But Zhao Ming knew that the robbers still did not dare to stop.
After all,
they did not dare to use their lives to test whether they had left the signal range.
As long as it is not intercepted by the escort, there will be no other emergencies.
The hostage will definitely drive the car straight ahead.
Even if you tell them clearly, they are absolutely safe 500 meters away. But they also drive 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, even 10 kilometers. Because only as the distance gets farther and farther, the sense of security in their hearts will become stronger and stronger.
Therefore, Zhao Ming was not worried about the hostages stopping the vehicle on their own initiative. But now it was almost time for him to take action. After all, if you hide in the bank for too long, your situation will become more and more dangerous. Once the commander-in-chief of the escort team is waiting for a complete reaction.
He couldn't escape even if he wanted to.
Carrying his backpack, Zhao Ming turned off the phone in his hand and stuffed it into his pocket.
Then opened the office door.
After taking a look outside to make sure there was no one outside, he turned around and walked out.
In the bank.
According to the captain's request, most of the escort members have withdrawn. Only 5 members of the fourth group were left, cleaning the battlefield. 2 team members stayed outside the back door of the bank. The remaining 3 team members were in the toilet next to the bank lobby, counting the stolen money left by the robbers. Millions of stolen money were opened and scattered by the robbers, and piled on the toilet floor like a mountain.
Although I don't know why the robbers did this.
But faced with such a mess, the escort team had to carry out finishing work.
The money has to be counted with a money counting machine. It can then be put away and returned to the bank after the exercise.
You said Zhao Ming, the robber, does things that harm others and do not benefit himself.
You've left us with such a mess, how long will it take?
One of the escort members sorted out a small pile of messy cash, handed it to the team member next to him, and at the same time complained. The main reason is that this large amount of cash is really messy. They need to be sorted out bit by bit before they can pass the money counting machine.
So this is indeed quite time consuming.
I guess Zhao Ming is deliberately consuming our manpower. There are not many members of the escort team participating in the exercise this time. He did these things to consume a few manpower, which will naturally help him escape. The guard member who received the cash placed the money on the money counting machine. Then he responded with a smile.
How much help will it be if we are missing a few?
In this day and age, all the roads are covered with surveillance cameras, unless he can grow wings and fly away. Otherwise, as soon as he gets in the car, he is destined to be unable to escape.
To be honest, I didn't expect that real money would be used in this exercise.
I have never seen so much money in my life. The team member responsible for counting next to him took a pen and a piece of paper and joined the two people's chat. The three men's job of cleaning the battlefield was not considered dangerous.
So the atmosphere is quite leisurely. At the same time, in the office area.
After Zhao Ming walked out of the door, he walked straight towards the back door. When he came to the security door for bank staff to enter and exit, Zhao Ming took out an identity card from his pocket. This ID card was taken from the hostage who got into the car. At that time, they were asked to change into the combat uniforms of the raiding team, and Zhao Ming took off the identity card from the clothes the hostages changed into. Click. Swipe the ID card on the machine next to the security door. With a sound, the heavy safety door opened instantly. And at the same time, outside the back door of the bank, the two remaining members of the fourth team were standing under the awning outside the door smoking cigarettes. Heard the noise coming from the security door. The two people's hearts tightened, and after looking at each other, they quickly pulled out the guns from their waists. He lowered his body weight slightly and stared at the back door of the bank with a gun in hand.
Receive. I'll come right away.
After the security door was unlocked, but before the door was pushed open, a deep voice came. Hearing this movement, both members of the escort team breathed a sigh of relief. The person behind this door is still responding to messages, and there is a high probability that he will not be the robber they are worried about.
And
the higher-ups also received news from the commander-in-chief before, saying that the robbers had escaped in a car.
It probably won't come out of the bank either.
And just when the two team members breathed a sigh of relief, the safety door was pushed open from the inside. A figure wearing a combat uniform, completely covered with only two eyes exposed, appeared behind the door. Looking at the two team members standing outside the door with guns, he was obviously slightly stunned.
Brother, what are you two doing?
This posture looks very nervous.
Don't be nervous. The robbers have already fled several kilometers away. The bank is the safest place now. He laughed and then spoke in a teasing tone.
After hearing these words, the two escort members also smiled awkwardly. At the same time, he also put away his own gun.
Isn't this, just in case?
After one of the escort members put away his gun, he responded with a smile. After he finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows again and asked casually.
Hasn't your first group already evacuated? Why did you come out of the back door again?
There was a faint smile on his face when he spoke. It was obvious that he was just asking casually and did not raise any suspicion.
After all,
before Zhao Mingren came out just now, there was a voice using the headset to respond to the news. And when the rest of the fourth team evacuated, the captain of the criminal investigation detachment said on the intercom that the robber was not in the bank. In addition, Zhao Ming said that the robbers had already driven away for several kilometers.
Let them have a preconceived notion. The robber is no longer in the bank.
So I saw Zhao Ming dressed in a special operations team combat uniform again.
They didn't become suspicious.
I think this is just the members of the first group. I'm still a little confused as to how the members of the first team came out of the back door of the bank.
Why don't you come and clean up the things left by the robbers? The minibus has been stopped. There is a confrontation over there. It is estimated that the exercise will be over soon.
Zhao Ming responded kindly, as if he was chatting. While speaking, he also lifted the backpack in his hand and gave the two of them a look. And heard Zhao Ming's words. There was a hint of joy on the faces of both team members. The exercise is almost over, which is great news. After all, finish early and everyone can get off work early. Hey, speaking of you. The team member continued to want to speak. But before he finished his sentence, Zhao Ming, who had been approaching them very naturally, suddenly made a move. Zhao Ming was seen taking out a dagger from the pocket of his combat uniform at an extremely fast speed. He quickly held the dagger and swiped it across the neck of the team member beside him. Then, when the team member on the opposite side widened his eyes and reached for his gun, the dagger in his hand also scratched the side of his neck. A set of movements is smooth and flowing, and the speed is extremely fast. The killing is decisive and extremely ruthless. You are already dead. Zhao Ming stood up straight and put the plastic dagger in his hand back into his pocket. Then he spoke calmly. Ahem. Both team members were holding their necks and coughing. He stared at Zhao Ming with an extremely ugly expression. Although the dagger was made of plastic, and Zhao Ming held back his strength when wiping his neck. But the dagger scratched their necks, and it still hurt. Both team members looked in disbelief at this time. Did they really not expect that the person in front of them would be a robber? Just now he was talking to himself so calmly and calmly. And didn't the news from above also say that the robbers had escaped in a car? He now emerges from the back door of the bank. That is to say, he tricked everyone in the escort team? Zhao Ming ignored the two players who had been eliminated. He just carried his black backpack and walked into the rain with a calm expression. And outside the back door of the bank, the two team members were lying on the ground, both covering their necks and looking at Zhao Ming's back. At this time, one of the team members noticed the back of the combat uniform Zhao Ming was wearing. There are large expanses of red paint. Obviously. That was sprayed from the remote-controlled bombs and grenades used in this exercise. When seeing this scene, the team member couldn't help but frown. If those paints were on the front and they could see them immediately, they would definitely not fall into Zhao Ming's trick. At this time, Zhao Ming's back has gradually disappeared in the rain. Only two team members were left lying unwillingly under the awning at the back door of the bank. Both of them had deep frowns and complex expressions on their faces. As expected of the special forces. After one of the team members lay on the ground for a while, he exhaled slightly and murmured to himself. Although they were eliminated, they were quite unwilling. But Zhao Ming's decisive and ruthless attack just now really shocked them. They still admired Zhao Ming's skills. At the same time, in the temporary command room, the team leader of the Criminal Investigation Detachment then integrated the members who had withdrawn from the 1st and 4th teams. Also returned to the command room. There were not many members of the Special Operations team left in the first group. Before entering the bank, two people were eliminated again because the remote-controlled bomb on Shu Ruochu exploded. The 4th team left 5 members at the bank to clean the battlefield. Therefore, the total number of people in the two groups is about the same as the other two groups. Under such circumstances, the captain simply asked the Criminal Investigation Detachment captain to directly merge the two groups into a new first group. Team, how's the situation? Do you want me to take the brothers from the first group and rush to support? As soon as he entered the temporary command room, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment asked loudly. And at this time, the captain was still standing in front of the computer screen, watching the surveillance footage played on it. Hearing the words of the squad leader, the chief captain looked back at him but did not respond. The small captain here also walked quickly to the side of the chief captain. He frowned and looked at the surveillance screen. Where are the robbers? The team leader stared at the surveillance screen and muttered to himself. Obviously the captain ignored his actions and didn't care. Call. It should be soon. And it was at this time that the captain exhaled slightly and spoke in a deep voice. He held the walkie-talkie and looked quite serious. A pair of eyes were still staring closely at the surveillance screen on the computer screen. Commander, what, is it soon? Hearing the captain's words, the Criminal Investigation Detachment captain was obviously confused. He blinked and asked in confusion. After all, the captain said such a sentence without any beginning or end, and he really didn't understand what it meant. Almost out of gas. When the Corps asked me to prepare the minibus, I specially asked someone to damage the fuel level sensor inside the vehicle's fuel tank. So although judging by the tank needle on the dashboard, the tank is full. But actually there isn't much oil in this minibus. At most, you can only run a distance of about 20 kilometers. Judging from the distance the robber has run now, he should be running out of gas. The captain did not respond to the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment. The person who spoke was the team leader of the technical department who was standing aside. There was a smile on his face when he explained. Obviously he is quite proud of his methods. After hearing this explanation, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment widened his eyes, gave him a thumbs up with a smile on his face. You boy, well done. No wonder I asked you to prepare a car. You spent so long, but you didn't expect to be so skilled. It's just that the car suddenly ran out of gas. Didn't the robbers know that it was us? He has hostages in his hands. If he knows what we did in the car, will he become angry and attack the hostages directly? The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment started with a few compliments cheerfully. Then Xiang thought of something, frowned and spoke worriedly. After all, it's not like they didn't think about tampering with the car at that time. But because he was worried that the robbers would find out, he became angry on the spot and directly threatened the lives of the hostages. Wouldn't this be a bit more gain than loss? No. For the escort, protecting the lives of the hostages is the most important thing. The chance that the robbers will notice is low. After all, the pointer on the fuel tank gauge will always show that there is sufficient fuel, and he will only think that there is a vehicle failure. And the brothers who followed him were using civilian vehicles and should not have been exposed. At that time, if the robber gets out of the car to check the vehicle, the brother who is following him can drive up and kill him directly. The team leader of the technical department regained his serious expression and explained seriously. Hearing this, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment also nodded. Indeed. If there was no problem visible from the vehicle's dashboard, the robber's first reaction would not be to suspect that the escort was responsible. Getting out of the car to check the problem is also the reaction of normal people. This method is not very clever, but it does work. You used this trick well. It's just that if you want to tamper with the car, it's still not as good as my sevoflurane plan. After all, my plan is completely capable of arresting the robbers. It is perfect. After confirming this method, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment joked happily. Hear this. The team captains and the chief captain nearby couldn't help but smile. Now that the plan was about to succeed, everyone's nervousness had significantly eased. Therefore, the atmosphere in the temporary command room was not as depressing as before. Your sevoflurane plan is really unreliable. Regardless of being able to control the dose, just anesthetizing everyone in a single round without distinction. If the drug takes effect after the vehicle is started, wouldn't the vehicle lose control immediately? Then the situation will be impossible to deal with. After the team leader of the technical department smiled, he retorted a few words. Hearing this, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment frowned and thought about it, and finally nodded in agreement. There is indeed some truth to this. But there is no need to discuss these at this time. Everyone in the temporary command room turned their attention to the monitoring screen on the computer screen again. In the expected scene, the minibus driving on the road stopped because its fuel level had bottomed out. Finally. After waiting for nearly a minute, the speed of the minibus gradually slowed down until it finally stopped completely on the road. On the minibus, the four hostages still maintained a high level of nervousness. After passing through the congested traffic light road, the vehicle finally turned onto a road with less traffic. The hostage driving the car stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the minibus sped down the road. How far did we drive? Are you as far away as the robber said? The driver stared at the road ahead and spoke loudly without looking back. During the whole drive, he was extremely nervous. He only focused on the road and couldn't spare the energy to pay attention to the journey. Not to mention, he basically drove as far as he could while driving, not caring about the southeast, northwest, and northwest. Although it felt like I had driven far away, I wasn't sure how far the straight line was. You're driving a fucking car, and you're asking how far we've driven? Don't you even look at the road as a driver? As soon as the driver finished speaking, the hostage standing not far behind him, holding on to his seat, suddenly widened his eyes. Staring at the driver's back, he cursed and spoke. He almost yelled a few words, his face turned red instantly, and he was obviously very excited. Stop making noise. No matter how far it goes, as long as the bomb hasn't exploded, we'll keep moving forward. The further you drive, the safer it will be. Looking at the two people in front of them, they seemed to be about to quarrel. The photographer sitting at the back quickly spoke up and stopped the two people who were about to argue. And heard the photographer say this. The two of them did not continue to speak. At this time the rain became less intense. Seeing that the road conditions ahead were good, the driver hurriedly stepped on the accelerator to the bottom again. Only. Even if he stepped on the accelerator, the speed of the minibus still slowed down rapidly. His eyes widened and he quickly looked down at the dashboard. After seeing that everything was normal, his face was full of shock. He eased off the accelerator and quickly pressed it down again. After repeating this several times, the speed of the vehicle did not increase. Instead, it completely stalled and stopped. "What the hell are you parking for? Drive forward." Watching the vehicle stop slowly, the hostage who just scolded the driver turned back to look at the driver's back. His eyes widened again, and he cursed angrily. While cursing, he also walked towards the driver's seat, as if he was about to take action. Obviously. Regarding the situation where the car stopped, he thought for a moment that the driver was seeking revenge on him. "There's something wrong with the car." The driver looked back at the hostage walking towards him. He also responded in a panic. He was not idle while talking. He stepped on the accelerator and tried to restart the vehicle. At the same time, in the temporary command room, after seeing the minibus stop on the computer screen, the captain was not idle. He quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and quickly issued the order. The second team, speed up and rush to the location where the robber's vehicle broke down on Kongtai Road. Look for opportunities to gain control of everyone aboard the vehicle. Attention, the robbers have heavy weapons. Once the identity of the robbers is determined, they can be killed immediately. The third group, go to the intersection of Kongtai Road and Kei Road and stand by. The captain spoke eagerly. After he finished speaking, he frowned and waited for the answers from the two teams with a solemn expression. The second team received it. Team 3 received. Soon. The team's response sounded over the intercom. The captain and several team captains hurriedly stared at the surveillance video on the screen, with a slightly nervous look on their faces. On Kongtai Road, two hostages wearing Special Operations Team combat uniforms got out of the minibus, opened the engine compartment of the vehicle and troubleshoot. After the vehicle stalls, there was a brief argument between the hostages in the car. The content is probably about whether to call the police and then wait for rescue by the escort team. But they were not sure if the robbers had any other plans. If the robbers have a backup plan and are still watching their every move through live broadcast. If they choose to call the police, they will be in a very dangerous situation. After all, the robber was really ruthless and a ruthless person who took human lives seriously. They really couldn't afford the gamble. So after a brief quarrel, they decided to get out of the car and check the vehicle's fault. If it can be solved, just keep driving away. The traffic volume on this road is not very large, but there are still cars passing by minibuses from time to time. The two hostages were immersed in the inspection and paid no attention to these vehicles. And it was less than a minute later. A vehicle that had just passed by the minibus suddenly stopped in front. Two figures in casual clothes got out of the car and walked towards this side. At the same time, several vehicles driving towards the rear of the minibus also slowed down. "Brother, is there something wrong with the car? Can I help you with anything?" The two figures in casual clothes approached and asked. "Hear this." The two hostages who were lying on the engine compartment to troubleshoot the problem looked back. "No, thanks." One of the hostages quickly frowned and responded. After all, they still have bombs in the car. If these two people came over, they would definitely not be able to escape once the bomb was detonated. This hostage obviously didn't want to implicate anyone else. Just as the two hostages were attracted, several extremely slow vehicles behind the minibus suddenly stopped. After the car door was opened, a dozen figures in escort uniforms quickly got out of the car. They all held guns in both hands and quickly approached the minibus. After arriving at the rear of the minibus, everyone quickly divided into two teams on the left and right, moving closer to the front of the vehicle. In the temporary command room, the captain and several team captains watched the scene through the surveillance screen. They were all so nervous that they held their breath. If the operation goes well, this exercise should be able to end, right? This exercise has been going on till now. 8 members of the Special Operations Team and 2 hostages have been killed. This is a very ugly result for the escort team. If this operation could end it, the captain would be able to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, although the results are ugly, the escort team can still win the exercise after all. Not the worst outcome. That is, while everyone is waiting with bated breath. The convoy next to the vehicle also launched an operation. Several people near the car door quickly got into the car with guns, while several people on the other side moved to the front.
Almost at the same time,
the two teams simultaneously controlled the two people in front of the vehicle who were troubleshooting, as well as the two people who were still in the vehicle.
The operation was surprisingly smooth.
The team has successfully controlled the situation. In the temporary command room, voices reporting the situation quickly sounded. And heard the voice coming from the intercom. The captain and several team captains who were holding their breath were instantly relieved. Although there was no cheering. But everyone's faces showed a little joy. The exercise, is it finally over?
Call.
The captain let out a breath. The solemn expression on his face disappeared instantly, and the frown between his eyebrows relaxed. The whole person looked much more relaxed. He rubbed his face casually, and an imperceptible relaxed smile finally appeared on his face. Although Zhao Ming was finally arrested. But I still have to admit that he is indeed an extremely strong opponent. This exercise really gave me a headache. At this time, the team captains also looked at each other, with relaxed smiles on their faces. For a while, the originally depressing atmosphere in the temporary command room dissipated instantly. Everyone was happy that this exercise was finally over. And it was at this time that an urgent voice sounded again from the intercom.
Commander, there are no robbers among the people in the car.
Listen to the voice of the second team reporting the situation again. The chief captain and several squad captains were stunned on the spot for an instant. 2 seconds later, the captain was the first to react. He frowned and picked up the walkie-talkie.
How many people are there in the car?
As he pressed the talk button, he asked urgently.
A bad premonition suddenly came to mind.
The words fell. He quickly turned around and looked through the open door of the temporary command room toward the bank in the distance amid the rain. There were 4 people in the car. We questioned the hostages and the robbers never left the bank from the beginning. He used a remote-controlled bomb to control the hostages, let the 4 hostages get into the car, and drove to the suburbs to escape. Several hostages didn't dare to stop the car because they were afraid. An urgent response soon sounded from the intercom. When they heard this, the captain and several squad captains opened their eyes wide with shocked expressions on their faces.
The robber didn't get into the car?
Hiss. The captain took a deep breath and felt a dull pain in his temples for a moment. He quickly closed his eyes and reached out to rub his temples. His brain began to work rapidly, and he began to recall which move the robber made that made him think he got into the car.
Stolen money. Yes, it's the stolen money left in the bank toilet.
The robbers did not take away the cash they stole from the bank. And if he wants to win the exercise, he must take the stolen money to evade the pursuit of the escort. Therefore, the captain was sure that the robbers must have their eyes on the gold in the minibus. Plus when the hostage team gets in the car. Even though the curtains were covered, the outline of a human figure could still be faintly seen.
This overwhelming feeling.
The captain had doubts about the number of people getting on the bus. It is speculated that Zhao Ming did this intentionally, deliberately blocking it, but deliberately letting himself see only 4 people getting on the bus. Thus hiding himself among these 4 people. Therefore, a person who disappeared in the bank was obviously hiding in the bank, but the commander-in-chief was convinced that he got into the car.
What a good idea!
The captain roughly sorted out the information, then opened his eyes again, gritted his teeth and murmured to himself. The raid team fell into a trap earlier. Zhao Ming took advantage of the captain's smart and cautious character. And this time the escape plan is the same. Smart and cautious people will think more about a thing and always want to see more details through the surface of things. Therefore, Zhao Ming did many things that seemed to be hidden. True or false? Let the captain be hard to guard against. Only. Even if Zhao Ming did so much, even if he finally escaped by hiding in the bank. But he did not take away the stolen money after all. He has never been able to win this exercise, so what is the meaning of all these efforts to him? Or? The captain suddenly thought of something and quickly turned back to look at the captain of the criminal investigation detachment next to him. Hurry up and contact the brothers in the bank who are cleaning up the battlefield. The captain spoke eagerly. There was also a slightly nervous expression on his face. Could it be that Zhao Ming was hiding in the bank until the members of the 1st and 4th teams withdrew? You attacked the brothers who were cleaning the battlefield and took away the stolen money in the bank, right? After all, he is the retired soldier king of the special forces. If a sneak attack is launched without any precautions, then the few team members left to clean up the battlefield may not be their opponents.
Xiaowang, what's the situation over there?
After listening to the captain's words, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment did not dare to neglect. Quickly pick up the walkie-talkie and switch frequently. Try to contact several team members who are counting the stolen money in the bank toilet.
Captain, the stolen money is almost finished counting.
A response came quickly from the intercom. Judging from the response there, the team leader was facing some urgent questions. They seemed to think that the squad leader was urging their progress. It was obvious that he was not in danger.
Hearing this response, the captain breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the walkie-talkie. Second team, check if the gold is still in the car.
The captain spoke with a solemn expression.
Report.
The gold is still there, not a drop is missing. A response came quickly from the intercom.
Hear this.
The captain frowned, with a slightly confused expression on his face. The stolen money is still there.
So what exactly is Zhao Ming's plan? Or, is he still hiding in the bank? Headquarters, the two brothers who were left at the back door of the bank cannot be contacted.
Just when the captain was deep in thought, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment next to him called several times with a walkie-talkie but got no response, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to report.
Hear the words.
The captain secretly gritted his teeth, with a rather ugly expression on his face.
Are there any more casualties?
This guy Zhao Ming is really capable of doing things. Quickly bring the first team, block the bank again, and check the situation.
The captain took a deep breath and then issued the order in a deep voice.
The first and fourth teams were withdrawn to save manpower.
After the reorganization, they didn't even have time to participate in the action.
They have to be sent back to blockade the bank again.
But the robbers are very likely to escape in this gap.
I really shot myself in the foot.
Yes.
The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment heard this and responded quickly. Then he quickly walked out of the temporary command room to carry out the commander's order. Technical Department, retrieve the surveillance video from the surveillance camera behind the bank during this period.
Look what happened. The commander-in-chief gave the order again.
Several technical staff sitting in front of the computer also acted quickly. The second and third teams, take the hostages in vehicles and withdraw to the temporary headquarters. Then the captain picked up the walkie-talkie again, pressed the talk button and spoke in a deep voice.
The second team received it. Team 3 received. 2 responses sounded, and the captain put down the walkie-talkie. He stood there with his eyebrows furrowed and his face gloomy. After 2 seconds of silence, he turned around and came to the table next to him, looking at the bank plan spread out on the table. When members of the first team entered the bank, they obviously conducted a thorough search of the bank. If Zhao Ming was hiding in the bank, he shouldn't have been discovered. Is it possible that Zhao Ming will still be invisible?
The captain's eyes were fixed on the bank's floor plan, and his fingers were slowly sliding on the drawing. It was as if he wanted to see something from this floor plan. I stared at the bank floor plan for a while. The captain's eyebrows furrowed deeper, and a slightly confused expression appeared on his face.
There are not many places to hide in the bank.
The special operations team inspected the lobby, office areas, counters, and restrooms. Including the ventilation ducts, Zhao Ming was not found.
So where is he hiding?
General team, the 2 brothers who were left guarding the back door, were killed in action. Just as the captain was wondering where the robbers were hiding, the voice of the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment sounded on the intercom. Although this result was already expected. However, after hearing the report, the captain still took a breath. 2 more members of the convoy were killed. Until now, 10 members of the escort have been killed, and they have not caught the robbers yet.
Receive.
The captain rubbed his face, then picked up the walkie-talkie and responded. 2 members of the team at the back door of the bank were killed. That proves that Zhao Ming must have left through the back door of the bank.
That is to say,
when the first group of special operations teams entered the bank, he was indeed hiding in the bank. At this time, the captain became even more confused about his hiding place. Although Zhao Ming was most likely no longer in the bank at this time, the commander-in-chief did not let the Criminal Investigation Detachment captain lead the first team to withdraw.
Because the stolen money in the bank is still being counted.
In order to prevent Zhao Ming from trying to get back the stolen money, the first team was asked to block the bank first. Wait until the stolen money is completely counted, and then withdraw the stolen money with it.
At this time,
personnel from the technical department are still conducting surveillance inspections. The captain also looked away from the bank floor plan and stood up to get a glass of hot water. From this floor plan alone, it is indeed difficult to tell where Zhao Ming is hiding and evading the search of the Special Operations Team. But this matter is not important for the time being. The more important thing now is to know when Zhao Ming left the bank. And the trajectory of his actions after leaving the bank. Only by confirming these things can we pursue Zhao Ming for the next 48 hours. Standing next to the water dispenser, looking at the rising water level in the cup, the captain looked gloomy. To be honest, when facing this exercise at the beginning, the captain still looked down upon Zhao Ming, who played the role of a robber. They even thought that it was completely unnecessary for the escort team to dispatch more than 100 people to participate in this exercise. According to the captain's plan, he was confident that the exercise could be concluded within an hour. Then at the beginning of the negotiation, Zhao Ming shot a hostage directly. This only made the captain angry. Until the raid was launched, due to his wrong decision-making, he fell into Zhao Ming's trap, and 6 members of the raid team were killed. The commander-in-chief felt a little afraid of Zhao Ming, his opponent. But even then, the commander-in-chief did not think that Zhao Ming could develop the exercise to the stage of a 48-hour pursuit. After all, there were so many people in the escort team surrounding the bank. It could be said that they had laid a dragnet, and the possibility of Zhao Ming escaping was almost zero. But I didn't expect that Zhao Ming did it in the end. Only, judging from the information currently available, Zhao Ming did not take away the stolen money, which means that Zhao Ming has no chance of winning the exercise. Therefore, although Zhao Ming was able to achieve this step, it far exceeded the captain's expectations. But at this time, it seems that the balance of victory is still tilted towards the guards. Despite this tilt, the escort team has paid a huge price in casualties. Think about these things in your mind. Although the captain looked at the water level in the cup, when he reacted, the water in the cup had already overflowed. He quickly turned off the switch and picked up the water glass with a frown. At this time, the intercom on the table next to him suddenly sounded the urgent voice of the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment. "Commander, the stolen money, the amount of stolen money doesn't match up." After hearing the content of the report, the expression on the captain's face froze. Taking the water glass, he hurried to the table. Ignoring the hot water overflowing from the water bottle flowing on his hand, he quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie. "More or less?" the captain hurriedly asked eagerly. Although he could guess at this time that the stolen money was probably less, he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. "Not enough. 200,000 yuan is missing. After we counted it, we found that the stolen money was only 4.8 million yuan. But according to the information provided by the hostages, the stolen money is clearly 5 million. As soon as the captain finished speaking, the voice of the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment quickly sounded on the intercom. And after hearing these words, the captain's heart skipped a beat. The whole person froze on the spot. 200,000 less? The robbers sent Xu Ruochu and the bank manager to collect the stolen money. 5 million should be no problem. The missing 200,000 yuan must have been taken away by Zhao Ming. It's not that he didn't take away the stolen money, he just took a small part and left most of the stolen money. The 4.8 million stolen money was scattered and piled on the ground. Without counting, it is naturally impossible to tell that there is less money. The exercise stipulates that Zhao Ming must grab the money, leave the bank and avoid pursuit. There is no requirement that he must grab a certain amount of money. So 200,000 and 5 million have already achieved their goals for him. Thinking of this, the commander-in-chief was so angry that he closed his eyes for a moment. Bang! He slammed the table. The water glass that had just been placed on the table fell down instantly, and hot water spilled all over the table. Such movement naturally attracted the attention of the technical department personnel who were checking the surveillance video. Several people glanced this way. But they didn't dare to speak. Call. I was careless. After a while, the captain opened his eyes again. He exhaled a long breath and murmured to himself. He really didn't expect that Zhao Ming would take advantage of this loophole in the exercise rules. He obviously grabbed 5 million in stolen money, but only took away a small part of it. This was really a good move. This move really caught me off guard. The captain waited for a few more seconds before picking up the walkie-talkie on the table. Leave a few brothers to temporarily block the back door of the bank. The remaining people should withdraw the stolen money first. The captain frowned and gave the order in a low voice. Now that Zhao Ming has taken away 200,000 stolen money, according to normal thinking, the possibility of him returning to the bank is almost zero. Only, this guy Zhao Ming is a madman who cannot think according to normal thinking. The captain really couldn't guarantee that he would quietly run back to the bank with the stolen money and hide it for 48 hours. Give yourself a trick to stay in the dark. Therefore, when issuing orders to the first team, the team leader was asked to leave a few people in the bank. In case. Receive. A response came quickly from the intercom. The captain then put down the walkie-talkie, frowned and put away the water glasses on the table. The robbers have already taken away 200,000 stolen money. This is indeed bad news for the captain. After all, taking away the stolen money means that Zhao Ming can win the exercise as long as he evades pursuit for another 48 hours. Just a few minutes ago, the captain thought that the balance of victory was still tilting towards the escort. But now it seems that Zhao Ming is the one with the absolute advantage. Ring ring ring. And that was when the captain was arranging the things on the table with a gloomy face. The phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He raised his eyebrows. The captain took out his phone and took a look. After seeing the caller ID, he took a deep breath and answered the call with a frown. Director. The call is connected. While the captain spoke, he reached out and scratched his brow. There was a slightly guilty expression on his face. After all, the situation of the exercise at this time was simply a disaster for the escort team. If the director called me at this time, he should be here to hold him accountable. The captain estimated that he could not avoid this scolding. Zhao Ming ran away, right? On the other end of the phone, the director's angry voice rang. Although the tone was not kind, it was just helpless. It was not as scolding as the captain expected. Ran. Took away 200,000 stolen money from the bank, eliminated our two brothers who were staying at the back door of the bank, and ran away. Now we are. The captain frowned and reported the situation seriously. But, just as he was halfway through his words, he was interrupted by the director on the other end of the phone. You don't need to report to me. I did not participate in this exercise, I was just a bystander. You are the commander-in-chief of this exercise. You just have to control these situations. The director spoke in a relatively calm tone. Hearing this, the captain couldn't help being slightly startled. The director is not prepared to know the specific situation, so what is the purpose of making this call now? Is such that this exercise has become very popular on the internet because of the live broadcast. But the audience in the live broadcast room didn't know that this was just a drill, and thought it was a real bank robbery. And because Zhao Ming's acting was so realistic, it still caused a lot of panic. If the exercise cannot be ended in a short time, in order to prevent panic from spreading, let's let that Shu Ruochu first, right? Let her inform the audience through the live broadcast room that this is just an exercise, and also report the current situation to the audience. Since it has been broadcast live and netizens are very interested in this exercise, if Shu Ruochu is willing, let her continue the live broadcast. Of course, Zhao Ming can't be found now, and she can't live broadcast the perspective of the robbers. Let her live broadcast the perspective of the escort camp at the temporary headquarters of the escort team. Just think of it as compensation for her being involved in this exercise for no reason. The director spoke slowly and explained the purpose of the call. Hearing these words, the captain frowned. To be honest, the director's decision is really not good news for him. But now that the director has made a decision, it's not easy to refute myself. Okay, I'll make arrangements now. The captain took a breath and responded. After he finished speaking, the director hung up the phone. At the same time, in the rain shelter next to the temporary command room, Shu Ruochu sat on the chair and looked at the rain curtain outside with a calm expression. At this time, her mood had obviously eased a lot. Although he was still a little distracted, the previous panic was no longer there. The combat uniform that had been soaked by the rain had also been replaced by the same clothes that the escort brought out of the bank. The photographer was standing in the shed, arguing with the escort members next to him. Judging from the intensity, it was obvious that the photographer was still quite excited. Today's experience was indeed extremely magical for Shu Ruochu. But, after knowing the truth, she did not break down and beat up the members of the escort team. There is just a sense of joy in being resurrected from the dead. When she heard the sound of the remote-controlled bomb exploding, she really thought her life was over. So after learning that it was all just a drill, she felt like she was reborn. Just at this time, amidst the rain, the stern-faced captain walked quickly towards this side. Shu Ruochu didn't know the captain. Because during the previous negotiation, Shu Ruochu was in the bank and did not see the captain. But when he seemed to be walking towards her, Shu Ruochu still looked at him. Hello? I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Municipal Bureau and the Commander-in-Chief of the escort camp for this exercise.
My name is Zhou Wei.
The captain walked into the awning and stood in front of Shu Ruochu. A smile appeared on his face, and he introduced himself to Shu Ruochu in as kind of tone as possible.
Hello.
Shu Ruochu was slightly startled when he heard the captain's introduction. Then he hurriedly stood up and responded.
I'm sorry that I got you involved in this exercise.
You can make any demands for compensation, and our city bureau will try our best to satisfy them.
However, now we have one more request, and I hope you can consider it. It's about your live broadcast room.
The captain first apologized with an apologetic look on his face.
Then we went straight to the topic.
After all, time is still quite tight for the escort team, so he doesn't want to waste too much time.
Shu Ruochu was obviously stunned after hearing what the captain said. She didn't seem to have expected that the escort would make such a request. At this moment, Shu Ruochu frowned slightly, obviously hesitant.
The photographer who was arguing with the escort members just now came to the side without knowing it.
Why not?
He watched the captain speak excitedly. The words fell. He moved closer to Shu Ruochu again, lowered his voice and spoke.
Ruochu, this is an opportunity, we can't miss it.
Although for being involved in the exercise, became a hostage. The photographer was extremely angry after being frightened by Zhao Ming, who played the role of a robber all afternoon. But because of the exercise, the popularity of the live broadcast room skyrocketed, directly breaking the program team's ratings record. And it has reached a height that will be almost impossible to surpass in the future.
These photographers still saw it from the background.
Therefore, I heard the captain's invitation to continue the live broadcast. The photographer, who had been very excited just now, was extremely excited and agreed for Shu Ruochu.
After all,
the popularity of the show is a great blessing for the host Shu Ruochu and him as a photographer. Participated in a show that was as popular as it was epic.
Regardless of the current income, this will be an extremely luxurious resume for them in the future.
Therefore,
this is of course an opportunity not to be missed.
After glancing at the photographer who responded excitedly, the captain ignored him. He looked at Shu Ruochu again.
What is your opinion? The captain looked at Shu Ruochu and asked seriously. Facing the captain's questioning again, Shu Ruochu took a deep breath. There was no hesitation at the moment and he nodded heavily. I agree to continue the live broadcast.
A smile appeared on Shu Ruochu's face and she responded. She also knew very well that this was a hard-won opportunity and she had no reason to refuse it. Although he was involved in this exercise and became a hostage, he was almost scared to death. But precisely because of this incident, the popularity of her live broadcast room directly increased dozens of times.
Nowadays, there are countless hot searches on the internet about my live broadcast room.
Therefore,
isn't this an opportunity for me?
Good. Then you guys pack up and come to the temporary headquarters next door. I will tell you about the current progress of the exercise, and then you will continue the live broadcast at the escort team's temporary headquarters. The commander-in-chief nodded and explained in a kind tone. Then he turned around and walked into the rain.
Temporary command room.
Not long after the commander-in-chief came back, Shu Ruochu and the photographer walked in after packing their things.
The photographer carries the camera and is ready to continue the live broadcast.
Shu Ruochu had also tidied up her somewhat messy hair and put on light makeup, looking pure and pleasant. The commander-in-chief called the two men to the table. He motioned to the technical team leader next to him to pour a glass of water for the two of them. Then he talked about the details of Zhao Ming's escape and the current progress of the escort team's actions.
Soon, the live broadcast is restarted.
Shu Ruochu stood in front of the camera with a sweet smile on her face. There was no trace of being affected by the previous incident.
It seems to fully demonstrate the professionalism of a host. Dear viewers, I am Shu Ruochu.
Facing the camera, Shu Ruochu spoke with a smile. The words give people a very friendly feeling. After the photographer was controlled on the minibus, the live broadcast room was also interrupted.
But some viewers didn't leave.
At this time, there are still more than 800,000 people online. The scene reappeared in the live broadcast room. Looking at Shu Ruochu with a sweet smile, the barrage exploded instantly.
Damn it, Ruochu is still alive? Is this the robber's act of kindness? He didn't attack Ruochu?
At that time, Shu Ruochu was left in the bank. I thought the robber was going to go crazy and attack her.
Now that Shu Ruochu has appeared on the live broadcast, does it mean that the robber has been arrested? He must have been caught. After all, this robber has a trick in his head. He couldn't get into the car but continued to hide in the bank. If he wasn't caught, who would be? Judging from the previous operations, I thought the robber had a high IQ, but I didn't expect that he was stupid in the end. How smart can someone be who would choose to rob a bank? If Ruwachu is broadcasting live now, are you going to report on the incident of the robber being arrested? Now that we have first-hand information, it seems to be going viral. Isn't she popular enough? The live broadcast when she was a hostage just now had almost 5 million online users. You can't find anyone with such popularity on the entire internet, right? Seeing Shu Ruwachu's appearance, there was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. All the audience were delighted that Shu Ruwachu was able to escape the clutches of the robbers. At the same time, seeing that Shu Ruwachu was able to start the live broadcast again, everyone speculated that the robber had been arrested. Therefore, it is inevitable to laugh at the stupid move of the robbers who finally chose to hide in the bank. Shu Ruwachu didn't know the situation in the live broadcast room at this time. She just looked at the camera with a smile and continued to speak. Everyone has also seen through the live broadcast that our Random Career Challenge encountered a bizarre bank robbery in this issue. But I just learned that this was actually an exercise. The bank robbery was fake, and the vicious robbers were also played by members of our city's escort team. This exercise, to me, was really like an exciting and thrilling prank that I was kept in the dark. I have to say that before knowing the truth, Ruwachu really had a thrilling experience. Originally, after the robbers detonated the remote-controlled bomb on me just now, I have been eliminated from this exercise, which means that this wonderful experience has ended. However, because we saw that everyone is paying great attention to this exercise, we were able to secure the opportunity for you to continue live broadcasting this exercise. Now let me tell you about the progress of the exercise. Shu Ruwachu spoke in that very friendly voice. The truth was announced to the audience in the live broadcast room that this robbery was just a drill. At the same time, she did not say that the escort invited her to continue the live broadcast. Instead, it was for the sake of the audience in the live broadcast room that he obtained the permission to live broadcast from the guards. This undoubtedly created a wave of goodwill for myself in the live broadcast room. Everyone knew through the live broadcast that the robber Zhao Ming let the photographer and 3 other hostages get into the car, and he. Shu Ruwachu continued to speak, telling the details of how the robbers escaped from the bank. At the same time, he also talked about the next operational deployment and plan of the escort team. Previously, the director requested that the escort team not learn any information about the robbers through the live broadcast room. Naturally, the robbers will also make the same request. Therefore, reveal these in the live broadcast room, but don't worry about being known by the robbers. After listening to Shu Ruwachu's story, the live broadcast room exploded again. What the hell? Just watching the live broadcast, I was scared to death by the robbers. Now you tell me that this is just a drill? The robbers also acted? I believe you said it was just an exercise, but I doubt you said the robber was just acting. After all, those fierce eyes are not something ordinary people can perform. That's right, with his aura, I really don't believe you when you say he hasn't killed a few people. 10,000 people wrote in blood, asking for a thorough investigation of this robber. What is his name? Zhao Ming, right? I don't care if it's a performance or not. What I care about is that the robbers were hiding in the bank, and they actually escaped? How did he do it? Not only did he run away, but he also eliminated 2 members of the special operations team and 2 members of the escort team. It can only be said that this guy is really awesome. Not only does he have a high IQ, but he is also very courageous. Is this move the legendary way to gain wealth through danger? The bank was surrounded by security guards. In such a situation, he could have escaped. I can only say, this exercise was really exciting. It's a pity that the details of the robbers' escape were not broadcast live. What about those brothers who just said that the robbers were stupid? Now that the robbers have escaped, why don't you continue jumping? I didn't expect it was just an exercise. I can only say that the robber played by Zhao Ming is really awesome and full of oppression. The highly intelligent robber is well deserved. Fortunately, this is just a drill. If it were a real robbery, the consequences would be serious. After learning the truth that this was just an exercise, the audience in the live broadcast room was quite shocked. After all, Zhao Ming's image of a tough gangster has been deeply engraved in the minds of every audience. With his fierce eyes and fierce and violent aura, the audience can feel the sense of oppression even through the screen. But now they say that he is just acting as a tough gangster. Naturally, it is quite shocking. At the same time, I heard Shu Ruochu relay that Zhao Ming had escaped and the current progress of the exercise. The viewers in the live broadcast room were even more shocked. After all, before this, I didn't think that Zhao Ming's choice to hide in the bank would be a wise choice. The escort surrounded the bank, and he also let go of most of the hostages he could use as bargaining chips. Under such circumstances, he chose to continue hiding in the bank. In the eyes of the audience, this was undoubtedly a good hand played badly. He pushed himself into a dead end. But unexpectedly, Zhao Ming finally escaped. It's hard not to be shocked. After the live broadcast was restarted, the number of people online increased crazily again. Especially when the truth about the exercise and the news that Zhao Ming had escaped from the bank broke out. All kinds of news are flying all over the internet. Let the live broadcast room gather extremely high popularity again in a short period of time. In just a few minutes, the number of online viewers has increased several times. The popularity is truly terrifying. At the same time, in a shopping mall that covers a large area, a men's clothing store with few customers, Zhao Ming, who had changed his clothes, walked out of the fitting room. He held the backpack in his hand and walked toward the cashier with a calm expression. The combat uniforms of the Special Operations Team are so eye-catching that not only pedestrians on the road will pay attention to themselves, and it's easier to track through surveillance cameras. So after Zhao Ming took a taxi and left the bank, he walked into the mall to change his outfit. "Sir, your total consumption here is 598. How do I pay?" The cashier looked at the strange man in front of him with a smile and spoke politely. Zhao Ming came in wearing wet combat uniforms. Naturally, it is difficult not to attract other people's attention. But he didn't care. Although it is difficult to ensure that he will not encounter people who have watched Shu Ruochu's live broadcast room and choose to call the police after recognizing him. However, judging from the previous bank confrontation, the escort did not use the live broadcast room to understand the situation. Lu Ming guessed that the director should have set the rules for the escort team. Therefore, at this time, even if viewers who learned about the exercise through the live broadcast room called the police, there is a high probability that they would not be transferred to the escort team participating in the exercise. "Keep the change, please." At this time, Zhao Ming took out the 6 stolen money cards he had just brought out and placed them on the counter. Then he smiled and spoke rather proudly. "Only." After hearing what he said, the corner of the cashier's mouth twitched slightly. I muttered to myself, "A $2 tip, why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf?" But after the cashier collected the money, he still had a smile on his face. He said thank you in reply. After paying the money, Zhao Ming placed the black backpack he took from the bank on the counter. Then I saw the cashier speaking seriously. "Can I store this backpack with you first? My colleagues will come over later. If they ask you about me, just give them the things directly. This 100 is a thank you fee." While Zhao Ming was speaking, he took out another 100 yuan of stolen money and put it on the table. Looking at the $100 bill, the smile on the cashier's face instantly grew stronger. When this guest came in before, he was wearing the combat uniform of the Special Operations Team. In other words, he is a member of the escort team? It's just a simple task to hand over a backpack. You can earn 100 yuan in vain. No fool would do it. Okay. You can just put the backpack here. I will definitely pass things on to your colleagues," the cashier said cheerfully. While speaking, his eyes were always fixed on the banknote on the table. "Grateful." Zhao Ming spoke with a smile. After he finished speaking, he pushed the bill in front of the cashier. Then he took the gray backpack he just bought from the store, turned around and walked out of the mall. Out of the mall. Zhao Ming held up his umbrella and walked into the rain. And it was at this moment that the system's cold reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the gangster action, Living Towards Death. Sensational rating, S+. Congratulations to the host for gaining points, 2000 points. Acquire skills, photographic memory. Intermediate skill, the host's memory is greatly improved, and it has the ability to have photographic memory. Acquire skills, rock climbing master. Advanced skill, the host has top rock climbing skills, climbing over walls and cliffs is easy, and the cliffs are like flat ground. Get attribute points, 10 points. When a series of reward prompts sounded, Zhao Ming was slightly stunned. Live Towards Death? This should refer to him escaping from the bank surrounded by escorts? But before he fled the bank, he had asked the photographer to get on the minibus with the camera. That is to say, the audience in the live broadcast room should not know that they successfully escaped from the bank. Why is the system reward suddenly triggered? Although I don't understand how the system's rewards were suddenly triggered. But getting an S+ rating and such generous rewards is always a good thing. At that moment, a smile appeared on Zhao Ming's face. I didn't think much about it, I just continued walking in the rain without any hurry. He held a black umbrella and walked for more than 100 meters along the main road with a large flow of people. Finally, after passing a camera, he turned into a remote path. Follow the path and come to a somewhat rundown street. Temporary headquarters. While Shu Ruochu was live broadcasting, the captain and several team captains were standing behind the technical department staff. Watch the surveillance video of the technical department personnel screening the back door of the bank. Zhao Ming withdrew from the bank and left. Then the escort team will make operational arrangements. At least they need to know which direction he escaped. Therefore, finding Zhao Ming's figure from the surveillance video has become a top priority. The team found it. While waiting anxiously, a technician suddenly spoke excitedly. Hear the words. The captain hurriedly looked at the computer screen in front of the technician. At 1743, Zhao Ming left the bank, eliminated the two brothers who were staying at the back door, and left in the southeast direction. The technician from the technical department pressed the spacebar and hurriedly explained the situation. His words trailed off. The technical staff next to him were also clicking on the keyboard. Quickly call up the nearest surveillance camera to the southeast of the bank's back door and start checking the surveillance video from that time period. Now that Zhao Ming's figure has been discovered, all that needs to be done is to retrieve the surveillance video along the way to determine Zhao Ming's escape route. Temporary command room. Several members of the technical department quickly tapped the keyboard to determine Zhao Ming's escape trajectory through the surveillance video. At this time, the captain had returned to the table. A map of the city was spread out on the table. As the technical department reported the robber's movement trajectory, the captain also marked it on the map with a red marker. The photographer was carrying a camera and was broadcasting the situation in the command room live. Shu Ruochu stood aside and waited quietly. At 1810, the taxi the robbers took parked outside the Friendship Mall. After getting out of the car, the robbers entered the mall. The technical force members over there spoke again. Hear the words. The captain quickly circled the Friendship Mall on the map. The crackling sound of the keyboard over there still didn't stop. Several members of the technical department were accessing the surveillance video on the road next to the mall to determine whether Zhao Ming left the mall later. After the captain marked it on the map, he raised his wrist and looked at the time. It is 1823 at this time. That is to say, Zhao Ming entered the mall 13 minutes ago. Although he didn't know what Zhao Ming wanted to do when he ran into the mall, nearly half an hour had passed. It is unlikely that he will still be in the mall. Can I get the surveillance video from the mall? The captain held a marker, looked back at the direction of several members of the technical department and asked. Hear the words. One of the technical team members turned around. Frowning, he watched the captain respond. Can't get it. The mall surveillance is not connected to our guard system. Their surveillance videos are all stored locally and there is no way to retrieve them remotely. Hearing the response from the technical department, the captain frowned. Without access to the surveillance video in the mall, there is no way to know what Zhao Ming did when he entered the mall. After he entered the mall wearing the combat uniform of the Special Operations Team, he changed his clothes and disguised himself casually. Even if it reappears under the surveillance camera, it will be difficult to detect. Therefore, even if Zhao Ming is still in the mall, it is unlikely. But at the moment, people can only make a trip to the Friendship Mall. Call the surveillance camera to see what Zhao Ming did after entering the mall. Take the first group and go to the Friendship Mall to find out what Zhao Ming did after entering the mall. After he enters the mall, he will most likely change out of his combat uniform, redisguise himself and leave. So we have to use mall surveillance to find out his disguise. The captain looked back at the Criminal Investigation Detachment captain who had withdrawn from the bank. He gave an order with a serious expression. Yes. After hearing this, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment responded and quickly turned around and left the temporary command room. And at this time, the captain's eyes have returned to the map on the table. If Zhao Ming wants to win the exercise, he must persist for 48 hours. If you keep running away for such a long time, the risk of exposure will be great and it is not a wise choice. Therefore, he should choose a safer place to hide. This place must be extremely difficult for the escort team to investigate and visit.
The best choice that meets this point is naturally the urban village. Because the population in urban villages is extremely dense, and most of the people living there at the same time are migrant workers, the floating population is extremely large and mixed. An unfamiliar face appearing in such a place would not easily arouse suspicion from others. The captain took a marker and drew a circle with the Friendship Mall as the center. The red circle covers a distance of nearly 5 kilometers on the map. Chuanfang Village, Xinyuan Village, Jinxing Village. His eyes swept across the newly drawn circle. The captain tapped his fingers on the several urban villages above, and spoke in a low voice. At this time, the team captains gathered around the table also looked at the place where the captain had pointed. I couldn't help but frown at that moment. General team, these 3 urban villages are not small. Take the smallest Jinxing village as an example. It covers an area of at least 300 acres, has more than 2,000 households, and has at least 20,000 tenants. If we want to find people in these places in a short time, we only have so many manpower, and it's really not enough. One of the team captains took a slight breath before frowning and giving a serious reminder. As soon as these words came out, the other team captains also looked at the chief captain. Lack of manpower is indeed the biggest problem they are facing now. If they don't solve this problem, they must find a way to narrow the search scope as much as possible. After all, with the combined manpower of the 3 teams that can now deploy operations, it would be difficult to completely blockade an urban village. Not to mention there are 3 urban villages. You must know that in places like urban villages, the traffic is extremely chaotic and the number of entrances and exits is simply outrageous. If Zhao Ming really entered the village in the city, it would be a huge project to find him. If we don't have enough manpower, please ask for more manpower. Isn't the director's original intention in creating this exercise to be based on actual combat? Since the exercise is to be treated as actual combat, the current situation does require the dispatch of additional manpower. The captain put down the marker in his hand, stood up straight, and then spoke in an extremely serious tone. Hear this. Several team captains nodded, but there were also some worried looks on their faces. If it is really an actual combat, it is indeed common to ask for additional manpower when encountering situations. But this is just an exercise after all. If you ask for more manpower, the director may not agree. Under the watchful eyes of several team captains, the chief captain had already picked up his cell phone and dialed the director's number. After 2 rings, the phone was connected. Director, the robbers are very likely to flee to several urban villages around Yuyi Shopping Mall. Because the people in urban villages are complex, hunting down robbers requires a lot of manpower. So I'm asking for some additional manpower. The captain did not waste any nonsense and simply stated his request concisely. After the captain finished speaking, there was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. After a few seconds, the director's voice rang out. I'll give you an answer within 5 minutes. The director responded calmly. Then he hung up the phone. Faced with this situation, the captain raised his eyebrows and was not idle at the moment. Instead, he pointed his finger at the boathouse village farthest from the bank within the circle. If I were a robber and wanted to choose a hiding spot in these 3 urban villages, then I will definitely choose Boathouse Village. Because this urban village not only has the largest area among the 3 urban villages, but also has the highest population density and floating population. The most important thing is that he is also the furthest away from our temporary headquarters of the escort team. As a result, it will take more time for the escort team to dispatch personnel from the headquarters to go here, and the robbers will have enough time to hide. While waiting for the director's reply, the captain looked up at the team captains, frowned, and spoke his thoughts seriously. Hear this. Several team captains nodded, obviously agreeing with this statement. Since no one has any objections, let's take action against the boathouse village first. Old Qian, you lead the 2nd and 3rd groups to the boathouse village. First, set up guards at the entrances and exits of the urban village for inspection. Don't make too big a move. It's not yet certain that Zhao Ming is hiding in the boathouse village, so don't cause too much panic among the people for the time being. The captain looked up at the squad leader of the security detachment and gave the order. Although the director did not refuse to send additional manpower, he did not agree to it. Therefore, the captain cannot place all his hopes on the director's ability to send additional manpower. During the waiting time, the limited manpower at hand must also be mobilized. Yes. Upon hearing this, the squad leader of the security detachment stood up straight and saluted. Then he turned around and quickly walked out of the temporary command room to mobilize the 2nd and 3rd teams who were waiting outside. Call. The commander-in-chief exhaled slightly. He continued to look at the map spread on the table. At this time, the manpower was limited and Zhao Ming's escape direction was not yet certain, so there was not much he could do. After trying to predict Zhao Ming's possible hiding place and mobilizing the second and third teams, he could only wait for the first team to rush to the Friendship Mall to report back the news. At the same time, outside Jinqing village, 1 kilometer away from Friendship Mall, Zhao Ming held an umbrella and followed the crowd, walking swaggering towards Jinqing village. When walking to the door with surveillance camera, Zhao Ming stopped, raised the frontage of the umbrella slightly, exposed his face, and glanced at the camera. A smile appeared on the originally calm face. Then, he lowered his umbrella again and followed the crowd towards the village in the city. After entering the village in the city, Zhao Ming was not in a hurry. Instead, he held an umbrella, entered many shops, and bought some random things. When paying the bill, without exception, he was generous enough not to give change and treated the remaining money as a tip. This move made many merchants happy and remembered his face. After all, when I came to the canteen to buy a bottle of water, I even gave him a tip. I really don't meet many people with such stupid brains in my life. Ring ring ring. Just when Zhao Ming was wandering around Jinqing village, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang. While looking around aimlessly, Zhao Ming took out his mobile phone and answered the call. Without even looking at the caller ID, he knew the call was definitely from the director. Because this mobile phone was given to him by the director before the exercise. The purpose is to facilitate one-way contact with the director. Director. After answering the phone, Zhao Ming spoke with a smile. There was a hint of respect in his gentle tone. After all, he was facing a leader, so he, a tough gangster, had to give him some face. Zhao Ming, you did a good job. I didn't expect you to be able to escape successfully even though the bank was surrounded. You, a tough gangster, are causing quite a stir on the internet. Now you are really famous all over the internet. You are quite famous. The director's cheerful voice came through the phone. After hearing these words, Zhao Ming scratched his eyebrows in embarrassment. The director was obviously complimenting himself. Why does he feel that there is an overtone? After all, the better I remember the robber's performance, the worse the performance of the escort camp will be. Under the gaze of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, it was a shame for the entire city bureau. Director, are you ordering me? Before the exercise begins, you asked me to treat this exercise carefully. Aren't I trying to carry out your orders? Zhao Ming walked forward and responded to the director on the other end of the phone in a joking tone with a smile. While talking, he got into a somewhat shabby clothing store. As soon as he finished speaking, the director's generous laughter sounded on the phone. Ha ha. You kid, there's no need to test my attitude. Just do what you have to do. Our exercise is about absolute fairness and justice based on actual combat. The better you perform, won't this also achieve the purpose of military training? Okay, let's stop chatting and talk about business. I'm calling you for 2 reasons. The first thing is that the live broadcast room is currently broadcasting the command room of the guards camp. Therefore, you cannot understand any operational deployment of the escort team through the live broadcast room. The director responded with a smile twice, then spoke seriously. Explained the purpose of the call to Zhao Ming. Clear. Zhao Ming was picking out clothes in the clothing store and at the same time responded to the director seriously. Even if the director didn't talk about the live broadcast, he would not understand the decision-making of the escort team through the live broadcast room. After all, previously, the escort team had managed to understand the situation inside the bank without using live broadcasts. Zhao Ming is naturally not an unprincipled person. The second thing is that the escort camp has asked for more manpower. I would like to ask for your opinion. The director spoke again. Speak in a kind tone. It was indeed a tone of soliciting opinions. I have no problem with sending more manpower. After all, if it is in actual combat, facing the current situation, it is reasonable to send more manpower. Zhao Ming took a piece of clothing from the shelf and responded in a calm tone. He really didn't care if the escort team sent more people. And it was something he expected. He was just a little surprised that the director would call him to ask for his opinion on this matter. It seems like you are very confident. Okay. Then you should behave well. I hope you can give Zhou Wei and the others more suffering. We haven't carried out exercises for too long. It's time for these guys to hone their skills. The director continued to speak cheerfully. Then he chatted with Zhao Ming for a few words and hung up the phone. Municipal Bureau. In the director's office.
After hanging up the phone, the director looked at the phone in his hand and took a breath. You agreed so readily. It seems that Zhao Ming has a backup plan. With a raised eyebrow, the director murmured to himself. To be honest. Naturally, he still hopes that the escort camp can win this exercise. After all, this exercise caused such a stir on the internet. If they win the exercise, the city bureau can still save some face. But I can't really let Zhao Ming let go, right? Therefore, he could only hope that after sending more manpower to the escort camp, Zhou Wei could gain some momentum. He caught Zhao Ming with his own skills. Otherwise, the city bureau would be really embarrassed during this exercise. Millions of pairs of eyes watched in the live broadcast room, and at least half of the hot searches on the internet were discussing it. It is no exaggeration to say that this matter is known to the entire internet. Well, sighed slightly. The director picked up another cell phone and dialed the number of the chief of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Be prepared to agree to their request for additional manpower. At the same time, revitalize the village. After Zhao Ming paid for the selected set of clothes, he left the store. Then we continued walking in the village in the city for a while. Turn into a deserted alley and put on the clothes you just bought. Then he took out a black raincoat from his bag and put it on. Then he put the changed clothes, umbrella, and backpack into a waterproof bag. Walking out of the alley with the bag in hand. Standing under the eaves of a not-so-busy supermarket, Zhao Ming took out his mobile phone and ordered a takeaway. Then he looked at the rain curtain with a calm expression and waited quietly. More than 10 minutes. A delivery boy riding an electric bicycle delivered a cup of milk tea to Zhao Ming. Have a good meal. After the delivery man spoke, he was ready to leave on his electric bike. But Zhao Ming stretched out his hand to stop him. Hey, little brother, can you do me a favor? Use your electric car to take me to the boathouse village. Of course I won't let you give it away for free, I'll give you money. Zhao Ming spoke with a smile. The tone is kind and the smile on his face is a bit silly, giving people a sense of honesty and honesty. Only. After hearing his request, the delivery man still raised his eyebrows. There was obvious hesitation. There should be motorcycle rides in this village. My electric scooter runs slowly when people are on it. It's more convenient for you to take a motorcycle. The delivery boy thought for a few seconds before rejecting Zhao Ming's request. This is not the first time he has encountered this kind of thing. Ordering takeout and wanting to take a ride is probably just for the sake of petty gain. Even if he is given money, he is not willing to pay a small amount, so he still doesn't want to get into such trouble. It's not a rainy day, so it's not easy to ride a motorcycle. In this case, I will give you 30 yuan. I'm in a hurry, just think of it as helping me. Zhao Ming kept his honest smile, with an embarrassed expression on his face. Everything seems very natural. The words fell. He quickly took out 3 $10 bills from his pocket. Okay. Get in the car. After seeing the money Zhao Ming took out, a hint of joy appeared on the face of the delivery boy. As long as you have enough money, this won't be a problem. The distance from here to Chuanfan village is less than 3 kilometers, and it only costs a few yuan to take a motorcycle. The person in front of me was actually willing to pay 30. I really got a big bargain. Zhao Ming didn't waste any time. After handing the money to the delivery man, he got on his electric car. Then the car started and drove towards the outside of Jinxing village. Friendship Mall. Several convoy vehicles were parked in the parking spaces. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment and a group of team members got out of the car and quickly walked towards the mall. The team leader first arranged for a few people to guard the entrance and exit of the mall. Then he took the remaining people into the mall. Xiao Wu and I are going to check the surveillance. The remaining people dispersed into groups of 2 and visited the store with Zhao Ming's photo. While walking forward quickly, the squad leader quickly issued orders. As his order was issued, the team members quickly dispersed and acted separately. The team leader led a team member to the mall monitoring room. After showing his ID, he started to check the surveillance video of the mall. Because we knew the specific time Zhao Ming entered the mall, it was not difficult to find him in the surveillance video. Soon, the scene of Zhao Ming entering the mall was retrieved by the security guard. Through monitoring and checking his movement trajectory, it was finally determined that Zhao Ming entered a clothing store. The team leader quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. Yongsan Men's Clothing in Area B on the first floor, pass 2 people in and take a look. After giving the order, the team leader continued to check the surveillance video. I wanted to see if I could catch Zhao Ming coming out.
The surveillance room of the mall only manages the cameras in the public spaces inside the mall. As for the independent cameras in each store, they are generally managed by their own stores. So I want to know what Zhao Ming did when he entered this men's clothing store. You still need to go to the store to retrieve the surveillance video.
At the same time, the mall surveillance camera did capture Zhao Ming entering the store. But this store has more than one entrance and exit.
In addition to the main entrance, there is also a back door and a side door connected to the store next to it. Therefore, if you can capture Zhao Ming entering the store, you may not be able to capture him coming out. Therefore, sending two people directly to the store to check is the most effective and convenient method.
Receive.
A response came quickly from the intercom. The two members of the special operations team who were visiting the store in Area B also quickly walked towards Yongsan Menswear. Entering the store, the two team members looked around. I saw that the business in the store was quite deserted and there were not many customers. At the checkout counter at the door, the cashier was sitting inside playing with his mobile phone. Noticing the two people coming in, she looked up. Seeing that they were all wearing guard uniforms, a smile appeared on their faces.
Are you two here to get something? The cashier spoke cheerfully, stood up and walked out of the cashier counter while speaking.
Faced with this situation, the two members of the special operations team were stunned.
Take things? What does it mean? What?
One of the members of the special operations team raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion.
Another team member also looked at the cashier with curiosity.
There was one from your escort just now.
Bought a set of clothes from me and left a backpack.
He said he would hand over the backpack when his colleagues came to find him.
What? Aren't you here to find him?
The cashier spoke and took out the black backpack left by Zhao Ming from the side of the cashier. After hearing her explanation, the two team members also realized that the person he was talking about was Zhao Ming. Immediately, he quickly took out Zhao Ming's photo from his pocket.
Is it this person?
After showing the photo to the cashier, one of the team members asked.
Yes, that's right. This is this person. Is this backpack for you? The cashier nodded and picked up his backpack as he spoke.
Because the other party was dressed as a security guard, she obviously wasn't worried about being deceived.
He looked like he was eager to hand over the backpack. Just give it to us. By the way, can you check the surveillance in your store?
The team member nodded and reached out to take the backpack. At the same time, he also motioned to the team members and cashier next to him to check the surveillance video. Take a look at what Zhao Ming did in this clothing store.
Sure. This way.
The cashier responded enthusiastically, and at the same time led the team member towards the store. The team member holding the backpack picked up the walkie-talkie to report the situation. Captain, Zhao Ming did come to Yongsan Men's Clothing. At the same time, he also left a backpack and asked the store clerk here to hand it over to us.
In the monitoring room.
When the team leader heard the report on the intercom, his eyebrows furrowed slightly with a puzzled expression on his face.
Leave a backpack behind? What does Zhao Ming want to do?
He frowned and was silent for a few seconds in confusion. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment picked up the walkie-talkie and responded.
Look what's in the backpack.
Zhao Ming deliberately left a backpack for the clerk to hand over, knowing that the escort team would definitely come looking for it. Therefore, the team leader felt that there was a high probability that there were things in the backpack that would insult and provoke him. This indeed seemed like something Zhao Ming could do.
Yongsan Men's Clothing Store.
After receiving the team leader's reply, the team member holding the backpack unzipped the backpack. What caught the eye was the combat uniform of the special operations team.
He picked up the walkie-talkie and responded quickly.
Captain, in the backpack is the combat uniform that Zhao Ming seized from the brothers who died in the bank. What he didn't notice was that there was a fishing line stuck inside the zipper. While he was pulling the zipper, the fishing line was stressed and the pull ring on a grenade hidden in the combat uniform had been pulled out. Check the in-store surveillance to see what kind of clothes Zhao Ming changed into before leaving.
The squad leader's voice soon sounded on the intercom.
Since the combat uniform was in the backpack, Zhao Ming must have changed his clothes and left.
Certainly. This is also something to be expected.
However, the team leader was a little surprised that the backpack Zhao Ming asked the clerk to hand over contained only combat uniforms.
When did Zhao Ming, a tough gangster, become so considerate? Receive.
The team member responded with a walkie-talkie. Only then was he ready to take out the combat uniform in his backpack and check it out. Clothes, pants, helmets, hoods, and belts were all stuffed into the backpack, which looked a bit messy. Because of this, the grenades hidden inside are really hard to find. That was when the team member had just pulled out the bundled combat uniform.
Bang! A muffled sound suddenly came out.
The team member was stunned for a moment, then widened his eyes and unfolded his combat uniform.
I saw that the combat uniform was full of bright red paint.
Although the paint was not sprayed out because of the combat uniform, he was not contaminated. But the grenade almost exploded in front of him.
According to the rules of the exercise, he was definitely eliminated. Fuck! For a while,
he couldn't help but uttered a curse word under his breath. Such an action naturally attracted the attention of the monitoring team members over there.
Old Lou, what's wrong?
The team member who was checking the surveillance looked up. Seeing his team members standing there dumbfounded, he frowned and asked.
Only.
Old Lou still stood there with a pale face and did not respond. Faced with this situation, he walked over quickly with a puzzled look on his face. And he saw that the combat uniform that Old Lou was holding was full of bright red paint, as well as an exploding acting grenade. His eyes widened instantly.
What's happening here?
The team member looked up at Lao Lu and spoke in shock. He just looked at the surveillance camera and found that Zhao Ming had left the store half an hour ago.
How can this still happen? There are grenades in the backpack.
I stood so close, I should have been eliminated.
Old Lou took a deep breath and then responded rather reluctantly.
Although he is not willing to admit this result. However, since you participate in the exercise, you must abide by the rules of the exercise. If you can't afford to lose and find out later, the consequences will probably be more than just punishment. After listening to Old Lou's words, the team member picked up the backpack next to him and took a look at it with a frown. At this time, I naturally saw the fishing line stuck inside the zipper.
And the grenade tab tied to the other side of the fishing line. Grass!
The team member also cursed immediately. Then he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and grabbed the walkie-talkie.
Captain, Lao Lu is eliminated.
Zhao Ming hid a grenade in the backpack he left behind, tied the pull ring with fishing line, and fixed the other side to the inside of the zipper.
After Lao Lu opened the zipper, he detonated the grenade.
He gritted his teeth and quickly reported the situation to the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment through the intercom. And after he finished speaking,
there was no response from the intercom. Obviously.
After hearing the news, the team leader was also confused.
Waited for a while.
The team member picked up the walkie-talkie again to report the situation.
I checked the internal surveillance of the store.
Zhao Ming put on a black sportswear, a gray backpack, and white sneakers. Leave through the back door of the store at 1819. He hurriedly reported the results of checking the surveillance video. After all, time is of the essence for the escort team. Being able to determine Zhao Ming's escape route a minute earlier would give him an extra chance of winning.
Receive. Let Lao Lu go to the car to rest first. This time. The squad leader's response quickly sounded on the intercom.
Although his tone was calm, a hint of helplessness could still be clearly heard.
Obviously.
The team leader still felt very bad that people could still be killed in such a situation.
At this time, in the monitoring room,
the squad leader looked gloomy and was watching the security guard call up the surveillance. After confirming the direction and time that Zhao Ming finally left the mall, he picked up his mobile phone and took a picture of Zhao Ming on the surveillance screen. After sending the photo to the captain, he hurriedly reported the situation. Headquarters, we have determined the robber's appearance after changing his clothes.
I've sent you the photo. The robber left from the east gate of Yuyi Mall at 1822. Also, the robber left a backpack in the mall and asked the clerk to hand it over to us.
The team member took the backpack and opened it, detonating the grenade inside and eliminating a member of the special operations team. After reporting the situation via the walkie-talkie, the squad leader took a deep breath. The expression on his face was quite helpless. He asked the members of the special operations team to open the backpack, so he had to bear the main responsibility for the death of the members. He originally thought that Zhao Ming would only put something to insult and provoke the escort. Who knew this guy had a grenade hidden inside? It's so damn careful. On the way to escape, he was still in the mood to lay such a trap. He was really leisurely. Thinking of this, the team leader couldn't help gritting his teeth. At this time, he really hated Zhao Ming with itch.
Temporary command room.
The captain, who was studying the map, had a look of joy on his face when he heard the report coming from the intercom next to him.
After waiting for so long, the first group finally made progress.
After hearing the second half, the happy expression on his face disappeared instantly, and his eyebrows instantly became deeply furrowed.
Another member of the Special Operations Team was killed?
This Special Operations Team is the most capable and cutting-edge combat force among the escorts.
But now, the whole army is about to be wiped out by Zhao Ming.
And they didn't even know where Zhao Ming had fled to.
The captain was really angry. Just consider that the live camera is behind you.
He still exhaled a thick breath without expression. Try your best to suppress the anger in your heart and make yourself look calmer.
Receive.
Let the fallen brothers return to the headquarters first, and the remaining members of the first team will be on standby outside the mall. After the captain adjusted his mood slightly, he picked up the walkie-talkie and responded.
Zhao Ming's appearance after changing his clothes was confirmed.
As well as the time and direction of leaving the mall, the next step is to ask the technical department to find his escape route from the road surveillance video. Let the first team stand by outside the mall and pursue Zhao Ming's escape route more quickly.
Receive.
On the intercom, the reply from the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment sounded.
The captain then put down the walkie-talkie.
Taking the surveillance video photos sent by the first team, I came to the technical force members.
After seeing the photos,
several members of the technical force quickly became busy. At the same time, surveillance cameras at several intersections outside the east gate of Yuyi Shopping Mall were called to search for Zhao Ming.
Because it's a rainy day.
Most of the people in the surveillance video were holding umbrellas, covering their appearance and most of their clothing. Therefore, even if there are photos of Zhao Ming after changing his clothes and the specific time, it is still not easy to find Zhao Ming at the exit of a shopping mall with a large flow of people. At this time, the commander-in-chief had his hands folded in front of him and stood behind several members of the technical force with a solemn expression, waiting quietly.
Because people were killed again. For a while.
The already solemn atmosphere in the temporary command room became even more depressing. The photographer carried the camera and recorded all this quietly. Compared to the depressing atmosphere in the command room, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room seemed particularly hot.
After all. After knowing the truth that this was just an exercise.
When the audience watched this live broadcast again, they felt a lot more relaxed.
Studio. What the hell? Another member of the Special Operations Team was killed? How many people did Zhao Ming eliminate?
I have to say that Zhao Ming is really awesome. He left the mall at 1819, and now it's 1846, which is almost half an hour in between.
He was able to use a trap to eliminate a guard. Team members.
Normal robbers would try their best to hide in such a situation. Zhao Ming, on the other hand, actually thought of attacking the escort.
Arrogant, too arrogant. I guess the commander-in-chief of the escort team is so angry that his lungs are exploding? Ha ha. The main reason is that even if the commander-in-chief is angry, he can't show it.
After all, the camera is almost shooting with his face, and there are so many people watching in the live broadcast room.
How can you not love such a rampant and highly intelligent gangster? I declare that I will be Zhao Ming's fan from now on.
Even though Zhao Ming is still quite arrogant now, I guess he won't be around for much longer. After all, the commander-in-chief has applied for additional manpower.
Where can he escape to? That's right, there are cameras all over the streets now.
I estimate that it will take less than 2 hours for Zhao Ming to be arrested. Brother upstairs, why do I feel like I've heard this somewhere before?
Oh, when we first started taking hostages, were you the same ones who said they wouldn't last long? Ha ha.
By the way, what about the brother who said he was eating shit during the live broadcast?
Did he run away?
I have already prepared money to pay for my flight during your live broadcast. The Dark Barrage scrolled. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has returned to 3.5 million.
And this number is still soaring at an extremely fast rate.
As soon as the facts of the exercise were announced, all kinds of hot searches and news surged. Instantly, the popularity of this extremely realistic bank robbery exercise reached a new level. Naturally, more viewers came to the live broadcast room.
At the same time,
because he knew that Zhao Ming was not a real gangster.
Many viewers in the live broadcast room even worshipped this high IQ robber.
Many viewers who originally hated him became his fans. A fan group called Aiming Team was even established.
For a while, Zhao Ming is unparalleled in popularity across the internet. Temporary command room. After waiting for almost 3 or 4 minutes, a teammate suddenly pressed the pause button, freezing the surveillance screen on the computer screen. Found it.
At 1823, Zhao Ming appeared on Curson Road outside the east gate of Yuyi Shopping Mall.
Hold a black umbrella.
The team member spoke excitedly. Hear the words. The captain also hurriedly came over and took a look. The figure in the picture is holding an umbrella, but the front edge of the umbrella is a bit high, and his face is still exposed. Although the surveillance video was a bit blurry, it was still certain that it was Zhao Ming. Call. See it. The captain finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zhao Ming can be identified in a surveillance video, it would be much easier to follow the surveillance video to determine his escape route. Although this was the trajectory of Zhao Ming's activities half an hour ago, as long as he was not lost in the surveillance video, the escort team had a high chance of catching him. Ring ring ring. It was at this time. The cell phone in the captain's pocket rang. After seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered the call. Director. The captain frowned slightly and spoke in a deep voice. Obviously. At this time, he was still a little nervous inside. After all, the director is calling now, and he must be replying whether he can send additional manpower. Now they have caught Zhao Ming through surveillance video. If more people can be obtained, the chances of winning this exercise will naturally be greater. I have informed the armed forces to send you 100 additional troops. Look, it's almost time to arrive at the scene. Behave well, boy. The director's voice rang on the other end of the phone. Hearing these words, the captain's face instantly showed a hint of joy. Armed forces. Like the special operations teams within the guards, they are teams that perform relatively high-risk missions. The difference is, the special operations team is part of the escort team. The armed forces are military establishments and are subordinate to the military. Certainly. When necessary, the escort can apply for permission to mobilize armed forces. At this time, the director directly assigned himself an additional 100 armed forces with cutting-edge combat capabilities. For the captain, this is naturally good news. Yes. Director, I will definitely try my best to win this exercise. The captain spoke seriously and responded to the director on the other end of the phone. The words were filled with unconcealable joy. The director on the other end of the phone did not continue talking after hearing the captain's response. He hung up the phone directly. The captain listened to the busy tone on the phone and didn't have time to put down the phone. A member of the technical team in front of the computer also spoke excitedly again. At 1833, Zhao Ming appeared in the surveillance video of the camera at the entrance of Jinxing village. Hear this message. Several team leaders, Xu Ruochu and photographers nearby rushed to surround him. Everyone hurriedly looked at the frozen surveillance screen. Just see the picture. The figure standing among the crowd and looking towards the surveillance screen was clearly Zhao Ming. Although the picture is still a bit blurry due to the heavy rain. But this time the surveillance camera captured Zhao Ming's face standing still. So even the expression on his face can be seen clearly. He stared at the camera with his eyes and a smile on his face. That look. It was as if he deliberately exposed himself to surveillance cameras. Full of provocation. Seeing such a scene, the captain couldn't help but frown. Zhao Ming deliberately exposed himself in this way. The smell of conspiracy, isn't it a bit too strong? What does he mean? Want to tell yourself that he is deliberately drawing his attention to the revitalization village? Although I had some doubts at this time. But the captain was not idle. He quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and issued an order to the first team who was still waiting outside the Friendship Mall. The first group, quickly go to Jinxing village. Seal all entrances and exits of Jinxing village and wait for support. While the calm voice sounded, the captain's eyes were still fixed on the screen. Zhao Ming obviously deliberately exposed his behavior on camera. It really made the captain full of doubts. Only. Judging from the confrontation with Zhao Ming during the bank confrontation, Zhao Ming's various actions were unreasonable. Sometimes I think too much and fall into his trap. Therefore, now it doesn't matter whether Zhao Ming is still in the revitalizing village or not, as long as he appears under the camera at the entrance of the village. The commander-in-chief quickly sent people to Jinxing village to block the entrances and exits. Anyway, the director had just dispatched more manpower, and he had to worry about the lack of manpower. If there are dates or not, let's hit 3 poles first. At the same time. Boathouse village. Zhao Ming sat on the deliveryman's electric car. After entering this large urban village, he asked him to find a place to put him down. Watching the deliveryman leave, Zhao Ming then turned around, holding an umbrella and a waterproof bag, and started wandering around this strange urban village. The expression on his face was calm, and his eyes were looking around. Anyone who sees Zhao Ming at this time will not think that he is a gangster on the run. At this time, Zhao Ming activated his skill, Restrained Momentum. After restraining his momentum, he seemed to be integrated with the rain curtain around him. Even pedestrians passing by him would hardly notice him. Therefore, even though he was wandering around in the rain holding an umbrella, he didn't attract too many people's attention. After wandering around for a few minutes, Zhao Ming found a noodle shop that was doing a lot of business and walked in. The area of this noodle restaurant is not large, only 50 or 60 square meters. But there are more than 10 tables in the store. Seems extremely crowded. At this time, the store was also packed, with 5 or 6 customers crowded on each table. Business is not booming. Zhao Ming was indeed hungry at this time. After all, it was now 7 o'clock in the evening, and he had not eaten for almost 8 or 9 hours. Naturally, I have to take advantage of the time now to eat something to fill my stomach. And the reason why Zhao Ming chose this noodle shop with extremely popular business. On the one hand, I was curious about his taste. The other aspect is to reduce the risk of one's own exposure. Many people may think that choosing a restaurant with a quiet business will expose them to less risk. Actually not. The busier the business, the more customers there are in the store. Appearing in such a place is even harder to be remembered. If you go to a small restaurant with a deserted business, it is very likely that the owner will only receive a handful of customers a day. Therefore, the probability of being remembered is greater. After Zhao Ming ordered a large bowl of beef noodles, he found a seat next to the window and sat down. Looking at the rain outside the window, I ate noodles quietly. And it was at this time. Outside the window, 4 members of the escort wearing raincoats walked quickly through the rain. Seeing this situation, Zhao Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. But the expression on his face remained calm, and the movement of eating noodles with his hands did not stop. He finished the noodles calmly. Then he raised his wrist and looked at the time on his watch. 19:07. It had been less than 20 minutes since I left Jinqing village, and it had only been 10 minutes since I entered Boathouse village. Has the escort team determined their position? This seems unlikely. After all, I have made so many preparations in Jinqing village, even if I finally find that I have left Jinqing village. But convoys definitely take a lot of time and effort. At the same time, when he entered the Boathouse village, he didn't leave many clues. It was absolutely impossible for the commander-in-chief of the escort team to confirm that he was hiding in the Boathouse village in such a short period of time. In this regard, Zhao Ming still has a lot of confidence. That is to say, did the commander-in-chief of this escort team start deploying the Boathouse village before he was sure that he was hiding in the Boathouse village? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Zhao Ming's face. You've learned to be smart, he murmured to himself. At that moment, he picked up the umbrella next to him and walked out of this bustling noodle shop. Continue wandering the streets. This time he wasn't aimless. Instead, while wandering around, he approached a main entrance and exit of the Boathouse village. Still 20 or 30 meters away from the entrance, Zhao Ming saw the flashing police lights over there from a distance. As well as the members of the escort team standing on both sides of the intersection, checking people leaving the village and the city. See this situation. Zhao Ming slowed down slightly. In such a short period of time, the entrance and exit of the Boathouse village had been blocked. This was really something he didn't expect. And that was when Zhao Ming was mixed in the crowd and slowed down slightly. To his side, 2 figures in guard uniforms and raincoats were walking towards him. While the 2 were marching, they scanned the crowd from time to time. Zhao Ming naturally saw this scene from the corner of his eye, and frowned slightly at the moment, and a string in his heart suddenly tightened. At such a close range, there was no possibility of being discovered. Fortunately, this is the time when the urban village is quite lively. There are a lot of people on this main road. Once something happens, there will definitely be chaos at the first moment. There are not many escort members here. After chaos occurs, it is unlikely that order can be maintained in a short period of time. Therefore, his situation will not be very dangerous. While thinking about it in my mind, Zhao Ming had a calm expression on his face and continued to walk forward at an unhurried pace. At the same time, he also looked at the 2 escort members on the side with his peripheral vision. Be ready to take the lead and strike first when something happens. But just when the 2 escort members were only a few meters away from Zhao Ming, the walkie-talkies on their shoulders suddenly rang. Because the surrounding environment was noisy, Zhao Ming did not hear clearly what was said on the intercom. The voice fell on the intercom. I saw one of the escort members tilting his head and replying to the intercom. Then the two members of the escort glanced at the flow of people on the street again, then turned and left the way they came. Faced with this situation, Zhao Ming raised his eyebrows and did not stop walking. He still walked forward unhurriedly. After walking forward for another 1 or 2 meters, Zhao Ming turned around very naturally. He walked towards a nearby private house. At the same time, guard camp and temporary command room. After the captain issued the order for the first team to rush to Jinxing village, additional manpower dispatched by the director also rushed to the temporary headquarters. The captain organized the 100 people into 5 groups, with 20 people in each group, plus the 3 groups that already existed. At this time, the commander-in-chief could mobilize 8 teams to join the operation. The captain only sent one of the 5 newly reorganized teams to Jinxing village to support the first team. The remaining 4 teams stayed at the temporary headquarters for the time being. In the command room at this time, several members of the technical force were still searching for Zhao Ming through the surveillance videos available in the Jinxing village. I want to see Zhao Ming's activities in the urban village through surveillance video only. In old urban villages like Jinxing village, the deployment rate of municipal surveillance cameras is really pitiful. Except for a few municipal cameras on a few major thoroughfares. Most of the remaining cameras are privately owned by businesses or residents. Naturally, the technical department of the escort team was unable to retrieve the videos from these surveillance cameras. Therefore, it is not easy to find Zhao Ming's activities in Jinxing village remotely. The chief captain and several squad captains were gathered around the table. He spread out a detailed topographic map of Jinxing village that he had just printed out and studied the next deployment of personnel. At this time, although the manpower in the escort camp is relatively sufficient, but manpower is ultimately limited. To hunt down a robber in an urban village housing tens of thousands of people, if there is no effective deployment of personnel. Even if all the current manpower is invested, it will undoubtedly be like finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, after all the personnel were dispatched, the captain and the others who stayed in the command room could not remain idle. If the collective of more than 100 members of the escort team is compared to a giant beast, he is the commander-in-chief of the escort camp. The captain is undoubtedly the brains of this beast. He must ensure that he is functioning at all times, directing every part of this giant beast to carry out effective actions. The main team, the second and third teams have completed the work of setting up posts at all entrances and exits of Chuanfang village, requesting further instructions. Just as the captain was staring at the topographic map of Jinxing village on the table, he was thinking deeply. The intercom rang with the voice of the security detachment captain reporting the situation. Hear the words. The captain raised his eyebrows. While still staring at the map on the table, he reached out and grabbed the walkie-talkie on the table. You have limited manpower, so there is no need to take the next step. Just check the people who are conducting the boathouse village to make sure that if Zhao Ming enters the boathouse village, he cannot leave quietly. The captain pressed the talk button. He responded with a calm tone. The operational deployment in Chuanfang village was just the captain's prediction of Zhao Ming's hiding place. From the beginning, it was not certain that Zhao Ming was hiding in the boathouse village. Now, tracking Zhao Ming's escape route through surveillance video has determined that Zhao Ming is more likely to be hiding in Jinxing village. Therefore, for the boathouse village, there is no need to waste too much manpower for the time being and take the next step. Only, there is not a shortage of manpower at the moment. The captain also had no intention of letting the second and third teams withdraw. After all, boathouse village is always the best hiding place. Let the second and third teams continue to stay there and set up posts to investigate. Even if Zhao Ming is not hiding there, it can cut off the possibility of him hiding there next. If there is a manpower shortage in the next operation, it will not be too late for the captain to mobilize the second and third teams. Receive. The intercom sounded the response of the squad leader of the security detachment. After hearing the sound, the captain put down the walkie-talkie in his hand. Once again, he concentrated on studying the topographic map of Jinxing village. Revitalize the village. In the rain, several escort vehicles were parked at the entrance to the village. The captain of the criminal investigation detachment, wearing a raincoat, got out of the car, stood in the rain and looked towards the village in the city. Then he took out the walkie-talkie. Except for my car that stopped, the other cars continue to drive around the village in the city. 2 people work in groups. Whenever there is a place where people can enter and exit, one group of people will be left to set up guard. Everyone entering and exiting the village must be screened. Once you find someone suspected of being a robber, report the situation immediately. The serious voice of the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment sounded. The words fell. Several cars parked outside the village in the city, except for the one the squad leader was riding in just now, all started again. He drove away from here and headed towards the other entrances and exits. The team leader of the Criminal Investigation Detachment asked the remaining 2 team members in the car to set up guard at the door. He held up an umbrella, wore a raincoat, lit a cigarette under the umbrella, and waited quietly. Almost 10 minutes later, a convoy vehicle came back. There were only 2 members of the escort team left in the car. After the 2 people stabilized the car, they quickly walked towards the team leader. Captain, the entrances and exits along the way have been controlled. But this village in the city is so big, and Zhao Ming is hiding in it. It's not easy to find him. We only have so few manpower left now. Should we ask the headquarters for reinforcements? 2 members of the escort team stood beside the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment. One of the older team members looked at the team leader and asked seriously. Reinforcements should be coming soon. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment nodded, flicked the cigarette butt into the water on the road ahead, and responded. The previous command given by the commander on the intercom. It was clearly stated that the first team should block the entrance and exit of Jinqing village and then wait for support. Only. In order to prevent the information in the intercom from being too cluttered, the intercom channels are different between each group. The temporary command room and several squad leaders also use separate channels. Therefore, the members of the team were not very clear about the details of the commander-in-chief's order. Naturally, I don't know that I don't need to ask for support. Looking at the time, support should be arriving soon. Present. The squad leader first took out his walkie-talkie and prepared to report the situation to the temporary command room. The main team, the first team, has blocked all entrances and exits in and out of Jinqing village. Standing still, waiting for reinforcements. Pressing the talk button, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment gave a concise report. The 4th reinforcement team should be arriving soon. The 4th team is still at your disposal. After the manpower arrives, in addition to sealing off the revitalization village, you will lead the remaining manpower into the village and the city to conduct a preliminary visit and investigation. Focus on the investigation of hotels, short-term rentals and other places that can provide accommodation. Secondly, we also visit supermarkets, shops, restaurants and other places in the urban villages to see if we can find any traces of Zhao Ming. The captain's voice soon sounded on the intercom. After hearing what the captain said, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment raised his eyebrows. Team 4? After the reorganization, only 3 teams remained from the previous staff. Now the 4th group has appeared again. It seems that the captain has obtained reinforcements again? This is good news. After all, if Zhao Ming is really hiding in this revitalizing village, he only needs enough manpower. Even if Zhao Ming hides it underground, he can dig it out for him. Receive. Overjoyed, the squad leader picked up the walkie-talkie. He quickly replied to the captain. The words fell. The team leader put away the walkie-talkie and looked up again at the urban village not far away. At this time, he had a relaxed smile on his face. Apparently after learning that there were reinforcements, he felt confident for a while. After less than 10 minutes of waiting, 2 Black Tiger armored and anti-explosion vehicles drove towards the team leader and their location. Looking at this posture, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment was slightly surprised. The 2 team members standing nearby also had a look of surprise on their faces. Captain, are you here to support us? The older guard member approached the squad leader and asked in a low voice. Hear the words. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment looked back at him. Then he nodded and lowered his voice and replied. Don't act like you haven't seen the world before, they are under our control now. After the words fell, the squad leader looked back at the 2 Black Tiger armored explosion-proof vehicles. Have to say, this thing is really cool. That armor can even withstand bullets from submachine guns and pistols at close range. To be honest, this is really the first time for the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment to cooperate with the armed forces. At this time, seeing that the reinforcement team turned out to be them, I was surprised and a little happy at the same time. After all, let's ignore combat effectiveness. The equipment of the armed forces is much better than that of ordinary members of the escort. Moreover, the armed forces often hold actual combat exercises and have rich experience. With their joining, the squad leader will naturally be more confident. After the vehicle comes to a stop, The car door opened, and 20 team members wearing camouflage uniforms and raincoats quickly got out of the car. The formation walked quickly towards the position of the team leader.
"We are the fourth team, here to reinforce you, please give instructions."
The leading team member saluted the squad leader.
Then he spoke in a loud voice.
Seeing this posture, the team leader was slightly startled, and the expression on his face became a little more serious unconsciously. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. They are indeed a regular army that trains every day.
This kind of discipline is really not comparable to that of ordinary guards. Then what?
We will first enter the urban village and conduct inspections and visits to shops, restaurants, and hotels.
Let's see if we can find the activities of the robbers in the village and the city.
The squad leader also hurriedly returned the salute.
Then he spoke about the next action plan.
After saying that, he prepared to rush towards the village and the city with his men.
But
just after taking 2 steps, he seemed to have thought of something again, and quickly looked back at the fourth group lining up behind him. No need to march in formation. After all, this is just a drill. Let's act casually and not cause too much social panic.
2 people work in groups and visit the village separately after entering the city.
If you discover anything, report it via the walkie-talkie at any time. The team leader explained seriously.
After all,
20 or so armed men entered the village and the city in an orderly manner. When the residents inside saw the scene, it would definitely cause a lot of panic. Although even if there is no queue, seeing so many armed forces in the village and the city will have a certain impact.
But it would be good to lower it a bit.
As long as the social impact can be controlled within a controllable range.
Basically there will be no problem.
Yes. The leading team member heard the squad leader's words and immediately nodded in response.
Then he waved his hands to the team members behind him.
The team members who were originally lined up quickly dispersed and followed the team leader into the village and the city in twos and twos. Taking Zhao Ming's photo, he started to visit and investigate.
Revitalize the village.
In a small supermarket. When the team leader walked in with a team member, the boss was sitting at the counter playing with his mobile phone. I heard a very mechanical welcome coming from the door sensor. The boss then looked up.
Seeing 2 figures wearing escort uniforms coming, the boss quickly sat up straight. Clearly a little nervous. After all,
the 2 escort members in front of me obviously didn't look like they were here to buy anything, and they gave people a menacing feeling.
Although the boss didn't do anything illegal or disciplinary, he still felt guilty.
"Good day, boss.
Have you seen this person?"
The squad leader walked to the counter with a kind smile on his face. As he spoke, he took out the photo and placed it on the counter. The owner of the small supermarket was secretly relieved when he saw the 2 people coming in just to understand the situation. He quickly picked up the photo on the table and took a look.
When he saw Zhao Ming clearly in the photo, the boss nodded quickly.
"Seen it. He came to my store and bought something. I bought a bottle of mineral water for 3 yuan, but he gave me 10 yuan. I gave him the change but he didn't take it. He said it was a tip." The boss spoke seriously. He described the situation in detail.
Obviously.
Because Zhao Ming gave him extra money to buy a bottle of water, his boss was particularly impressed by him. And after seeing the boss's determined expression and hearing that firm answer, the team leader was obviously confused.
What is Zhao Ming doing? Tip when buying a bottle of water? Is this his special hobby? Then when did he come to buy water? The squad leader frowned and asked again.
Hear this. The owner of the small supermarket took a breath, frowned and tried to think back.
It's almost an hour, right? I didn't pay much attention to the specific time.
The boss responded seriously. After saying that, he put the photo back on the counter. Because of Zhao Ming's stupid behavior of buying water and tipping back, the boss was extremely impressed by his face. But at that time, he was busy playing with his mobile phone, so he naturally didn't pay attention to the time.
Okay. Thank you for the information.
The squad leader nodded with a smile and took back the photo on the table while speaking. Then he left the small supermarket with the team members behind him.
Continue to visit. In the rain.
The team leader wearing a raincoat and the team members beside him followed the crowd. As I walked forward, I also paid attention to the shops on both sides of the road.
Looking for the next target store to visit.
After learning that Zhao Ming had bought something in the last small supermarket, the team leader became more confident that Zhao Ming was hiding in Jinqing village. From the previous visit, it was determined that Zhao Ming had been active in this area almost an hour ago. The surrounding surveillance videos will definitely show his presence. The purpose of continuing the visit is to determine the trajectory of Zhao Ming's activities and then connect these trajectories into areas. It is basically possible to determine his approximate hiding place. When the time comes to conduct raids, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort.
Therefore, it seems that the current visit does not yield much useful information.
But it is still necessary.
Moreover, it is not always possible to obtain useful key clues during the visit. Certainly. We'll choose the method of visit and investigation.
The main reason is because of insufficient manpower. After all, excluding the personnel who blocked the entrances and exits of the urban village, even with the reinforcement team, the squad leader only had about 20 people available. Facing such a large urban village, such a small number of people is simply not enough to conduct a blanket roundup.
Report.
We found traces of the robbers in the small supermarket downstairs on number 35. The clerk at the small supermarket claimed that the robber came to the store to shop more than half an hour ago and left a tip, so he was very impressed. Just when the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment was full of confidence, he continued to go deeper into the village and the city. A voice reporting the situation came from the intercom.
After hearing these words, the team leader couldn't help but frown. The small supermarket they visited before was in Building 5, which was not close to Building 35.
But Zhao Ming appeared in all of them.
The most important thing is, Zhao Ming actually gave a tip?
During the previous visit, the team leader was a little surprised to know that Zhao Ming gave him a tip when he bought a bottle of water.
But he didn't think much about it.
At this time, hearing that he bought things elsewhere and gave tips made the team leader even more confused.
Is this Zhao Ming's habit?
Or, did he do this deliberately to make others remember him? They are all small supermarkets, and the goods must be similar. He can buy everything he wants to buy at one store.
But he ran away from two families? Doesn't this increase the risk of one's own exposure?
Moreover, the two small supermarkets are so far apart, which is obviously intentional.
Think of this. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment took a breath.
He quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and prepared to report the situation to the temporary command room. The situation at this time gave him a hunch that Zhao Ming might have left Jinqing village long ago.
Temporary command room.
Listen to the situation reported by the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment on the intercom.
The captain couldn't help but frown.
He leaned on the table with his hands, his expression solemn, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, and he pondered the current information.
Song Zhaoming deliberately exposed himself to the surveillance camera at the entrance of Jinqing village.
At the beginning of the investigation, his activities have been frequently discovered.
Zhao
Ming had no intention of hiding his traces.
He even deliberately exposed his whereabouts in Jinqing village.
Tipping in a small shop is an outrageously high-profile way of doing things.
What is his purpose in doing these things?
Deliberately letting the guards know this information, and then firmly believe that he is in Jinqing village.
In fact, he himself had already left? This possibility is not small.
However, the captain felt that Zhao Ming left clues in such an arrogant manner, which made the escort think that he had left Jinqing village. It just proves that it is more likely that he is still in Jinqing village.
Both possibilities are not impossible. For a while, the captain was somewhat undecided and fell into silence.
He frowned, gritted his teeth, and his brain was working rapidly, trying to figure out Zhao Ming's thoughts.
Studio. Photographers are filming live broadcasts all the time.
Therefore, the situation reported by the team leader was also broadcast live. Hearing that Zhao Ming actually tipped at the canteen, the enthusiasm of the audience in the live broadcast room was instantly ignited. Damn it, he is indeed the most violent gangster in the entire network.
My eldest brother even tipped me when he bought a bottle of water. This is so heroic. Ha ha. Do you think the money Zhao Ming gave as a tip was stolen money taken out of the bank?
What the brother above said is not impossible. After all, it's not your own money, so you don't feel bad about spending it.
If this is really the case, is Zhao Ming's move considered robbing the rich to give to the poor?
Ah, I understood after listening to what the brother upstairs said. Now I just want to say one thing to Zhao Ming.
Sir, you are righteous.
I have to say that Zhao Ming's chivalrous spirit is worth learning from.
Laughing and crying. You people are really poisonous.
You even robbed the rich and gave to the poor. You must know that Zhao Ming plays a robber and a villain. You should despise him. Speaking of which, Zhao Ming is really arrogant. He exposes his traces everywhere.
Is this because he is afraid that the escort team will not find him? Do you think there is a possibility that Zhao Ming is no longer in Jinqing village?
He is exposed everywhere, just to deliberately make the escort think that he is still in Jinqing village. What the brother above said makes sense, but the commander-in-chief has obviously thought of this too. Looking at it like this, the commander-in-chief is probably struggling. I feel that the possibility of Zhao Ming hiding in Jinqing village is not low. He deliberately exposed himself. It is very likely that he wanted the escort to think that he was no longer in Jinqing village. No matter where Zhao Ming is, I just hope he can hide himself and not be caught by the escort so early. That's right, I haven't watched enough of the live broadcast.
Zhao Ming, you must not be found. Shocking. 5 million people are paying attention to a hide-and-seek game. The reason behind it is embarrassing. Brother upstairs, is it good for you to laugh to death from me?
The number of barrages in the live broadcast room exploded again. As the actual facts of the previous exercise were exposed, the popularity was once again fermented on the internet, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room also increased again. At this time, the number of online viewers has reached an astonishing 5.1 million people. For a live broadcast room, this size is already an extremely terrifying number. At this time, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was cheerful. For Zhao Ming, a tough gangster, more and more viewers have begun to become his fans. Basically all the viewers in the previous live broadcast room hoped that the robbers would be caught soon. But at this time, there is already a large audience, hoping that Zhao Ming can hold on for a while longer. After all, the longer Zhao Ming can hold on, the longer this live broadcast will last. At the same time, revitalize the village. The team leader came to a small shop again, took out Zhao Ming's photo and asked about the situation. The information obtained was that Zhao Ming was still here and left a tip after buying something. Faced with this situation, the team leader looked solemn. Until now, many of the stores they visited had the same situation. Faced with such a situation, the team leader did not dare to neglect. Every time he received news, he quickly reported it to the temporary command room. In the temporary command room, every time the captain receives a report from the walkie-talkie, he draws a circle at the corresponding location on the map. At this time, more than 10 red circles have been drawn on the map. The locations of these circles are basically concentrated in the northeast corner of the map. After the captain marked the latest location on the map, he put down the marker in his hand. Call. A pair of deep eyes stared at the map. The commander-in-chief let out a long sigh of relief. After a moment, he stood up straight and glanced at the team captains surrounding the table. From the visit to Zhao Ming, what did you find out about Zhao Ming's activities? The captain looked calm and asked seriously. Heard him ask. Several team captains were slightly startled. Obviously he didn't expect that the captain would suddenly come to take such a temporary test. Everyone took a breath and frowned slightly. Although Zhao Ming is extremely active, his tracks are too concentrated, and they are completely concentrated in the northeast corner. This is really strange. After a few seconds of silence, one of the squad leaders tentatively spoke. This is completely obvious. After all, the commander-in-chief has already been standardized on the map. Even a primary school student can see it. Therefore, after the team leader spoke, the other people looked back at him. Obviously he didn't feel that his answer was the answer the captain wanted. That's not surprising, isn't it? After all, the 1st and 4th teams started their investigation work from the northeast of Jinqing village. The investigation work has not been extended to other areas now, so maybe Zhao Ming's activity tracks in other areas are also quite large? The other squad leader raised his eyebrows and spoke his mind. Hear this. The team leader who spoke earlier nodded. It was obvious that he was not too confident in his previous answer. The captain listened quietly to the conversation between the two and did not interrupt. After the two of them finished speaking, he glanced at the others again, as if to see if anyone else wanted to express their opinions. However, the remaining team captains did not speak again. The captain then looked at the map on the table again, and then spoke in a deep voice. I can tell from Zhao Ming's activity that he seems to be in a hurry. He first appeared in the small supermarket at this location, at 1802, bought a bottle of water, and stayed for 1 minute and 32 seconds. Then he still appeared in several surrounding places, staying for 1 minute and 20 seconds, and 1 minute and 2 seconds respectively. Until 1823, when he showed up here, he also bought a bottle of water, but he only stayed for 12 seconds. Why is that? The captain drew a circle on the map with his finger, and moved the several positions marked with time one by one. Although his brows were furrowed when he spoke, his tone remained calm. The words fell.
He raised his head again and glanced around a few people. The team leader's previous visits and inspections were just simple inquiries. But later, as Zhao Ming's traces appeared in more and more places, the captain realized that something was wrong. Let the team leader retrieve the surveillance video of the store where Zhao Ming was found. Get as many details as possible. Zhao Ming's entry into the store and the length of his stay were naturally one of them. After summarizing this information, sure enough, the captain still noticed some clues. General team, what do you mean? After hearing what the chief captain said, several squad captains frowned instantly. One of the squad leaders reached out and scratched the tip of his brow, and then asked in confusion. The captain's discovery doesn't seem to explain anything, right? Zhao Ming is on the run now. How can he not be in a hurry? First we discovered Zhao Ming's figure from the surveillance video at the entrance of Jinqing village. At that time, he deliberately exposed himself to the surveillance cameras and showed a provocative smile. This means that he knows very well that we will track his escape trajectory through the surveillance video, and thus see him in this surveillance. The captain took a slight breath and then spoke calmly. His expression was serious and his tone was serious. He began to recount his speculations from the beginning. He started the layout from the moment he appeared under this surveillance camera. He deliberately made such a gesture to let us know that he knew very well that we would definitely find out that he had entered the Jinqing village. Then he continued to actively expose his traces in Jinqing village. Use tips to deepen the shop owner's impression of him. It's like he's afraid that we won't be able to find any trace of him. His actions are like telling everyone that he is in the revitalization village. Faced with such a situation, do you think that it is impossible for Zhao Ming to hide in Jinqing village? The captain spoke in a low tone and spoke slowly. The several team captains listened very seriously, and when they heard the last words of the captain, they all nodded. Indeed. They all felt that the possibility of Zhao Ming still staying in Jinqing village was very small since he had made such noise in such a big way. Seeing everyone nodding in response, a smile appeared on the captain's face. A few seconds later, he put away his smile before speaking again. But just now, I still feel that it is more likely that Zhao Ming is hiding in Jinqing village. He's a smart guy. What smart people like to do most is to guide other people's thoughts. After grasping the clues that Zhao Ming deliberately left for us, I think he just wants to lead all of us to think that he is not in the revitalization village. Then I hide in Jinqing village. In this way, although the risk is not small, if the measures he guided us before are really successful, the revitalization of the village will be the safest. Hearing this, several team captains nodded. When the captain said this, it seemed that the possibility of Zhao Ming hiding in Jinqing village was not small. So what should we do now? Should we directly dispatch all the manpower there and carry out a blanket investigation? Just when several people were looking at the captain, waiting for the captain to issue an order, the captain spoke again. But now, I feel that Zhao Ming must not be in the revitalization village. The captain frowned slightly and spoke with determination. Hear this. Several team captains were slightly startled. What does it mean? The captain just said so much analysis, didn't he think that Zhao Ming was hiding in Jinqing village? Why did the conversation change and it seemed that Zhao Ming was no longer in Jinqing village? And the words were so firm. Such inconsistent speculation made several team captains confused. Shu Ruochu, who was standing nearby and listening, also blinked with an inexplicable expression on his face. For a while, everyone was extremely puzzled by the captain's words. I don't quite understand what captain means. Everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions. The commander-in-chief didn't mean to show off, and continued to speak. The reason why I think Zhao Ming must not be in the village in this city is what I just discovered. Judging from the timing of Zhao Ming's appearance, he seems to be increasingly in a hurry. It's like rushing to get out of here before the escort team surrounds Jinqing village. The captain frowned slightly, staring at the red circle on the map. There was no hesitation in his tone, and he was full of determination. Hear this. Next to him, Shu Ruochu and several team captains also hurriedly looked at the time marked on the map again. Everyone had expressions of realization. The captain's speculation is indeed very reasonable. The investigation work of the 1st and 4th teams is still continuing, but there has been no voice reporting on the discovery of Zhao Ming's traces on the intercom for a long time. Judging from the information reported by the revitalization village now, the last time Zhao Ming appeared was at 1823, which was about 20 minutes before the escort team blocked the village in the city. Therefore, Zhao Ming was not found in subsequent investigations. Then he has room to escape from Jinqing village. Of course, the change in time is just evidence. What makes me suspicious is based on Zhao Ming's character.
He is a smart man, a highly intelligent robber who likes to control people's hearts and humanity. During the confrontation at the bank, he took advantage of my cautious nature and prepared a chain of events. As a result, I made a wrong decision and launched a raid, which resulted in the death of all members of the raid team. So I feel that when he sets a trap while escaping, he will definitely take advantage of my cautious and suspicious personality. After all, I am the commander-in-chief of this exercise and the highest decision-maker of the escort team. He only needs to bring my thoughts into the hole he has already dug. All the actions of the escort team will be led astray by me, and all efforts will be in vain. So when I found that my speculation was inconsistent with all of your opinions, I sensed something was wrong. The captain spoke calmly again. Tell the truth about the reasons for your change of mind. Upon hearing these words, the team captains and Shuruwachu present all widened their eyes. A look of shock. Is the commander-in-chief's operation so outrageous? You find that your thoughts are different from others, and you start to doubt yourself? Have you been tricked by Zhao Ming into feeling so unsure of yourself? Is this being ruined by Zhao Ming? But, although the reason for the captain's suspicion makes people want to laugh, but his analysis and verified evidence are very reasonable. Therefore, no one questioned his speculation. Corporate team, if Zhao Ming is not in the revitalization village, where will he go? After the captain's words ended, the team captains all fell into deep thought and did not speak. Instead, Shuruwachu on the side was the first to ask. As the host of the live broadcast room, Shuruwachu naturally tried his best to prevent the live broadcast room from being left in the dark. Timely ask questions that are also interesting to the audience in the live broadcast room. Naturally, it can ensure the hot state of the live broadcast room to a certain extent. After listening to Shuruwachu's question, the captain first picked up the map of the revitalization village that was laid on it and revealed the city map below. Then use the index finger of your right hand to tap lightly on the boathouse village on the map. I still think boathouse village is the best hiding place. So Zhao Ming is most likely to be hiding here. The captain had a serious expression on his face and spoke his thoughts in a deep voice. After hearing this, Shuruwachu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, with a puzzled expression on his delicate face. But, hasn't Boathouse Village been blocked by the second and third teams already? Shuruwachu asked again, the doubts in his heart. Hear this. The captain looked back at her with a smile on his face. Then he continued to speak. The time we successfully blocked the Boathouse Village was 1840. And the distance between Jinqing Village and Xuanfang Village is only 2 or 3 kilometers. The last time Zhao Ming appeared was at 1823. In other words, if he leaves Jinqing Village after his last appearance, then these 17 minutes, if he takes transportation, will be more than enough to get in before sealing off the Boathouse Village. With a smile on his face and a calm tone, the captain patiently explained to Shuruwachu. Hear these words. Shuruwachu suddenly understood and nodded. But if Zhao Mingjin did as the captain suspected, he entered the Boathouse Village before the escort team blocked it. Wouldn't that be self-defeating? He just happened to fall into the encirclement of the escort team again. It's just that even if Zhao Mingjin is hiding in the Boathouse Village, it will not be easy to catch him. The Boathouse Village not only covers a large area, but also has an extremely dense population. The most important thing is that its floating population is too large. Shuruwachu did not continue to ask questions. But the captain raised his eyebrows slightly and continued to talk about the situation he was facing. And that was just after the captain finished speaking. The intercom suddenly rang with the news that the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment was reporting the situation. Headquarters, we continue to check many stores. But they all discovered Zhao Ming's activities. It seems that after Zhao Ming was last seen at 1823, he found a place to hide. And listening to the report from the Criminal Investigation Detachment team leader on the intercom, several team captains in the temporary command room looked at each other with a little excitement on their faces. Isn't the information obtained at this time exactly the same as the captain's inference? It seemed that the possibility of Zhao Ming leaving before Jinqing Village was blocked was quite high. Receive. The investigation work will be suspended for the time being. Gather your hands and check the nearby surveillance cameras along the location where Zhao Ming last disappeared. I want to know where Zhao Ming went and what he did. And, how did he leave Jinqing Village? The captain grabbed the walkie-talkie and responded quickly to the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment. This time he was not talking about confirming whether Zhao Ming was in Jinqing Village, but to determine how Zhao Ming left Jinqing Village. Obviously, the captain no longer had the slightest doubt that Zhao Ming was no longer in Jinqing Village. Jinxing Village is an extremely old urban village that has been included in the demolition plan. Therefore, the municipal government does not make great efforts to deploy and control surveillance cameras. Therefore, the surveillance videos that the technical department can remotely access are extremely limited, coupled with the influence of factors such as rainy days, umbrellas, and dense crowds. It is even more difficult to determine Zhao Ming's figure from the limited surveillance video. But this era. Even in urban villages, private cameras will be installed at the entrances of various stores. Therefore, it is not difficult for the fourth team in the urban village to check these surveillance videos and determine what Zhao Ming did. Receive. After the captain's order is issued. A response came quickly from the intercom. After hearing the response, the captain also put down the walkie-talkie. He turned around and looked at the team captains beside him. Old Zhao, take the 5th, 6th, and 7th teams to the boathouse village. When the results of Jinxing Village come out, I will inform you of the action plan. The captain looked at one of the squad leaders and gave the order seriously. Hear the words. The squad leader nodded but did not speak. He just turned around and walked towards the temporary command room. The temporary headquarters where the escort team is located is not too close to the boathouse village. Then consider the traffic situation. It still takes some time to drive to the boathouse village. Therefore, the commander-in-chief has now mobilized the 3 teams still outside the temporary headquarters. By the time they arrive at boathouse village, the results from Jinxing Village should be almost ready. This way. If Zhao Ming really left Jinxing Village and fled to Chuangfan Village as the captain speculated, it can also save the escort team some precious search time. At this time, there were 4 teams on standby outside the temporary headquarters. The captain sent 3 groups, which meant that 1 group remained. He does. The purpose is to prevent problems with your own inferences. Zhao Ming left Jinxing Village, but did not choose to hide in the boathouse village. Leaving a squad behind, leaving a group under temporary command, can also be mobilized as soon as possible. The captain did not dare to have the slightest contempt for his opponent Zhao Ming. Therefore, almost every step of action deployment will still leave a backup plan. Make sure you don't end up in a situation where you lose everything if you are not careful. Technical department, please check the surveillance video we can retrieve outside the northeast corner of Jinxing Village. Let's see if it's possible to find Zhao Ming. After the squad leader just left the temporary command room, the captain looked back at the members of the technical department and gave instructions. Zhao Ming's main activity range is in the northeast corner. Then when he chooses to leave, he is more likely to leave from the northeast corner. After all, the northeast corner is also closer to the boathouse village. Although the captain issued this order to the technical department, he did not hold out much hope. After all, Zhao Ming probably took transportation when he left. If he took the car, even if the car appeared under the surveillance camera, the technical department would not be able to tell that Zhao Ming was on it. Although the hope is not great. But as long as there is a glimmer of hope, you still have to try. As soon as the captain's order was given, several members of the technical force over there also started to be busy again. After a series of operational deployments, the captain's eyes returned to the map on the table. He did not continue to speak. Several squad leaders in Shu Ruochu also fell silent for a short time. For a while. Apart from the crackling keyboard, there was almost no other sound in the temporary command room. In the live broadcast room, the series of deployments made by the commander-in-chief just now were all recorded intact by the camera. Looking at the captain's bold reasoning and such decisive execution, it also triggered a lot of discussion among the audience. Damn it, is the captain so confident? With just a little bit of information, you dare to conclude that the robber is no longer in Jinxing Village? Do you really believe it? Because your ideas are different from others, you have self-doubt. You call it confidence? Ha ha. It's true. Because of several losses during the bank confrontation, the captain no longer has confidence. No matter what, the captain's courage is still very admirable. Once you have decided, you will act decisively. Indeed, the most important thing is that the commander-in-chief is under a lot of pressure now. After all, the previous operations failed, and the escort team has really been eliminated. If they lose the exercise again, they will probably be punished. The punishment shouldn't be anything like that. At most, it's just a loss of face and having your spine poked for a few days. Why do I feel that the captain has recovered and has already begun to predict the actions of Zhao Ming, a ruthless gangster? If the prediction is correct, it can be called a miracle. But if it is wrong, it can only be called a diarrhea operation.
By the way, how many people in the live broadcast room have the same idea as me, that Zhao Ming is still hiding in Jinqing village? +1, I have a feeling that Zhao Ming will seek wealth from danger and continue to choose to hide in Jinqing village. I also feel that Zhao Ming did not run away. There is no reason. I just feel that the captain fell into Zhao Ming's trap. I'm laughing so hard. You people are really doing harm. You don't trust the commander-in-chief at all. The dark barrage scrolled crazily, and the audience in the live broadcast room was talking a lot. For the decisive courage of the commander-in-chief. The viewers in the live broadcast room were still quite impressed. However, most still hold different opinions regarding his inference. Most people in the live broadcast room even think that Zhao Ming is still hiding in Jinqing village. Only the captain had no idea about this situation. In the boathouse village, Zhao Ming held an umbrella and walked straight towards a small hotel on the roadside. This place is only more than 10 meters away from the main entrance and exit where the guard team is stationed. If the escort team chooses to investigate the hotels in the boathouse village, then this hotel will undoubtedly be the first to be targeted. If you choose to hide here, it will undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. But Zhao Ming walked towards this hotel without hesitation, holding an umbrella. When at the door, Zhao Ming closed his umbrella. He noticed the surveillance camera at the door and even looked up openly. Then he opened the door and walked in unhurriedly. This is an extremely old small hotel. Due to its disrepair, the tiles on the floor have many cracks. The walls were covered with age-old dirt that was difficult to wipe off. The originally white walls have turned yellow, and even large areas of wall peeling off at slightly higher places. Such a bad situation is doomed that the hotel's business will not be very good. When Zhao Ming pushed open the glass door and came in, the owner of the hotel was sitting at the counter, eating takeout and staring at the TV series playing on the computer screen. I don't know if he didn't notice Zhao Ming's arrival, or if he just didn't want to pay attention to it. Zhao Ming didn't care. Carrying the waterproof bag in his hand, he came to the counter. He placed his ID card on the counter and spoke calmly with a smile. Get a room. The double bedroom must have a window and the floor should not be too high. Zhao Ming finished speaking. The boss who was eating takeaway looked up, then grabbed his ID card on the table and glanced at it casually. 70 yuan for a window with a 100 yuan deposit. The boss spoke slightly indifferently, while still staring at the TV series on the computer screen. Obviously he didn't want to miss even a little bit of the plot. Zhao Ming said nothing. With a calm expression, he took out $200 in cash from his pocket and placed it on the counter. The boss looked up, collected the money on the counter. Then he swiped Zhao Ming's ID card on the ID card reader next to the computer. After registering information, then he placed his ID card, a key, and change on the counter. Room 203, second floor, check out before 12 noon tomorrow. 2 hours overtime will be charged an additional day's room rate. The boss's eyes returned to the computer screen again, and he reminded absent-mindedly. Then he continued to eat takeout and catch up on the drama. Obviously, the boss didn't pay much attention to this dilapidated hotel with poor business. Boss, how is business today? Faced with the boss's indifference, Zhao Ming had no intention of turning around and leaving immediately. Instead, he stood in front of the counter and spoke with a smile. While speaking, he took out the cigarette case from his pocket, took out one and handed it to the boss. He looked like he was looking for someone to chat with. Faced with Zhao Ming's gossiping behavior, the boss frowned and seemed a little unhappy. But after Zhao Ming handed over a cigarette, his eyebrows relaxed. What kind of business can there be? Our little shabby hotel is about to be eliminated. Nowadays, people are rich. If they pursue a refined life, they basically stay in fast hotels. The boss took the cigarette, with a wry smile on his face, and responded to Zhao Ming. While talking, he also clicked the spacebar on the keyboard to pause the TV series. So how many rooms have we opened in our hotel today? Zhao Ming lit a cigarette and continued to ask questions in a casual tone with a smile. It seems extremely natural. At this time, the boss had already lit the cigarette that Zhao Ming had just handed over, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. After hearing Zhao Ming's question, he shook his head. He spoke with a bitter look on his face. Including you, there are only 3 rooms in total. At the end of the day, I can barely maintain my daily expenses, and I can't make much money at all. Hear this. Zhao Ming also smiled and nodded. He smoked a cigarette and chatted casually with his boss. After smoking a cigarette, he smiled and said hello to the boss.
Picking up the things on the table, he walked up the stairs next to the counter towards the second floor.
We arrived at the door of room 203. Open the door with the key and walk in.
After entering the room, Zhao Ming turned on the light and walked around the room to observe the situation in the room.
This room is not very big.
After placing a 2-meter large bed and a TV cabinet, there is not much space left. The sheets and quilt cover on the bed looked quite clean. However, the wallpaper and tiles in the room are old and yellowed, giving people a very dirty feeling.
On top of the TV cabinet is a large head TV that has long since been eliminated.
There is a separate bathroom in the room. Although the tiles are a little yellowed, they don't look clean. But at least there is hot water and I can take a bath.
All in all,
this hotel in the urban village costs 70 yuan a night, which is really worth the price.
After all, Boathouse Village is an urban village surrounded by downtown.
After leaving the Boathouse Village, even the cheapest express hotel will cost you 200 to 300 in one nights. People who would choose this 70 yuan a night hotel think that they just need a place to stay, and most of them don't pay too much attention to hygiene.
It's just like the boss said, in this era, not many people would choose such a hotel.
Therefore, the business of these hotels in urban villages is not very good. Zhao Ming had previously found an opportunity to chat with the boss in order to test the occupancy rate of the hotel. Only 3 rooms were opened in total. That means that most of the rooms in the hotel are empty, which is more beneficial to his subsequent hiding plan. Zhao Ming walked to the window, opened it and took a look outside.
Zhao Ming's room does not face the street. Below the window is a dead end.
Not many people would pass by, so it was quite quiet. Zhao Ming was on the second floor. Looking from the window, it was only about 3 meters above the ground.
There are also raised eaves above the first floor as a foothold.
Therefore, with his skills, it was not difficult to leave through the window.
When I came up just now,
Zhao Ming noticed that although the facilities in this hotel were old, there were quite a few cameras. There is one at the corner of the stairs on the first floor.
There is one at the end of the corridor on the second floor. That is to say,
Zhao Ming came up from the first floor and then entered the room. Everything was basically recorded by the camera. At the moment, Zhao Ming was not in a hurry to take any action. He casually put down the backpack in his hand, then sat down on the bed and turned on the big head TV in the room.
He picked up the ashtray on the bedside table, watching TV and smoking cigarettes quite leisurely. At the same time, revitalize the village.
The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment brought the available manpower. Start investigating the surveillance video of the store next to the small supermarket where Zhao Ming was last seen. Including the squad leader, the 23 people were divided into 11 groups. Therefore, although the roads in urban villages are complicated and the flow of people is relatively dense, the search speed is still very fast. More than 10 minutes. The team leader passed by a store in front of a supermarket and identified Zhao Ming, who had changed clothes again and left in a delivery boy's electric car. Call. Looking at the footage on the surveillance video, the squad leader let out a long breath. He quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and quickly reported the situation to the temporary headquarters. The team has passed the investigation of the surveillance video. It is determined that Zhao Ming got into a deliveryman's electric car and left at 1841, and he most likely fled Jinqing village. When he left, he was wearing a black leather jacket, jeans, and a pair of black leather shoes, holding a dark blue umbrella. I'll send you a screenshot of the surveillance video here. The squad leader frowned and spoke solemnly. It is now 1923, which means Zhao Ming left Jinqing village more than 40 minutes ago.
The escort first determined that Zhao Ming entered Jinqing village 30 minutes later.
And now they have Zhao Ming's traces from 40 minutes ago.
That is to say,
block off the period of investigation in the revitalization village. They were invisibly separated by Zhao Ming for another 10 minutes. This time may not sound like a long time, but in 10 minutes, a car can already cover several kilometers or even more than 10 kilometers.
Receive. The captain's response came quickly from the intercom. After hearing the response, the team leader breathed a sigh of relief and put away the walkie-talkie.
He led a group of team members towards the parking place outside the village in the city. Since Zhao Ming has probably left Jinqing village, there is no need for them to continue investigating.
Go back to the car and wait. If you need support, you can act immediately.
Temporary headquarters. After hearing the report from Jinqing village, the expression on the captain's face did not change much. After all, the current situation was within his expectations.
Only
The means of transportation that Zhao Ming used to leave the village and the city was really beyond his expectations. At first, he expected that Zhao Ming might have been a motorcyclist. Or take a taxi. I never expected that I would be riding in an electric car used by a deliveryman to deliver food. If you use this method to leave the urban village, you can only check through the surveillance cameras at the entrance and exit of the urban village. It is very likely to be ignored. Fortunately, I asked the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment to check the surveillance videos. Zhao Ming's leaving figure was found. Zhao Ming left Jinqing village and had proven that there was nothing wrong with the first half of his reasoning. What we need to do now is to quickly check whether he has entered the boathouse village. Present. The captain took the photos sent from Jinqing village and came behind several members of the technical force. Ask them to retrieve the surveillance video of the main entrance and exit of boathouse village. Check from the video to see if the deliveryman's electric car took Zhao Ming into the boathouse village. It only takes about 6 or 7 minutes to ride an electric bike from Jinqing village to Chuanfang village. So just focus on checking the surveillance videos from 1845 to 1855. The captain stood behind several technicians and gave instructions with a calm face. Yes. Hear the words. Several members of the technical force responded quickly. Then he quickly started working. After retrieving the surveillance video, he turned on the double speed and stared at the surveillance screen tightly, for fear of missing any frame. The captain stood there with his hands folded in front of him, a slightly nervous expression on his face. If Zhao Ming really escaped into the boathouse village as he deduced, then the time he entered the boathouse village was most likely about 10 minutes before the village was closed, and the possibility of leaving again was very small. Then this matter will be easier to handle. Although the boathouse village is large, the people there are also complicated. But the village has been sealed off, so Zhao Ming can't leave quietly. He only needs to increase the intensity of setting up patrols. Then mobilize all the manpower to start a blanket search of the boathouse village. It won't be too difficult to catch Zhao Ming. Found it. While the captain was waiting nervously, a technician from the technical department pressed the pause button and quickly reported loudly. Hear the words. The captain hurriedly came over and took a look. At this time, in the suspended surveillance footage, an electric car driven by a deliveryman was driving towards the boathouse village. Because the picture taken happened to be a frontal picture, therefore, he could still barely see Zhao Ming's exposed clothes behind the deliveryman on the bicycle. Black leather jacket, jeans, black leather shoes. Plus this dark blue umbrella. It was obviously Zhao Ming. Very good. The last hiding place this kid chose was indeed the boathouse village. Looking at the surveillance screen, the captain couldn't help but clenched his fists and spoke slightly excitedly. I finally saw through Zhao Ming's thoughts for once. The captain quickly glanced at the time displayed above the monitor. 1849. That is about 10 minutes before the second and third teams blocked the entrance and exit of the boathouse village. Since Zhao Ming has used boathouse village as his hiding place, that would certainly not leave within 10 minutes. Therefore, the captain was very sure that he must be surrounded in the boathouse village at this time. For a while, the captain was even more excited. However, he quickly took a deep breath to calm down his emotions. You continue to check the surveillance video to see if the deliveryman was alone when he came out. And the possibility of Zhao Ming leaving before the second and third teams blockade the village in the city. The captain continued to look at the members of the technical force and gave instructions. Yes. After several technical force members responded, the captain quickly picked up the walkie-talkie, pressed the talk button, and quickly issued the order. Teams 1, 4, and 8, quickly go to the boathouse village for support. The robbers are now most likely to be trapped in the boathouse village. The second and third teams must be alert and must not let the suspicious persons escape. I want to make the boathouse village a prison for the robber, and then gradually encroach on his hiding space and capture him. But Commander-in-Chief's expression was serious, and there was unconcealable excitement in his tone. After all, it had only been 2 or 3 hours since the robbers escaped from the bank. There is still a lot of time left before the 48-hour pursuit stipulated in the exercise. With so much time, he had successfully surrounded Zhao Ming. If you want to find him within such sufficient time, you still have absolute confidence. Receive. Receive. The intercom quickly sounded the responses from each group. The captain put down the walkie-talkie and breathed a sigh of relief. Now we are waiting for the 5th, 6th, and 7th teams that have been sent out before to arrive at the boathouse village. As long as within this time, Zhao Ming failed to force a breakout, He could use the personnel of these three groups to consolidate the blockade, and Zhao Ming would have no possibility of escaping.
And
even if Zhao Ming chose to break through forcefully within this time, he succeeded. He will also reveal traces of the present bit him through the surveillance video, and he can't escape either.
For a while,
the captain seemed to see the balance of victory tilting towards him again. In his eyes, Zhao Ming seemed to be at the end of his rope.
At this time,
everything that happens in the temporary command room is broadcast live into the live broadcast room. The audience watched as the captain's previous deduction was confirmed. They were all shocked for a while.
In the live broadcast room,
what the hell?
Zhao Ming actually chose to hide in the boathouse village. The captain actually guessed everything right?
I have to say that the commander-in-chief is really awesome.
Is he a clairvoyant?
His guess is accurate.
Brothers, you've gone too far.
What do you mean by guessing?
The captain is making inferences. Each step of inference is supported by corresponding points.
That's it.
Do you think that the information after studying the map is useless?
Is it just a guess?
Sigh.
The captain finally got it right for once. After making so many mistakes, he finally saw through Zhao Ming's mind. The captain said, I can make countless mistakes, but you, Zhao Ming, can only make one mistake. It would be great if Zhao Ming hid in Jinqing village.
Sure enough, the most dangerous place is the safest place.
It can't be said that Zhao Ming has been setting up in Jinqing village for so long just to set a trap for the captain. Who knows that this time the captain won't step on his trap?
No matter what, the captain's performance this time is really strong. I think Zhao Ming is a bit disappointed.
Indeed, now that the captain has dispatched 200 people to the boathouse village, Zhao Ming estimates that even if they grow wings, they won't be able to fly. I heard some inferences made by the captain before. The audience in the live broadcast room also felt that it made sense, but most of the audience still didn't take it seriously. I feel that even if Zhao Ming leaves Jinqing village, but the possibility of choosing to hide in the boathouse village is not very high. At this time, Zhao Ming's whereabouts were determined, which was exactly the same as the commander-in-chief's inference.
Naturally, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but admire the captain.
As for Zhao Ming, who was already surrounded by the escort team at this time, many viewers began to worry about his situation.
After all, the captain has mobilized all 8 groups at this time.
It is not impossible for such a large number of people to turn over the boathouse village in more than 40 hours.
Boathouse village.
In the hotel, Zhao Ming finished smoking a cigarette before standing up. During the time just now, Zhao Ming was not idle, but looked through the mall that came with his system. The things in this mall are really beyond Zhao Ming's imagination.
You can basically find everything on the market there. At the same time,
Zhao Ming also discovered that in his system mall, he could use points to exchange for currency in real life. The exchange ratio is still 1 to 100. That is, 1 point can be exchanged for 100 currencies. Zhao Ming can get 2,000 points for an S+ sensation rating, which can be exchanged for 200,000 yuan.
This ratio is really beyond Zhao Ming's expectation. And
Zhao Ming discovered that if the products in the system mall were purchased using points, the price would be much cheaper than buying them in the market with the currency after exchange. For example, Zhao Ming purchased a miniature camera from the mall and only spent a few points. And if you put something of the same quality in real life, you probably wouldn't be able to buy it for less than a few $100s.
Put the cigarette butt out in the ashtray.
Zhao Ming held the miniature camera he just purchased from the system mall.
Get up and open the door.
After checking that there was no one in the corridor, he walked directly into the room opposite. Many rooms in this hotel have no windows. Because of its age and disrepair, the room inevitably gets damp and moldy, and has a certain smell. And because the cleaning is not very clean, various odors are inevitable. Therefore, rooms that are not occupied by anyone are basically kept open all year round for ventilation.
That's why Zhao Ming entered the empty room opposite and didn't need to bother to unlock it.
The room opposite Zhao Ming belongs to the room facing the street.
Below the window was the main road just now.
The already lively streets now had many food stalls set up, making the flow of people even more crowded.
This also makes the room here more noisy.
Zhao Ming came to the window, opened it and looked down. Then I took out the miniature camera I just bought from the system store and fixed it on the wall beside the window with tape.
Aim the camera at the hotel's entrance. At the same time,
also make sure that it is not difficult to spot the camera as long as you walk to the window. After doing all this, Zhao Ming left and returned to his room. Turn on your phone, click on the software that just connected to the camera signal, and check the surveillance screen.
Rested again for a few minutes.
Zhao Ming casually placed the cell phone playing the surveillance footage on the bedside table.
He got up directly and walked into the bathroom. Turn on the hot water and get ready to take a bath.
By the time Zhao Ming finished packing and came out of the bathroom again, nearly 10 minutes had passed.
This time,
Zhao Ming did not choose to rest again. Instead, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, put it upright in the ashtray, and let it burn. Then he took out another cigarette, placed the cigarette but gently in the slot of the ashtray, and placed the other side on the end of the upright cigarette.
Do it all.
Zhao Ming picked up his backpack and climbed out of the hotel window.
He first climbed to the raised eaves on the first floor below, leaving a footprint.
Then he chose to turn back and climbed directly to the third floor along the second floor.
Came to the empty room 303.
The room was pitch dark, and the door was open. After Zhao Ming looked around, he stuffed his backpack under the bed and sat down on the floor next to him. Looking at the surveillance screen on the phone, he rested in the darkness.
At the same time, in the temporary command room,
the captain was sitting in front of the table, staring at the map of Boathouse Village that had just been printed out, and was deep in thought. After discussing a few words with the cameraman, Shu Ruochu walked to the side of the captain. A few words were exchanged in low voices. The captain raised his eyebrows and nodded.
Agree to Shu Ruochu's request. Then,
Shu Ruochu took the microphone and appeared in front of the camera.
Hello, viewers, my name is Shu Ruochu.
I believe that everyone must be very curious about the specific situation of the Boathouse Village at this time. In order to more intuitively see the escort's pursuit of the robbers in the Boathouse Village, we specially applied to the captain for the opportunity to go to the Boathouse Village. Next, we will go to the Boathouse Village and let the camera follow the frontline escorts to conduct a search of the Boathouse Village.
Then let's go.
Shu Ruochu had a sweet smile on his face and spoke in a rather professional broadcasting voice.
After the words fell,
he quickly led the photographer out of the temporary command room. Under the instruction of the chief captain, a small captain followed him out of the door. Prepare to send a car to take Shu Ruochu and the others to Boathouse Village.
The captain was not surprised that Shu Ruochu would make such a request. After all,
compared with the temporary command room, the situation in the frontline boat village is definitely more exciting. The live broadcast effect will also be much better.
Therefore, after hearing Shu Ruochu's request, the captain agreed without much thought. This is just an exercise anyway. Even if he goes to the scene and follows the team members who are taking action, he doesn't have to worry about Shu Ruochu's safety. After Shu Ruochu and the photographer left, there were no cameras in the command room, and the captain felt much more at ease. After all,
always shot up close by a camera. And knowing full well that there are millions of eyes watching behind this camera. Faced with such a situation, no matter how tough the captain's psychological quality is, he will still feel some pressure in his heart. The main team, the 5th, 6th, and 7th teams have arrived at the Boathouse Village,
requesting further instructions.
Not long after Shu Ruochu and the photographer left, a voice suddenly sounded on the intercom.
After hearing this report, the captain instantly became energetic.
He quickly sat up straight and picked up the walkie-talkie on the table. The 3 teams he sent before finally arrived. As long as these 3 groups are used to consolidate the blockade of Chuanfang Village, he will have the confidence to make Chuanfang Village a real prison for Zhao Ming. Even if Zhao Ming turns into a fly, he can't even think of flying away from the Boathouse Village. You and the 2nd and 3rd teams coordinated the blockade of the Boathouse Village. For the inspection posts set up at the entrance and exit before, 1 more person will be added to each post. The remaining people will set up new sentries at every major intersection in the urban village, ensuring at least 2 people per post. I want you to ensure that every sentry is in coordination with each other and supports each other.
The captain pressed the talk button on the intercom and quickly issued the order.
There are a total of 60 people in the 3 groups. In addition to the personnel who strengthen the entrance and exit sentries, at least 20 more sentries can be set up, distributed at major road intersections within urban villages. This can compress Zhao Ming's space for activities in the urban village to the greatest extent. At the same time, it can be regarded as spreading a big net in the boathouse. After the 1st, 4th, and 8th teams arrive, these people will be used to search the places where Zhao Ming may stay.
Then Zhao Ming will really have no chance of escaping. Receive. A response quickly came from the intercom.
Hearing this voice, the captain took the walkie-talkie, stood up and walked out of the temporary command room.
We arrived under the awning outside the command room.
At this time, all the manpower that he can use has been dispatched, and all possible operational arrangements have been made.
Then all we can do is wait.
Waiting for the last 3 groups to arrive at the boathouse village.
Waiting for the search to begin.
Waiting for the desperate Zhao Ming to be arrested. Call. Looking at the rain curtain outside the awning, the captain let out a long breath. A look of relief finally appeared on that serious face.
The exercise is ongoing. Zhao Ming almost always has the absolute initiative.
Every step of your action and deployment must consider all aspects of the situation.
At the same time,
due to several failures, many hostages and team members were killed. This situation really puts the captain under great pressure. It was like a huge boulder weighing on the captain's heart.
Until now.
This huge pressure has finally been relieved a lot. The captain hung the walkie-talkie on his waist, took out the cigarette case from his pocket, took out a cigarette and lit it. After taking a deep breath, he exhaled the smoke into the rain. The smoke rose slowly and quickly disappeared into the darkness above. I don't know if it was swallowed by the darkness or blended into the dense rain curtain.
Municipal Bureau. Director's office.
It was already past the off-duty time. However, the lights were still on in the director's office. The director was sitting at his desk, watching the progress of the exercise through Shu Ruochu's live broadcast room.
Half an hour ago.
Zhao Ming, who plays the role of the robber, has always been in absolute control of the situation.
It can be said that he is completely leading the escort team by the nose.
Faced with such a situation, the director was naturally very angry. He was not even in the mood to have dinner, let alone go home from get off work. Fortunately, after some speculation by the captain, Zhao Ming's escape route was quickly locked and Zhao Ming was successfully trapped in the boathouse village.
The director's knitted eyebrows relaxed a bit. This kid has finally regained some form.
Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room praising the commander-in-chief, the director muttered with a smile on his face. The words fell. He sighed slightly, and then he was in the mood to get up and add some hot water to the already cold tea in his cup. The director was also quite satisfied with the other operational arrangements made by the captain after besieging Zhao Ming in Chuanfang village. Strengthen the blockade and increase sentries. Only in this way can Zhao Mingjin be prevented from launching a desperate attempt to break out of the encirclement when he is at the end of his rope and have the possibility of escaping.
As for the manhunt, this is naturally the least urgent thing.
After all, there is still a lot of time left. As long as it can be ensured that Zhao Ming cannot escape, the search can be carried out slowly. The director added some hot water to his teacup, took a sip, and continued to sit in front of the computer to watch the live broadcast. At this time, although he was only an outsider in this exercise, but he was more concerned about the progress of the exercise than the members of the escort team participating in the exercise. Therefore, the director is naturally unwilling to miss even a little bit of the live broadcast.
It took almost 20 minutes. Shu Ruochu finally arrived at the entrance of Chuanfang village in a convoy vehicle.
The vehicle stops. Shu Ruochu, wearing a raincoat, opened the car door and got out of the car. Then he saw 4 members of the escort team posted in front, as well as a black Tiger armored explosion-proof vehicle parked on one side of the intersection.
In the rain,
the pale light from the street lamps shone down, making the entrance and exit of this urban village look like daylight.
3 members of the escort wearing raincoats.
Every pedestrian who enters is screened. The other team members stood quietly in the darkness, fully armed.
Gives people a sense of chilling.
Viewers, we have now arrived at an entrance to the boathouse village.
Everyone can now see what's going on at the scene.
Our escort camp has blocked the entrance and exit, and will conduct inspections on everyone who enters. Under such circumstances, we can also minimize the possibility of Zhao Ming getting lost in the crowd and escaping in troubled waters. Shu Ruochu first looked at the situation, then took the microphone and explained to the camera. Previously, interior scenes were filmed in a temporary command room.
The scene is simple and the situation is not too complicated.
Naturally, there is no need for Shu Ruochu to show up to explain. At this time we arrived at Boathouse Village. The situation at the scene was still quite noisy, so she chose to appear on the scene. Shu Ruochu's explanation had just finished. In an open space on one side of the village in the city, the team leader of the technical department, who was standing there waiting with several team members, waved to her. When Shu Ruochu saw this, he quickly walked over with the cameraman.
We've met before.
I am the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, and I am also the captain of the 1st, 4th, and 8th teams leading the investigation this time. The captain has told me that you will follow me for filming and live broadcasting. watching Shu Ruochu walk up to him. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment smiled and spoke politely. While speaking, he stretched out his hand from under the raincoat.
Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Shu Ruochu also responded quickly with a smile. While speaking, he also stretched out his hand to shake the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment.
After shaking hands and being polite,
the squad leader regained a serious expression on his face and spoke again.
Let me tell you about the current situation now.
We have arrived at the boathouse village before you, in accordance with the requirements of the temporary command room. Divide the 3 groups into groups of 5 again. A total of 6 teams have started from different directions in the boathouse village to investigate rental houses and hotels where the robbers may stay. If there are no other problems on your side, then our team's investigation work has officially begun. After listening to the words of the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, Shu Ruochu nodded quickly. She put away the smile on her face and had a serious expression on her face.
There's no problem on my end.
Don't worry, our filming will try our best not to have too much impact on your actions. Shu Ruochu responded seriously.
Hear this.
The team leader responded, then looked back at the team members behind him. He raised his right hand and waved lightly. The signal was given to start the investigation operation. Then he led the team members into the rain and walked towards a hotel not far away. Shu Ruochu and the photographer saw this and hurried to follow. Facing this hotel, which is located on the edge of the main road, only about 10 meters away from the entrance guard post. The team leader didn't have high hopes. Therefore, when entering the hotel, the team leader motioned to several other team members to wait outside the door. He just led Shu Ruochu and the cameraman into the hotel. When the team leader pushed open the glass door and walked in, the owner of the hotel was sitting at the counter, smoking a cigarette and following the show.
Hearing a noise, the boss looked up.
I saw that the visitor was wearing a guard uniform and was followed by reporters and photographers. The boss's eyes widened instantly, and his heart thumped. After reacting, he quickly put out the cigarette butt in his hand in the ashtray next to him. Then stood up quickly. Hello, hello. The boss said hello with a smile on his face. After all, looking at this formation, both the escort and the photographer were there, so maybe someone had reported him. Although he is also operating legally. But for this little rundown hotel, as long as you are willing to investigate, you can definitely find out a lot of problems with fire protection and the like.
Business was already bleak. If you accidentally pay a fine, it will be a big loss.
Facing the boss's polite greeting, the team leader just nodded with a serious expression. Then he walked straight to the counter. He took out a photo of Zhao Ming from his raincoat and placed it on the counter.
Have you ever seen this person?
With a raised eyebrow, the team leader asked in a serious tone.
Hear the words. The hotel owner did not dare to neglect. Quickly pick up the photo and check it out. After seeing Zhao Ming's face clearly in the photo, the hotel owner recognized him immediately. After all,
there are only a few guests in his hotel a day. It hadn't been long since Zhao Ming came to open the room, and he chatted with him for a while in a familiar manner. Therefore, the boss was naturally particularly impressed by Zhao Ming.
Seen it. He just came to my hotel and opened a room. Live in 203. After recognizing Zhao Ming, the boss naturally did not dare to hide anything and immediately spoke truthfully.
When he heard this, the team leader was stunned for a moment, and then quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie.
Discover the situation. 2 of you will guard the back door, and the rest of you will come in and follow me to arrest them. Press the talk button on the intercom.
The squad leader quickly spoke and gave orders to several team members outside. The words just fell. The team members outside quickly started taking action. 2 team members rushed towards the back door of the hotel, while the remaining 2 team members pushed open the door and ran in.
Boss, please come up with us. Don't worry, we will ensure your absolute safety.
The team leader looked at the boss at the counter and spoke in as kind of tone as possible. When the boss faced this situation, he was completely confused.
Goo. He swallowed. He didn't dare to refuse, he just nodded quickly.
By the way, get the spare key. Just as the boss was about to walk out of the counter, the team leader reminded him again. Upon hearing this, the boss hurriedly pulled out the spare key to room 203 from the counter. Then he walked out of the counter and walked toward the second floor with the team leader and a few others. While going upstairs, the team leader who was following the boss took the opportunity to explain to him how to cooperate later.
After the boss nodded, he quickly wrote it down.
The hotel owner took the lead, followed closely by the team leader with two other team members, and Shu Ruwachu and the photographer followed at the rear. At this time, the squad leader and two other team members had already taken out the guns at their waists. Click. With a crisp sound, the three of them loaded their guns. He held his gun with both hands and remained alert. After all, Zhao Ming was an extremely vicious gangster with heavy weapons in his hands, so the search operation naturally did not attempt to capture him alive. The commander-in-chief had already promised him long ago that as long as there was an opportunity, he would be killed without hesitation. When the boss heard the sound of a pistol being loaded behind him, his heart suddenly rose to his throat. He really didn't expect that his little shabby hotel would encounter such a situation one day. At this time, he was extremely scared. He didn't even dare to look back, so he could only bite the bullet and walk towards room 203 stiffly. And Shu Ruwachu followed the team leader and the three of them. At the moment, he did not choose to interact with the audience in the live broadcast room, but just followed quietly. When you arrive at the door of the room, the squad leader waved gently at the two team members behind him. The two of them understood what he meant instantly and walked lightly to the other side of the door. The boss stood directly in front of the room door. Three members of the escort were hiding on both sides of the door with guns. Shu Ruwachu and the photographer kept a certain distance while shooting. This way, it was guaranteed that even if Zhao Ming opened the door a crack, it would be difficult to see anyone except the boss. At this time, the hotel owner glanced nervously at the team leader. After the squad leader nodded, he reached out and knocked on the door of the room. Dong dong dong. Brother, there is a water leak downstairs in your room. Can you please open the door so I can check the situation? The boss took a breath and tried to keep his tone calmer. After the words rang out, the squad leader frowned slightly and began to wait nervously. But after a few seconds, there was still no response from the room. The boss also quickly looked back at the team leader nervously. The squad leader gestured with his eyes to knock on the door again. Dong dong dong. Brother, are you in the room? The boss knocked on the door and asked again. But after a while, there was still no response in the room. Faced with such a situation, the team leader did not dare to wait any longer. He quickly signaled to the hotel owner to use the spare key to open the room door. Click. The moment the door was opened, the boss hurriedly took a few steps back, and the squad leader and three other escort members who were waiting with guns quickly opened the door and entered the room. The room area is not too big. After entering the room, the three had a clear division of labor and quickly checked the bathroom, under the bed, and behind the curtains for possible hiding places. But Zhao Ming was not found. For a while, the squad leader, who was originally filled with excitement, couldn't help gritting his teeth and frowning. Captain, isn't Zhao Ming in the room? Shu Ruwachu and the photographer also entered the room at this time. Seeing the three captains who seemed to have missed the mark, Shu Ruwachu hurriedly asked. They should have left before we entered the hotel. The team leader nodded and responded to Shu Ruwachu while looking around the room. The first time I learned about Zhao Ming's room opening information from the boss. The squad leader has sent people to guard the back of the hotel. There was no news from the two team members, that is, they did not meet Zhao Ming. Therefore, the team leader was certain that Zhao Ming must have left before they entered the hotel to investigate. Shu Ruwachu nodded, silently following the squad leader who was looking around. I want to see if the team leader can find anything. Judging from the number of cigarette butts and ash in the ashtray, Zhao Ming should have been in the room for a while. And the cigarette butt has not been completely burned out. It seems that Zhao Ming has not left for long. The squad leader stood in front of the bedside table, picked up the ashtray on it and took a look. Then he frowned and made some deductions. The words fell. He walked to the bathroom door again and glanced around inside. Speak out the information you see. There are a lot of water stains in the bathroom. It seems that Zhao Ming also took a shower in the room. He's quite laid back. The squad leader frowned and spoke. After saying that, he walked to the open window and looked down. And Shu Ruwachu heard what he just said. I quickly took the photographer to the bathroom and took a look. As expected, there are still a lot of water stains on the bathroom walls and mirrors. It was obviously sprayed by the shower head. Faced with this information, the audience in the live broadcast room also exploded. In the live broadcast room. Damn it, Zhao Ming is so brave, he actually opened a room less than 10 meters away from the investigation sentry? The most important thing is that he took a hot bath leisurely. Thinking that so many members of the escort team who were searching for him were still soaking in the rain on the street, how arrogant this must be.
Ha ha. Who said Zhao Ming is on the run? In my opinion, he is definitely on vacation.
Indeed, it is not an exaggeration to say that this boy is here for a trip. There is really no one who is still in the mood to take a shower under such circumstances. This is the psychological quality that a tough gangster should have.
He is indeed my idol.
Upstairs, you dare to use Zhao Ming as your idol.
Your idea is very dangerous. Judging from the situation in the room, Zhao Ming should have just left not long ago, right? Did he step ahead of the escort team again? Could it be that this guy has a script? What the brother upstairs said is really not unreasonable. Now that I have seen this exercise, I can indeed smell the script. I can only say that Zhao Ming is really talented and can always be one step ahead of the escort team. Anyway, Zhao Ming finally lived up to my expectations and hasn't been caught by the escort yet. This means that I can still watch the live broadcast, which is comfortable. I agree with what the brother above said. Although I look forward to Zhao Ming being arrested, I still hope that the live broadcast can last for a while longer. That's right, I can survive tonight at least. I have to work the night shift. Can you let me have some fun during the long night? Speaking of which, there are so many brothers from the escort team working the night shift with me all night long. It makes me feel comfortable just thinking about it. I'm laughing so hard, you people are really damaging. The audience in the live broadcast room was crazy about the barrage. As for Zhao Ming, he chose a hotel in such a dangerous location and was in a leisurely mood to take a bath. Most of the audience was quite shocked. At the same time, I also admire the courage of Zhao Ming, a tough gangster. The team leader checked around the room, then looked back at the two team members behind him and gave instructions. Take the boss downstairs and check the surveillance video in the hotel lobby. Focus on the specific time of Zhao Ming's check-in. Also check the surveillance video in this corridor to see if Zhao Ming has gone out since he moved in. After the squad leader gave the order, he continued to look carefully in the room, trying to see if he could find any other clues. Yes. The two team members replied. Then he went out and took the boss downstairs. There were only 3 people left in the room, the squad leader, Xu Ruochu, and the photographer. The squad leader walked to the window again. He looked down and saw that there were no street lights in the alley behind the hotel, and it was pitch black. The team leader frowned for a moment and finally noticed the raised eaves on the first floor below. He quickly took out his cell phone and turned on the flashlight to take a look. Only then did he notice some muddy footprints left on the eaves after being washed away by the rain. The footprints have been washed away and are somewhat damaged, but the outline can still be barely discerned. The team leader looked around the alley again with the help of the light of the flashlight. At this time, he already had a rough guess about Zhao Ming's escape route. Captain, did you find anything? Just when the team leader was looking towards the alley behind the hotel, Xu Ruochu, who was standing aside, also came over to take a look, and at the same time asked tentatively. Look at the remaining footprints on the eaves below. Zhao Ming obviously climbed out of the window and took advantage of the raised eaves on the first floor. Then he went to the alley below and escaped from the hotel. The team leader looked back at Xu Ruochu. He didn't hide anything, he spoke out all the speculations that came to his mind. After all, cooperating with Xu Ruochu's live broadcast shooting, this is the task assigned to him by the captain. Therefore, as long as it does not affect the action, the team leader didn't mind answering Xu Ruochu's questions. Is it possible that these footprints already existed and were not left by Zhao Ming? Xu Ruochu also noticed the footprints after being reminded by the squad leader. However, he raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. But as soon as he asked this question, Xu Ruochu also realized that his question was a bit silly. A slightly embarrassed look appeared on his face. Impossible. It's raining heavily today, and it's been raining for so long. If they were footprints left before, they must have been washed away long ago. Judging from the extent of the footprints remaining, I conclude that they should have been left within half an hour. The team leader shook his head, and then explained to Xu Ruochu seriously. The words fell. Xu Ruochu also nodded quickly. Just as she was about to continue asking something, the walkie-talkie on the squad leader suddenly rang. Captain, we determined from the surveillance video that Zhao Ming entered the hotel at 1931. Enter room 203 at 1937. Zhao Ming left the room at 1945, arrived at the opposite room, and left 2 minutes later. The voices of the team members reporting the situation rang out. After hearing this, the team leader raised his head and glanced at the opposite room. He quickly walked towards the opposite room. Go to the room opposite 203.
The team leader first looked around in the darkness. Then he turned on the light and checked around the room.
No clues were found.
He frowned slightly and came to the window in confusion, opened the window and took a look outside.
Beneath this window is conveniently the main road of Boathouse Village.
Although it was a rainy day, the streets were still quite noisy, with an endless stream of pedestrians holding umbrellas. All small restaurants and roadside stalls are doing brisk business. The team leader glanced at the flow of people below, and when he was about to look back, he noticed the miniature camera on the wall beside the window. He was stunned for a moment, then glanced in the direction of the camera. Looking from this position, you can just see the entrance of the hotel below and the guard positions at the entrance and exit of the main road in the distance.
For a while,
his frown deepened. He reached out and pulled off the tiny camera that was stuck with tape. At the same time, he took out the walkie-talkie from his body and prepared to report the situation to the temporary command room. The main team, the first team, found traces of Zhao Ming in the hotel about 10 meters from the number 1 entrance. Zhao Ming entered the hotel at 1931 and opened a room. We arrived at the room 6 minutes ago, and Zhao Ming had already escaped from the window. Judging from the situation at the scene, Zhao Ming should have been in the room for a while. We found a camera arranged by Zhao Ming in the room facing the street. The camera is facing the hotel entrance below and can also see the situation at the number 1 entrance and exit. In other words, every move of our Team A from the moment we entered the Boathouse Village was under Zhao Ming's surveillance. The team leader pressed the talk button and recounted the compiled information in a solemn tone. Before, he had some doubts about how Zhao Ming could accurately control time and escape. After all, judging from the traces left in the room, Zhao Ming did not stay in the room for too short a time. And the cigarette butt that has not been completely burned out. It shows that Zhao Ming left and there a team arrived, which was a matter of front and back.
This made the captain couldn't help but wonder if Zhao Ming had the ability to predict the future. Know exactly when you will find his traces. And the moment I discovered the camera, the squad leader finally figured it out.
From the moment I entered the Boathouse Village, Zhao Ming used surveillance cameras to monitor my every move. Continue to check other rooms to see if there is any possibility that Zhao Ming is hiding in other rooms. At the same time, we will focus on checking the surveillance videos of nearby stores and try our best to find traces of Zhao Ming after he escaped from the hotel.
The captain's response soon came over the intercom. Receive.
The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment heard this and picked up the walkie-talkie to reply. Then he notified the 2 team members who were checking the surveillance downstairs. Including themselves, the 3 people began to check the rooms in the hotel. Because most hotel rooms have their doors open, it doesn't take much time to investigate.
At the same time,
judging from the information he had, the team leader felt from the bottom of his heart that Zhao Ming had already left the hotel.
Therefore, the investigation is just a formality.
The investigation work naturally seems a bit casual.
At the same time, in room 303,
Zhao Ming was squatting on the side of the room door, placing the grenade tied with a fishing line in the drawer of the bedside table. He closed the drawer gently. Then he picked up his backpack and picked up the mobile phone that was playing the miniature camera footage on the bedside table. He turned sideways and walked out of the half-open door. Not caring about being exposed to the surveillance at the end of the corridor, he came to room 304 and hid behind the door. At first, Zhao Ming began to make plans as soon as he was ready to choose to hide in this hotel.
Small talk deepens your boss's impression of you.
Hence the exposed micro camera. Leave 2 slowly burning cigarettes in the ashtray to ensure that the unburned cigarette butts are still found when the escort arrives in the room.
Water stains in the bathroom. And the footprints left on the eaves of the first floor.
Everything Zhao Ming left behind was intended to induce the escort team to investigate. It made them feel that they had been hiding in the hotel for a long time, and that they only fled in a hurry a few minutes before entering the hotel. He had already gone down from the window to the alley behind and left.
Just left a few minutes ago.
This was their best chance to catch up and hunt him down.
This way,
they will not have the idea of searching other rooms.
Zhao Ming, hiding in room 303, can also ensure temporary safety. It should be okay to hide for a while. Only.
After all, Zhao Ming underestimated the carelessness of the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment. He did notice the details that Zhao Ming deliberately left behind. I feel that Zhao Ming is definitely not in the hotel. But when reporting the situation to the commander of the temporary command room, he did not mention these details at all. This also allowed the captain to reply. It doesn't mean that he should rush to chase and check out other rooms in the hotel.
For a while,
Zhao Ming's entire chance collapsed in an instant, and hiding in 303 really became a trapped beast. Fortunately, the team leader didn't know that the miniature camera left by Zhao Ming also had a radio function. So he heard the command given to him by the captain. This gave Zhao Ming some time to respond. Standing behind the half-open door, Zhao Ming suppressed his breathing as much as possible and let himself blend into the darkness. He was holding the Type 95 automatic rifle that had been seized in the bank in his hand, and was waiting quietly. Judging from the footage captured by previous surveillance cameras, there were 3 members of the escort entering the hotel. If you are discovered, if you can catch them off guard when they are not vigilant enough, it will not solve their problems. But the movement must be small. After all, now there are sentries all over the streets outside. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say that there are 1 sentry at 10 steps and 1 sentry at 5 steps, it is not false to have 2 sentries on a street. A large number of those stationed on guard duty are members of the armed forces. Once you make too much noise, your position will be exposed. Then I guess there is really no way to escape. Call. Thinking of this, Zhao Ming exhaled slightly. Although his face was still calm, there was a murderous aura in his eyes. Look at the next room. Let me check the 303 side. That is at this time. The squad leader's voice sounded in the corridor on the 3rd floor. The words fell. The half-open door of room 303 was pushed open, and Zhao Ming could obviously hear more than 1 footsteps walking into the next room. He held his breath and waited quietly. And at the moment when the door was completely pushed open, Zhao Ming's fishing line wrapped around the door handle was pulled. Unplugged the grenade pin tied to the other end. Click. A slight noise was heard. It also caught the attention of the squad leader, who opened the door for a moment. The squad leader quickly raised his hand. He motioned to Xu Ruochu and the photographer who were following him not to move. Then he frowned, took out the gun from his waist, and tiptoed towards the room. Faced with such a situation, Xu Ruochu and the photographer were both a little confused, but they still stood quietly and waited. For a while, the 2 of them even lowered their breathing unconsciously. Although they didn't know what the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment was doing, they were still afraid of affecting him. At this time, the squad leader entered the room and stood still, holding guns in both hands. As his eyes swept across the darkness, he seemed to be searching for something. The noise just now was very subtle, although it still attracted the attention of the squad leader. But he really didn't hear what the sound was. At this time, he was trying to find the source of the sound. Team leader? It was at this time that the team member who had finished checking room 302 bypassed Xu Ruochu and the photographer and walked in. I saw Xu Ruochu and the photographer standing at the door with slightly nervous expressions. He guessed that the team leader must have discovered something in the room. Then he walked in directly and wanted to ask about the situation. But just as he spoke, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment frowned and looked back at him. He also quickly swallowed the words that came to his lips. "Da day." There seemed to be a slight noise in the room. It sounded like a clock. But the team leader and the team member looked around the room and found nothing like a clock. The team member looked around and finally locked on the bedside table not far away. He walked to the bedside table and knelt down. Vigilantly, he slowly opened the cabinet. "Captain, it's an alarm clock." After opening the bedside cabinet a crack, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a cartoon character alarm clock inside. He quickly turned around and reported to the squad leader. "Hear this." The squad leader also breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, I couldn't help but laugh at myself for being a little nervous. He shook his head secretly and continued to walk forward, preparing to check the bathroom in the room. "And that's about it." The team member's exclaimed voice suddenly sounded. "There are grenades." His voice sounded urgently before the team leader could react. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly sounded. Bright red paint suddenly sprayed out from the drawer, and the body and face of the team member who was unable to dodge was all stained by the paint. For a while, the team leader froze on the spot, with a confused expression on his face. "What's happening here? Isn't there an alarm clock in the drawer? Why did it become a grenade again?" The team leader came to his senses and hurried to the door and turned on the light switch in the room. Because he was worried about something going on in the room, the team leader did not turn on the lights in order not to alert others. After the bright yellow light comes on, only then did the team leader see one end of the fishing line wrapped around the door handle. He frowned for a moment and took a deep breath. "It's a fucking fishing line again. Previously, Zhao Ming used fishing lines to hide grenades in his backpack and placed the backpack at the front desk of the clothing store. As a result, the member of the special operations team who opened the backpack to check was killed. Unexpectedly, he used the same method now and succeeded again. But what puzzled the squad leader was, if he had triggered the grenade by pulling the fishing line when he pushed the door open, then the grenade shouldn't have taken so long to explode. After all, generally, the detonation time of grenades is 3 to 4 seconds. He opened the door and entered the room. When the team member came in later, he found the alarm clock. The time was obviously much longer than 4 seconds. What method did Zhao Ming use to achieve delayed detonation? But at the moment, the team leader didn't want to think too much and hurriedly walked to the team member to check the situation. I saw that the player's lower abdomen was basically stained with paint. The face has the most pigment, and almost all of the face except the eyes has turned red. According to the rules of the exercise, it was obvious that he was already dead. But because he was far away, the grenade was not enough to affect him. The grenade in the drawer had become fragmented after the explosion. Naturally, it is impossible to see what method Zhao Ming used to delay the detonation of this grenade. At this time, in addition to red paint, grenade fragments, and an alarm clock with a ticking second hand in the drawer, Zhao Ming is really damn good. Looking at the scene in front of him, the team leader gritted his teeth. The words were almost squeezed out from between the teeth. "Captain, what should we do now?" The team member swallowed, looked up at the team leader, and asked helplessly. When he opened the drawer just now, he indeed only saw the alarm clock. But when he opened the drawer further and wanted to take out the alarm clock, the grenade hidden in the blind spot suddenly appeared in his sight. He shouted quickly, and when he tried to escape, it was already too late. Thinking about it now, I feel extremely aggrieved. After all, if you had opened the drawer completely from the beginning and saw the grenade, you might still have time to dodge it. You have been killed in battle, so you don't need to participate in the next actions. This place is not bad, just rest here first. After the exercise is over, report to the temporary headquarters. The squad leader sighed slightly and then glanced at the fallen team member. He spoke rather helplessly. Personnel killed in previous exercises were arranged to return to the temporary headquarters. But the boathouse village is also quite far from the temporary headquarters. If a man is killed in battle, there is no need to find a car to take him back. Therefore, the team leader simply let him rest in this hotel first. Anyway, there are beds, bathrooms, and hot water here. It's not a problem to lie here for a day or two. After arranging the fallen members, the squad leader was not idle either. He picked up the walkie-talkie and prepared to report the situation to the temporary headquarters. He walked to the window, opened it and took a look at the rain curtain below. Headquarters, when we were checking the remaining rooms in the hotel, we encountered a trap set by Zhao Ming in room 303. Zhao Ming hid an alarm clock and a grenade in the bedside table in the room. We heard the alarm clock ringing and opened the drawer. The grenade detonated and a member of Team A was eliminated. The team leader reported the situation quickly and concisely. Some unimportant details were also omitted by him. And that's when the words fell. While waiting for the captain's response on the intercom, the squad leader suddenly noticed a figure in the alley below. In the rain, the figure was holding an umbrella. Looking from the captain's position, the figure was mostly obscured by the umbrella. In addition, there are no street lights in this alley, so the visibility is not very high. So he stood by the wall and couldn't see what he was doing. Zhao Ming? The team leader tentatively spoke loudly. And his voice also attracted the attention of the figure. I saw the figure turning back and looking towards the squad leader. Then he turned around and ran away while holding an umbrella. Stop! Don't run! The squad leader hurriedly yelled. But after the words fell, the figure holding the umbrella ran faster in the rain. See this situation. The team leader pushed the window completely open and prepared to jump down. But after looking at the height of the third floor, he still hesitated. Not because of fear. The main reason is that there is no buffering place in the alley below. If you jump down, you will probably at least be injured on the spot. It's a question of whether he can stand up by then, let alone chase people. With his skills, it wouldn't be a problem to climb down from the window, but it would probably take more time. Hesitate for a second. The squad leader turned around quickly. He rushed out of the door and chose to run down the stairs. Captain, what's going on? Just as the team leader rushed out, the team member checking room 301 happened to appear at the door. Hearing the sound of the grenade just now, and seeing the anxious look of the team leader at this moment, he quickly asked. However, the team leader didn't even bother to respond to him and quickly ran down the stairs. When the team member saw this, he hurriedly followed. While running quickly downstairs, the team leader took out his walkie-talkie and wanted to notify the two team members staying at the back door to intercept. But I haven't pressed the talk button yet. I had already met the two team members at the corner of the stairs on the second floor. They were indeed guarding the back door of the hotel before, but they heard the shout of grenade from upstairs, followed by the explosion of a grenade. He still chose to rush forward to support. Hurry up and chase. Seeing this situation, the captain's heart skipped a beat, and his eyebrows instantly knitted deeper. He spoke eagerly while continuing to go downstairs quickly. A series of circumstances came together and he had no doubt that the figure was Zhao Ming. Several team members did not see that figure. So I was a little confused as to what exactly happened. But the team leader had already given the order, and several team members hurriedly followed the team leader downstairs and ran out of the hotel. He chased him forward from the alley behind. For a while. In the dark and narrow alley. The four escort members, Shu Ruochu and the cameraman were running wildly in the rain. A figure holding an umbrella in front of him had already turned out of the alley and rushed into the crowd. Under the cover of the crowd, he ran away like crazy. At the same time, in room 304, Zhao Ming, who stood quietly behind the door, looked confused. He didn't even know what was going on. He heard the grenade he left exploding in room 303. He was holding the Type 95 automatic rifle in his hand, ready for a desperate fight. Who knew that his name was suddenly called out over there? Then everyone chased away. Although he didn't know why, Zhao Ming was not idle. He quickly picked up his waterproof bag, walked out of the door of room 304, and came to room 303. At this time, the player who was eliminated by the grenade was lying on the bed, preparing to take a rest. I saw Zhao Ming suddenly walking in with a bag in hand. He was stunned at first. After reacting, he suddenly jumped out of bed. Zhao Ming? He spoke in great shock, and at the same time, he had already pulled out the gun from his waist, aimed at Zhao Ming in front of him. But Zhao Ming turned a blind eye to his actions. He walked up to him and placed the waterproof bag casually on the ground next to him. Then he patted the Type 95 automatic rifle on the bedside table. Then he started to take off his clothes. Seeing Zhao Ming's behavior, the members of the escort team were stunned. Don't say anything to the dead. If you are not completely dead, I wouldn't mind giving you 2 more shuttles. Zhao Ming threw his coat casually on the ground, and then watched the team member speak calmly. Hear this. The team member took a deep breath. Although his eyebrows were still furrowed, he still put away the gun in his hand. Indeed. He had been killed in the exercise and was eliminated. Therefore, even if Zhao Ming appeared in front of him arrogantly now, he could not do anything. Only. As soon as Zhao Ming entered the door, he started to take off his clothes. What does this mean? What does he want to do? Under the puzzled gazes of the escort members, he had already stripped to pieces. Only then did he raise his head and look at the team member again. Are you going to do it yourself, or should I do it? Zhao Ming spoke calmly, pointing to the clothes on his body as he spoke. After hearing this, the team member finally reacted. Zhao Ming wanted to use his clothes to disguise himself and get out of trouble. He hesitated for a moment. The team member still got up and started to do it himself. Originally, he was thinking of not cooperating with Zhao Ming, thus delaying some time. But thinking about Zhao Ming actually taking action, I still felt a little uncomfortable in my heart. So forget it. Zhao Ming picked up the raincoat that the team member had just taken off and took a look. It was stained with red paint sprayed by a lot of grenades specially designed for drills. However, because of the special material of the raincoat, the red paint can be easily washed away with water. So it can still be used. And because of the protection of the raincoat, the rest of the team members' clothes were not stained with paint. Since you are still in the hotel, who was the person who appeared in the alley just now? Do you have an accomplice? The members of the escort team took off their clothes according to Zhao Ming's request. Then he frowned and looked at Zhao Ming and asked. He didn't expect Zhao Ming to answer him, but out of curiosity, he asked casually. Not sure. Zhao Ming picked up the uniform of the escort and began to put it on himself. At the same time, he responded to the team member casually. He really didn't know who the escort was chasing. And he has no accomplices at all. Zhao Ming was also confused about this matter. After hearing Zhao Ming's answer, the team member in front of him frowned deeper, and his eyes were full of doubts.
Obviously, he didn't believe Zhao Ming's answer.
Zhao Ming also ignored him. After getting dressed, I took my raincoat and went to the bathroom to wash myself. Then he put on his raincoat and equipment, and climbed out directly from the window downstairs. In fact, Zhao Ming also considered it. Without changing into the escort's clothes, he hid under the bed in room 303. The member of the escort team left in 303 has been killed. According to the rules, he cannot reveal any information to the remaining members. If he was hiding under the bed and he was in the room, the escort team would probably not search the room again. Only. He always appeared in the surveillance camera in the corridor on the third floor of the hotel. He was worried that the security team would check the surveillance again, knowing that he finally entered room 303. Therefore, such a hiding place cannot be considered safe. Think again and again. Zhao Ming still thought of changing into the uniform of the escort team and making a transfer first. There are now a lot of escort members in the boathouse village, and they are quite messy. They belong to different departments, and most of them even belong to the armed forces. Therefore, they are naturally not familiar with each other. Zhao Ming put on the clothes of the escort, and as long as he didn't want to swagger out through the extremely strict inspection entrance and exit, it shouldn't be easy to be noticed in a short time. Pap. With a slight sound, Zhao Ming landed lightly on the ground. Looking up at the dark alleyway in front of him, he lowered the brim of his raincoat and walked forward quickly. Behind this alley is a dead end, blocked by a wall more than 2 meters high. Although Zhao Ming can easily climb the wall of such a height. But behind the wall is a lively street. If Zhao Ming climbed over the wall, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Therefore, being in this alley, Zhao Ming had no choice. We can only walk forward in the direction from which the squad leader and the others chased them just now, hoping that the squad leader and the others will not return to the same route so quickly. This alleyway belongs to the corridor behind the row of houses and the wall of the hotel. It's only 40 to 50 centimeters wide. There are no street lights or surveillance cameras. In the rain, Zhao Ming walked forward for 30 or 40 meters before walking out of the corridor between the two houses. Merged into the main road. He was holding a large waterproof bag in his hand, which looked a bit eye-catching. Originally, Zhao Ming planned to hide the waterproof bag directly in the trash can. Wait for a while to hide, then go get it back. But considering that there was a gun inside, I couldn't bear the responsibility if it was lost, so I chose to carry it with me. Among the bustling crowd, Zhao Ming wore the clothes of the escort and a raincoat, and walked forward unhurriedly. It didn't attract much attention. After all, tonight, there were guards members everywhere in the boathouse village, and the residents seemed to be used to it. At the same time, on another street just around the corner from Zhao Ming's location, a figure holding an umbrella suddenly ran out of the aisle, fleeing hurriedly among the crowd. Behind him, the squad leader, 3 team members, the photographer, and Shu Ruochu were chasing after him like crazy. They were not too far away from the figure who looked like Zhao Ming in front of them. But because there are a lot of people on the road, such a chase actually caused a lot of confusion, so it was really difficult to catch up in this short distance. Fortunately, there is a sentry at the intersection ahead. Upon seeing this, the team members posted over there rushed over to intercept. The sentry team members met the figure. He directly pushed the fleeing figure down into the water. Run? Why don't you fucking run again? Zhao Ming. The squad leader looked at the figure being pushed down and slowed down his speed. While panting and walking over, he cursed and spoke. Have to say, the intensity of the chase along the way was really quite high. Although the distance is not too far, it has been running at high speed. This is really a lot of exercise for the team leader who has been tired for a long day. But no matter what, he didn't let anyone escape. The photographer and Shu Ruochu were also quite excited when they saw the person being knocked down. He hurriedly followed the team leader, preparing to take a picture of Zhao Ming's miserable appearance when he was arrested. Such a big movement. Naturally, it also attracted a lot of onlookers. The crowd on the street spontaneously formed a circle and watched the situation from a distance. They were obviously quite curious as to what kind of criminal the escort had caught. When the team leader and his group walked in from outside the crowd, on the street that was voluntarily given up, a member of the armed forces held down a figure that seemed to be Zhao Ming. The other person holds a gun, ready to respond to emergencies. The team leader stepped on the stagnant water, walked up with a smile, and looked down at the face of the figure turning sideways. After seeing that face clearly, the team leader was slightly stunned. Then there were eyes full of disbelief. This was an unfamiliar face, in his early 30s, not the Liu Ming he expected.
Don't shoot.
Sir, I just peed.
I don't need to be shot, right?
When the squad leader frowned and looked confused. The figure who was pressed to the ground also spoke tremblingly. As soon as he opened his mouth, the team leader smelled a strong smell of alcohol.
It was obvious that this man had drank a lot.
At this time his whole body was trembling.
I don't know if it's because of fear.
Or because he was wearing thin clothes, he felt a little cold after being pressed into the water.
Who are you? The squad leader frowned and asked in a deep voice.
Although he was sure that the person in front of him was not Zhao Ming. But the captain still held a glimmer of hope that he and Zhao Ming were related.
Maybe. This person is Zhao Ming's accomplice. His appearance was to cover Zhao Ming's escape. If that were the case, I might be able to find some clues from him. My name is Wang Hu. After hearing the squad leader's question, Wang Hu, who was pinned to the ground, responded quickly.
Hear the words. The team leader was not in a hurry to ask again. Instead, he squatted down and began to conduct a simple body search on Wang Hu.
After all,
just now in the hotel, they fell into a grenade trap set by Zhao Ming using fishing line again.
It's not like Zhao Ming has never used tricks like remote control bombs before.
Maybe there was a bomb hidden behind the man in front of him. So just to be on the safe side, it's better to search first.
But
after a brief search, the team leader found nothing. Then he stood up again and raised his hand to the team member who was holding Wang Hu down, signaling him to put him up. However, the team members holding guns next to them still remained alert. Wang Hu stood up straight tremblingly, and when he saw the gun next to him was still pointed at him, he quickly raised his hands.
Do you know Zhao Ming? The squad leader frowned and asked again. Hear the question.
Wang Hu was obviously stunned, and then he frowned and started thinking, obviously trying to retrieve the name from his memory. Upon seeing this, the team leader took out Zhao Ming's photo from the pocket of his raincoat. Put it in front of Wang Hu and let him take a look.
Never seen.
After Wang Hu saw the person in the photo clearly, he quickly shook his head and responded in an extremely serious tone. That sincerity didn't look like he was lying. After hearing this answer, the captain's eyebrows furrowed deeper.
Why did you run just now? The squad leader took a deep breath before asking again. I just peed there, and then I ran away when I saw you chasing me. Mainly I'm afraid of being detained.
I used to get drunk and urinate in front of other people's doors. I was detained for 10 days.
So, after being discovered by you, I'm afraid.
Wang Hu spoke with an embarrassed look. While speaking, he lowered his head slightly, looking ashamed.
After all,
many passers-by gathered around to watch the excitement. I was caught for this matter, and it was really embarrassing to say it. After hearing Wang Hu's words, the team leader couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly.
This is really a talent. I chased him so hard, and he ran away so hard, just because he peed?
The team leader was speechless at this time. But looking at Wang Hu in front of him, he didn't look like he was lying. Knowing that he knew Zhao Ming was unlikely. Xiao, please take a closer look at the situation.
If you are sure there is nothing wrong, let the person go.
The squad leader took a deep breath, frowned, turned around and gave instructions to one of the team members. Then he walked directly towards the previous hotel.
Although this kid doesn't seem to be lying. But just because he peed, he ran so hard when he saw the members of the escort team? This is still doubtful.
Therefore, the team leader felt that he might have committed something, and he was so afraid of the guards because of his guilty conscience.
So I left a team member to ask.
Certainly. He probably has nothing to do with Zhao Ming, and he doesn't want to waste time on him at the moment. The remaining 2 team members, as well as the photographer and Xu Ruochu, saw the situation.
He also followed the team leader with a camera.
When they returned to room 303 of the hotel, they saw the team member whose clothes had been taken away.
Everyone was stunned.
Especially the squad leader, whose face was livid and full of shock.
What's happening here?
One of the team members widened his eyes, looked at the team member who had his clothes taken off, and asked in shock. But the team member whose clothes were taken away just smiled awkwardly and did not speak.
After all,
he is just a dead man. Facing the camera in the live broadcast room, it is natural to abide by the rules of the exercise.
Don't reveal any information to your teammates. Zhao Ming is so lucky. The squad leader closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He was so angry that he wanted to curse. But he also realized that the camera was behind him.
Therefore, he still swallowed the curse words that came to his lips. At that moment, he couldn't help but sigh weakly at Zhao Ming's luck. Although the team members in front of him cannot reveal any information to him. But what exactly is going on is obvious here, even if he doesn't say it, he can still see it. It is clear. After they chased him out, Zhao Ming returned to this room and took away a complete set of guard uniforms. That is to say, when they checked this hotel before, Zhao Ming is indeed still hiding in the hotel. When he thought of this, the team leader became a little angry. After all, I might have been just a tiny bit away from catching Zhao Ming. If it weren't for the drunkard who urinated everywhere suddenly appeared and lured him and several team members out. Even if you say it yourself, you may not be able to end this exercise. Just thinking about this makes the captain very angry. Studio. Looking at the scene in front of me, the audience was also quite shocked. For a while, the barrages in the live broadcast room began to surge wildly. What is going on? Does it mean that Zhao Ming just came to this room and took away the clothes of the team member in front of him? Holy shit, does this mean that when the team leader and the others were investigating this hotel just now, Zhao Ming was indeed still hiding in this hotel? I have to say that Zhao Ming is really brave as a skilled artist. Such a move is no less than walking on a tightrope, thrilling and exciting. There must be 10,000 mud horses galloping through the captain's mind right now. After all, he almost had a chance to catch Zhao Ming, but a drunkard ruined his good fortune. Ha ha. The squad leader was not so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. It seems that his psychological quality is still good. Brother upstairs, you are really at a loss. But the captain's teeth are almost broken now, right? On the other hand, when I think about it, the guy who peed everywhere just now was really miserable. He was chased for his life because of the pee, and he even ran away half the time. In the end, he was pointed at a gun. Laughing and crying. I can only say that he deserved it. The kid himself said it. He had been detained before for urinating while drunk. He didn't remember it this time. By the way, the most you can get for urinating in the open is a fine, but it doesn't go as far as being detained, right? It is true that you will not be detained for urinating in the public place, but if you urinate casually, it may involve exposure in public places. If you are reported, you may still be detained. In the final analysis, Zhao Ming took advantage of his luck, otherwise this exercise might be over. You can't say that. After all, luck is also a part of strength. I can only say that Zhao Ming does have something, which allows him to escape. I found traces of Zhao Ming, and after a lot of trouble, not only was one of the team members eliminated, but Zhao Ming ran away again. The most important thing is that the escort team also exploded a set of equipment for him. This situation. The captain hasn't received the news yet, has he? If the news gets through, he will be so angry that he will spit out a mouthful of blood. I don't want to say much, but I just want to say one thing at this time: Zhao Ming is awesome, dances on the tip of a knife, and can always turn danger into safety. He is worthy of being my idol. Lu Zhuan is a fan, aiming team members +1. At this time, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has reached an astonishing 6 million. As the exercise continues, the popularity continues to ferment on the internet, and the exercise is getting more and more attention. Although it is not yet known to everyone. But those who like to follow current news must have seen the news of this incident to some extent. According to this level of development, it is estimated that there will definitely be many people in the boathouse village who are aware of the drill before long. As the center point of the event, news must spread extremely quickly. Once in the boathouse village, more and more people paid attention to the exercise incident. That will definitely have a huge impact on the conduct of the exercise. Therefore, as the initiator of this exercise, he also serves as the director of the referee for this exercise. After thinking about it, it was decided to block the city's live broadcast network for the exercise. Use real-time IP to cut off the city's access to the live broadcast room. This makes it impossible for the people in the boathouse village to use the live broadcast to help the robbers or the escort camp cheat. Certainly. Although this approach can delay the fermentation of news about the exercise to a certain extent in the boathouse village. But it is impossible to ensure that no one in the boathouse village knows the specific facts of the exercise. If anyone who has watched the live broadcast recognizes Zhao Ming, it is an uncontrollable factor. How to avoid such a situation can only be determined by Zhao Ming himself. At the same time, above the streets, in front of a closed shop, Zhao Ming, wearing a guard uniform and a raincoat, stood under the eaves. He lit a cigarette with a calm expression. This street is considered a poor location in the village and the city, and there are basically no pedestrians passing by. Several shops have been closed, and transfer advertisements are posted on the walls. Zhao Ming stood in front of one of the shops for a while, smoking and observing the flow of people on the street. After making sure that almost no one passed by, then he stamped out his cigarette butts, took out the tools he had already prepared from his pocket, and began to pick the lock. At the same time, in his mind, the system's cold prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the gangster action, his life hangs by a thread. Sensational rating, S+. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing 3 S+ ratings, unlocking a milestone achievement, and receiving the title, Desperado. Zhao Ming was slightly surprised when he heard the sudden reward. At the same time, he was obviously a little excited. After all, after escaping from the bank, Xu Ruochu stopped filming himself in the live broadcast room. Zhao Ming didn't expect to be able to trigger system rewards. Who knew this would be an unexpected surprise? Congratulations to the host for gaining points, 2000 points. Acquire skills, proficient in counterfeiting. Intermediate skill, the host has advanced counterfeiting technology, and it is easy to copy various documents. Acquire skills, master of stealing. Advanced skill, the host has top pickpocketing skills. With just one encounter, the host can make the target go home on his legs tonight. Get attribute points, 10 points. The system's cold prompts continued to sound. The reward for completing the gangster action this time is given. When Zhao Ming heard the 2 skill rewards given by the system, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. Is this skill a little too outrageous? He is a fake witness and a pickpocket. Are you really preparing yourself to become a gangster? Although this skill is not serious, it is better than nothing. At the moment, Zhao Ming ignored this skill and continued his unlocking action. The security level of this store's door lock is not high. For Zhao Ming, who has lockpicking skills, it doesn't take much effort to open it. Click. Less than a minute. With a crisp sound, the door lock was opened. Zhao Ming didn't waste any time, opened the door and walked in. This is a clothing store, which displays some relatively old-fashioned clothes, pants, shoes, and hats. Judging from the old decoration of the store must have been open for many years. Most of the shops like this are run by the landlords themselves. Not trying to make money, just doing something to do. Because there is no careful management, business generally will not be very good. At the same time, not much people pass through this narrow street. Several shops have closed their doors and have advertisements for transfer. This shop obviously had no intention of continuing to open, and a rental advertisement was posted on the door. Only. When Zhao Ming was outside, he noticed that the advertising papers in several stores were a little old. It's obviously been posted for a while, and there really aren't many people willing to take over. Therefore, Zhao Ming is hiding in this shop, and there is no need to consider safety for the time being. Zhao Ming did not turn on the light. With the help of the light coming from outside the glass door, I found a secret corner at random. I took 2 bags of clothes and used them as pillows. Just lie down on the ground and prepare to sleep. The floor was a bit hard, but for Zhao Ming, such conditions were not too difficult. After all, at least there is a place to shelter from the wind and rain. And just when Zhao Ming had found a hiding place and was about to take a nap to replenish his energy. Outside on the street. In the rain. Countless members of the escort camp were still wearing raincoats and stuck to their posts in the rain. After reporting the situation, the team leader checked the remaining hotel rooms and determined that there was no possibility of Zhao Ming hiding in the hotel again. Then he took 2 team members, as well as Xu Ruochu and the photographer, and began to investigate the remaining places where Zhao Ming might stay. The manhunt continues in full swing. However, during the subsequent investigation work, no trace of Zhao Ming was found. After Zhao Ming took away the guard uniform, he seemed to disappear out of thin air. The team leader also tried to retrieve the surveillance video of the hotel where Zhao Ming last appeared and the surrounding areas. But judging from the surveillance video of the corridor on the 3rd floor of the hotel, Zhao Ming came out of room 304 and entered room 303, and did not appear in the surveillance video again. That is to say, Zhao Ming left the hotel through the window and left along the alley behind the hotel. There is no surveillance video at the back door of the hotel or in the alley. There are 20 or 30 private houses located on the edge of the alley. There are more than 20 corridors between houses, all of which can leave the alley. The most terrible thing is that none of these aisles are monitored. Certainly. There are so many shops on the street, and basically every shop with a good business will be equipped with 1 or 2 cameras. When Zhao Ming left the alley, he might be captured by these cameras. However, Zhao Ming's exact whereabouts could not be determined. Facing so many surveillance cameras. If you want to find Zhao Ming from the surveillance video, you will undoubtedly be looking for a needle in a haystack. For a while, the search work in Boathouse Village began to enter a bottleneck period. Temporary headquarters. The commander-in-chief took a chair and sat under the awning outside the temporary command room. He was smoking a cigarette, leaning back in his chair, looking at the rainy scene under the streetlight with a gloomy expression. To be honest, at the beginning, it was determined that Zhao Ming was hiding in the besieged Boathouse Village. The captain was quite happy in his heart. Considering the mobilization of so many manpower, it was already a certainty to capture Zhao Ming and end this exercise. But as things developed, he found that he still underestimated Zhao Ming. They had already found his hiding place and were only one step away from catching him. He actually let him run away again. This kind of thing really made the captain very angry. Fortunately, there is still plenty of time left. As long as Zhao Ming does not escape from Boathouse Village, he still has a chance. It was at this time. A member of the technical department in the temporary command room came out holding a large stack of leaflets. "Team, everything is printed." He stood next to the captain and reported seriously. "Hear the words." The captain picked up one and took a look at it. The flyer printed Zhao Ming's wanted order. "Call." He exhaled a long breath of smoky breath. The captain flicked the cigarette butt in his hand into the water ahead. "Providing valid clues will reward you with 3,000 cash. The reward for assisting in the successful arrest is 10,000 yuan in cash. Is our reward set a little too low?" The captain looked at the content on the wanted poster and murmured with a smile. His voice is not loud. However, the technical force members standing aside heard it. "Team, how about more points?" He raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively. To be honest, such rewards are indeed a bit low. After all, Zhao Ming is also a vicious, violent gangster no matter what, so a reward of 10,000 yuan is really shabby. Let's do this first. When you really can't find any clues, add more money. The captain smiled and shook his head, then stood up as he responded. He took the stack of wanted flyers from the team member's hand. Such a reward is indeed not that much. But the main reason was that he did this without asking the director for instructions, so the captain could not guarantee that the reward for the wanted order would be reimbursed by the city bureau. Even if he could pass this wanted order, he could end the exercise and lead the escort team to the final victory. But this is the result now. If the director doesn't take the initiative to ask for reimbursement, he himself has no shame in applying for it. So the money will most likely come out of your own pocket. Faced with such a situation, the captain naturally did not dare to set the reward too high. After all, 10,000 yuan alone is enough to make me feel painful. Pack up and go to Boathouse Village. The commander-in-chief held a large stack of wanted flyers, turned around and walked towards the temporary command room, and at the same time, he gave instructions to the team members behind him. Yes. Following the captain's orders. The team member responded and quickly made arrangements. Now the search operation in the Boathouse Village has reached a deadlock for a while, and the captain is also angry. So prepare to head straight to the Boathouse Village. In order to more conveniently understand the situation and conduct command. Certainly. If we want to move the entire temporary headquarters there, it will really take no time. At the same time, there may not be such a large open space in the Boathouse Village to accommodate the temporary headquarters. Therefore, the commander-in-chief had no intention of moving the temporary headquarters. All the support staff are still here. Just go to the Boathouse Village together with the staff from the technical department. Anyway, the temporary command room is located in the RV. Just drive the car directly to the Boathouse Village and find an empty space to park. The captain returned to the car and placed the wanted poster on the table. He picked up his own cup and drank a cup of hot water, sat back on his seat, and continued to look at the topographic map of Kafangfang Village. What he needs to do at this time is to carve this map into his mind as much as possible. This way, it will help you sort out various information in your mind next. Less than 5 minutes. The explosion-proof RV that serves as a temporary command room has started and is heading towards the Boathouse Village. Boathouse Village. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment walked out of a hotel with several team members. He was in no hurry to walk into the rain. Instead, he stood on the side of the hotel eaves, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. When the other team members, Shu Ruochu, and the photographer saw this, they also stood aside for a short rest. The rain outside showed no sign of letting up. The dense raindrops almost formed a line, covering the entire sky and earth. What a damn weather! After one of the team members opened the mineral water and took a sip, he couldn't help frowning and complaining. The heavy rain for days has really had a great impact on the search and investigation work. After all, everyone travels with an umbrella. It is really difficult to find someone in such a situation. Well, this rain probably won't stop so soon. There's nothing we can do about it in this kind of weather. Another team member also sighed slightly and frowned in response. For a coastal city, during the rainy season, it is common for it to rain continuously for 2 or 3 days. Judging from the weather forecast, this rain is expected to continue for another day or two. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment listened to the discussions of the team members and did not interrupt. He just smoked silently. Although it was only after 9 o'clock at this time. But due to the weather, the number of pedestrians on the streets has gradually decreased. In addition, most of the tenants in Boathouse Village are employees of nearby factories, and the busiest time is during commuting. This time period has passed. There are naturally fewer people wandering the streets. This can also be considered good news for the guards. At least the inspection sentries at the entrance and exit can take a breather. But there was still no trace of joy on the squad leader's face. Nearly an hour had passed since Zhao Ming left the previous hotel. Therefore, it is unlikely that Zhao Ming is still wandering the streets. He most likely found a place to hide. And they have checked and visited all the hotels, internet cafes, and short-term rental houses in the urban village, and have found no trace of Zhao Ming. As for where Zhao Ming would be hiding, the team leader was a little confused for a while. The squad leader has also considered it before. Zhao Ming took away a set of clothes from the escort team, and it is very likely that he will use these clothes for disguise. Mixed in the inspection team of the escort team. To this end, he notified each team as soon as possible to strengthen self-examination work. At the same time, notify the patrol post to focus on investigating the people you encounter on the road. But no news has been reported. Leaders of each group should quickly report to the temporary command room outside the east gate of Chuanfang village. Just when the team leader was smoking a cigarette with some melancholy and taking a short rest, the captain's voice suddenly sounded on the intercom communicating with the temporary headquarters. Hearing this movement, the team leader raised his eyebrows. He quickly threw the cigarette butt in his hand into the trash can nearby. He turned to look at the team members behind him and gave instructions. You continue to check the shops in the nearby streets that can provide overnight accommodation. If there is any situation, report it through the intercom as soon as possible. The words fell. Several team members also responded quickly. The exercise has been carried out so far, and it can be said that it is already related to the face and honor of the entire escort camp. Therefore, although the work intensity is not light, no team member complained. Everyone was holding their breath in their hearts. I desperately want to catch this guy Zhao Ming and win this exercise. Therefore, the team leader issued an order to continue the investigation work, and no team member was dissatisfied. After hearing the team members' responses, the team leader took Shu Ruochu and the photographer and rushed towards the east gate of Boathouse Village. Temporary command room. Because the team leader and their previous location were farthest from the east gate. So, when the team leader and the three of them arrived, the remaining team captains, as well as the leaders of several groups of the armed forces, have already taken their seats in the command room. Okay, everyone is here now. Let's summarize the current situation. After the captain saw the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment also come in and take a seat. Then he spoke calmly. The words fell. Everyone listened with their eyebrows slightly furrowed and their expressions solemn. The search and investigation work has been carried out for nearly 3 hours so far. We did find traces of Zhao Ming. But the final result was that one team member was killed and Zhao Ming disappeared again. After checking other hotels, internet cafes, and short-term rentals in the urban village, have you found anything else? The captain spoke calmly, and when he finished speaking, he looked at the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment. Hear this. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment also hurriedly responded. Nothing found yet. Hear the words. The captain just nodded calmly. After all, this result was within his expectation. The search is now at a deadlock, but what we can confirm is that Zhao Ming is still in the Boathouse village. But facing such a gangster with extremely strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities, it is not easy to find him in such a complex urban village.
This is going to be a long battle.
Our team members are not infallible, so I decided to divide the 8 teams of players into 2 shifts and rest in shifts. I will provide specific plans for shift division and personnel deployment later. There is still plenty of time for us now. As long as Zhao Ming cannot escape from Boathouse Village, we will still have a chance to catch him. Send this out and the inspection team will post it in every corner of the urban village within an hour. At the same time, it is mainly distributed in hotels, internet cafes, restaurants, supermarkets, breakfast shops and other stores that can provide accommodation and food. The captain first told the news that he was going to let the team members rest in shifts. Then he patted the thick stack of wanted posters on the table. He opened his mouth and gave the order.
The captain's voice fell.
A member of the technical department also distributed wanted flyers to each squad leader. Because the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment is responsible for visiting and investigating. So I got the largest share. He took a look at the wanted poster, and when he saw the reward amount above, he couldn't help but count it. After confirming that it was indeed a 5-digit number and that he had not misread it, he raised his eyebrows slightly.
Only a reward of 10,000 yuan for assisting in the arrest? This is really a bit shabby. Commander, this is just an exercise after all. Let's post a wanted notice. Isn't this a little inappropriate? After everyone saw the wanted poster,
the captain of the security detachment frowned and expressed his opinion.
Hear this.
The leaders of several groups looked at the captain.
Obviously,
the squad leader of the security detachment was not the only one who thought this was inappropriate. As he said, this is just an exercise, a contest between the members of the escort camp participating in the exercise and the robbers. The use of wanted warrants undoubtedly relied on the power of the masses outside the 2 camps. Although the exercise rules do not explicitly prohibit it. But there is indeed a suspicion of taking advantage of loopholes in the exercise rules. This is an exercise based on actual combat. There is only one rule, it is based on actual combat. If we treat this exercise as actual combat and choose to issue a wanted order in the face of the current situation, what is inappropriate? The Boathouse Village where the robbers are hiding now is a behemoth with 90% of the floating population, a huge area, complex personnel, and low municipal surveillance coverage. In the Boathouse Village, there are countless illegal hotels and short-term rentals where you can check in without registering your ID. As long as there are no rules prohibiting it. So I don't think there's anything inappropriate about using a wanted warrant. The captain looked serious and spoke in a serious tone. To be honest, the move of the wanted order was indeed a helpless move on his part. Mainly because as the investigation and visits progressed, the traces of Zhao Ming's escape gradually disappeared. The captain had to think of something quickly. Like he said, in the huge urban village of Boat Village, there are a large number of hotels and short-term rentals that can be checked in without an ID card. Even as far as the captain knows, Boathouse Village also has so-called short-term rental beds. That is, a room in a private house, with 5 or 6 upper and lower iron frame beds, can rent a bed for a night for about 10 yuan. Naturally, it is impossible for such a place to have a business license. No ID is required to check in. And because their existence is inherently non-compliant, it is naturally impossible for operators to tell the truth when faced with inspections by the escort team. They may even take the initiative to deceive the guards in order to avoid possible fines. If Zhao Ming is hiding in these places, even if the escort team searched the Boathouse Village, they might not be able to find him. Therefore, the captain then reluctantly used the wanted order. Promise heavy profits and use the power of the masses. Further squeeze Zhao Ming's hiding place. After listening to the captain's words, the leaders of several groups nodded. Obviously everyone agrees with the captain's statement. Since it is based on actual combat, there is nothing inappropriate in using wanted warrants. Okay, you all have the wanted warrant. If nothing happens, just go back to your posts first. When the shift list comes out later, I will ask my technical subordinates to send it to you. Then you will follow the list. The captain spoke again. After the words fell, the leaders of several groups stood up, took the wanted flyers and left the temporary command room. Xu Ruochu and the photographer still followed the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment to shoot. The captain is preparing to post a wanted notice. This move to mobilize the power of the masses in Chuanfang Village still caused a certain response in the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, the wanted order has been issued. Zhao Ming will be arrested now, right? Can this live broadcast last until tomorrow morning? The wanted order has indeed been issued, but for a gangster with more than a dozen lives on his back and an assault rifle in his hand, isn't a reward of several $1,000s too small? Ha ha. I didn't even notice it unless the brothers upstairs told me. Such a small bounty is indeed a bit confusing. After Zhao Ming saw the wanted poster, he said, "Are you looking down on me? I'm only worth 10,000 yuan? You can't say that. After all, the gangster is a fake. If you really report him, you won't get into any trouble, but the reward should be real money." With this wanted notice posted in the streets and alleys, Zhao Ming is really unable to move in the boathouse village. It will be difficult for him to hold on for more than 40 hours. It's hard to tell. Who can recognize him wearing a hat and a mask? The people upstairs are really Tai Hanhan. There are guards members everywhere in the urban village. They wear hats and masks when they go out. They probably won't be investigated even if they can't walk half a street. By the way, where is Zhao Ming hiding now? It seems that the escort team's search work was quite careful, but Zhao Ming seems to have disappeared from the world. The main reason is that this boathouse village is really big. If Zhao Ming really wants to hide, it won't be difficult. And in places like urban villages, as long as you are willing to pay, there are not many landlords who are willing to take risks and hide them. It can't be said to be harboring. Many landlords in urban villages are elderly and don't understand the information on the internet. They don't know that Zhao Ming is a fugitive. It was nearly 9:30 in the evening. Most people are off work and have time to watch videos and check out the live broadcast time slot. The number of active people on the live broadcast platform also reached the highest peak of the day. And because of this live broadcast of the exercise, a rather strange phenomenon occurred on this most popular live broadcast platform. Nearly 80% of the users watching the live broadcast were all crowded into Shu Ruochu's live broadcast room. This has created a situation where the popularity of other live broadcast rooms is bleak. More than 6 million viewers were watching the barrage. The popularity of the live broadcast room keeps refreshing the platform's single live broadcast room history. It even caused slight lags in the live broadcast room. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room saw that the escort team was preparing to post Zhao Ming's arrest warrant. He also began to worry about Zhao Ming's situation. After all, once a wanted order appears, Zhao Ming will undoubtedly become a street rat that everyone shouts about in the boathouse village. It is estimated that there will be no more people willing to take risks to provide him with a hiding place. At this time, there were still 44 hours before Zhao Ming won the exercise. In the next time, Zhao Ming is expected to really enter a difficult situation. Therefore, in the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room at this time, the decision to post the wanted notice can be said to be a huge turning point in this exercise. This will change the situation between the escort team and Zhao Ming. After the captains and squad leaders in charge of several groups left the temporary command room, the captain then picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of hot water. Walked out of the temporary command room. Standing under the awning, looking towards the brightly lit urban village from a distance. As the largest urban village in the city, the population density of the boathouse village is extremely high, and the occupancy rate is also frighteningly high. At this time, looking in from the outside, almost 80% of the houses had lights on. Counting the cases where some residents are not at home, the occupancy rate of the boathouse village is estimated to be over 95%. Using this place as a hiding place is indeed a smart choice. Corporate team, a wanted order has been issued. Do we have a chance to find Zhao Ming tonight? Just when the captain looked at the boathouse village with a calm expression, the team leader of the technical department also walked out of the temporary command room, stood next to him and asked. While talking, the team leader of the technical department took out a cigarette and handed it to the captain. The captain looked back at him, took the cigarette and lit it, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Then he shook his head. Disaster. Even if the wanted poster is posted, not many people will see it tonight. At the same time, things still need some time to ferment. I estimate that the wanted order will be effective at least until noon tomorrow. Moreover, Zhao Ming's previous actions were probably disguised to some extent. There must not be many people who can see his face clearly and leave a deep impression on him. So even if the spread of the wanted poster is effective, it will be difficult for us to collect useful clues immediately. The captain looked back at the interior of the boathouse village. He spoke with a calm face and told the team leader of the technical department his inner thoughts. At this time, the team leader of the technical department also lit a cigarette. After hearing what the captain said, he raised his eyebrows slightly, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Then our wanted order doesn't have much effect? The team leader of the technical department frowned and spoke with some confusion.
After all, with so many wanted posters, it still takes a lot of effort to post them in every corner of the boathouse village. If it doesn't have much effect, wouldn't it be a wasted effort? A waste of manpower.
The exercise has been carried out so far, and every brother in the escort team is very tired. Under such a premise, wasting manpower is obviously not a wise choice.
Of course it has its uses. It's just that it doesn't work too quickly.
The wanted order only needs to be spread to a certain extent in the boathouse village.
Zhao Ming's face will be imprinted in most people's minds.
This will at least prevent Zhao Ming from providing a hiding place for petty profits. At the same time, every pedestrian on the street will become our eyeliner, which greatly increases the chance of discovering Zhao Ming's traces.
This will squeeze Zhao Ming's hiding space to the greatest extent.
As long as Zhao Ming is accidentally exposed once, he will never be able to escape.
The captain spoke calmly.
The team leader of the technical department suddenly understood and nodded. After a short conversation, neither of them spoke anymore, both looking at the boathouse village not far away in the rain. Inside the boathouse village,
the inspection team wearing raincoats walked through the alleys.
Post the wanted notices you just received in every corner. And with the posting of wanted posters, things began to slowly ferment in the boathouse village. Fortunately, in order to suppress the panic as much as possible within a controllable range,
the wanted order prepared by the captain did not clearly state Zhao Ming's identity as a violent bandit.
This did not cause too much panic in the first place.
It's almost 10 o'clock.
The technical department issued a list of rest breaks. Divide the members of the escort camp involved in the operation into 2 shifts and take breaks in each shift. But in order to prevent emergencies from happening, the resting team members did not leave the boathouse village. Instead, we booked 2 hotels in Boat Village for a temporary rest.
Time passes slowly.
As late at night, the boathouse village gradually became quiet, and there were almost no pedestrians wandering around on the streets. The inspection team has also stopped. Under the dim light of the streetlights, only the members of the escort posted at the entrance and exit were left.
In an open 24-hour convenience store,
the captain of the criminal investigation detachment walked out after buying a pack of cigarettes. He stood under the eaves and looked at the situation on the street. At this time, Xu Ruochu had already gone to rest, and only the photographer was left carrying the camera to follow the team leader.
There wasn't even a single pedestrian on the deserted street.
The squad leader frowned and led the photographer towards the temporary command room.
General team.
When they returned to the temporary command room, the commander placed a table under the awning outside the temporary command room and pulled up a chair to sit next to it. He was looking at the topographical map of Boathouse Village on the table. The captain of the criminal investigation detachment said hello and walked into the temporary command room to get a cup of hot water. In the command room at this time, several members of the technical force were still sitting in front of the computer. Through the newly installed surveillance cameras on the guard team's side, the situation at the entrances and exits of the boathouse village and the main intersections on the streets was monitored. The squad leader took a cup of hot water and went over to look at the pictures on the computers of several technical force members. Then he walked out of the temporary command room and sat down opposite the captain.
Find a place to rest for a while. There is still a tough battle waiting for you tomorrow.
The chief captain raised his head and glanced at the squad leader sitting opposite him, and then spoke calmly. Hearing this, the team leader raised his eyebrows slightly.
He didn't refuse. After working hard all day, he was indeed very tired.
At this time, the situation has reached a deadlock.
If we don't take this opportunity to take a break, I don't know when we can take a break. Then I'll find a place to relax for a while.
The squad leader took a deep breath and stood up while speaking. He walked towards a guard vehicle next to the entrance guard post. It was as if he was going to sleep in the car for a while.
For a while.
Outside the temporary command room, only the captain and the photographer were left.
6 o'clock in the morning. A clothing store in a remote street.
Zhao Ming woke up after sleeping on the cold ground.
He stretched his somewhat stiff shoulders and then stood up.
It was now the darkest time of the day, with almost no light visible in the rainy sky.
The street lights outside didn't know when they went out.
Therefore, the visibility in this old clothing store is extremely low. Zhao Ming did not choose to turn on the light. Instead, he lit up the screen with his mobile phone and searched the clothing store with the faint light of the screen.
After a while,
Zhao Ming picked out a set of clothes for himself.
After changing out of the guard uniform,
he took out a bag of makeup equipment purchased from the System Mall and used his makeup proficiency skills to disguise himself. After doing all this, it was almost 7 o'clock. Zhao Ming took out $200 in cash from his pocket, placed it on the counter of the clothing store, and pressed it down with a heavy object. Then he opened the door of the clothing store and walked out. Boathouse Village. When the streets that had been silent all night gradually became lively. It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning. At this time, wanted posters about Zhao Ming are now plastered all over the streets. This naturally attracted many passers-by to stop and watch. The onlookers were talking a lot. And at this time, Zhao Ming, who had almost changed his face thanks to his makeup skills, was blending in with the crowd. When he saw the wanted notice in front of him, Zhao Ming couldn't help but frown. Once a wanted order is issued, this means that his next hiding place in the Boathouse Village will be greatly affected. Hiding location will be the biggest problem. Certainly. I can also use the lock-picking technology to open a store at will and hide inside like I did last night. But with the meticulousness of the captain's mind, Zhao Ming estimated that he would be able to think of these places soon. By the time these shops are no longer safe, and Zhao Ming will no longer have any place to stay. I want to win the exercise. He still had to evade capture for 33 hours. For the captain, time may be tight, but for Zhao Ming, it is extremely long. Zhao Ming stopped in front of the wanted order. His deep eyes rested calmly on his portrait. Possessed the skill of restrained momentum. He was holding a black umbrella and seemed to be completely integrated into the rain curtain. The originally noisy streets seemed to have lost all sound in an instant. It was eerily quiet. People hurried past Zhao Ming like ghosts. But no one noticed his presence. It was so weird that it was as if he was in a different space from the rest of the world. Sudden gunshots ring out. The space barrier that isolated Zhao Ming from the world cracked like a mirror. The hurried passers-by showed frightened expressions. Subconsciously he raised his head and looked into the distance. For a while, there is a frightening atmosphere in the air. And heard this gunshot. A faint arc appeared on Zhao Ming's face. It was as if everything was under his control. Temporary command room. News of the gunshots came quickly over the intercom. Corporation. Gunshots rang out east of Boathouse Village. Nearby team members have rushed to the scene and surrounded the place where the suspected gangsters are hiding. Requesting further instructions. An urgent report sounded over the intercom. And in this report, there was a hint of excitement that was difficult to conceal. It is clear. The team leader who reported the situation was very happy to suddenly discover traces of someone suspected of being Zhao Ming. He finally lost his temper. You are preparing to fight with us in a trapped beast fight. When the captain heard the report on the intercom, he murmured excitedly. He was slightly agitated. There was also an unconcealable excited smile on his face. The sound of this gunshot meant that there was no problem with his decision. After the wanted order was issued, Zhao Ming, who had been hiding, finally made some movement. Judging from the current situation, it was obvious that Zhao Ming was facing a difficult situation and was ready to fight to the death, hoping to finally make some noise. This is in line with his crazy character. It's just that this situation happened much earlier and crazier than I expected. At this time, others in the temporary command room were also very excited when they heard the news. After all, on the escort team's side, they had an absolute advantage in numbers. Zhao Ming's choice to go head-to-head is simply throwing himself into a trap. Unless Zhao Ming can catch bullets with his bare hands like the protagonists in those dramas. If only Zhao Ming could really cheat like that. Even if the guard team loses, they have nothing to say. Let the armed forces go to support. Once the target is exposed, kill it immediately. Except for the personnel posted at the entrance and exit, everyone else rushed to the scene to maintain order and evacuate the crowd. This time, there must be no more negligence. The captain picked up the walkie-talkie. He spoke with a firm tone and quickly issued the order to mobilize personnel. The words fell. He took a deep breath and stared at the rain outside the car door with a solemn expression. Has the final battle with Zhao Ming finally come? Receive. A response came quickly from the intercom. East of Boathouse Village. Onlookers were quickly evacuated. A large number of armed forces members, armed with explosion-proof shields and firearms, rushed to the scene quickly. Like a tide, they poured into a residential building with less than 2 floors. These team members walked in unison and had a resolute look. The oppressive feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city is almost suffocating. Boom! At this time, gunfire erupted again on the second floor.
faced with such provocation. The captain leading the team at the scene frowned and gritted his teeth. Open the safety and load the bullet. The criminals must be brought to justice. The blood vessels in his neck swelled like earthworms, and he roared angrily. Then there was a sound of pulling the gun bolt, which sounded uniformly. Bah! The sound when metal hits is like a spark. It fell into the hearts of all the players present. Fire up your fighting spirit. But, before deciding to break into a residential building, the leader of the team picked up the loudspeaker as usual. After all, now Zhao Ming faces hundreds of armed forces members alone. Needless to say who has the advantage. As long as there is no serious brain disease, he will definitely surrender. People inside, listen, you are surrounded. Stop resisting fearlessly. Surrender is your only way to survive. As soon as the captain finished speaking, he heard a gunshot. He was so frightened that he subconsciously shrank his neck. Seeing Zhao Ming being so stubborn, he laughed angrily. Throw the horn in your hand to the guard next to you. The robbers had heavy weapons in their hands. Once you show up, don't hesitate to shoot him on the spot. Action! A strong voice fell. I saw the team members holding bulletproof shields, taking the lead, holding explosion-proof shields and arriving at the door of the residential building at an extremely fast speed. Then two men came out from behind them with hammers. After counting to 3 together, use force at the same time. There were several loud bangs. The deformed door was kicked open. The team members armed with firearms covered each other and quickly entered the residential building. Dance to tune. Every step was taken with the utmost care. At this moment, the gunshots on the second floor were still ringing. The team members who rushed into the residential building were obviously a little nervous. He was afraid that he would be attacked by Zhao Ming, the sixth person. The space in the residential building is not large. Only less than 100 square meters. You can see all the furnishings in the house at a glance. Seeing that there was no one on the first floor, the team members then walked towards the stairs to the second floor. Across the room door on the second floor. After still hearing the gunshots coming from inside, all members of the armed forces can basically conclude that Zhao Ming is here. The two team members responsible for the charge looked at each other. Long-term training has formed a tacit cooperation. Without any words, each other already knew what the other was thinking. I saw a team member kicking the door open hard, while pointing the gun straight ahead. Another team member has targeted where the gangsters might be hiding. However, what awaits them is not a fierce gun battle with Zhao Ming, but an old man with white hair and a camisole? I saw the old man sitting in front of the window, holding a red thread in his hand. At the other end of the red line is a wooden box. The box was placed on the windowsill, and the old man pulled the red string every time. Deafening gunshots rang out from inside. When the two team members saw the scene, they looked at each other again. The eyes are full of doubts. One of the team members put down his gun and walked up to the old man. He patted the other person's shoulder lightly. Old man, did Zhao Ming ask you to do this? The team member spoke in confusion. However, the old man slowly turned around and put his hands behind his ears. Narrowing his eyes, he replied loudly, What did you say? Who is Zhao Yun? The old man turned around and saw that his door had been kicked in. Grabbed the player's hand. You bastard, it doesn't matter whether you are Zhao Yun or Guan Yu, you will pay for my family. The team member looked embarrassed and kept explaining. Another team member hurried over the radio. Report the current situation to the captain outside. Report. The robbers are not here, the gunfire was caused by an old man. The captain of the armed forces outside heard the report. People are also a little confused. Old man? When did Zhao Ming find an old man as a helper? In the temporary command room. The on-site report came quickly over the intercom. When the captain heard that the shooter was not Zhao Ming, but an old man who was over 70 years old, he frowned for a moment, with a confused expression on his face. He originally thought that the gunshot would signal the end of the exercise. Unexpectedly, it was just a smoke bomb released by Zhao Ming. At the same time, Zhao Ming did not choose to hide blindly, but began to take the initiative. This also made the captain smell a dangerous signal. More than 10 minutes later, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment led several people back to the temporary command room. The team, everyone who has come into contact with the box, bring them here. The squad leader reported with a solemn expression. Hear the words. The captain then looked at the few people he had brought over.
Among them, there are vendors selling pancakes, children picking their noses, and confused old people.
The captain took a deep breath. Walked up to the three of them. Tell me. What's going on? When the captain saw the appearance of these people, he said with a headache. Zhao Ming is smart and cautious. It was obvious that he was using the people in front of him as his guns. Even if I were to ask, I probably wouldn't be able to find out anything. I don't know who it belongs to. When I went to set up the stall, the box was on my car. It said at the time that it was a gift for this kid. If I handed it over to him, I could take away the 200 yuan on the box. I didn't think much about it and just left it to him. The pancake vendor may know that there is something wrong with what he is doing. I spoke with a very guilty conscience. What about you? Why did you give the box to this old man? The captain turned to look at the child and asked. I opened the box and it said this was a gift for Grandpa Zhang. Let me give it to Grandpa Zhang, and I can take away the 200 yuan inside. Whoa, uncle, don't catch me. Halfway through his words, the child seemed to be afraid of the serious-looking captain. Burst into tears. The captain felt even more headache when he heard the child's cry. After hearing what the two said, he basically figured out what happened. In summary, it was Zhao Ming who first placed the box containing the gun on the pancake vendor's car. The vendor opens the first layer of boxes. I thought it was someone who gave the child a surprise. After taking the money, give it to the child. The child opened the second layer and saw the note. After taking the money, he gave the box to the old man with bad ears. The lowly old man thought the child was playing with him. And because the box was sealed, it couldn't be opened at all, leaving only a red thread. So I tried to pull the red line above. Because of my bad ears, I couldn't detect the sound of a gunshot. Didn't even know it contained a gun. I think it's a novel toy that makes you hear sounds when you pull the red string. These three people are not Zhao Ming's accomplices at all. It was a tool used by Zhao Ming. But how did Zhao Ming figure out the relationship between these three people in such a short period of time? Or, was he prepared? After asking about the whole situation, the captain waved his hand helplessly and asked the three of them to leave. Then he sat on a chair and held his forehead with one hand. Lost in thought. Going around in such a big circle just to let an old man shoot for you? What is his purpose? Tune the tiger away from the mountain to attract my attention? The captain muttered to himself. I suspect that Zhao Ming went to such great lengths to attract the attention of the escort team. But this would be too underestimated. It could even be said to be insulting to him. Because, as long as he holds the checkpoint, Zhao Ming has absolutely no chance of escaping from the boathouse village. So, no matter what kind of chaos there is in Boathouse Village, what happened? There is no way he would make the mistake of moving the level team members away. This way. Everything Zhao Ming did was a pointless struggle. But the captain had second thoughts. He also felt that Zhao Ming would not be stupid enough to do something like this, taking off his pants and farting, which would be unnecessary. But the captain really couldn't understand why Zhao Ming did this. I really can't guess what this guy is thinking. However, as long as you hold on to the level, no matter what tricks you try, it will be useless. The captain felt a little more at ease when he thought of this. Starting from this morning, he once again asked the search and investigation team to conduct a carpet search of the boathouse village. According to the current search progress. Although there wasn't much time left for him, it was enough. As the search circle continues to shrink, searches will become increasingly difficult. In less than 5 hours, there will be no hiding place for Zhao Ming in Xuanfang village. After firming up this idea, the captain immediately issued an order to the team members who were stationed at the entrance and exit for inspection. Be sure to closely screen every passerby who passes the sentry post. Zhao Ming must not be allowed to take advantage of the chaos and slip away. As expected. What happened next further verified the captain's suspicion. Shortly after gunshots were fired east of Boathouse village, another report came from the west that Zhao Ming's traces had been discovered. This time, he was mentally prepared and the captain acted unusually calm. They just asked the team members around the incident site to investigate, and did not even use armed teams. Soon the on-site report came up. Still the same routine. They still used the information gap between these people to create the illusion that Zhao Ming was there. Next to the south, then to the north. Something similar happened. Faced with one after another troubles, instead of showing any signs of anger, the captain was secretly pleased. Because these things are happening more and more often.
This proves in disguise that Zhao Ming can no longer sit still. Just like a sign before a storm, it is always accompanied by a period of sultry weather. There was chaos in the boathouse village. The team members inside were running around and busy dealing with it. Zhao Ming, who almost changed his face with makeup, was pushing a pancake cart.
Stop on the street next to the main entrance guard post.
And this car belongs to the vendor who was called for questioning by the captain. Because he was called for questioning by the captain. He was worried that his business would be affected. Unexpectedly, someone came to the door at this time. He was given 400 yuan as a contracting fee and a 5,000 yuan deposit.
I want to rent his car for a day.
As for the reason, Zhao Ming said that he also wanted to make pancakes and fruit and wanted to try out first. The street vendors were worried that they would not have much income today. When I heard that there was such a good thing, I didn't think much about it at all. After checking Zhao Ming's face and confirming that it didn't look like the one on the wanted warrant, he handed the car over to Zhao Ming directly. The vendor even hoped that Zhao Ming would not return his car, so that he could get 5,000 in vain and buy a new one. But he didn't know that all of this was part of Zhao Ming's plan.
Now,
in front of the checkpoint, Zhao Ming was spreading pancakes and fruit by himself. The scent soon reached the noses of the team members responsible for setting up entrances and exits. I came here early in the morning to change my shift, and because of the events that happened one after another in the morning. The nerves of several people were always in a state of tension, and they had no time to worry about eating breakfast.
After relaxing a little now, my stomach inevitably growled. Lu Sun once said that people are like iron and rice is like steel. If you don't eat one meal, you will be hungry. Now several people can smell the aroma of pancake fruit. Just swallow your saliva.
You guys keep an eye on it for me, I'm going to buy some pancakes and fruit to fill my stomach. One of the team members couldn't bear the feeling of being hungry. After saying hello to a few people around him, he walked towards Zhao Ming's pancake stall. The team members behind him saw that he was going to buy pancakes and fruit, and quickly shouted, "Buy one for me too. I'll transfer the money to you when you come back." Zhao Ming, who was immersed in making pancakes, looked at the team members who were getting closer and closer to him. A smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he also took out the bottle of seasoning placed under the car.
"Boss, spread me 8 pancakes and fruits. Add 2 eggs to each cake, how much do you think it will cost?"
The guard member came to the food truck. While speaking with a smile, he lowered his head and touched his phone.
"If you add 2 eggs, it's 8 yuan each, giving you 64. Do you have any taboos? Can you eat both onions and coriander?"
Zhao Ming spoke in a kind tone. While speaking, his hands had already begun to spread pancakes. Everything seemed extremely natural.
"Eat it all, the money has been given to you."
After the team member scanned the code, he looked up at Zhao Ming.
Maybe it's because of professional habits.
Seeing Zhao Ming wearing a mask, he couldn't help but become suspicious. The look in Zhao Ming's eyes suddenly became sharp.
"Boss, don't you feel uncomfortable wearing a mask?"
Although the team members were smiling when they spoke.
"But my heart has become wary."
His right hand quietly moved to the gun at his hip, ready to draw it at any time. Hear the words. Zhao Ming slowly raised his head and looked at the team member.
The brief silence made the atmosphere very tense. "No way. It's a bit boring, but wearing a mask is hygienic. It's still very important to keep our snacks clean and hygienic." Silence for a few seconds.
Zhao Ming did not stop moving his hands, picked up 2 eggs and cracked them open neatly.
"Spread on pancakes. Can you pull down the mask and let me take a look?"
The team member squinted his eyes slightly, but still spoke with a smile.
"Just speak and be ready to take action at any time." And it was at this time.
Zhao Ming had a kind smile on his face and had already pulled down his mask. After seeing clearly that the face did not look like Zhao Ming's photo, he breathed a sigh of relief. He also took back the hand that was on the gun.
Hygiene is indeed very important when making snacks.
The team member laughed dryly and spoke with an embarrassed expression.
For a while.
I just thought it was because my nerves were too tight.
I even felt a little embarrassed for misunderstanding the stall owner in front of me.
Hear the words. Zhao Ming didn't say much and lifted up the mask he had pulled down. Then scoop out a spoonful of batter from the small basin, spread it evenly on the iron plate, and start spreading the second pancake. The flowing movements are very skillful, as if he is extremely skilled. When the team member saw this, he dispelled his doubts.
After all,
if it were Zhao Ming, he wouldn't be so skilled at making pancakes. Zhao Ming had indeed never spread pancakes before, but it was just before he had this plan. I used the system points to redeem a pancake making skill in the system mall. Therefore, Zhao Ming's pancake making skills can now be said to be at the master level without exaggeration. Zhao Ming, who was wearing a mask, caught a glimpse of the relaxed team members out of the corner of his eye. The corners of the mouth under the mask were slightly raised. After spreading the pancake batter evenly, he beat 2 eggs. Then he took out his special seasoning and sprinkled some powder into the pancakes just like before. That team member may have been bored out of his mind. After seeing the white powder, I couldn't help but be a little curious. Boss, is this pepper you sprinkled on? Pepper on pancakes doesn't taste good. The team member frowned and spoke. Apparently I don't like the idea of peppering pancakes. It's not pepper. This is my own secret seasoning. Fragranced. Zhao Ming spoke naturally. But those white powders are naturally not some secret sauce. But the well-known laxative Croton. Boathouse Village is a huge urban village. There is a large population inside, so there are also supporting hospitals, clinics, and small Chinese medicine clinics. In these traditional Chinese medicine clinics, common Chinese herbal medicines can also be easily purchased. Although Croton is a laxative, it has the effect of purging dysentery and treating chest and abdominal distension and acute pain. It's not unusual to find it available. And even if he couldn't buy Croton, Zhao Ming could still find several substitute medicines. After the Croton powder is sprinkled into the pancake fruit, he could already imagine the scene of these escort members fighting for the toilet. The smile on his face also became quite unkind. It's a bit fragrant. Boss, can you give me some more? The member of the escort team twitched his nose twice and sniffed hard. Because I was so hungry, everything smelled very fragrant. Present. He spoke sheepishly. When Zhao Ming heard this, he glanced at the team member and felt a little confused. To prevent being discovered. When buying Croton, he also studied the Croton flower specially. It doesn't have any weird smell other than it tastes a bit spicy. Therefore, he was quite curious as to how this team member smelled the fragrance. But customer is God. Naturally, we must try our best to meet customer requirements. Fine. But I can only add a little bit. The seasoning is a bit expensive. I can't bear to add too much. Zhao Ming nodded slightly and picked up the condiment bottle. Shake some Croton flour on the pancakes. I have to say, Zhao Ming is quite gentle. In order to prevent the team members from becoming dehydrated, he deliberately pretended to be in pain. Avoid the player in front of you and ask him to add Croton powder. Hey, thank you, boss. You're such a nice person. When the team members heard that the seasoning was a bit expensive, they looked at Zhao Ming with much more kindness. Soon, 8 pancakes and fruits were prepared, cut into sections and put into paper bags. Because it was a one-time deal with no intention of making money, Zhao Ming was particularly reluctant to cut out the materials. Several bulging bags of pancake fruit looked very real. Thank you, boss. The team members put away the pancakes and fruit, and did not forget to turn around and thank Zhao Ming again. And Zhao Ming looked at the backs of the team members as they walked toward the checkpoint. Couldn't help but sigh slightly. He just hoped that these team members wouldn't pull too hard, otherwise they would probably regret him even after the exercise was over. The pancake fruit is here. Come and get it, everyone. After the team members returned to the guard post carrying pancakes and fruits, they shouted at the top of their lungs. Others were so hungry that stars appeared in their eyes. When they heard that they finally had something to eat, they quickly gathered around. Each person gets a bag of pancakes. There are 4 team members in total at this sentry post and the team members who just went to buy pancakes and fruits. But he bought 8 copies. The remaining 4 were sent to the temporary command room dozens of meters away. After all, after struggling all morning, the captain didn't even have breakfast. This team member was quite attentive, so he specially brought a copy to the captain and several members of the technical team. This pancake with fruit spreads well. It's so delicious. Crispy and crunchy, the portion is generous. Compared with this pancake and fruit, even the steamed buns I ate yesterday wouldn't even be eaten by a dog. At this time, several team members who were on duty enjoyed their meal quite happily. Obviously, he is quite satisfied with the taste of the pancake fruit produced by Zhao Ming. After eating quickly, the unfinished team members burped and stayed at their positions, ready for battle. After deep. Everyone, cheer up, there are less than 30 hours until the end of the exercise. That guy will definitely find a way to escape. Don't be careless. At the sentry post, the leading team member spoke in a deep voice and warned the other team members present with a serious expression. But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression became a little strange. He frowned. He reached out and rubbed his belly. At this time, he could clearly feel some movement in his lower abdomen. But he still gritted his teeth and suppressed the uncomfortable feeling. But less than a minute passed. He frowned, sensing something was wrong. "You guys just keep an eye on me while I go to the toilet." The team member took a deep breath, said something to the teammates next to him, and hurriedly ran towards the public toilet. Several other people saw his panic and hesitation. They all laughed in unison. But the smiles didn't stay on their faces for long before they became extremely stiff. Everyone's pupils couldn't help but shrink. There was no time to think too much. Then they followed in the footsteps of the team member and trotted towards the public toilet one after another. To the end. There is only one team member left, guarding the checkpoint. I saw all my colleagues around me going to the toilet. He could only grit his teeth and stay in place. A large amount of sweat rolled down from his forehead. I was having a fierce struggle inside. Right now. The pancake vendor not far away was strolling towards the checkpoint. Now. The residual wind and drizzle are like floating catkins. But it was only about 10 o'clock. The sky became dark, and dark clouds came down heavily. Rain falling from a gloomy sky. Like silver-gray sticky spider silk, weaving into a large airtight web. Shrouded the entire boathouse village. Zhao Ming stood motionless in the rain, his eyes terrifyingly gloomy. The heavy raindrops fell like silver-white pear blossoms blooming on the transparent raincoat on my body. The team member guarding the checkpoint narrowed his eyes. I tried my best to see clearly the appearance of the man walking towards me in the rain. His breathing gradually became weak, and his nerves were tense to the extreme. At this time, Zhao Ming took off the hood of his raincoat and took off the mask on his face. He showed a strange smile, a stiff smile without any emotion. It's like the stiff expression outlined by watercolor on the puppet's face, and the smile is so chilling. The team members looked at the unfamiliar pancake and fruit boss, their brows furrowed and their faces full of doubts. That anxious heart. In this humid and rainy day, restless mold grows. However, the next scene scared him so much that he almost sat down. I saw it washed away by the rain. The special effects makeup on Zhao Ming's face began to melt and collapse like a wax statue under high temperatures. Zhao Ming took out a towel soaked in makeup remover and wiped off the special effects makeup on his face unhurriedly. The moment the true face appears under the mask, the team members' already worried hearts suddenly rose to their throats. "Zhao Ming! It's you!" The team member exclaimed and quickly raised his gun and pointed it at Zhao Ming. Because I knew how powerful Zhao Ming was beforehand. Facing it alone at this moment, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and the hand holding the gun was shaking slightly. However, Zhao Ming turned a blind eye to him. Still walking towards the checkpoint in a leisurely manner. Step. 2 steps. The team member's breathing became more rapid. Zhao Ming, who had been hunting, suddenly appeared in front of him. If he were to shoot and subdue Zhao Ming at this moment, it would undoubtedly be a great achievement. But for some reason, I saw Zhao Ming without any fear. But he hesitated. And during the few seconds he hesitated, Zhao Ming had already walked up to him. His forehead was only a palm away from the muzzle of the gun. At such a close distance, even if the magazine contains blank ammunition, it can also cause huge damage. Even life-threatening. He took a deep breath. He frowned, but the gun was still pointed at Zhao Ming. The situation seemed to be still under his control. With such a close distance, he could eliminate Zhao Ming at any time. It's just a drill, there's no need to be so desperate, right? He stared at Zhao Ming with cold eyes and spoke coldly. Faced with his own muzzle, he walked straight over, still so close. Zhao Ming was really not afraid that his hands were shaking, so he could just take him to the hospital or crematorium. You should also be lucky that this is a drill, otherwise the pancake fruit might not contain laxatives, but poison. In other words, from a practical perspective, the moment your stomach reacts after eating pancakes and fruit, you are already dead. If your stomach hurts, don't hold it in. Be careful to put it in your pants pocket. Zhao Ming had no expression on his face and spoke in a calm tone. The team member came to his senses and his eyebrows knitted together in an instant. He understood what Zhao Ming meant. Although the medicine Zhao Ming administered during the exercise was a laxative, it represented poison. That is to say, several of their team members who ate pancakes and fruits have been killed in battle. And at this time, He also realized that he was on the verge of bursting. At that moment, he quickly put away the gun and ran towards the public toilet without looking back. Zhao Ming looked at the backs of the team members who were panicking and couldn't help but chuckle. Then he walked to the police car on the side of the road. Opened the car door. At this time, he was at one of the main entrances and exits of the boathouse village. He could have chosen to drive away directly and leave the boathouse village. Only, he did not choose to start the vehicle. Just sit in the car and take off the intercom hanging next to the dashboard. Listen to the sizzling sound of electricity coming from the walkie-talkie. He seemed to be thinking about something. A few minutes ago. Temporary command room. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, who had been busy for most of the day, came back with Xu Ruochu and the photographer. As soon as I walked in the door, he saw the captain frowning and looking at the map of the entire boathouse village in deep thought. He didn't want to be disturbed, so he simply sat aside and flipped through the information. At this time, he also noticed the pancake fruit placed on the captain's table. He has been busy since morning and has not even had time to drink a sip of water. I'm also very hungry. Looking at the pancakes and fruit, I couldn't help but swallow. But, thinking that the captain had not eaten yet, he withdrew his gaze. But, people have a very strange psychology. The more you force yourself to stay away from something or someone, the more often you become rebellious in your heart. The squad leader is in such a state. The more he stopped himself from thinking about the pancakes and fruits on the table, the more he couldn't help but sneak a few glances there. The more hungry you become. In the end, it even started to make weird gurgling noises. Are you accompanying me? The captain was really disturbed by the strange noise coming from his stomach, which somewhat affected his thinking. Turning around, he smiled and teased. I'm really embarrassed that I haven't eaten anything all morning. The squad leader scratched his head in embarrassment. Then he spoke with an apologetic look, and then quickly looked back. Okay, there's a set of pancakes and fruits on the table. They just delivered it and it's still warm. Eat it quickly. The team leader spoke angrily and pointed to the pancakes on the table. The words fell. His eyes returned to the map. Commander, if I eat you, what will you eat? Although the captain is very greedy for those pancakes. But he was still polite. Hear the words. The captain raised his eyebrows without even raising his eyelids. Obviously, he was speechless about the team leader's play hard to get trick. Eat it if you like. After the captain was silent for a few seconds, he casually responded. He didn't even raise his head from beginning to end. Hey, thank you, team. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment heard this. He smiled and responded. He quickly pulled the pancakes on the table in front of him. After opening it, chew it. While eating, he said vaguely, don't tell me, these pancakes are so delicious. When the technicians nearby saw this situation, they all glanced this way. After finishing his meal, the team leader with a satisfied look on his face stood up to get a glass of water. And at this time, the 3 technical force members over there who were sitting in front of the computer and staring at the surveillance video suddenly frowned. Sorry, I have to go to the toilet. I am coming too. Commander, I. Within 1 minute, all 3 team members said hello to the captain. He hurriedly ran out of the temporary command room as if running away. Faced with this situation, the captain couldn't help but frown. Commander, what's going on? What happened to the brothers in the technical department? Did they take laxatives together this morning? The captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment held the water glass and took a sip of hot water. Looking at the 3 team members running out as if they were running away, they laughed and joked a few times. And heard him say this. The captain frowned and looked back at him. His ridicule made the captain realize that there might be something wrong with the food. The team leader was slightly stunned, wondering if he had said the wrong thing. They all ate pancakes just now. The captain frowned and spoke in a serious voice. After hearing this, the team leader also frowned and felt hard for anything strange in his lower abdomen. The captain quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. I want to contact the team member who gave me pancakes and fruits just now and ask about the source of the food. But he hasn't spoken yet. A familiar voice came from the intercom. Captain, are the pancakes and fruits I served delicious? When he heard this voice, the captain's eyes widened instantly with a shocked expression on his face. Temporary command room. After hearing Zhao Ming's voice from the intercom, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment also frowned, with a similarly shocked expression on his face. When they realized there was something wrong with the pancakes, the captain and the criminal investigation detachment leader naturally thought of Zhao Ming. Only they didn't expect that Zhao Ming would dare to mock him through the intercom. This move is really crazy. At this time, the captain of the criminal investigation detachment looked quite ugly. He stretched out his hand to cover his stomach, which was obviously starting to react. I'll go. That bastard Zhao Ming. The squad leader looked livid and couldn't help scolding Zhao Ming in a low voice. At the same time, he held his stomach and ran out in a panic. That look. It was as if he was afraid that if he was 1 second slower, the situation would get out of hand. Sorry to disappoint you, I couldn't taste what you made. So I can't comment on the taste. It's just, you are really good at it. I originally thought you would hide like a mouse, but I didn't expect you to dare to attack my command room. The captain frowned, but his tone was quite calm when he spoke. Only. Judging from the look in his eyes, it was not difficult to tell that he was suppressing anger deep in his heart. After all, if the squad leader hadn't come over, he would be the one who died now. It's quite disappointing. But right now, you should be feeling embarrassed about the sacrifices of 8 colleagues, right? Dear Captain, I'm sorry to end this exercise in such a less than perfect way. I'll wait for you outside now. This may be your last chance. Zhao Ming spoke with a joking tone. Then the walkie-talkie only heard the buzzing sound of electricity, and no more Zhao Ming's voice came out. The captain put down the walkie-talkie and sat down slowly. His face was gloomy and his majestic tiger eyes were intimidating. Zhao Ming's blatant provocation was undoubtedly a slap in the face in public. But his reaction was very abnormal. There was no anger or frustration in Shen Ning's eyes. Instead, it behaves like a tiger that has been dormant for a long time, making no sound. Only after seeing the prey entering his hunting range, did he reveal a trace of undetectable joy. Zhao Ming said he would wait outside, but the captain made no move. He did not immediately rush out to check the situation, nor did he make any adjustments to the deployment in the village and the city. It was as if he was giving up this great opportunity. At this time, Shu Ruochu, who was standing by the side, also had a surprised expression on his face, his eyes widened with a pair of autumn eyes. No one expected that Zhao Ming, who was supposed to disappear and hide everywhere, faced numerous pursuits and wanted orders. He even took the initiative to contact the captain. And it still uses an internal intercom. In a situation where there is such a huge disparity in strength between the enemy and ourselves. With such provocative behavior, Shu Ruochu really didn't know whether Zhao Ming was bold or arrogant. At the same time, when the audience in the live broadcast room heard the voice coming from the intercom, I was a little confused at first. I wonder why the team members suddenly asked the captain this question. When he realized that this was Zhao Ming, there was an uproar in the live broadcast room. Is this Zhao Ming's voice? Is this guy crazy? Wait. Where did he get the walkie-talkie from? I remember that there were only a few small team captains, and the walkie-talkies of the leader guarding the entrance and exit posts were on the same channel as the chief captain, right? Could it be that this big brother is at the guard post at the entrance? Isn't this too damn crazy? No, if that's the case, why didn't the team members at the guard post notify the captain as soon as possible? No need to ask, you must have pooped after eating pancakes and fruit. Absolute. He actually deceived him. The undercover agent who has been serving pancakes for 20 years should really learn from my elder brother. But Zhao Ming is at the guard post. He doesn't want to escape from the village and the city. He is provoking through the walkie-talkie anyway. What is he doing? He said that he was waiting outside when the exercise was about to end. Is he ready to surrender directly? You can obviously run away, but you have to choose to surrender directly. Isn't this too damn insulting? I haven't seen enough. Is this the end? No, Zhao Ming, I beg you to run quickly. I haven't seen enough of the drill. If it ends like this, why don't I feel like there are hundreds of ants crawling on me? Brothers upstairs, promise me that after watching this exercise, you will never touch this thing again. Seeing that the exercise may be coming to an end soon, the audience felt that there was still more to enjoy. At the same time, most of the audience was also conquered by Zhao Ming's sexy tricks. After all, the fugitive was right under their noses, but the escort didn't notice it. I also bought each other's pancakes and fruits. How good is Zhao Ming's disguise skills? However, some viewers feel that things are not as simple as they appear. Because since Zhao Ming can disguise himself so well, why didn't I take the opportunity to sneak away in the first place, and why did I still stay in the boathouse village like this? Is it just to provoke the captain at the end?
The popularity of the live broadcast room soared rapidly. Just when the audience was shocked,
the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment also trotted into the temporary command room.
Headquarters.
Zhao Ming shouldn't have gone far yet. Let's quickly check the surveillance video at the entrance to see in which direction he fled, and send someone to chase him out.
We should be able to catch him.
The squad leader was breathing heavily, his expression anxious.
No wonder he was so anxious.
After all, the sentry at the entrance was the last barrier in the boathouse village. If Zhao Ming escapes, all the arrangements in Chuanfang village will be in vain. And if you don't seize the time to bite Zhao Ming, the chances of winning this exercise will become extremely slim.
However,
faced with the reminder from the squad leader, the chief captain acted very calmly.
The index finger of his right hand tapped lightly on the table.
After a few seconds, he raised his head and looked at the team leader.
The team.
Seeing that the team seemed to have given up, the squad leader wanted to say something more. But when the words came to his lips, he still swallowed them. He let out a long sigh, an expression of reluctance on his face.
After all,
Zhao Ming poisoned the pancakes and fruits. After eating that set of pancakes, he was eliminated from the game, and this exercise had nothing to do with him anymore.
Because he is just a dead man now.
But Zhao Ming was about to escape from the prison guarded by the guards. The only chance left for them is to mobilize all their forces to hunt down Zhao Ming as soon as possible.
But the captain didn't react at all.
This made the team leader a little anxious for a while.
Okay, stop talking and go rest.
The general captain raised his hand to indicate to the detachment leader that there was no need to say anything more. At this time, he always maintained a calm and unhurried demeanor. It was as if everything was under his control, which made people feel inexplicably reassured. The squad leader, who originally wanted to offer some words of persuasion, was stunned on the spot when he saw this.
Although I don't know why the team didn't panic at all.
But after all, he has known the commander-in-chief for many years, and even if he doesn't have a mutual understanding, he can still guess a thing or two. His eyes, originally full of doubts, soon became brighter.
Okay. Headquarters, I'll go out first.
The team leader exhaled slightly, then nodded heavily. When he turned to leave, a smile appeared on his face.
And saw this scene.
Shu Ruochu, who was standing aside, raised his eyebrows and felt confused.
He couldn't understand that Zhao Ming was obviously going to run away.
The captain has been slow to make any move, and the escort's hope of winning the exercise has become increasingly slim.
But why is the captain still smiling so happily? After the squad leader left,
the temporary command room suddenly became quiet. There were only 3 people left in the not-so-spacious command room, the commander-in-chief, Shu Ruochu, and the photographer.
At this time,
the balance of victory seems to have completely tilted towards Zhao Ming.
Team, are we going to lose?
Shu Ruochu stood next to the captain and remained silent for a while in the quiet atmosphere. Then he tentatively asked. She seemed a little cautious when speaking, obviously afraid of igniting the captain's anger.
Losing? Who said we were going to lose?
At this time, the captain was staring at the terrain map on the table. Hearing Shu Ruochu's inquiry, he raised his head and glanced at her. Then he asked with a smile and a calm tone. Zhao Ming has solved our team members guarding the checkpoint and is about to escape from the boathouse village.
All our manpower is deployed in the boathouse village. Can we still catch him?
Shu Ruochu blinked and spoke curiously. The captain never made operational arrangements through the intercom, and Zhao Ming escaped from the boat village. That's not the equivalent of fish into the ocean.
How easy is it to catch him in the remaining 30 hours?
Oh, you said this. I hope he really does this. The captain spoke in a calm tone, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a meaningful smile on his face. While speaking, the pen in his hand gently landed on the map of Boathouse Village. As the pen moved, a red circle was marked by him. And the location of that circle is exactly the entrance and exit sentry that Zhao Ming broke through. The target is about to appear, get ready to take action. Once it appears, shoot it to death. The captain picked up the walkie-talkie and wondered who he was talking to. The voice is calm and powerful. Shu Ruochu, who was standing aside, was shocked by the momentum of winning. In the West, there is a proverb that has been passed down to this day. Never put all your eggs in the same basket. The meaning of this sentence is to tell people when they encounter risky decisions. You must know how to make adequate preparations in advance and share risks. That way you don't lose all your eggs when the basket falls. The captain put down the walkie-talkie and then spoke calmly. The words seemed to be spoken to Shu Ruochu, but also to himself. and heard these words. Shu Ruochu's eyes widened, and the surprised expression on his face became more intense.
Look at this situation, does the commander have a backup plan? In previous deployments,
although the captain set up sentries at every entrance and exit of Chuanfang village, he sent people to check the people entering and leaving Chuanfang village.
The Chuanfang village was sealed off to a certain extent to eliminate the possibility of Zhao Ming getting out.
But shortly after gunshots were fired from the east gate of Boathouse village, the captain realized that Zhao Ming was not restless. Therefore, he felt that such sentries were not enough. Blocking the entrance and exit at the moment can, to the greatest extent possible, eliminate the possibility of Zhao Ming getting out. But Zhao Ming fought tooth and nail to break in, so there might not be any opportunities to take advantage of him.
At the same time,
Zhao Ming Ruo chose to hide in the Boathouse village. It is not easy to find it in the complicated Boathouse village. It's like trying to catch a mouse hiding in a hole, even though you have blocked all the holes. But there's nothing to stop it from digging burrows elsewhere. At this time, either you have enough energy and time to dig out the mouse's hole completely, or you can deliberately leave a hole unblocked, set up a trap outside the hole, place bait, and let the mouse fall into the trap. Therefore, when he realized that Zhao Ming was not willing to settle down, he cowered. The captain chose to take advantage of the situation.
He has silently weaved an airtight web.
Zhao Ming thought he could get out of the Boathouse village by passing through the guard post at the entrance. Little did he know that behind the sentry post was the dragnet he had laid. The manpower originally on hand was not enough to support such a plan. However, due to the execution of the shift change order yesterday, the captain once again had manpower to mobilize. Several groups were supposed to change shifts and take a break this morning. He did not return to the hotel, but had already been calmly and urgently mobilized by him.
At this time, as soon as the captain gave the order to go out,
outside the guard posts at the entrance and exit, guards and members of the armed forces were standing ready on both sides of the road. They were armed with rifles and had sharp eyes.
The road is even covered with rows of nails.
Compared with the previous sentry, it was obviously several times more strict.
At the same time, another team in the Boathouse village also came towards the ambush circle here at an extremely fast speed as reinforcements. The entire ambush circle was like a big bag, being quickly tightened. In this case, as long as Zhao Ming really comes out of that entrance, he will definitely not be able to escape even if he has wings. This is the captain's secret chess. As the saying goes, a war never tires of deceit. No one expected it.
Within a short period of time, the captain actually set up a secret checkpoint behind the entrance and exit where the guard was set up. Just wait for Zhao Ming to catch a turtle in an urn when he passes the first sentry post.
Have to say, the captain's move is really clever.
A seemingly simple decision actually hides several layers of games. First, with Zhao Ming's cautious character, he wanted to trick him out.
Ordinary tricks will only increase his suspicion and make him more vigilant. So the drama must be done enough.
None of the team members who searched the Boathouse village after the shift this morning knew about his plan.
Naturally, they won't show any abnormalities during the search.
The streets are full of wanted posters.
Coupled with the gradually shrinking search circle, it continued to exert tremendous psychological pressure on Zhao Ming,
forcing Zhao Ming to find a way to escape from the Boathouse village.
At this time, the key point comes.
If the level is too lax, a dumber person might really think they can hide the truth. A smarter person would suspect a trap.
No doubt. Judging from Zhao Ming's current performance, his IQ is not low. If you want to deceive such people, you have to do the opposite. The level must be guarded and defended.
Only in this way can Zhao Ming's doubts be dispelled and the fish take the bait. So, when arranging the personnel to guard the checkpoints, the captain specially selected many new members of the team. These people have two characteristics. First, he is extremely serious in doing things and will not take advantage of others like the old team members.
He will definitely carry out his orders meticulously. Create an illusion of tight control. Secondly, these new players are not as experienced as the old players.
This greatly reduces the possibility of seeing through Zhao Ming's disguise in the first place. This will leave an opportunity for Zhao Ming to take advantage of, so as not to alert the enemy. When Zhao Ming passed the checkpoint, the team members lurking in front guarded the last stretch of the road.
The reinforcements behind blocked Zhao Ming's retreat again.
The two teams formed a flanking situation. Zhao Ming, who is completely exposed at this time, will never have any chance to hide in the Boathouse village again.
This is why the captain is so calm. Because everything was as he expected. It is finally over.
Fortunately, I didn't fall into this kid's hands. The captain lit a cigarette and breathed a sigh of relief. When he looked at the bag of pancakes and fruit in the trash can, I was secretly glad that he wasn't greedy at that time. If not, the one who has been squatting in the toilet now is not the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, but him. Only. Seeing that the exercise was coming to an end, the captain was not happy either. After all, at this point in the exercise, even if the escort team wins, it still loses. But in order to capture Zhao Ming, so many people were sacrificed. For the entire escort team, it is simply a great shame. Fortunately, it was an exercise, otherwise such a painful victory would have become a shackles for his life. Just as the captain was stunned, a call came from the intercom placed on the table. Report to the team. Zhao Ming did not pass the checkpoint, he escaped. He saw through our plan. The team member responsible for blocking Zhao Ming's escape turned and glanced at the half-open car door on the roadside. He spoke with a solemn expression. As soon as he received the order from the headquarters, he rushed to the checkpoint. But all they saw at the scene was the police car parked on the side of the road. Ask the team members ahead guarding the last stretch of the road. They also found no trace of Zhao Ming. This shows that Zhao Ming left the scene immediately after speaking to the team through the walkie-talkie. He did not pass the checkpoint and leave the boathouse village as the team expected. In other words, the trap carefully laid by the captain failed. After hearing the reports from the team members, the usually calm captain showed a rare expression of surprise. Discovered by him? How is that possible? I'm obviously cautious enough. Even the team captains don't know about this plan. How did he find out? The captain put down the walkie-talkie, opened his mouth slightly, and murmured to himself. My mind kept thinking about what could have gone wrong. To find out why. Unable to sit still any longer, he put on his hat and strode outside. At this time, Shu Ruochu couldn't understand what the captain was talking about. What's even more confusing is that the team didn't even react at all when they heard that Zhao Ming had passed the level just now. Why is it in chaos at this time? But one thing she knows very well is that the exercise is not over yet. In order to know for the first time what Zhao Ming and the captain had done, Shu Ruochu didn't dare to delay for a moment. Taking the photographer with him, he hurriedly caught up with the captain. There was still drizzle in the sky. The group of people quickly arrived at the entrance guard post. The captain first walked to the food truck that Zhao Ming abandoned on the street. He touched the remaining oil stains on the dining car with his hand. He frowned thoughtfully. Then he quickly walked to the police car parked on the side of the road. After opening the door, sit in the driver's seat. Looking ahead, he seemed to be thinking about what Zhao Ming was thinking while sitting in the car. The rain fell on the car window and formed ripples. In this extremely quiet car, two people from different timelines gradually overlapped. Only then did a glimmer of understanding slowly appear in the captain's eyes. When the captain sat in the driver's seat and recalled the whole incident from Zhao Ming's perspective. Only then did the heavy fog that obscured his eyes completely dissipate. This plan to lure the snake out of its hole. He thinks he can be called perfect. Zhao Ming did what he expected and wanted to try to get out of the boathouse village by going to the sentry at the entrance. He has even taken out members of the sentry. You can leave through this entrance in a swaggering manner. The captain once thought that he would definitely do this. After all, when a person goes through a lot of hardships, when you are just one step away from success, this is often when he takes off all his guard and is at his weakest vigilance. History is full of such examples. 3 Kingdoms period. In order to weaken the power of the Sima family, Zhao Shuang, the powerful minister of Wei State, first respected Sima Yi, who was also the minister of Tugu, as the Taifu. Secretly, he took the opportunity to reduce Sima Yi's military power. For a time, almost everyone inside and outside the court were his cronies. In the end, Sima Yi was forced to hide at home and pretend to be sick, living in panic all day long. There is no doubt that Zhao Shuang, who has reached the peak of power at this moment, is only one step away from victory. But at this time, he relaxed all his vigilance. He went out to the city with his brother Chao Shi many times. At that time, someone reminded him that the two of them jointly controlled the government and the imperial army. They should not leave at the same time, otherwise if someone makes trouble, the city gate will be closed. Then Luoyang will be in chaos. Someone even reminded him that Sima Yi was most likely pretending to be sick and showing weakness, and asked him to eradicate the problem. But Zhao Shuang believed that he was now in control and no one could threaten him anymore. And Sima Yi took advantage of his weakness and launched the Jiapingdaling incident. Brother Chao Shuang finally ended up being slaughtered by 3 clans. Some people say that Chao Shuang is stupid for making such a fatal mistake in the end. But who can guarantee that when you reach the top, you can still maintain the vigilance you had when climbing? This is the weakness of human nature. This is exactly the same mistake that the captain thought Zhao Ming would make. After all, no matter how smart you are, you can't completely overcome human nature. Zhao Ming has already dealt with the sentry guards. After escaping from the boathouse village, he will be able to completely escape the encirclement of the guards. The chances of winning the exercise are very high. But a wise man will make a mistake after thinking a lot. The captain still ignored a very important detail. That is because he underestimated Zhao Ming's insight. No doubt. Arranging new team members to the final level can take advantage of their conscientiousness. Create an illusion of strict control. But there is a fatal flaw. This loophole. Once Zhao Ming recognizes that the person guarding the checkpoint has little experience, he will be infinitely magnified. Because no matter how strict the level is, it is also the serious attitude of the team members. They all said that this place is very important. But even in such an important place, the people guarding it are not experienced veterans. But some new recruits? Isn't this a slap in the face? Zhao Ming is extremely smart. Once he sees this, he will most likely smell danger. Certainly. The premise of all this is that Zhao Ming can see the identities of these people. This led Zhao Ming to realize that there were newcomers among the people guarding the checkpoint. Right in the car. The captain frowned and stared calmly at a pendant inside the vehicle. Let me ask, which veteran team member would like Ultraman's pendant? Only those players who have just joined the team, are only in their 20s, and are still childish will like these things. Seeing that his carefully laid plan was foiled by the Ultraman pendant hanging on the interior rearview mirror. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But you can't blame others. After all, who would have thought that a small pendant would allow Zhao Ming to gain insight into dangerous information? Even Zhuge Kongming can't count the day when the star falls on Wu Hangyuan. Not to mention myself. At the same time, the captain also had to admire Zhao Ming. This guy's sense of smell is really keen, and he faces the opportunity of victory right in front of him. How could he give up so resolutely? He is truly a formidable opponent. Commander, did Zhao Ming run away? Wearing a raincoat, Shu Ruochu stood outside the open car. Looking at the captain who was still confused just now, he suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head. Curious, he asked tentatively. He's still in Boathouse Village. The captain took off the bumper hanging from the interior rearview mirror and took a deep breath. After getting off the car, he spoke with a serious expression. What? Zhao Ming is still in Boathouse Village? Isn't there no one guarding the checkpoint anymore? Faced with such a good opportunity, why doesn't he leave? Shu Ruochu's eyes widened, his red lips slightly opened, and his face was full of surprise. From the captain's previous confidence, she sensed that the captain might have a backup plan. But obviously we don't know the captain's specific plan yet. I don't even know what Zhao Ming is thinking. Therefore, in her opinion, Zhao Ming has passed the last hurdle and should leave. Faced with such a good opportunity, why does Zhao Ming continue to stay in Xuanfang Village? It's not that he doesn't want to escape, it's that he can't escape yet. When the captain said this, he sighed slightly. At the same time, he raised his eyebrows and walked towards the temporary command room again. When Shu Ruochu heard this, he was a little surprised again. Hurry up and catch up with the photographer. Commander, I don't understand very well. Can you tell me in more detail? Shu Ruochu followed the captain, holding the microphone and continuing to ask questions. Her curiosity was secondary. Mainly because she thought that the audience in the live broadcast room was probably a little confused, so she was ready to ask the question. It can be regarded as letting the captain clear up the doubts of the audience in the live broadcast room. The level you saw is just a cover. Behind the level, I have already arranged manpower to set up an ambush. He was able to deal with the players at the main entrance so easily not only because of his skill, but also because it was a trap. I didn't expect that he would find out in the end. Faced with Shu Ruochu's questions, the team showed great patience and explained as they walked. Hear these words. Shu Ruochu was so surprised that he even glanced at the captain secretly. As if he didn't believe that the core with thick eyebrows, big eyes and a righteous face could have so many things on his mind. Corporate team, how did Zhao Ming find out? Shu Ruochu was very surprised that the captain had such a thorough plan. I was even more curious about how Zhao Ming found out.
He immediately followed up quickly and quickly asked. In order to keep up with the captain, he almost stepped on the small hole in the ground. How did he find out? The captain, who was walking forward quickly, suddenly stopped. Take a deep breath and turn around. Looking at Shuruwachu, he was silent for 2 seconds. Then he stretched out his right hand and opened his palm. Lying in his palm was the pendant he had just taken off the car's reflector. It's because of this thing. The captain frowned slightly and spoke seriously. When Shuruwachu and the photographer saw the Ultraman pendant in his hand, he couldn't help but be stunned, with a strange expression. Ultraman? Shuruwachu frowned slightly and spoke in confusion. Subconsciously, I thought the team was joking with me. Only. The captain's expression was extremely serious, not joking at all. In order to get Zhao Ming to take the bait, the players I arranged at the level are almost all new members of the team. The new team members are serious about their work and will not easily make Zhao Ming suspicious. But this Ultraman's pendant has revealed their identity as a newcomer. Now, you should understand, right? The captain spoke seriously and patiently explained the entire process to Shuruwachu. After hearing this, Shuruwachu, who was already extremely smart, finally figured out the whole story. His expression was even more surprised. She didn't expect that the two of them would engage in so many games in secret. Although they did not collide head-on with each other, they were full of gunpowder. The level of excitement is no less than a life-and-death hand-to-hand combat. The captain's plan failed, and Zhao Ming hid in Boathouse Village again. Everything seems to be back to square one. Zhao Ming continues to hide, and the escort team continues to search. Only. At this time, there were only 28 hours left in the 48 hours of pursuit. At the same time, because of the wanted order, the aboriginal people in the entire Boathouse Village would subconsciously take a few more glances when they met a strange face. Plus there are guardsmen all over the street. This made Zhao Ming have to restrain his whereabouts and hide with his tail between his legs. After all, although his disguise skills can change his appearance, but posture is also a big issue. Some experienced criminal investigators can identify a person's identity through body features even without looking at the person's face. Once you are stopped and your identity is checked, you risk exposing your identity. Therefore, Zhao Ming had no choice but to be more cautious. At this time, in an alley of Boathouse Village, two members of the escort team walked past the trash can and disappeared around the corner. The closed lid of the trash can suddenly opened, and a head poked out. After looking around, I saw no one in the alley. Only then did Zhao Ming get out of the trash can. Have to say, he really worked hard to win the exercise. Just the smell of rotting food in the trash can is enough to make people suffocate. However, in order to avoid the escort, he buried himself in garbage and stayed there for almost an hour. Even if someone dumped garbage on his head on the way, he would be as indifferent as a stone. The tenacity of the mind is truly admirable. If it weren't for the afternoon, the sanitation worker's truck would come to dispose of the garbage in the trash can. It's not impossible for him to hide inside until the exercise is over. After getting out of the trash can, Zhao Ming cautiously came to the entrance of the alley. He stretched out the small mirror in his hand and observed the situation on the street. I saw the street at this time. Almost every 10 meters, there are members of the escort team. The intensity of searches has obviously doubled compared to before. No wonder. He appeared at the entrance and exit sentries. Although he saw through the trap set by the captain, he successfully retreated into the Boathouse Village. But it also revealed his location. The captain will naturally concentrate most of his manpower on the area where he appears as soon as possible. Now for Zhao Ming, it is simply difficult to move forward. People who use such tactics have a dirty heart. Zhao Ming retreated into the alley again, remembering that he almost fell into the captain's trap just now. He raised his eyebrows and murmured in a low voice. Obviously he has some opinions on the cunning captain. Little did I know. In the eyes of the captain, he was not much better. There are still about 27 hours before the exercise ends. The current situation is quite difficult for Zhao Ming. The possibility of escaping was already slim. It's too risky to continue to be out on the streets. Think about it. Zhao Ming decided to find a house where no one was home and hide first. By the way, wash off the stinky smell on your body. Thus, even if he is caught in the end, he can still be decent. But now with his appearance, if he walked through the front door to pick the lock, he would definitely be regarded as a thief. We can only find another way. It just so happens that there are several buildings in this alley where residents have balconies.
With the rock climbing skills given by the system, it is not difficult to climb up. Having made a plan in his mind, Zhao Ming no longer hesitated. He stretched out his right hand and clasped his fingers on a brick protrusion on the alley wall. Pull the whole body up with force. The other hand then clasped another gap in the wall. The body sticks to the wall, like a spider, crawling up bit by bit. When he climbed to about the third floor, his body swung back and forth in the air like a pendulum. Then he suddenly let go, and his whole body flew forward like an ape with the help of inertia. When I saw it, I was about to fall. The fingers of his right hand once again clasped the few gaps in the wall. With only 2 fingers clasped in the gap, the whole body was hung on the wall. After doing all this, Zhao Ming was so tired that he was breathing heavily. And this is based on the fact that he has systematic rock climbing skills and a body that has been trained by the devil in the army. Otherwise it is impossible to do it. Because this requires extremely strong finger and wrist strength and judgment of the body's center of gravity. Take Zhao Ming's route of climbing the wall as an example. Its movements are so difficult that even the world's top rock climbers can't do it. Zhao Ming hung on the wall for 2 seconds and adjusted his breathing. Swing your body again. After looking at the right time. In the air, he grabbed the edge of the balcony of a resident on the 3rd floor. He stretched out his arms and rolled into the balcony. At this time, Zhao Ming still didn't know the whole process of climbing the wall. They were all seen by the little boy opposite. Spider-Man? Did I see Spider-Man? The child's mouth opened wide in shock, and the Spider-Man toy he was holding fell to the ground without even realizing it. If it weren't for his parents going to work at this moment, he would be locked at home doing his homework. He must have rushed to the opposite side immediately, looking for Zhao Ming to get Spider-Man's autograph. Certainly. If there are adults at home, they may not believe that he saw Spider-Man. You will definitely think that children have watched too many cartoons and are talking nonsense. After Zhao Ming climbed into the balcony from the balcony, he did not rush to open the floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony. Instead, he leaned against the window and listened to see if there was anyone inside before deciding whether to go in. He listened on the balcony for more than 10 minutes. After making sure no one was in the room, he opened the floor-to-ceiling windows. After entering the house, Zhao Ming saw that there was no one in the living room, and quickly went to the bathroom. Turned on the faucet and took a bath. Then he turned to the second bedroom next to him and took a set of clothes from the closet to change into. Although the size was slightly inappropriate, it was still much better than his smelly clothes. Just when Zhao Ming was about to hold the clothes he had changed, open the door, and hide on the rooftop of this building. Suddenly there was the sound of taking out the key outside the door. Zhao Ming never thought that such a coincidence would happen in this world. I could only hold my clothes and run to the balcony. Hide behind the balcony. Honey. I called you several times, why didn't you answer the phone? After the sound of the key opening the door, someone pushed the door open and walked in. Then a man's voice came from the room. Zhao Ming, who was hiding behind the balcony, frowned. I thought to myself, isn't there always no one in the house? Why are you calling me in the shower? You must be sick. What does it mean to come home secretly? Another woman's voice sounded in the bedroom, her tone seemed impatient. It's like a dynamite barrel that could explode at any time. Should I take a bath? What should I take a bath for? I get off work early today, can't I come back? I think you are the only one who is sick. After the man in the room said these words, he began to walk around the room. Seems to be looking for something. Zhang Jianguo, what are you looking for everywhere? The woman yelled, but the man didn't say anything. Continue walking around the house. The footsteps were getting closer and closer to the balcony, and Zhao Ming even saw a hand on the handle of the balcony's floor-to-ceiling window. It's about to open. Faced with such a situation, he really didn't know how to explain it to others. Did you say that you were just passing by your house to take a shower? No need to think about it, no one will believe it. But just as the man was preparing to pull the balcony floor-to-ceiling window, the woman made a sharp cry. Okay. You suspect that I am hiding someone, right? Don't live this day. After the woman yelled hysterically, she seemed to leave the balcony. Then there was the sound of a suitcase. After all, the man did not open the balcony window, but chose to coax the woman. This made Zhao Ming breathe a sigh of relief. However, behind the washing machine on the balcony, there was also a sound of exhalation. On the balcony. Hearing the movement next to him, Zhao Ming raised his eyebrows, with a slightly confused look on his face. For a while, he even wondered if he had heard wrongly. He hesitated for a moment. Still holding the clothes he had changed, he squatted on the ground and moved towards the washing machine bit by bit. When he looked behind the washing machine, he saw a 1-meter-high secret door behind the washing machine. And there was a piece of clothing tucked between the cracks in the door. Just when Zhao Ming looked confused, the clothes caught by the door were suddenly pulled back. Faced with such a situation, Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, frowned and hesitated for 2 seconds, then reached out and slowly opened the secret door. After the door opened, a yellow-haired man hiding in the corner appeared in front of Zhao Ming. I saw Huang Mao also holding a pile of clothes in his arms. This moment, when their eyes met, the air seemed to have stopped flowing. Even Zhao Ming felt a little out of his mind when he saw the situation in front of him. Isn't the man of the house in the house? What's going on with this yellow hair? Could it be that? Zhao Ming seemed to have discovered some great secret. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Huang Mao, who inherited the legacy of Wei Wu, was also very surprised when he saw Zhao Ming. Originally, he took advantage of the fact that the male host was not at home and secretly came to chat with his lover about exciting topics. Unexpectedly, I suddenly heard the sound of taking a bath in the bathroom. He was so scared that he didn't even have time to put on his clothes, so he was ready to run away while holding her in his arms. But halfway through, the water in the bathroom stopped. In a panic, he had no choice but to hide in his usual spot on the balcony. This secret door was specially prepared by the hostess for this purpose, and the safety factor can be said to be very high. As for why we want to make it so thrilling instead of booking a room in a hotel outside, that is naturally to carry out the pursuit of excitement to the end. It doesn't matter what the topic is, what's important is that it's exciting. Huang Mao originally felt that he was unrivaled in seducing young women. But when he saw the clothes held in Zhao Ming's hand, only then did he realize that there were experts in this small boathouse village. At this minute, Huang Mao actually felt that he regretted meeting Zhao Ming too late. Brother! Come in quickly. Huang Mao lowered his voice and moved towards the corner to make room for Zhao Ming. He motioned to Zhao Ming to hide with him. Zhao Ming was stunned for a moment, nodded slightly, and then got into the secret door. Although the space inside is not large, it is just enough to accommodate 2 people. Moreover, the hostess also specially replaced the sliding door with a shutter style to achieve better ventilation. Therefore, even if 2 people stay inside at the same time, they will not be so stuffy that they cannot breathe. Such a secret place. Presumably even the male owner of this family would not have guessed that there would be 2 people hiding here. He never imagined that his wife would make such a big move with him. And judging from Huang Mao's calm appearance, it seems that this is not the first time he has been hiding here. Brother, how many times have you been with her? Time passes slowly. Perhaps because he was too bored, Huang Mao couldn't help but chat with Zhao Ming. Certainly. To avoid being discovered, his voice was kept very low. When Zhao Ming heard this, he saw that the other party regarded him as a colleague. He raised his eyebrows with a strange expression. I thought to myself that I just came in to take a shower. If I had known that the interpersonal relationships here were so complicated, I wouldn't have come in even if I were killed. The only thing to blame was that I was too negligent and didn't check to see if anyone was in the house. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in the current situation. Not many times, we just met soon. Although the mood is quite complicated. But Zhao Ming still raised his eyebrows and responded in a perfunctory manner, slightly embarrassed. Zhao Ming also thinks that he is a person who has seen the world. But facing the situation at this time, it still seemed a little unnatural. After all, this thing is really a bit too bizarre. Brother, there's no need to be so nervous. I'm not her husband. Whether you are okay with her or not has nothing to do with me. Huang Mao obviously felt Zhao Ming's unnaturalness. Then he smiled and reached out to pat Zhao Ming's shoulder gently. He lowered his voice and spoke with an expression that I knew well. The words fell. Zhao Ming ignored him and sat quietly on the ground. Huang Mao felt that he was bored, so he said nothing more. At this time, the couple in the room were still arguing. Zhao Ming could vaguely hear the content of their argument. It's probably because the woman saw the man doubting her and clamoring for a divorce. The man apologized profusely, hoping to save the woman. The sincerity of his attitude made Zhao Ming almost unable to listen. There was even some sympathy for the poor man. After all, this home is almost turning into an HLBE prairie. He is still in the dark. He thought he was too suspicious and had hurt his wife's heart. Huang Mao, who was also hiding behind the secret door, heard the man's apology. She was enjoying it, covering her mouth, suppressing laughter and trembling all over. If Zhao Ming hadn't wanted to hide from the escort outside, Zhao Ming would have let him know the dangers of society.
Only. This is for practice. Zhao Ming could only resist the urge to beat him. Baby. Is it okay that I was wrong? I shouldn't doubt you, can you just forgive me?
The man in the room apologized humbly, placing all the blame on himself.
I just hope that the other party can forgive me. Little did I know. The problem was not with him at all, so even a sincere apology would be useless. Is this your attitude towards apologizing?
I was so blind that I chose to marry you in the first place.
If you want to apologize, show some sincerity.
The hostess still refused to give in, pointing at the man and yelling curses. It seems to be making trouble without reason, but it is full of profound meaning.
After all,
if there is a person hiding in the house, it must be a lie if he is not guilty. At the same time, he is using the excuse of a quarrel to send the male protagonist out, so as to create an opportunity for his lover to escape.
Well, can I buy you a bag? I really know I was wrong.
A man knows his wife's preferences well, so he has no choice but to use his trump card.
Sure enough, once the bag tactic came out, the woman's attitude softened a lot.
You said it yourself.
I didn't force you. I'll wait for you at home.
If you haven't bought me a bag in 2 hours, don't even think about entering this house. The woman's tone of voice was still strong. After the man agreed repeatedly, the sound of opening the door soon came from inside the house. It seems that the male owner has already gone out to buy a bag.
Brother! We can leave right now. Huang Mao was overjoyed and reminded Zhao Ming with a smile.
Zhao Ming frowned slightly and did not speak. I thought what kind of nonsense he encountered. But then I thought about it, with the guards outside, it seemed that there was no safer place than here.
Shortly after the male owner left home, a woman in pajamas quickly came to the balcony. Quick! He's gone, come out quickly. Get dressed and go.
The woman was half crouching in front of the secret door, about to reach out and open the door to let Huang Mao, who was hiding inside, come out. Unexpectedly, a knock on the door suddenly came from the living room. She was so frightened that she quickly retracted her hand.
Who is it? Stop knocking, here it comes.
The woman yelled, and then whispered to the secret door, Don't come out yet, I'll go see who it is. The words fell. The woman arranged her hair to look more natural. At the same time, he quickly walked towards the door of the living room. When she opened the door, there were 2 uniformed guards standing outside.
That's right.
They came to search Zhao Ming. Because Zhao Ming had appeared at the guard post at the entrance and exit before, he naturally showed up under the surveillance cameras on the nearby streets. While strengthening the manpower on the streets, the captain also asked people to track Zhao Ming's escape route through surveillance videos. After finally determining the approximate area where Zhao Ming disappeared, the team members were asked to visit door to door. With the streets full of escort members, the area where Zhao Ming could move was definitely not large. If he is nowhere to be seen in public places such as streets, hotels, and internet cafes, then Zhao Ming must be hiding in every household.
After all, he can't grow wings and fly out of the boathouse village.
Sorry for disturbance.
This is my ID. We are arresting a wanted criminal.
Have any strangers come to your house recently? Members of the escort stood at the door. While speaking with a smile, he took out his personal ID and showed it to the hostess.
Stranger? No. No.
The hostess subconsciously thought of Huang Mao and quickly shook her head. 2 members of the escort team took a look inside her home and found nothing unusual.
He nodded immediately. Okay then, this is a portrait of a wanted criminal.
If you find a suspicious person, remember to notify us as soon as possible.
Excuse me.
One of the team members took out the wanted notice with Zhao Ming's portrait and handed it to the hostess. Then he turned around and walked upstairs to continue his investigation. Seeing that this was just a false alarm, the hostess hurried to the balcony after closing the door.
Come to the secret door again.
But when she was about to let Huang Mao come out, someone knocked on the door again. The hostess frowned, and a look of impatience appeared on her face.
But now I can only open the door again. I told you.
There are no strangers in my house.
Is it over yet?
The hostess thought she was still from the escort team and spoke with an impatient tone. As he finished speaking, he suddenly opened the door.
However,
this time it was her husband standing at the door.
Why are you back? Didn't you go out and buy me a bag?
Where is the bag? The hostess saw that the man had nothing in his hand. His face was filled with anger and his eyes were wide open.
The impatient tone in his words became a little stronger. I forgot my credit card.
Don't worry, I'll buy it for you right away after I get the credit card. The man spoke apologetically, and then quickly went into the guest bedroom to get his credit card. Because women often quarrel with him, he rarely sleeps in the master bedroom. Basically, I live in the second bedroom for most of the month. So much so that his cards and clothes were all placed in the closet of the guest bedroom. The man walked into the guest bedroom, opened the closet, and took out the credit card from the box. Just as he was about to close the closet door and turn to leave, he discovered that there was one set of clothes missing from his closet. Since wages were paid every month, most of the money went to the hostess. He didn't have much money to buy clothes, so he only had 5 or 6 items in his wardrobe. You can tell at a glance whether something is missing or not.
Honey, did you take my blue shirt for me to wash? Present. The man blinked, a look of horror appearing on his face. Only. In order to verify the conjecture in my heart. At that moment, the man hurriedly asked the woman. Shall I wash it for you? Are you awake? In the living room. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and spoke angrily. Perhaps it was because of the previous quarrel that the woman looked confident. So much so that when he heard this, the man's first thought was not that his wife was hiding someone at home. But it was the wanted poster he just saw downstairs. After realizing that someone might have sneaked into the home, he quickly ran to the living room. Honey, I suspect there are other people hiding in the house. The man lowered his voice and looked suspicious, afraid of being heard by others in the room. But as soon as he finished speaking, the woman jumped up from the sofa as if her butt was burned by fire. Okay, you. For a long time, you still suspected that I was hiding someone at home, right? I think you sincerely don't want to do it anymore. I want to divorce you, so go now. The woman spoke hysterically. While talking, she pulled the man and walked out. That look. It seems quite confident. Listen to my explanation. My clothes are missing. Someone must have come in and stolen them from me. That person must be at home. The man was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and quickly explained. It was as if he was being controlled by a woman. But how could a woman with a guilty conscience be willing to listen to this? Stop coming. I'm always at home. I don't know if anyone else comes in. Aren't you just trying to make excuses? Okay. I'll let you look for it. If you can't find the third person in this room today, I'm not done with you. The woman spoke with a stern expression. She knew that at this time, the more she gave in, the more guilty she would appear. Therefore, we must be very strong. Only in this way can we turn our backs on others. This method worked for her time and time again. But today's situation is different from before, because the male host's clothes are indeed missing. With this basis, the man is more convinced that there is someone else at home. He didn't care about the woman's feelings and started searching the house. From the closet to the bottom of the bed, he left almost every place where someone could hide someone. When a woman sees that her husband is showing his true feelings, she still looks angry on the surface. But I was extremely uneasy inside. Secretly praying that men would never go to the balcony, let alone open the secret door behind the washing machine. And praying with her were Huang Mao and Zhao Ming, who were hiding in the secret door together. Huang Mao scolded Zhao Ming thousands of times in his heart. It's not enough to think about stealing other people's wives, but also stealing people's clothes. There is no pattern at all. It's a pity that I just regarded him as a fellow person. I am really ashamed to be in the company of such people. Zhao Ming also didn't expect that he just secretly took a piece of clothing and was discovered so quickly. Sometimes, the less you want something to happen, the more likely it will happen. When everyone silently prayed that the man would not come to the balcony, he was already walking towards the balcony. Hearing the footsteps getting closer and closer, Zhao Ming and Huang Mao slowly held their breath. He didn't even dare to take a breath. My mood at this moment is the same as that of a character hiding in a closet to avoid ghosts in a horror game. It's even more exciting than that. After all, this is 5D reality. Bah, bah, bah. Through the gap in the blinds of the secret door, Zhao Ming could clearly see only a pair of slippers, slowly approaching here. Finally stopped in front of the secret door. The shoes stayed there for a few seconds, then turned around. Zhao Ming and Huang Mao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, the direction of the slippers suddenly changed again, approaching at great speed. Huang Mao was so nervous that his heart almost jumped out of his mouth, and his face turned pale with fear. Wow! The secret door was opened violently by the man. In the dark space, the sunlight that suddenly filled it was a bit dazzling. Three men with 6 eyes remained silent for a while. So, are you cheap or not? You have to make yourself uncomfortable, now it's better, you see?
In the living room, a woman's voice sounded calm. She twisted her slender waist and walked to the balcony, half leaning on the doorframe, with a confident look on her face. But when she saw Zhao Ming, her eyes were full of doubts.
Who is he?
The woman had never seen Zhao Ming before, and she didn't know how Zhao Ming came in. She clearly remembered that there were only her and Huang Mao in this family.
Why did another person appear suddenly? You ask me? Ha ha. I should be the one asking you. Who are they?
The man felt his energy and blood rising, almost losing his mind.
He never imagined that he would be working hard outside.
My wife actually fucked her at home, and she had so much fun, she fucked her twice at once.
This is a hard party at his house. Listen to my explanation. I really don't know who he is. I only hid one. The woman quickly explained, completely panicked. 1 or 2, does it make a difference?
The man wanted to cry but had no tears. When things came to a close, his wife was still struggling with such details with him.
No matter how many there are, it does not prevent him from being a cuckold. The only difference is the height of the cuckold.
Brother, calm down first.
I really don't know your wife.
Looking at the man in front of him who was shaking with anger, Zhao Ming frowned slightly and spoke seriously. Naturally, he also knew that nothing he could say at this time seemed feeble. Therefore, I can only hope that the poor man in front of me will not do anything stupid.
Calm? Why do you want me to calm down when you are riding a horse? The male host roared angrily.
While speaking, he was still looking around, as if he was looking for something handy, and was ready to fight Zhao Ming and Huang Mao in front of him.
As expected. He turned back into the house and ran to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife. He ran back angrily. Brother, don't be impulsive, we really have nothing to do with your wife. You think so?
Brother! When Huang Mao saw the kitchen knife in the man's hand, he was so frightened that his legs trembled. While speaking tremblingly, he did not forget to look back at Zhao Ming.
Obviously he wanted to drag Zhao Ming into the water.
Faced with this situation, Zhao Ming also had a helpless expression.
Do you think I'm a bad guy? Would you show up at my house if you have nothing to do with my wife? Why didn't you say you were a wanted criminal?
The man pointed at Huang Mao with a kitchen knife, feeling extremely excited. Therefore, he was extremely angry, and his eyes were all bloodshot at this time.
The hand holding the knife was trembling.
It seemed as if it would be chopped down at any time.
Qianqi, can you please stop doing this? We're really not who you think we are. Besides, he's already wearing it, what else do you want?
When the hostess saw the kitchen knife in the man's hand, she quickly stood in front of Huang Mao for fear that Huang Mao would be chopped off. The tone of his speech has also softened a lot.
No longer as tough as before.
But her brain circuit is really strange, and she can actually say such outrageous words. Instead of persuading the man, he only added fuel to the fire. The man's already high blood pressure surged to its peak in an instant, almost bursting out of his blood vessels, causing her face to bleed.
I'm a bastard. Are you still protecting him? I'll kill you first.
The man roared angrily, raised his kitchen knife, and rushed towards the woman and Huang Mao. Seeing that the sharp kitchen knife was about to fall, the woman was so scared that she closed her eyes. Huang Mao was even scared to the point of peeing. Zhao Ming naturally couldn't just sit idly by and watch as a murder was about to happen. It's too late, but it's soon. Just when the kitchen knife was about to fall on the woman's head, Zhao Ming suddenly pulled the woman back. The man slashed the air with his sword, looking surprised before he could react. Zhao Ming had already taken half a step forward and grabbed the wrist of the man's knife-holding hand. The strength in Zhao Ming's hands was still quite terrifying. Just use a little force at this point. It made the man feel as if his hand was tightly clamped by an iron pliers. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move at all. Then Zhao Ming broke it with force, only to hear a click and the sound of joint dislocation. This time Zhao Ming used Xiao Jin. The man's bones were not injured, just dislocated. But the man in front of him was still sweating profusely in pain. He half knelt on the ground and dropped the knife in his hand. Before he could shout, Zhao Ming had already pulled off the clothes hanging on the balcony. At an extremely fast speed, he strangled the man's mouth. Then he put the man's hands behind his back and tied the man's hands and feet with the other end of his clothes.
Give the man a big tie.
At this time, Huang Mao became arrogant again after seeing his master being subdued.
He even ran up to the man and tried to kick the man who was struggling on the ground. However, Zhao Ming stretched out his hand to stop him. I'm driving you crazy. You still want to hit me with a knife? Are you tied up? At this time, Huang Mao perfectly explained what it means to fight against human power. Even though he was stopped by Zhao Ming, he still cursed a few words arrogantly and domineeringly. Until he saw Zhao Ming's cold eyes. Only then did he shrink his neck and retreat to the woman's side. You are such a good matchmaker. You were a soldier before, right? Why have I never heard of you talking about it? After retreating, Huang Mao still had a bad smile on his face. The hostess spoke in a low voice. Obviously. At this time, he still thought that Zhao Ming was on the same side as him. I don't know him. The hostess gave Huang Mao a vicious look, and then walked back to the living room angrily. He sat down on the sofa and crossed his arms over his chest. Wondering what to do to divide more property after divorce. When I was lost in thought, my eyes fell on a portrait on the coffee table. It was the wanted warrant given to him by the escort team members just now. Just when she felt something looked familiar, she seemed to have seen it somewhere. Zhao Ming and Huang Mao, who were dressed, had already entered the living room from the balcony. Brother! I really saw you right. I didn't expect you to have such skill. Huang Mao looked at Zhao Ming with an extremely lewd smile. And this time, the hostess also looked up at Zhao Ming. Then he was stunned for a moment, and looked at the wanted poster portrait on the coffee table. For a while, she just felt her brain went blank with a bang. Look, how big of a deal is it to scare you? Why don't you just get a divorce? Huang Mao turned around and saw that the hostess's face was pale, and thought she was afraid of her husband. He came to sit next to the woman with a playful smile. He followed the woman's gaze and happened to see the wanted poster on the coffee table. He was still smiling, just smiling, but there was a hint of bitterness in his smile, which was uglier than crying. Zhao Ming stood in the living room, leaning towards the door. Apparently this was to prevent the two from escaping. Did you see everything? Zhao Ming half-crouched in front of the two of them and spoke in a cold tone. The gangster momentum given by the system was fully unleashed in an instant. Cold eyes swept over the two of them lightly, without any emotion. Under the scrutiny of this look, even his soul trembled. The two of them were completely enveloped by the fear of death, and could not even think of resisting or escaping. Trembling all over, he nodded repeatedly. For people like me, killing one person is killing. Killing two people is killing. So, please cooperate. Don't make it difficult for me, you know? Zhao Ming had no expression on his face and spoke in a relaxed tone. It was as if killing someone was like killing a chicken and was not worth mentioning to him. Must cooperate. Huang Mao nodded crazily and responded tremblingly. That look. It was as if he was afraid that if he answered slowly, his life would be in danger. The hostess was so frightened that she didn't even dare to say anything, she just kept shaking. Zhao Ming was very satisfied with the two people's reactions. Subsequently, he casually grabbed a piece of cloth on the sofa, twisted it into a rope, and tied Huang Mao to the hostess. At the same time, he also carried the male host lying on the balcony into the living room. At this moment, 4 people were sitting on the sofa around a coffee table. Except Zhao Ming. The other 3 had rags stuffed in their mouths. Brother, I know that no man doesn't feel aggrieved when this happens. It's just that if someone is killed, your life will be over. Life is still very long. It's not worth spending your whole life just for something like this. So I still hope you think about it carefully. Zhao Ming spoke calmly to the male host. Pick up an apple from the fruit bowl on the coffee table. He held a fruit knife in his right hand and focused on peeling the fruit. After a whole peel fell into the trash can. The apple in my hand was extremely smooth, with no bulge at all. It's like a perfect piece of art. When Zhao Ming bit into the apple and chewed it twice, he looked at the male owner calmly. At this time, the male host had a look of despair. There were tears in his widened eyes, and he didn't know if he listened to his words. Seeing this situation, Zhao Ming just took a breath and shook his head slightly. What I did at this time may not be appropriate, but there was nothing I could do about it. He tied up the 3 people not just for the success of the exercise. It can be regarded as preventing a tragedy from happening. After all, if the male host really killed Huang Mao and the hostess, then he would probably have to eat peanuts. In Zhao Ming's opinion, it was really not worth it to get such a result from a momentary impulse. At least, the failing goat killed the pleasant goat for the sake of the beautiful goat. When the failing goat was shot,
Beautiful goat's tears are probably shed for pleasant goat.
I finished eating the apple in my hand.
Zhao Ming sat on the sofa and picked up the remote control on the coffee table.
Turn on the TV and find a movie.
He leaned on the sofa and squinted his eyes to rest. The three people in the living room didn't know what kind of medicine he sold in the gourd for a while. But I saw that Zhao Ming had no intention of killing anyone and silencing him. At that moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief.
At the same time, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
The heavy rain for days finally stopped more than 10 minutes ago.
The sky began to clear quickly.
Because of the continuous washing by the rain, even the air in the whole sky and earth became much fresher.
However,
the change in weather did not dispel the gloom in the hearts of the escort members. As time goes by, the escort members who had been searching the boathouse village became more and more anxious.
After all,
there are only more than 20 hours left before the end of the exercise. But they searched almost all the areas where Zhao Ming disappeared from surveillance, but could not find Zhao Ming. It was as if Zhao Ming had disappeared from the world.
Temporary command room.
The captain, who has always been strategizing about everything, also felt worried at this time. I saw his eyes fixed on the map of Boathouse Village. His sharp gaze seemed to penetrate the map. But even so, he still couldn't see where Zhao Ming was hiding. But there was one thing he was very sure of. That means Zhao Ming is definitely still in Boat Village. It's just that when the escort team was searching, there were some things they missed. Hospitals, shops, households, almost every corner has been searched.
Where is this guy hiding?
The captain touched his chin with one hand and spoke thoughtfully. Shu Ruochu, who was on the side now, saw that the captain was deep in thought, so he didn't want to disturb him. I can only interact with the viewers in the live broadcast room and report the latest progress.
Viewers, it has been almost 3 or 4 hours since Zhao Ming left the guard post.
But the clues to the escort team seem to have been cut off here. Even though the members of the escort team have searched the area where Zhao Ming disappeared, they still can't find any trace of Zhao Ming.
Whether he is still in Boathouse Village, we have no way of knowing.
But now there are only more than 20 hours left before the end of the exercise. I wonder if our escort team can successfully capture Lu Ming at this last moment.
Let us wait and see.
Shu Ruochu used a standard broadcasting accent and spoke in a straight and round tone. The tone was even slightly excited.
After all,
everyone is used to seeing the ending where justice must prevail. Now that I can see an example of the villain winning in reality, I will naturally be surprised. And this situation means higher popularity for your live broadcast room. Inexplicably involved in this exercise, Shu Ruochu was really frightened at first. But for her, it can be said to be a great opportunity.
After all,
the exercise has been ongoing so far, and her live broadcast room has achieved countless records. This is naturally a very high achievement for a media person. Therefore, at this time, Shu Ruochu even thanked Zhao Ming from the bottom of his heart.
In the live broadcast room,
looking at the current situation, the audience also speculated about Zhao Ming's whereabouts in the live broadcast room. I haven't found it after searching for so long.
Could it be that the person has run away?
It's impossible. The last time Zhao Ming was allowed to break through the checkpoint, it was the captain who was trying to lure the snake out of the hole.
With the manpower and rigor deployed at the current checkpoint, not even a fly can fly over.
Then if Zhao Ming is still hiding in the Boathouse Village, where can he hide? The members of the escort team have obviously searched everywhere. I don't know, this kid Zhao Ming does have something. Don't the escorts have police dogs? Why doesn't the captain send a police dog to look for it? You can imagine, and the captain must also be able to imagine that it has been raining before. How much of Zhao Ming's residual smell will be left after it is washed away by the rain? In addition, there are so many people in Boathouse Village, which will also greatly interfere with the police dog's sense of smell. Then we can only rely on manpower to search bit by bit, but will this search last until the year of the monkey? The exercise will be over later. Looking at the current situation, Zhao Ming really has a chance to win this exercise. The audience was talking a lot. Faced with the current situation, the vast majority of the audience is obviously worried about the situation of the Guardian camp. Although there are still more than 20 hours left, once night falls, the residents of the urban village begin to rest. The search work of the escort team must also stop. In this way, more than 10 hours of time will be wasted. Therefore, there is really not much time left for the escort team. And just when the audience was having a heated discussion, the captain suddenly stood up from his chair. In order to confirm the suspicion in my heart, The captain immediately called back the team leader who was leading the search in the village.
A moment of time.
Several squad leaders returned to the temporary command room.
Tell me, how do you conduct searches?
The chief captain glanced at several squad captains. With a serious expression, he asked in a serious tone. At this point, the situation reached a deadlock for a while. Therefore, he could only try to infer the problem from the details of the team's search.
General team. In accordance with your request, we conducted a blanket search from the periphery to the center. One of the squad leaders frowned.
He responded with a serious tone.
So do we. The words just fell.
Several others also replied in unison. There seemed to be no loopholes in conducting the search in this way. It was impossible for Zhao Ming to hide for so long.
But the captain knew that there must be something wrong with this. Be more detailed. I don't want a general answer.
How do you search the streets and alleys? How do you search schools and hospitals?
Have you missed any residents? I want to know. The captain spoke in a deep voice.
When several team captains heard this, they began to recall the process when they led the team to search. When we searched the streets, we didn't miss any shops, even the ones that were closed.
We all contacted the merchants to open the doors for inspection. So there's nothing missing.
A squad leader spoke decisively. Tell the captain as much detail as possible about the details of your search.
It's the same thing when we raid schools and hospitals.
Even doctors wearing masks, we ask them to take off their masks and cooperate with the inspection. Another squad leader spoke equally seriously. When the captain heard this, he still didn't find any problem. He turned to look at the other team leader. When we searched the residence, we basically sent people to knock on the door of every house. Confirm with them in person whether you have seen Zhao Ming.
When no one is at home, we also contact the registered residents or landlords. Nothing unusual was found.
The squad leader had just finished speaking when he found the captain staring at him intently. The sharp eyes made him feel like a thorn in his back, making him feel uncomfortable all over.
Did you personally go to these people's homes and conduct searches?
The captain narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly.
It was obvious that something was wrong. No. We just asked the residents and left after getting a definite answer.
After thinking for a while, the team leader spoke with a guilty conscience.
Mainly because they didn't have a search warrant.
Therefore, entering someone else's house to search is illegal.
That's the problem.
The commander-in-chief's eyes, which were originally filled with doubts, suddenly became enlightened. Although a wanted warrant has been issued, residents basically know that there is a wanted criminal hiding in the village.
He would not try to protect Zhao Ming. When facing people from the escort team, he will also answer truthfully. However,
the captain and the members of the escort team seem to have forgotten that he was playing a vicious fugitive in this exercise.
Although the residents will not help Zhao Ming, it is not ruled out that Zhao Ming threatens these residents.
Judging from Zhao Ming's previous performance in robbing banks, he will definitely do this. Although I realized what was wrong. But the captain was also in trouble at the moment.
After all,
houses are private property, and if a search is to be conducted, a search warrant is required. And such a large-scale search will naturally have a large social impact.
There was a moment of silence.
The captain still took out his cell phone and dialed the director's number.
The phone rang a few times before being answered.
The captain also briefly explained the current situation to the director.
Search warrant?
This is really difficult to handle. After all, such a search would most likely cause panic among the residents, and the impact would be too bad. On the other end of the phone, the director spoke in a deep voice, obviously a little embarrassed. Although he has always emphasized that this exercise should be viewed as actual combat, it is still an exercise after all. There was too much panic caused by the exercise, and the impact was really too great.
But then again,
the exercise has been carried out so far, and the impact has been considerable. Director, it's clear that Zhao Ming is hiding in the homes of the residents in Boathouse Village.
All it takes is a search warrant and we can catch him. You don't agree now, so why did you ask me to treat this exercise as actual combat from the beginning? I know we should try our best to control the impact, but isn't the impact caused by Zhao Ming bad?
The captain frowned, although he tried his best to control his emotions. But the voice still rose a little unconsciously. He and Zhao Ming had been fighting wits and courage for so long, and now victory was just around the corner, with just one more kick left. If the search warrant application fails, then we will really have to watch Zhao Ming win.
Therefore, the mood is naturally a little excited. Watch your emotions. I will find a way to deal with the search warrant. More than 7 million people are watching this exercise now. I got a search warrant for you, kid. You'd better find Zhao Ming.
The director's voice sounded again on the other end of the phone. There was quite a bit of helplessness in his tone. The captain's words indeed made the director speechless.
After all,
try to control the panic as much as possible, and pay attention to the fact that it is always the Guardian camp that is affected. Zhao Ming, who plays the robber, has always done whatever he wants, and the impact is indeed worse.
After the words fell, the director on the other end of the phone also hung up the phone.
Listening to the busy signal on the phone, the captain raised his eyebrows and put the phone back on the table.
Commander, what did the director say? Can we get a search warrant?
The team leader on the side saw that the chief captain had finished making the phone call, so he immediately came up and asked. But he had a worried expression on his face when he spoke.
Obviously he didn't have high hopes for this. The search warrant chief will get it. You quickly integrate your manpower.
In addition to the investigators who set up posts, the rest of the personnel are devoted to searching houses in the area where Zhao Ming disappeared.
We don't have much time left. We must find Zhao Ming before the exercise ends.
The captain frowned and spoke in a deep voice.
A search order was quickly issued. Yes. Several squad leaders responded quickly.
Then he quickly left the temporary command room. Looking at the retreating figures of several people, the captain's eyes were firm and his expression was serious. The camera in the live broadcast room recorded everything exactly.
At the same time, director's office.
The director, who was paying close attention to the exercise, was watching this scene through the live broadcast room. At this moment, a meaningful smile appeared on his face.
Keep your eyes on the screen. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip.
As soon as the scalding tea touched his lips, it was so hot that he spit it out quickly. He frowned and looked at the teacup, then put the cup back on the table.
After a while,
the captain received the wanted order faxed from the director.
With an order, the fully prepared escort members were dispatched.
This time, it was no longer a comprehensive search, but focused on private houses in the area. The escort members, who had identified their target, quickly launched a search operation.
For a while,
in the boathouse village, the doors of many residents were knocked.
Hello? We are the City Bureau escort team, and this is our search warrant. We are searching for a wanted criminal. Can we take a look inside your home?
A member of the escort came to a house and knocked on the door.
After the door opens,
the team members showed the search warrant in their hands. Of course, in order to control the impact as much as possible. They are relatively polite when communicating with residents and seek their opinions beforehand. When the residents heard that they were arresting wanted criminals, most of them were very cooperative, but there were also some who were impatient.
After all, who wants to be interrupted again and again? I asked you whether you can do it or not. Didn't you ask me just now? Why are you here again now? I am the only one in my family. Where did the wanted criminal come from?
Because he was quite excited, the resident's voice was so loud that the neighbors could almost hear it.
At the same time,
Zhao Ming, who was sitting on the sofa and taking a nap, also heard the sound from downstairs. He opened his eyes suddenly, took 3 steps in 2, and reached the balcony.
He slightly stuck out half of his head and looked downstairs.
I saw a middle-aged aunt downstairs arguing with 2 escorts.
See this situation.
Zhao Ming frowned immediately, and the expression on his face instantly became solemn. It hasn't been long since the last round of inspections by the escort team was over. Now that he has come back again, he must have decided that he was hiding in a residential building and wanted to check it more carefully. If he doesn't open the door at this time, it will make people more suspicious. If he opened the door for inspection, the 3 people in the house would definitely not be able to hide. Although this was only on the 3rd floor, it was not difficult for Zhao Ming to leave from the balcony. But the streets were full of escorts, and the risk of being exposed was too great. Now he seemed to be completely cornered. But in desperate situations, people often burst out with endless potential. Zhao Ming's brain was thinking rapidly, and a bold plan was formed in his mind.
There wasn't much hesitation.
Zhao Ming turned back to the house, first covered the eyes of the hostess and Huang Mao with cloth, and then carried them into the guest bedroom. Then he opened the door to the master bedroom, walked in, and sat down in front of the hostess's dressing table. He took out the special makeup items he had redeemed from the system and applied them in front of the mirror. Time was running out, and Zhao Ming had to ensure that he couldn't make any mistakes before the escort team came up. Once there is any flaw in the makeup, all his previous efforts will be wasted. After putting on makeup, in order to make his hairstyle consistent with that of the male host, he took out the scissors and cut his hair in front of the mirror. Fortunately, the skills provided by the system were quite powerful, and Zhao Ming did not waste much time. After doing all this, he looked at the person in the mirror with satisfaction. At this time, Zhao Ming in the mirror cannot be said to be exactly the same as the male protagonist, but they are almost the same. After putting on makeup, Zhao Ming picked up the alarm clock on the bedside table. Put it in a cosmetic box. Then he walked out of the master bedroom and walked up to the male master. When the male host saw that Zhao Ming's appearance was the same as his own, he was so surprised that his pupils dilated. A look of disbelief. Zhao Ming didn't say anything, he just pulled the tied man down to the balcony and stuffed him into the secret door behind the washing machine. The male host, who didn't know what Zhao Ming wanted to do, had eyes full of horror and a whining sound coming from his mouth. Struggling to break free. At this moment, Zhao Ming took out the alarm clock he had just put into his makeup box. Put it gently against the master's ear. The ticking sound of the hands inside immediately made the male owner quiet. The bomb will stop when the time is up, as long as you obey. If you don't want to die, just stay inside and don't make any noise. While Zhao Ming spoke, the gangster's momentum quietly dispersed. The male owner looked at the box in his arms and trembled all over. Zhao Ming said nothing more and closed the secret door. Then he picked up the kitchen knife on the balcony, raised the corners of his mouth, and walked slowly towards the second bedroom. He pushed open the door to the second bedroom. Like a fierce god, he walked up to the hostess and Huang Mao and pulled away the cloth covering their eyes. The two of them were stunned at first, feeling a little surprised. After seeing the kitchen knife in Zhao Ming's hand, they were completely panicked. A whining sound came from his mouth, seemingly begging for mercy. Zhao Ming's face was as cold as frost, and he slashed at Huang Mao with his knife. Huang Mao pulled his feet back, and the kitchen knife just cut off the rope tied to his feet. Just when the two of them were extremely frightened, there was a knock on the door outside.